goal here?
Oh, no, this is just the beginning. We've been waiting to open the door for 50 years. Now that the door is open, we go to every state and the Congress and the territories and make sure that we are doing all we can to be as ambitious for women and unborn children in the law, and that we're serving them at every step along the way.
As we have noted, this decision was telegraphed a few months ago, that draft leaked opinion. When you saw that, did you anticipate that that would be what we would see today, or were you concerned that something may change along the way?
Well, we were certainly hoping that it was. We thought that it was probably leaked so that it would put pressure on Roberts, that there would be a lot of violence and civil unrest based on the leak, that it would put pressure on the court to do something different. So that was certainly a concern. But I think it had the opposite reaction, which is perhaps just cement some of those decisions. But basically, those decisions were made in terms of the text and history of the Constitution, not on what is happening in front of justices' homes or the firebombing of pregnancy care centers. That did not work. And that is a vote yes for democracy. And I think that we will see this as something really important as we move ahead in trying to depolarize this world that we live in.
Abortion rights supporters will now likely look to Congress. What do you anticipate could happen there?
Well, what I see first, and what I've been working on with our allies in the movement for many months, is movement in the states. Right away, there will be pre-Roe bans on the books, say at 15 weeks, 20 weeks from conception, and trigger laws that will allow laws to go into effect in about 16 states or so. And then there'll be battlegrounds where there's great hope and possibility for unborn children and their moms in other states. The reality on the federal level is that we have a lot of work to do. Over the last several election cycles, we've had votes on the 20-week pain-capable bill in the Senate, and it's barely gotten a majority, and it certainly hasn't gotten a filibuster-proof majority. So we have a lot of work to do there, and it will certainly be in the center of midterms, and in a way that will advantage our pro-life candidates all over the country, especially U.S. senators and governors and House members looking to take over the House and the Senate.
Marjorie Felser, thank you for your time and being with us. Joining us now is NBC News political director and Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd. Chuck, you heard part of the conversation there about what may happen in Congress. Characterize this day, what it means, and what happens next.
Well, I mean, it is. We are already in a very polarized political climate. We are in we've been in the middle of a massive social disruption thanks to the pandemic. This is not going to sort of calm the waters. We are a divided country. This is going to divide us more. I think this is going to, if it's possible to supercharge polarization in this country, this will do that. I think you will see this sort of animate the left in ways we've not seen them animated before when it came to the judiciary and the Supreme Court. This has been one of the concrete ways that Republicans have been able to get out the vote and fire up their base over the years is this moment, this goal. They got it. So now the question I'm watching here is, does this flip the debate, right? For years, when it became legal, the entire conversation became about, okay, what are the limits? And now that essentially the Supreme Court is saying you can make it illegal, the question's going to be, what else is next? You asked the head of the Susan B. Anthony, the pro-life organization, what was next. She was focused more on states. She talked about passing a federal law of 20 weeks. She didn't bring up contraception, but I promise you those on the left are going to be worried about that, concerned about that. There are some that have talked about the issue of contraception. You're going to hear a lot more talk about the so-called abortion pill. And I think you're going to see a lot of challenges on that, some trying to make it illegal. The Biden administration, I think, is going to do its best to try to find ways to get access to that pill and make that easier. But I think that it is going to certainly supercharge the midterm conversation in certain places, not in every state. So in a couple of states, Michigan and Wisconsin, those are probably the two states that I would say politically will be ground zero for this debate, because both of those states have immediate bans that are now going to be triggered within the next couple of days. So who is governor, who controls the legislature, will matter a lot on the future of women's rights in those two states.
All right, Chuck, stay with me. I want to bring into the conversation NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, talk about how this could affect the midterms and change the general political debate.
Well, this is a sea change in abortion access to women across this country for generations. This really does bring abortion to the center of the midterm election, to the center of the conversation. There were women who I've talked to on the ground in places like Louisiana and Mississippi who are now going to have to drive hours and hours for abortion access. Those women, when I was talking to them, they were not focused on abortion. They didn't even realize that abortion rights were possibly something that could be taken away. But now this focuses their minds on that and focuses their minds on sort of what the conservative movement has accomplished. The NAACP is out with a statement calling this an egregious decision. We should note that 1 in 4 women in this country by the age of 45 have had an abortion. 60% of Americans, and in the latest NBC News poll, say that they want abortion access to be legal in this country in some form. That being said, the conservative majority, of course, has made it very clear that this is going to be something that they're going to be sticking by. And this decision is really seen as devastating to so many women across this country for people who are, of course, advocates of abortion rights. I also sat down with Shannon Brewer, who is the director of the Women's Health Organization in Mississippi. That's the clinic that is at the center of this decision. She told me that she believes women's lives are going to be put at risk now because they're going to be forced into unsafe abortions, or they're going to be forced to have children that they do not want to have and that they have not planned for. She tells me that she's going to be moving this clinic at the center of this case. She's saying now that they're going to have to close their doors and that they would be moving to New Mexico. That's going to be the case in Louisiana and so many other states that are part of this 26 states that the Guttmacher Institute says are going to either restrict abortion or very much ban abortion here. So what we see here is a political movement that is celebrating on the conservative side a big win, but on the Democratic side, you see now this coalescing of people who really, this might not have been their number one agenda, who are now focusing on this issue and are going to be making the case that conservatives have gone just too far here. I also want to note, when we talk about sort of who is impacted here, I can't state enough that Shannon Brewer, sitting in Mississippi, told me that she is most concerned about Black women, poor women who simply just do not have the means to get an abortion. And she told me that she doesn't have any hope at all that Congress will be able to do anything legislatively to change this, to fix this, to have abortion access in this country again. She believes that there will not be abortion access in the way that we had before this decision in her lifetime, Lester. So she really believes at this point that the only way for abortion access to happen is for women to get in cars and help other women, and men in some cases to help women access this. But that is, of course, part of this political decision. It's that there aren't really that many political options here. Democrats are going to be trying to argue that they need to get more power to try to do something about Roe. But this 6-3 majority on the court, they have the final say on so many things, including abortion access in this country. So the politics of this are really uneven. It's unclear what the White House plan is. We've had lawmakers pushing the White House to come out with a plan, some sort of executive action that could try to protect abortion rights. But the White House simply does not exactly know how to deal with this and cannot by themselves, with the stroke of a pen, give women back these rights that now have been taken away.
Okay, Yamiche, I'll ask you and Chuck to stand by. I want to continue this conversation, but let me go back to Maura Barrett. She's with that crowd you've been watching on the right side of the screen, the folks who have gathered outside the Supreme Court. A lot of passion and emotion there. Maura, tell us what's being said and then characterize it for us.
Lester, when we spoke earlier, I was on the side where I'd watched people jumping up and down in celebration of the decision, people that were against the right to an abortion. Now I moved over to the other side where we're similarly seeing tears, but instead of those tears of joy, we're seeing tears of anguish. I want you to meet Sky. She's 19 years old and came in from Virginia today. And when we met earlier, she told me that she feels like her country doesn't love her. Can you tell me more about what you're feeling right now and if you have hope about lawmakers taking action going forward after today?
I feel betrayed and I feel lost. I feel like I'm 19 years old. I've had my first year of college. I should be feeling excited and happy, and especially at this time with so much life ahead of me, I shouldn't be worried about my rights being taken away from me. And it hurts that I have little hope for the future. And right now I feel like I'm just clinging to that. Hopefully, in the future, we can have some progress and not just be moving backwards. I feel like especially right now, we're just moving backwards, and we need to be moving forwards instead.
Thank you so much. And so that is a lot of the same message we've heard from people here talking about that feeling of moving backwards. You might not be able to see, but just behind me, there's another group of women who are standing with tape over their mouth that reads second-class citizen. And so that is what the sentiment that we're seeing here from women and men who are very, very upset about the decision here today, Lester.
All right, Maura, thank you very much. Let me go back to Chuck Todd. Chuck, if you're still with us, the question of whether Roe v. Wade was settled law was asked certainly at confirmation hearings for Supreme Court justice nominees. We have been through the controversy over Ginny Thomas, the wife of Justice Thomas, and apparent efforts to support overturning the election. What does all this collectively do to how we perceive the Supreme Court?
Oh, I think the Supreme Court I think there are no more black robes. I think the robes are red and blue. I think that is, we've been watching this happen particularly in an aggressive way over the last 15 years. It's been a concern in the lower courts. You've started to see, we lowered the threshold to just 50 votes in the Senate, which guaranteed you wouldn't get center left or center right. It means you were going to get something a little more hardcore. It's been an aggressive, obviously, political movement on the right, in particular on judges. And if you look at these back-to-back rulings on guns and on abortion, I think it really does I think what's striking about Roe is it's the first time in my lifetime that I can think of where a Supreme Court took away a right. Supreme Court's, I can't think of another court in the last 100 years that has done this. A right that was there taken away. We're used to the Supreme Court granting rights, same-sex marriage, in reinterpreting things. This is a specific right being taken away from slightly more than half the population. So I just think it's going. We don't fully know the consequences yet. That's why we love the phrase unintended consequences, and I think there's going to be a lot of them, short-term, medium-term, and long-term. But the trust in the court and the erosion of that and making it be viewed as an extraordinarily partisan institution. We already have that in the House and the Senate. And I think now, particularly what happened this week, particularly how Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court, how he went about it, particularly and the whole Scalia thing with McConnell and all that, there really is a lot of people who believe this is a rigged court. This court's makeup isn't, quote, fair and square. It isn't really representative of where the country is and even was. And I think that is only going to add to cynicism. It's only going to add to that. And it is really, look, John Roberts has been concerned about this. He clearly attempted to try to find a middle ground here, and he failed. He was trying to redefine Roe rather than have it overturned, because I think he realized that it would really could roil the country, and it could really undermine the court. One other point I want to put out here, and I'll just let it sort of sit out there like a meatball, Lester. I don't think we can fully ever appreciate the 2016 presidential election is going to turn out to be perhaps the most consequential election in more than 100 years. The fallout from that election, right? Particularly, you look at court decision. We can go through a whole thing, and I'm going to do a lot of that on Sunday. But just think about how what has changed in America, in culture, and society due to the results of the 2016 election.
I think many would not disagree with that assessment. It will be interesting to hear what more you have to say about it this weekend on Meet the Press. Chuck, thanks. Let me go back to Pete Williams. Pete, we're kind of left with a checkerboard now of states and how they regard abortion rights. And then there's the issue of even within some of those that plan to ban it, rape and incest. Where does that leave us right now?
Well, it leaves without any constitutional protection for that. Remember, the Mississippi law did not have exceptions for rape or incest, and that is the law that the Supreme Court today has upheld. The majority opinion doesn't say anything about that directly. The dissents say that because of the decision, there's no longer any constitutional support for the idea that there has to be some exception to abortion laws for rape or incest. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, in a footnote in his concurrence, says that he thinks the court leaves open an additional question about whether there has to be an exception for cases when an abortion would save the life of the mother. But in terms of rape or incest, there's no longer any constitutional protection or requirement that any of the states that are going to ban abortion make an exception in those cases, and the dissent decries that. And let me just quote one other sentence from the joint dissent written by Stephen Breyer. He says, he concludes his dissent by saying this: "With sorrow for this court, but more for the many millions of American women who have today lost a fundamental constitutional protection, we dissent." You know, this is one of those days, Lester, that if we were still in the days where the Supreme Court was open to the public, it's been closed since the pandemic hit, you would see the majority opinion announced by Justice Alito, and it tracks so closely with the draft that was leaked in May. The majority calls the Roe v. Wade decision not only wrong, but egregiously wrong, and explains why it overturns 50 years of precedent. But you would also have seen a long-spirited dissent read from the bench. We don't get to hear that because the justices don't take to the bench now. These decisions just come out on the web. But that's the sort of dramatic division that these opinions represent here. This is as divided as the Supreme Court can be.
Pete, let me, if I can bring up something I was talking to Chuck a moment ago about the image of the court itself. Clearly, they're not playing for popularity, but you presume they want respect. The leak of the draft opinion, I know it shocked you and a lot of people, the questions over Jenny Thomas and her efforts to overturn the election. All these things have taken perhaps given a collective hit to the court. How do you see the future of the court going forward after this ruling?
Well, I mean, this is a Supreme Court that is newly emboldened. I mean, I think you see here so vividly represented in the decisions that we got this week, but most especially on the abortion decision, is years of sort of pent-up frustration of the conservatives that they couldn't get a majority. And I think that's why they are not taking the go slow approach that the Chief Justice had advocated here. They've been waiting to do this for years, and now they have the votes to do it, and they're not going to be held back. So I think, what does that mean for the next term? That probably means that the affirmative action in college admissions is dead. These conservatives have been opposed to that for years. They've been chipping away at it. There are 2 cases coming before the court next year from Harvard and the University of North Carolina. It seems pretty likely that affirmative action will bite the dust next term. So it's the conservatives now have the votes, and they're going full throttle.
Pete Williams, we'll continue to chat along the way here. I want to go to, actually, let me first let you know that we understand that Speaker Nancy Pelosi is going to be coming before the cameras to react here very shortly, so we are standing by for that. But let me go to NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander. Is there official early reaction coming from the White House, Peter?
Yeah, Lester, we haven't heard from the White House just yet, not from the president, but based on the conversations I've been having privately over the course of the last several weeks, and what I'm seeing as I look down at the West Wing, where White House staff right now are removing chairs from the Roosevelt Room, it appears highly likely that we will hear from President Biden on this issue at some point today. The White House, the president, they have been bracing for this ruling for the course of the last several weeks. Top officials, the president among them, have been meeting with lawmakers and stakeholders, abortion right advocates, among others. And while we've yet to hear from President Biden, we have now just heard from his Democratic predecessor in the White House, Barack Obama, who released a statement that says today the Supreme Court not only reversed nearly 50 years of precedent, it relegated the most intensely personal decision someone can make to the whims of politicians and ideologues, attacking the essential freedoms of millions of Americans. Chuck Schumer, in a statement, just called this one of the darkest days that our country has ever seen. And while we're waiting to hear from the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in a matter of moments, she did post a statement moments ago, and she puts the blame directly on Republicans. She says because of Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell, the Republican Party, and their supermajority on the Supreme Court, American women today have less freedom than their mothers. President Biden, what can he do? There has been a lot of pressure, growing calls, particularly from abortion rights advocates, for him to take executive actions to try to do whatever he can to help protect and expand women's reproductive rights. Specifically, the calls have been asking him for the ability to use federal lands to expand reproductive health care for women where possible, and separately to try to increase access to abortion medication, abortion pills. Right now, a majority of abortions in this country are done with the use of abortion medication, those pills. So I think that's going to be where you're going to see a lot of the focus. It's unclear whether President Biden today will announce any new steps he's willing to take, how he's prepared to react to this. The White House did not react preemptively to this ruling, even after that leak came out a matter of months ago. But again, as we stand here at the White House on what Democrats are calling one of the darkest days in this country's history, it does appear increasingly clear that we will hear from the president at some point over the course of this day, Lester.
All right, keep us posted. Peter, thank you for that. Blaine Alexander is in Jackson, Mississippi, where the state's only abortion clinic is located. The very same clinic that went to court to challenge the Mississippi abortion ban at the heart of today's decision. And Blaine, it's not lost on us. We're looking at these protests right now. We're hearing from, leadership in Washington. But what this will impact is the people in that community and communities like it across the country. Tell us what the reaction is there.
You know, Lester, this is truly a polarizing case, no matter where you look, but perhaps no more so than right here in Mississippi. As you said, this is the case that launched this to the Supreme Court. And as I've spent time talking to people on both sides of the issue here in Mississippi, for people who have spent years kind of in the anti-abortion space, who have been fighting for years to essentially take down Roe, there's almost this sense of pride that Mississippi was the case to, in one woman's words, essentially bring down Roe. There's a sense that it originated here in Mississippi, that their state was the one that played such a key role in this. I've been talking with some people, some who have spent almost 30 years essentially advocating for the end of abortion, and their reactions are very striking. Tears, lots of tears. That's what one person texted me, calling it surreal. Another person saying they're just simply thankful, and others saying that this is just the beginning. Now, I want to underscore the point. We talk about kind of the opinion across the country. Many people across the country, the majority, in fact, of Americans believe in a right to abortion, access to abortion. That's not the case here in Mississippi. In fact, recent polling shows that some 59% of people here in the state of Mississippi believe that abortion should be illegal in most cases. So what we're seeing here, while people have told me they're not going to be out in the streets celebrating, they're not going to be out necessarily holding grand press conferences or celebrating publicly, they say that this is just the beginning. What their focus now is to kind of go out and give access and resources to women who now are going to have a different path forward. Lester.
Okay, Blaine, thank you for that. Joining me on the telephone now is U.S. Senator from Minnesota, Democrat Amy Klobuchar. Senator, thank you for being here. I know this ruling deeply disappoints you, but the logical next question is, what are you being Congress, going to do about it?
Well, I think that's a good question to ask our Republican colleagues who put these judges on the bench, who are working against the interests of the American people. We have 80% of the people with us on this that want Roe v. Wade upheld. And we also have women who are going to be affected all over the country. Over 20 states already have laws in place that could be used to restrict access to an abortion, including 13 states, which will automatically go into effect. Literally, they have said in this decision that a woman shouldn't be making her own decisions, but that instead politicians should be making them. So what's next, Lester? Well, the big thing that's next is the election. And women and the men that support them are going to be going in droves to the ballot box, because this Supreme Court isn't just taking us back to the 1950s, it's taking us back to the 1850s.
Do you think this has animated Democrats to the point this could be a decision maker, a turning point in some of these races we're following?
You know what? I'm not going to make a political analysis today, because this is literally fundamentally about a law that has protected women for 50 years. But I think the answer is pretty obvious, that the public is with us, that the Republicans have put these justices on the Supreme Court that are so out of touch with Americans that they literally have issued an opinion in which they note that abortion, the word abortion, is not in the Constitution. You know what else isn't in the Constitution, Lester? Woman isn't in the Constitution. The word she is not in the Constitution. There are many things. Air Force wasn't in the Constitution. That is the basis of their opinion, and they have literally turned back the clock on 50 years of well-settled precedent.
Is there anything that Democrats can do, in your opinion, to change this tide?
There's a big thing we can do, and that is reaching out to independents, to moderate Republicans in states across the country and say enough is enough. Join us so that we can get enough people in the U.S. Senate, for starters, and in the House that can basically codify Roe v. Wade into law, that we can make very clear that this protection will remain.
And none of us can say we didn't see this coming. In May, of course, there was that much talked about leak of the draft opinion that is essentially mirrored here in what we saw in this final ruling today. That was, many would argue, that was, if there was no other warning shot, that was it. Did some of these mechanisms begin then, or are you starting from scratch now?
I think that a lot of people became educated on what this means. For so long, young women assumed that this is the world. They never thought that there could be a world where their mothers and their grandmas had more rights than they did. And I think it's already, as you can see from, people are ready. Many of them had read that opinion. They've read reports on the opinion. They knew exactly what's coming their way.
Senator, I hate to interrupt, but Speaker Pelosi is speaking now. We want to hear what she has to say.
This morning, the radical Supreme Court is eviscerating Americans' rights and endangering their health and safety. But the Congress will continue to act to overcome this extremism and protect the American people. Today, the Republican-controlled Supreme Court has achieved their dark, extreme goal of ripping away a woman's right to make their own reproductive health decisions. Because of Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell, and the Republican Party, their supermajority in the Supreme Court, American women today have less freedom than their mothers. With Roe and their attempt to destroy it, radical Republicans are charging ahead with their crusade to criminalize health freedom. In the Congress, be aware of this, the Republicans are plotting a nationwide abortion ban. They cannot be allowed to have a majority in the Congress to do that, but that's their goal. And if you read, and again, we're all studying all this, but if you read what is in the very clear, one of the justices had his own statement. It's about contraception, in vitro fertilization, family planning. That is all what will spring from their decision that they made today. It's such a contradiction. Yesterday, the states cannot make laws governing the constitutional right to bear arms. And today, they're saying the exact reverse, that the states can overturn a constitutional right for 50 years, a constitutional right for a woman having the right to choose. The hypocrisy is raging, but the harm is endless. What this means to women is such an insult. It's a slap in the face to women about using their own judgment to make their own decisions about their reproductive freedom. And again, it goes well. I always have said the termination of a pregnancy is just their opening act. It's just their front game. But beyond behind it. And for years, I have seen in this Congress opposition to any family planning, domestic or global, when we have had those discussions and those debates and those votes on the floor of the House. This is deadly serious, but we are not going to let this pass. A woman's right to choose reproductive freedom is on the ballot in November. We cannot allow them to take charge so that they can institute their goal, which is to criminalize reproductive freedom, to criminalize it. Right now, they're saying in states that they can arrest doctors and all the rest. What is happening here? What is happening here? A woman's fundamental health decisions are her own to make in consultation with her doctor, her faith, her family, not some right-wing politicians that Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell packed the court with. While Republicans seek to punish and control women, Democrats will keep fighting ferociously to enshrine Roe v. Wade into the law of the land. This cruel ruling is outrageous and heart-wrenching, but make no mistake, again, it's all on the ballot in November. The Supreme Court has ended a constitutional right. This is 50 years proclaimed a constitutional right. What happened today was historic in many respects. Historic in that it had not recognized a constitutional right and then reversed it. This is a first. And again, just before, it imposed a constitutional right to allow for concealed weapons. How about those justices coming before the senators and saying that they respected, sorry to say, the precedent of the court, that they respected the right of privacy in the Constitution of the United States? Did you hear that? Were they not telling the truth then? Again, just getting to the gun issue, because really, in preparation for this morning, I was really in an exalted state about what happened in the United States Senate yesterday. Counterpoint to the dangerous decision of this Trumpian Supreme Court that they made yesterday, but a way to take us to, as the bill is called, community safety. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Right now, and I'm going to have to leave momentarily because we just finished voting on the rule, we will be debating the bill on the floor, and we expect a good bipartisan vote on it in the House. We congratulate the Senate on the work that they have done and the timeliness of it to be passed in the Senate in a strong bipartisan way on a day when the court made such a dangerous decision. We will, many of our House Democrats' proposals that are included in this package are that keep deadly weapons out of dangerous hands by encouraging states to establish extreme risk protection order laws, ERPO, otherwise known as red flag laws, help put end to straw purchases, close the boyfriend loophole. So many good things are in there. And it's not everything that we want. And we must keep moving toward background checks, but universal background checks, which will save the most lives. But this will save lives. And to listen to Lucy McGrath and other family members of those who have lost their loved ones, this is a giant step forward. Maybe not so much a giant, but a strong step forward. And if it's good enough for them, then we rejoice in passing it. As I say to members all the time with legislation, do not judge it for what isn't in it, but respect it for what is. And there's much to be respected in this legislation. On a happier note, yesterday we celebrated 50 years of Title IX, which has transformed equality and opportunity.
Speaker Pelosi talking to gathered reporters at the Capitol, reacting to this Supreme Court decision today. Near the end, you heard her celebrating the expected passage of the gun safety legislation, bipartisan legislation. But she reserved some very strong words for the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. Calling it a Trumpian Supreme Court. She said this was, they were essentially had accomplished their dark and extreme goal. And she said women today have less freedom than their mothers, and vowing that this will be an issue in the midterm elections, or hoping it will be an issue in the midterm elections. Joining us now is Kristen Day, Executive Director of Democrats for Life of America. Kristen, thank you for being with us. Can you give us your reaction, not only to the decision, but some of what Speaker Pelosi just said?
We are just thrilled by the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade. It's long past due. With respect to what the speaker says, I know it's a very emotional issue, but she continually overlooks the fact that women support overturning Roe v. Wade. Democrats support overturning Roe v. Wade. Not all Democrats are celebrating this. Not all Democrats advocate for Roe and maintaining abortion. So we have an opportunity here as a party to bring people together on this issue and look to see how we can support women. I hear a lot of talk about shipping women off to other states to get an abortion. How about helping women where they are? How about looking at ways to help women stay in school, ways for women to keep their jobs and have their babies, and providing women with real choice rather than abortion as the only solution, as we have done for decades.
The speaker mentioned criminalization. Is that where you think this is going? And is that something you would support?
Absolutely not. I signed a letter with pro-life leaders saying we do not want to criminalize women for seeking abortion. A woman who is in an unplanned pregnancy and in that situation deserves compassion, love, and support, and not criminalization. So I think the pro-life women and men and women that I work with are united on that front. We want to help pregnant women. We want them to have the opportunity to parent. When you look at statistics, it's poor women who are most likely to seek abortion. We need to do better as a nation in providing equity for those women and allowing them the same opportunities to parent as we do of wealthy individuals.
Would you like more clarity? What do you think should happen in Congress going forward?
I think Congress should stay back for a little bit, let the states work this out. Each state's going to have their own challenge. For example, California, New York, and New Jersey have the highest abortion rates in the nation. What are they going to do to lower those rates and provide women with real choice? States that are limiting abortion to 8 weeks or 15 weeks, what are they going to do to support those women who no longer can seek abortion in those states? How are we going to provide them with the opportunity and the support to parent, feed their families, keep their jobs, and have affordable health care, affordable child care?
Kristen,
we as a nation do so much better than continuing this 50-year fight over the legality of abortion. Let's put women and children first, and let's provide the support, compassion to help them with a real choice to become parents.
Kristen Day, thank you for coming on with us and giving us your views. We appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you very much.
So it is a little bit after 11 o'clock in the East. Let me recap the extraordinary and historical decision that came down just after 10 a.m. Eastern. Roe v. Wade, a woman's right to abortion, has been overturned by the Supreme Court after almost 50 years and will lead to nearly total bans on the procedure in about half the states. The majority conservative Supreme Court overturned Roe in this morning's decision. It's a victory for opponents of abortion. You just heard from one. Supporters of abortion rights were bracing for the loss after an early draft of the opinion was leaked in May and call it an assault on the reproductive freedoms of women. The ruling came in despite in a dispute over a law passed by Mississippi's Republican-controlled legislature to ban abortions after 15 weeks. Joining us now is NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson, who's been monitoring reaction and also trying to put the puzzle pieces together because the rule of the land is going to be very different in various places.
It is an almost instantaneous change now that this decision, this anticipated ruling, has finally come down, Lester. Let me give you a sense of what we're hearing as far as political reaction. You've had a taste of it in our last hour and 10 minutes or so of coverage here on NBC News. But we've heard now from Mike Pence, right, former vice president, somebody who is speculated to be a potential 2024 candidate, too. This is obviously a decision that is going to reshape not just the midterms, but the next presidential election, who says that today life won. Pence goes on to say the Supreme Court has righted an historic wrong and reaffirmed the right of the American people to govern themselves at the state level in a manner consistent with their values and aspirations. He also says the Supreme Court has given the American people a new beginning for life and commends the justices in the majority for having the courage of their convictions. This speaks to an important point, Lester, which is something you and Chuck talked about a couple of minutes ago, the consequences of the 2016 election specifically. I was out on the campaign trail in that campaign talking with and covering all of the Republican candidates, essentially, and at every campaign event I went to, just about, when I would talk to voters in the room, and I'm talking not big rallies, but small rooms in, Iowa and South Carolina and beyond, I heard all the time about the Supreme Court. It was a mobilizing factor for Republican voters. 70% of those voters in 2016 said that the Supreme Court was a very important issue for them, compared to just 62% of voters who leaned Democratic that campaign year. You are seeing that now come to fruition. You heard Nancy Pelosi reference it here. The justices, including Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, who during their confirmation hearings said that Roe versus Wade was a precedent of the United States Supreme Court that had been reaffirmed. They all said variations on a theme to that point. That is something that Speaker Pelosi is raising now. She says, were they not telling the truth? That is why she sees this. She is hoping that this will be for Democrats now a mobilizing issue in the midterms. When you talk about 2016, Lester, we're also hearing reaction from the candidate then, Hillary Clinton, who says this decision will live in infamy, she says, as a step backward for women's rights and human rights. One of the other pieces of this, as we look at this live shot now outside the Supreme Court, where I imagine the crowd is growing by the minute, is what this means for the role of the Supreme Court in our political discourse and in society at this moment. You have seen the impact just in the last few months, Lester. Recent polling has found that only 44% of Americans see the Supreme Court as a nonpartisan entity, essentially, have trust and faith in the court. That is down 11% from where that number was in March. So you are seeing that through line happen for the court, Lester. And that is going to have political implications down the road.
All right. Hallie, thanks. Joining us now is NBC News Chief Washington Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, you were there at the beginning of Roe, and then you are there now as this historic decision has come down. I'm really curious your thoughts at this moment.
Well, it's obviously, life-changing in so many ways, profound ways, as Pete was pointing out to you earlier, and then Chuck. Never before has a constitutional right conferred by the court been taken away, and this one after nearly 50 years. And I was recently covering a group called the Janes. It is a group of women who organized pre-Roe in Chicago to break the law and to organize an underground network, if you will, of the so-called Janes, of women with medical background who could provide illegal abortions safely, because there were so many deaths in those years across the country by women trying to self-abort abort themselves, and so many botched procedures and so many maternal deaths. So this obviously is changing the politics. We've been talking about that. You've got states like Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, where you have governors' races now where Democratic governors are either running for a re-election or a term limited and are opposing Republicans determined to ban abortion. In fact, in Pennsylvania, Mastriani, the candidate there, has said it would be an outright ban, no exceptions. The legislature in Pennsylvania has repeatedly passed such laws, which have been repeatedly vetoed by the Democratic governor, the incumbent, who's term limited. So you've got major states, not just in red states, but in blue or purple states, where you're going to see major changes. So it's not just half the country. It's more than half the country, where presumably after these midterms, and certainly after 24, you could have more than half the country. And of course, the 13 trigger law states where it will almost immediately become banned. And there'll be states with no exceptions at all. This ruling does preserve the life of the mother when that is in jeopardy, but not rape and incest. Let me just point out to to follow up on something that was just mentioned by Hallie, the confirmation hearings of Justices Kavanaugh and Alito were obviously decisive in this case. Brett Kavanaugh, questioned by Dianne Feinstein in 2018, asked, "What would your position today be on a women's right to choose?" He answered, "As a judge, it is an important precedent of the Supreme Court. By it, I mean Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey. They have been reaffirmed many times. Casey is precedent on precedent, which itself is an important factor to remember," Kavanaugh said. And more of what Amy Coney Barrett said just in 2020, again, Dianne Feinstein questioning her, "What I will commit is that I will obey all the rules of stare decisis," referring to the doctrine of courts giving weight to precedent, but then went on to say, "For any issue that comes up, abortion or anything else, I'll follow the law." Then there's some wiggle room because Amy Klobuchar asked Barrett about Roe v. Wade being a super precedent, and Barrett replied that that term is used in, quote, scholarship in an article that she has defined it. So she left some academic wiggle room there. Gorsuch as well in 2017 said, "I would tell you that Roe v. Wade is decided in 1973 is a precedent of the U.S. Supreme Court. It has been reaffirmed." So there is the issue of whether these Trump justices actually misled the Senate of the United States and the public in what they said during confirmations. The country's already divided. We are seeing it now in the hearings that we've been living through for the last few weeks, the fifth one just yesterday. There is such a division in this country politically, red versus blue, Trump versus anti-Trump, but this clearly is making the issue of a woman's right to choose the preeminent issue in the midterms and in the 2024 elections, and further dividing the country in a hugely polarizing way. Lester?
Andrea Mitchell, we greatly appreciate your historical perspective there. Kristen Hawkins is the president of Students for Life of America and joins us now. Kristen, good morning and thank you for joining us. Can you give us your reaction to the ruling and some of what you're hearing today?
Well, this has been a ruling that's 49 years in the making. To see the Supreme Court reverse the egregious wrong of Roe v. Wade and Doe versus Bolton, it's a historic moment. And for all of us in the pro-life generation who could have been aborted for the price of a PlayStation, our mothers told that our existence didn't matter, it's a significant moment. It's a moment where we know we have a lot of responsibility as we become the first post-Roe generation, as we ensure that no woman stands alone in the post-Roe America, as we support more than 3,000 pregnancy centers and 400 maternity homes across the nation, which vastly outnumber the number of predatory abortion facilities.
In your view, does your work end now? Is this the ultimate victory, or where do you see this going?
No. Absolutely not. This was phase one in our objective in the pro-life movement to make abortion unthinkable throughout our country. This is why we have more than 1,300 chapters in college and high school campuses across the country. Not only are we talking and engaging with those who are directly targeted by the predatory abortion industry, but we're the ones actually transforming the campus policies to make sure no woman ever again feels like she has to choose between the life of her child and her education.
Kristen,
we actually have a very progressive view. This is 2022.
Yeah, Kristen, in some of these states that they don't recognize rape or incest, would you like more clarity? Where do you stand there?
I would say that my very good friend Ryan, who was conceived out of sexual assault, his life matters. And the circumstance of your conception does not deem you unworthy of life, because that's actually a very slippery slope. If my father today would go, no, I think there's going to be a lot of conversations in the pro-life movement as we move forward state by state. Today, hopefully 880 babies will be saved tomorrow in 26 states who should move quickly to make abortion a thing of the past and to end this gruesome violence. But we're going to have a lot of strategy discussions in the coming weeks and months, as you know, because reversing Roe versus Wade doesn't end our fight. We will now go state by state. And with a trained army of 150,000 young people, the post-Roe generation's ready to do that.
All right, Kristen, thank you for taking time and being with us and expressing your views. I want to go right to NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, we've had a little over an hour now to digest this. You've had a chance to go through the entire ruling. What stands out? What should people know?
Well, first of all, I think we have to say again, this is 5-4 on overturning Roe, 6-3 on upholding the Mississippi law that bans abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Secondly, it's Chief Justice Roberts who doesn't join the majority. He says that's going too far, too fast. The majority opinion does say, and we've noted this before, that Justice Alito, who wrote it, said nothing in this opinion should be read to cast doubt on any of the court's other precedents that found constitutional rights that were not explicitly mentioned, such as the right to interracial marriage, the right to contraception, the right to same-sex marriage. He says abortion is different because it involves a potential life. And only Justice Clarence Thomas, of all of the 9 so far, said, well, the court should actually go back and look at those precedents too. Secondly, of course, as we've noted before, half the states will now probably ban abortion, roughly half, and 13 of them have laws already on the books, so-called trigger laws. And Missouri now says it's the first state to have its trigger law spring into effect. Its Attorney General Eric Schmidt has already issued a letter. Many of these state laws, trigger laws, said that the triggering event would be the Supreme Court's decision, followed by some kind of analysis by the state's Attorney General that that's what the Supreme Court has done. He's already got a letter out saying it's now illegal in Missouri. So Missouri appears to be the first state. There's a couple of others that will follow very quickly. In the other trigger states, it's a matter of 10 days or 30 days. So it's not going to be, abortion is now not immediately illegal in all of those states in which it was likely to become illegal, but it will be probably within a month to take full effect, Lester, in terms of all those other states.
Yeah, let me go back to what you said, though, about this notion that this wouldn't be used as a precedent to undo other constitutional rights. It's said in the ruling, but is it binding?
Well, no, not at all. I mean, that's, I think, what concerns, for example, advocates of same-sex marriage, because the logic of the Supreme Court's decision in this majority opinion is precisely what we read about in the leaked opinion that was written in February. This opinion here, this majority opinion, is largely unchanged. I mean, there's some references to the dissent and some other things, but the logic of it is still what was laid out in February. What Justice Alito and the majority says today is that there is no explicit mention of a right to abortion in the Constitution. So the question is, was it somehow granted by the 14th Amendment? And he says the test for that is it has to be deeply rooted in the nation's history and traditions and part of a concept of ordered liberty. And he says it flunks that test. Well, of course, same-sex marriage would flunk that test, too. There was no protection for contraception at the founding. So by the court's logic here, those precedents could be in danger. Several of the justices go out of their way to say, no, it won't make any difference. Justice Kavanaugh says in his concurrence today, overruling Roe does not mean the overruling of those precedents and does not, he emphasizes the word not, threaten or cast doubt on those precedents. So I think, take them at their word, but there is certainly, you could argue, the seeds of destruction for those in this opinion.
All right, Pete, thank you. And on that right side of your screen, you continue to view the protests, the celebrations. How you describe them really depends on where people are. But clearly, a lot of emotion has spilled out on the steps of the Supreme Court after this historic ruling, the court overturning Roe v. Wade. Dr. Cheryl Hamlin is with the Jackson, Mississippi Women's Health Organization. Doctor, can you tell us what this means for you and your organization?
Well, I guess, as soon as the Attorney General signs it, we have a few days before the clinic is closed. And so, for the women of Mississippi and the other 13 states that have trigger laws, they will no longer have access to abortion in any form. And so for them, it means that, I'm sure that if, women are having miscarriages, especially, poor and women of color, they'll be placed under scrutiny. Did they do this to themselves? I'm sure that women who do make it out of state to get a procedure, when they return, will be afraid to seek medical care. Some people will self-abort. Some people will continue dangerous pregnancies. So, I mean, it's obviously devastating for these women.
Well, doctor, tell me, what are the options for a woman in your community who has decided she wants an abortion? What do the options become in terms of how far travel may be?
Yeah, so Illinois is probably the closest state. I mean, I think it's probably a 7-hour drive or something to the closest clinic. New Mexico is about a 10-hour drive. Massachusetts, is a 22-hour drive. There's always the option of getting pills through the mail, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to be seeking out how to do that. I'm also sure the state will make that illegal, but maybe hard to enforce. So, those will be the options, basically.
Are you hearing from patients even today, even since this ruling?
Yeah, in the past hour, no, I haven't heard from anybody, but I'm obviously people that already have appointments are going to be calling and figuring out what they need to do.
Okay. Dr. Hamlin, thank you for taking a moment to speak to us. We appreciate it. NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now. Peter, are we going to hear from the president?
Yeah, Lester, we have now just learned that President Biden will address this abortion ruling from the Supreme Court at 12:30 Eastern Time. That's roughly an hour and 10 minutes from now. He'll be speaking inside what's called the Cross Hall. That's within the White House residence, where he has delivered remarks on other historically significant days. The White House, I can tell you, I think was caught off guard by this ruling coming today. Not that the decision would come. They had expected it based on, frankly, that draft that came out about 6 to 8 weeks ago. But as I spoke to an aide a little bit earlier, I told them that the ruling had been made on abortion. They were leaving the campus and quickly turned around to gather in preparation for the president's reaction to this. But they have been bracing for this moment to take place in some form for a matter of weeks, meeting with those abortion rights advocates, meeting with lawmakers and others. And there's obviously been growing pressure on this White House to react, not just preemptively. There was a hope that the White House might make some announcements in advance, but certainly as soon as this ruling came in, the pressure certainly from abortion rights advocates is that the president would do what he can within his power in terms of executive action, specifically perhaps expanding access to reproductive health care on federal lands, and separately to increase access to medication, abortion medication, specifically pills right now, which account for more than half of the abortions in this country at the time. As you try to get a better understanding of where the country is on this issue, NBC News recently completed a poll on it. And just to be specific, 60% of Americans said in that recent poll that Americans believe that abortion should be either always legal or legal most of the time, compared to 37% who said abortion should be illegal, either with exceptions or without exceptions. So that gives you a sense broadly of where the country is on this issue. Among the biggest concerns that the White House has been communicating is how this is going to impact those poor, minority women, low-income women across this country whose access, particularly in the South and the Midwest, they have said, was already limited even before this ruling on Roe v. Wade. The struggle to get abortion care was limited due to a variety of things, including insurance coverage in some places that was impacted by what's called a Hyde Amendment, doesn't allow federal money to be spent on abortions, and also due to waiting periods that exist as well. We have heard from the White House in the course of the last several weeks. They have been very upset and frustrated by this expected ruling, by the decisions taking place earlier in Mississippi, referring to them as unconstitutional attacks on women's reproductive rights. Lester? All right,
Peter Alexander, the White House, where we will be hearing from the president about 12:30 Eastern Time, a little over an hour from now, if it remains on schedule. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Carol Lamb. She's a former U.S. attorney and federal prosecutor. Carol, thank you for being here. First, just the nuts and bolts here. So I want to get the terminology right. Abortion is not illegal, but it is no longer a constitutional right. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct, Lester. This is not a ban, a total ban on abortion that's been decided by the Supreme Court. What this does is it changes the approach to abortion. It says that women no longer have a fundamental constitutional right to make the decision regarding terminating their pregnancy at any stage of the pregnancy. That is no longer a protected right under the U.S. Constitution. And what that does is it throws the decision back to each individual state. So each state legislature, under its own state constitution, makes the decision whether a woman has access to an abortion and all the parameters around that decision, at what stage of the abortion, or whether there's a ban on abortions in that state entirely. That is now an issue for each state legislature.
Stepping away from whatever side you may fall on, the fact that the Supreme Court has now taken away a right that it had originally granted, can you talk to the significance of that legally?
You know, Lester, this has to be a co-equal headline, in addition to the fact that this decision impacts so many people in the country all at once. The co-equal headline really has to be, what does this mean for past cases in other areas where the court has relied on a personal privacy and personal liberty right of an individual? Pete Wilson talked about this earlier: birth control, contraception, gay marriage, sodomy laws. There are a lot of laws that have been struck down in the past 50 years because the court has found a right to privacy and personal liberty in the Constitution. What happened here today is that one school of thought about how you interpret the Constitution has prevailed over a different thought. In the past 50 years, justices on the Supreme Court have said that there is an implicit right to privacy in the Constitution. It is not enumerated the way the Second Amendment protects gun rights in the Constitution. And what the court said today is no, abortion rights are not explicitly called out in the Constitution. And when that happens, you have to look to history and tradition in the nation to figure out whether there is such a right. And they found that there was no such right in the history and tradition of the nature, but that could be said as well for homosexual marriage and gay rights in general, and most specifically, contraception or birth control. There are some states now that have proposed bans on IUDs because of the way IUDs work. People think of them as contraception, but in some cases they can interfere with the embedding of a fertilized egg in the woman, and they say that is a form of abortion. So you can see the cracks already beginning to occur in what we thought were fundamental rights.
I just want to go back and look at Justice Alito's thinking, this idea that, well, those other rights don't involve a life. Does the logic follow there, or when you start taking that piece by piece, does it become a harder argument he makes? And by the way, is that door still open, no matter what he may say about that? Is that door still open to go back and revisit these other rights?
Exactly what you said right now, Lester. That door is still open because Justice Alito said this both in the leaked draft that was leaked in May and this opinion. He said, oh, this applies only to abortion. It doesn't apply to those other decisions. That is what is known as dicta. That in legal circles, that's known as dicta, which means that is saying something that is not essential to the holding of this case. And when it is not essential to the holding of the case, it has no binding precedential value. So Justice Alito might be trying to make this go down a little bit easier, but the logic of his opinion, as Justice Thomas has pointed out, is that these cases are now vulnerable, these other rights.
Does this ever go back before the court? Is there a case that could reopen the door on this ultimate decision?
It would require what happened in this case. It would require a case being teed up, and a case is not going to be teed up for revisiting this decision until the side that tees it up thinks that it has the votes to make a revisiting happen, and that is likely not to happen for a long time.
All right, Carol Lam, thanks for walking us through some of that. We appreciate it. I want to bring back NBC Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, we've heard some reaction, including from Speaker Pelosi. We've heard those on the right obviously celebrating what for them is a long, hard battle and final victory here. Over the last hour and a half, tell me how this is, some of the themes that you're seeing strike up.
Well, this really, of course, as you noted, is the culmination of a conservative goal to overturn Roe v. Wade in this country, undoing precedent of nearly 50 years. And what we've been hearing from the conservative movement is that this is a really big win for them. We heard from Vice President Mike Pence, who said this is righting a wrong. I was also looking for reaction from former President Trump, and while he has not put out a message just yet, at least from what I just checked, what he has done is put out already a message from yesterday when the Supreme Court ruled on guns. And he said there, and I want to read it because I think it's incredibly important. He said, elections have consequences. I promise to appoint justices and judges that would stand up for the Constitution. And today, the Supreme Court upheld, in that case, the Second Amendment right of all Americans. But you can imagine that same language about elections having consequences and about the fact that the justices are standing by the Constitution can also be applied to today. So we can expect former President Trump to also take a victory lap here because, of course, this is because he was able to put on conservative Supreme Court justices that now Roe v. Wade has been overturned. I've also been listening to Democrats, of course, Nancy Pelosi in particular, who talked about the fact that this really is not going to stand, talking about the fact that reproductive freedom will be on the ballot in November. That says something about where Democrats want to message this and the idea that they're going to be making the case in the states, in elections, that people should vote for Democrats to try to get some sort of rectification from there, some sort of change, rather, when it comes to access to abortions. But I should tell you, in talking to Democrats, they're sort of scrambling. The political will is there to do something, but the actual plan to do something is not clear. I also heard from a number of people calling this egregious, saying that black women in particular, women of color, poor women, that they're going to have to really figure out how to mobilize them to vote in November, but also, of course, at the same time as they're mobilizing them to the ballot box, they're going to have to mobilize them to different clinics because they're going to have to be balancing what now is going to be such restricted access to abortion. So there's a lot here on the political side here to talk about. One last thing, and when it comes to sort of the politics of this and the midterms, it's been Democrats that have not really been able to culminate and really focus their energy on abortion in the way that Republicans have. This has been a talking point for Republicans over and over again. So many people that I interviewed when I was talking to them about former President Trump and his brash nature, people would tell me that they didn't like it, that they didn't like the way that he tweeted, or they didn't like the way that he talked, or the revolving door of people leaving the White House in and out, but that they were with him because they believe that abortion could be overturned. So that was the conservative messaging. That's a well-oiled machine that they've really been working on. But for Democrats, they're now going to have to build a machine to explain to people and to make the case to people in the middle of inflation, in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of gun rights and all sorts of debates, that abortion should be the thing that's up on their minds, that is the most important thing, the priority for them. And we know that, of course, there are a lot of women in this country who will now be using their voices and their stories to be making the political case that this decision should be tried to be overturned in some way through politics. But it's a very, very hard, complicated, and rough road ahead for Democrats who are going to be trying to change what the consequences of this decision will mean for women across this country.
Yamiche, thank you. Joining us in the conversation, NBC senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson with more on what the decision could mean. And Hallie, you know, we're hearing from Speaker Pelosi and others on the left. We're going to fight this. We're going to make this part of the midterms. But bottom line is Democrats are demoralized today.
If you're a Democrat, you're going, where do we go next, right? You're trying to figure that out, but there is not an easy or clear answer given the makeup of the Supreme Court as it sits now. You've got, I mean, take the other two branches, right? On the executive branch side, we're going to hear from President Biden in just about an hour from now. He has been under pressure from Democrats to try to do something unilaterally were this to be the case. We'll see what he says there. On the legislative branch, you have action from Congress. We are going to, Lester, we're learning we're going to see some of the first action next month in a matter of weeks when the Senate is back from its recess, with the Judiciary Committee set to hold a hearing. We're just learning this from the chairman to explore what they call the grim reality of a post-Roe America. Of course, the Senate Judiciary Committee led by a Democratic chairman. So that will be, I think, some of the first glimpses we will get from a really practical, concrete level as to what Democrats could do, particularly on the Senate side, in order to take some kind of action to shore up the protections of Roe that Speaker Pelosi has talked about. Let me put some numbers behind the conversation conversation that we're having, Lester, some data here, right? According to our NBC News polling, when you talk about the number of Americans who believe that abortion is the most important issue facing this country, it was practically non-existent if you were to ask, let's say, 6 months ago. Only 3% of Americans said it was the most important issue. That jumped just last month to 10% now, right? After the leaked ruling, the leaked decision, I should say, came out in early May, you saw that number rise. That is a number that I think Democrats are looking at to say, okay, now we have the decision. It is no longer theoretical. It is real. It is practical. And we will, in a matter of 10 to 30 days to 3 months, see the real implications of that in states across the country. I think there is a bet being made that that number will go up. More people will feel mobilized by it. You also have, when you look at the Supreme Court in this decision, the question that comes up, is the court out of step with what the majority of Americans want? 63% of Americans thought Roe versus Wade should not be overturned, compared to only about 30% who thought it should be, right? So that gives you a sense, I think, across the country of where people are. That said, for Republicans, of course, those numbers are inverted. Only about a third of Republicans believe that abortion should be legal in all or most instances. So that is the landscape that we're in at this moment in time. What we should be looking for, right, in addition to next month, what Congress is going to do, what specific actions they will take. Because right now, and you heard it a little bit, Lester, in your interview with Senator Amy Klobuchar, the sense that this is, I think she said something like, this isn't the time for politics. This is the time to sort of grieve the loss of this right for women. I hear her saying that, but also there is undeniably a political angle to this moving forward for abortion rights advocates who see this fight as not being over. Anti-abortion activists also see the fight as not being over because they want to go even further. And they have said this to you, they've said this to me and to others, that they see the fight now as trying to shore up anti-abortion support in more states and in more ways, including on the federal picture, too. So that is where we're seeing this kind of coalesce, Lester.
And then, Hallie, if you recall, there were a lot of conversations about expanding the court. What happens to that conversation?
It's a great question, Lester. There was not much appetite for that at all. That came up a lot in the 2020 campaign, especially in the Democratic primary. Should we do this? Should Democrats do this was the question that they were asking. And in this instance, you didn't see any appetite from the White House on that. There was a report that came out. That is a politically tough discussion to have because of specifically some more moderate Democratic senators, for example, who would resist that and who have said that they would not be open to changing that framework. You asked, does this change the game? I'm looking at a response from Senator Joe Manchin, for example, who has been, as you well know, one of the thorns in the side, if you will, for his fellow Democratic colleagues who have been wanting him in many ways to take action on things that the rest of the party wanted. Senator Manchin, along with Senator Kyrsten Sinema, for example, just for the political landscape, has been one of the people who has resisted some of the moves, for example, changing Senate rules to allow Democrats to get things done unilaterally with just 50 votes instead of 60, which is the threshold now. He says he is deeply disappointed that the court has voted to overturn Roe. He talks about how he was raised pro-life as a Catholic, and he says, and I'm quoting him, "I will always consider myself pro-life," but he says he would support legislation that would codify the rights that Roe previously protected, right? A vote of support for some action on the federal level to codify those rights. The question is it enough? We just don't know at this point.
Okay. Hallie, thank you. Joining us now is NBC News contributor and editor and CEO of The Dispatch, Stephen Hayes. Stephen, we appreciate you joining us. You've heard a lot of this conversation about the political implications. I'm curious to hear your views.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think if you asked pro-lifers before this decision came down what results they would like to come out of this decision, one of them would be the kinds of things that you heard from Yamiche and Hallie, a political discussion, a political debate that has basically been foreclosed in many respects because the court did what it did in 1973 with Roe versus Wade. Conservatives, Republicans, pro-lifers have made the argument that this is a decision, that this is a debate best had in a political context. Now make these decisions, have these debates. It'll be very interesting to learn whether the uptick that we've seen in the number of people responding to pollsters saying that abortion is the most important issue or one of the most important issues, if that continues. You've seen sort of a sea change in the way that we look at abortion culturally in the country over the past 50 years, even as the laws have remained the same. It'll be very interesting to see if that cultural change turns into a political change.
And what the immediate pressure on Democrats to do something, and there will be that call to do something. What in the short term, what can they do?
Yeah, I mean, I think, as Hallie was pointing out, you're already seeing statements from Democrats, from Nancy Pelosi, from others, looking to take steps that they can take politically, either in federal legislation, in state houses around the country, to try to codify some of the rules that were in place with Roe v. Wade. Certainly, I think Democrats are going to make this a political issue. Democrats want to run on this. They would certainly, for practical political reasons, like to use it to avoid conversations about things like the economy, about inflation, about some of the other things that have President Biden's approval ratings is sort of cratering at this point. But I think that we'll see a very quick move from Democrats to try to introduce these kinds of additional codifications of Roe at both the federal level and in states around the country.
All right, Stephen, thank you. We've been watching that crowd on the steps of the Supreme Court. And as I said, it's a microcosm of this country right now. There are people who are gleeful. They are celebrating this decision. There are people who are upset, angry, and somewhat bewildered by all this. Let's bring in NBC's Maura Barrett, who's with the crowds who have gathered outside the Supreme Court. And I know you're hearing it from both sides, Maura.
Yeah, Lester, the way that you just contextualize it is completely accurate. It's a very mixed bag here on the ground, and the crowd has just quadrupled, if not more, since the decision came down just after 10 a.m. I'm still right in the middle of it, just outside in front of the Supreme Court. And what I have noticed, while we've seen a mix of opinions, it is a plurality of young people. And I want to bring in Nina. She traveled in from Pennsylvania, and she was one of the people that was celebrating the decision being overturned. And so, Nina, I want to ask you, what drove you to come out here today? What are you looking for? And tell me a little bit about how you're feeling now that we saw the decision come down.
Well, as you can see, I'm very excited. I drove down here for Students for Life. We have a bunch of collectives and leadership programs focused on making sure women have the necessary resources that they need throughout their pregnancy. And I'm excited, but we all, as if you can see the celebration, but we all know this is not where the work ends. This is where it begins, because from anyone you can ask, this is what we'll be working for the rest of our lives, to make abortion illegal, unthinkable, and unnecessary.
And our NBC polling has shown that 60% of women think, or 60% of Americans think that abortion should be legal in some capacity. 30% are on the other side of it. What do you make that your group is kind of in the minority on this, and what do you want to say to other people who don't share the same opinions as you?
I mean, there's a lot to, obviously, there's a lot of nuances, a lot of different opinions, but at the end of the day, human rights begin at conception, they end at natural death, and that's what we're fighting for. So no matter what you believe, we're here to protect the woman and the child.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And so, Lester, like we just talked about, there is a big variety of opinions on the ground right now, but we do hear a lot of celebration and music playing here today, and people that weren't necessarily expecting this to come down today. Most people that I've talked to were thinking that it was going to be early next week that this decision would come. And so it is interesting to see as the crowd continues to grow now that the decision has come through. And we'll continue to talk to people on the ground, especially as we know that the president had previously said prior to the decision coming down that he was hoping that Congress would take action to restore Roe. We have heard rumblings about House Democrats coming down, and we'll keep an eye out for lawmakers that are here as well. Lester.
Okay, Maura, thank you for the update there from the steps of the Supreme Court reaction to today's ruling. I'm joined now by Michigan's Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Governor, thank you for being with us. You're a state that's had an anti-abortion law in place since the 30s, but essentially lived under the world of Roe v. Wade. What is your reaction?
Well, it's devastating. I know it's not surprising, but it is devastating. And this is not the end of the story. We've got a lot of work to do. We're fighting like hell here in Michigan to protect Michigan women's access to abortion and reproductive health care. But this is a really stark moment in America and a huge setback for every generation younger than me, who now will have fewer rights than my generation has had our whole lives.
You've got a Republican legislature there. Can you give us an idea of the battles to come?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've already, they're at work already. So reverting to this 1931 law is part of the story. It would be, Michigan would go from being a pro-choice state to it being a felony, no exceptions for rape or incest. Every Republican running for governor has endorsed that law. And my current legislature has already introduced bills to criminalize doctors and nurses and put them in jail for 10 years. I mean, this is how high the stakes are right here in this important battleground state. And I'm going to continue to fight and veto every effort to make it harder for women. But this is a very scary moment.
We've been talking throughout the morning that we all saw this coming, certainly that leak draft opinion and this hewed alongside it. What have you done in Michigan in anticipation of this ruling?
Yeah, so I filed a lawsuit a few months ago, and a lot of people said, oh, it's too early, or it's not ripe, or it's, maybe this won't happen. I'm glad that I did. I am waiting for our Supreme Court to take action. We are anticipating that we'll be having a briefing soon, but time is of the essence. We won an injunction. One of our allies won an injunction. So the 1931 law is not in effect at this moment. Women still have the same rights we had yesterday, but it is precarious. It is on appeal. And that's why I'm hoping the Supreme Court will take my lawsuit up ASAP.
Do you think this changes the equation of the midterms as we march toward November?
You know what? I know that 70% of people in Michigan support a woman having the right to make her own decision, regardless of how they feel individually, supporting that right for women. And so I do think that this is something that will bring a lot of people out, and a lot of people will be very upset and angry about the state of jurisprudence in our nation and rollback of women's rights. So I anticipate that a lot of people will be activated by this.
Governor Whitmer, good to see you. Thank you for taking the time for us.
Thank you.
Joining us now is NBC News political director and Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd. And I'll just ask you the same question I asked the governor there. Is this going to change the equation of the midterms? Democrats would clearly like it to, but what's the likelihood of that happening?
I think it really is state dependent. And I say this and meaning, let me give you an example. Nevada is one of the big battleground states in 2022. Abortion rights is enshrined in that state constitution. The Republican nominee for the Senate has already talked about, hey, it's enshrined in the Constitution, no debate here. I'm not saying you won't see Nevada Democrats want to, fire up Democrats on the issue of abortion, but it is good. You're going to hear, it is not at risk in Nevada. But Michigan and Wisconsin, it is going to be front and center, particularly in the governor's races in both of those places because of those trigger laws. And really, so the political fallout to this, look, I think it's certainly going to help the Democrats find a way to sort of to fire up the Democratic base and fire up people on this issue. What I would say is it's not going to level the enthusiasm playing field. The right's fired up right now, believing they have a chance at winning a control of Congress, pushing back against Biden. The economy, the shaky economy that we're in right now with inflation, they certainly have those advantages. But I think this is a beginning of a leveling of the playing field, if you will, politically on the activism front and on the enthusiasm front. But again, I think it is more acute in places like Michigan and Wisconsin. And here's another thing, Lester, to think about. So for the longest time, politicians, elected officials have been able to duck specifics on the abortion issue. They've simply said, I'm for Roe or I'm against Roe. If anything, it would be the Democrats that would get sort of wedged. Well, what about late-term abortions? Is it 20 weeks? Is it 24 weeks? But there was not a debate on that front, and the Republicans didn't have to think about those nuances. Well, now sort of the roles are going to be reversed, and every candidate for every elective office for a legislative body is going to have to get specific. Okay, what are you open to? And that's where I think you're going to see probably more divides on the right than on the left. And you're going to see a lot of, look what we've seen with the gun debate. John Cornyn, tiptoed into gun regulations, and the former president called him a rhino. If you're an elected Republican and you wanted Roe overturned, but you believe there still should be access to abortion, is that politically feasible in this Republican Party today? And those are the type of potential wedging and political fallout here. I think the political consequences of this that I think you will see play out. I think that Republicans are not as unified at banning all abortions as the judiciary, that the conservative judges are pushing, or even some of the most hardcore sort of elected state legislators are pushing. But are they going to sort of run and hide on this? And are those divides going to sort of roil Republican Party politics in a way that we haven't seen before? So I just think that that's among the political consequences. Look, there's a lot of consequences to that, but just on the political side of it, that's what I'm focused on.
Yeah, and Chuck, we've already heard some Democrats trying to whip up folks with the idea that it may not stop here, that gay marriage could be back up for another consideration. Now, Justice Alito tried to address that in the opinion, saying, well, those other things don't involve a life. But is that going to be a genuine fear? And it is one, do you think, that Democrats will go to try and animate the base?
Oh, I think Clarence Thomas just handed them that opportunity, because in his concurring opinion, he put Griswold, he put Lawrence, those cases that enshrined rights to contraception and enshrined same-sex marriage into law. So the fact is, it doesn't matter what Alito wrote. Thomas wrote that. And by the way, in the Bush, the first time we saw this sort of in this century, it was during the Bush v. Gore decision, when the majority said this should not be precedent. And it doesn't matter what you say, a ruling is precedent. You could say it shouldn't be, but that's not up to you. And so I think it's a legitimate I think it's going to be a legitimate fear that those on the left bring up, because again, they're not making it up. Justice Thomas wrote it in his concurring opinion. And so I think it will be, and there will be some state legislatures. I believe Idaho already had some legislation in the works on contraception. So, and I think that is where I think this is going to roil conservative primary politics in ways that I don't think we fully appreciate just yet.
All right, Chuck, let me go back to Pete Williams, if I can. Pete's got some more information for us.
Yes, a couple of things, Lester. First of all, on that question of the Supreme Court decision today casting doubt on other precedents like contraception, like same-sex marriage, the dissenters say today, the majority can't have it both ways. Either the logic of their decision, the dissenters say, this is the opinion that the three of them wrote together, either the logic is that a right has to be deeply rooted in the tradition, or the words of their dissent, don't worry, this won't count. It's one way or the other, and they say this is hypocritical. The majority tells us not to worry, they say, but either the mass of the opinion is hypocrisy or additional constitutional rights are under threat. It can't be both. It's one or the other. Also, Lester, Attorney General Merrick Garland is out with a statement today. He says the Justice Department strongly disagrees with the decision. It's a long statement, but I think the key part of it is this. He says women who reside in states that have banned access to comprehensive reproductive care must remain free to seek care in states where it's legal. And he also says under First Amendment principles, people must remain free to inform and counsel each other about the reproductive care that's available in other states. And indeed, one of the things that the dissenters say here, Lester, is there's nothing in today's decision to prevent states from doing that. They worry that it's something that states might do. And the dissenters also say, there's nothing in today's decision, while the majority speaks of leaving this up to the states and returning this issue to the states. That's sort of how Justice Alito frames his decision. The dissent say there's nothing in this decision that would prevent Congress from banning abortion nationwide, Lester.
All right, Pete, thank you. I want to go back to Hallie Jackson right now. Hallie's got more reaction to the decision.
Yeah, and this is coming in from former President Donald Trump, Lester, who in many ways is central to the decision that we are seeing today, because it was, of course, the justices appointed under his administration that he selected that were confirmed during his time in office that ultimately have proven to be the deciding factors here in overturning Roe versus Wade. I want to be clear about where we're getting this from. This is former President Trump in an article, speaking apparently with Fox News, in an article that Fox News has posted online. So Donald Trump tells Fox that this decision is following the Constitution and giving rights back when they should have been given long ago, he says. He goes on to say this brings everything back to the states where it has always belonged. And when asked whether he feels he played a role in the reversal of Roe, again, given the backdrop that we just laid out, Lester, the justices appointed by him under his administration, he said God made the decision. That's what he told Fox. He also went on to say, you know, what his message would be to his own supporters who are pro-choice. Keep in mind that the former president has hinted very strongly that he is going to run again in 2024 to try to recapture the presidency. So there obviously is a political component to the way that he is viewing this decision as well. And so when Fox asked about what he would tell his supporters who are pro-choice, the former president said this, and I want to quote it here. He says, "I think in the end, this is something that will work out for everybody." I think it's incredibly unclear what the former president means by that, because this is a decision that carries the weight of the Supreme Court, Lester, the highest court in the land that has now effectively overturned Roe. And in half the states, roughly, you will see abortions not become a legal procedure for women who are seeking those procedures. They will have to travel. That is just the fact of the matter that it is laid out in front of us right now as we speak today, Lester. So I think there's more questions to answer on that front, too, and to explore when you look at the landscape of 2024. We've talked a lot about the midterms and the way that abortion rights and anti-abortion and abortion access advocates are going to be making this something that they hope will motivate voters. That goes twice, right, for what we're going to see in 2024 in that presidential race, Lester.
Yeah, and Chuck, if you're with us here, we don't lose sight of the fact that this is a court that was shaped in tremendous ways by Donald Trump.
Oh, and Mitch McConnell. I mean, you know, remember, you could argue that two of the three appointees that Donald Trump had were sort of done out of bounds, right? The first one was a vacancy that occurred basically with nearly a year left on Barack Obama's term. And then, you know, whatever precedent Mitch McConnell came up with to somehow say that couldn't be filled until after the presidential election. He didn't believe it when Ruth Bader Ginsburg died essentially a month before the 2020 election. So you had this. So you know, I think there's a lot of folks who feel as if Gorsuch and Barrett, two of the five on this opinion, were sort of there unfairly or sort of out of bounds. Now, it's technically was done within the bounds of the Constitution, but was it ethical how it was done? Was it sort of, you know, and I think that's what's going to, why there is, I think, such anger, more anger than normal. But I'll tell you, it is Donald Trump's legacy, and I find his discomfort with his legacy on this to be fascinating. I mean, he really is sort of new to this. He's been on both sides of this issue. When he was a politician, when he tried to enter the political arena in the late 90s, early 2000s, he'd talk about how pro-choice he was. And, you know, and then all of a sudden he had to adopt this pro-life language, political language. Wasn't very good at it. There's a famous exchange he had with our former colleague, Chris Matthews, where he started talking about, okay, if you're going to criminalize it, then, and he said, you know, you may have to charge the woman who has the abortion, and then of course he ends up having to walk that back. But it was a reminder that he's just unfamiliar. He never was really deeply informed or passionate on the life side of things, and that reaction, that sort of word salad reaction that he's had on all this, I think tells you he's likely very uncomfortable with this, but he doesn't know how to communicate it. You and I both know Donald Trump very well. If he thought, there's a part of me that's, the fact that he's not spiking the football, hey, I'm the one who overturned Roe, tells you how uncomfortable he is, because he likes to spike the football and take a lot of credit for things when they're done by people he's appointed. And he's not on this one, which I think tells you how uncomfortable, and really that this was not what he wanted to do. on that front.
Interesting thought. Yamiche Alcindor still with us. Yamiche, we hear the term all the time, elections have consequences. Will Democrats run with that, though, to really try and excite their voters?
Certainly Democrats will be saying to voters, abortion is the thing to have on the top of your mind when you think about how rights can be taken away from you and why elections have consequences. Former President Trump made the case that he could be the Republican nominee and that he would carry the torch of Republican goals into the White House and into the Supreme Court. And that's how he got to be president of the United States, with a lot of evangelicals in particular telling me at the time that they were very, very worried about former President Trump. And now you see him sort of, as Chuck just said, clumsily, somewhat taking credit for this. But it is a credit that he has to take because he was the one who delivered this generational goal to conservatives, a culmination of so much work. I will also just say that Democrats, of course, will be making the case in the midterms for sure that their candidates need to be elected in order to reverse this.
Yeah, Yamiche, thank you very much. Want to let our viewers know some of you will be leaving us here to join your midday local news. Others will continue the coverage here on NBC News.
Guys, can you go around?
It is noon here on the East Coast. If you were just joining us, let me recap the extraordinary events of this historic day. Just about 2 hours ago, the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, a woman's right to abortion. The decision comes after almost 50 years and will lead to near total bans on the procedure in about half the states. The majority conservative Supreme Court overturned Roe in a 5-4 vote. It is a victory for abortion opponents, many celebrating outside the court at this hour. But it is not a total surprise to supporters of abortion rights. They have been bracing for the loss after an early draft of the opinion was leaked back in May. They call it an assault on reproductive freedoms of women. The ruling came in a dispute over a law passed in Mississippi's Republican-controlled legislature to ban abortions after 15 weeks. And in just about a half hour, we expect a briefing or comments from President Biden about today's decision. We will carry that, of course. Let's go right to NBC Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, I said it a moment ago, notably 5-4 the vote here.
5-4 on the key question of overturning Roe and the follow-on decision called Planned Parenthood v. Casey that said that states cannot ban abortion before viability. That's roughly 23 weeks into the pregnancy. So that is gone. And the court did that in upholding by a vote of 6-3 the law that brought this issue to the Supreme Court, Mississippi's law that would ban abortion after 15 weeks. So the court upheld that law and by a 5-4 vote overturned Roe v. Wade. So this doesn't make abortion illegal nationwide. It simply removes, and I say simply, it removes the constitutional protection for abortion. There's no longer a constitutional right to abortion, according to the Supreme Court. This is the first time in history that the Supreme Court has ever granted a right that is widely recognized and then taken away. It's technically speaking not the first time the court has ever granted a right and taken it away, but it's the first time it's ever done that for a right that had widespread public support and was widely recognized. So it's now up to the states to decide whether to make abortion illegal. And by our count, roughly half the states will do so. 13 of those states already have laws on the book, so-called trigger laws, that make abortion illegal if the court ever were to overturn Roe and Casey. Missouri is already the first of the states to take that action. As of today, the Attorney General of Missouri says abortion is now illegal in that state. The majority opinion was written by Justice Samuel Alito. It closely tracks with the leaked opinion that came out in May that was actually drafted in February that said Roe was egregiously wrong, that there's no constitutional right to abortion in the Constitution, and the only way a constitutional right can be derived from the Constitution's 14th Amendment if it is deeply rooted in the nation's history and traditions and part of the concept of ordered liberty. Roe flunks that test, the court said. There is no requirement in the Supreme Court's decision today for states to make an exception in their laws banning abortion for rape and incest. It doesn't say they have to, it doesn't say they can't, but the dissenters point out today that that is a big problem with the majority opinion. Justice Kavanaugh says he believes, in joining the majority, that the states cannot restrict travel. Now, that's only his opinion, but because he's one of the 5, without him it'd only be 4. It wouldn't be a majority. So that opinion has controlling force. So by Justice Kavanaugh's logic, states cannot restrict travel. They cannot make it illegal for women to go from a state that bans abortion to a state that doesn't in order to receive the care. That's a point that Attorney General Merrick Garland has made in a statement. He says states shouldn't be able to do that. And he also says under the First Amendment, people should be free to get counsel about reproductive care that's available in other states. That shouldn't be illegal. The dissenters, Justice Stephen Breyer, Sonia Sotomayor, and Elena Kagan, filed a long and impassioned joint dissent. Let me just summarize what they say. They say the Supreme Court says that from the very moment of fertilization, a woman has no rights to speak of. A state can force her to bring a pregnancy to term, even at the steepest personal and familial cost, Lester.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you very much. We have, from the very beginning of the morning when the decision was announced, we've watched that crowd outside the Supreme Court, passionate protesters on both sides of this issue. Let's bring in NBC's Maura Barrett, who was in the crowds. Maura?
Lester, when you talk about passionate protesters, we're seeing some of the tension actually right behind me, where 2 groups of protesters, some that support the right to an abortion, some that are against it, just wrapped up a pretty heated argument. And that's something that we had seen throughout the week here as we expected the decision to come down, as well as this morning, to the extent that police had to get involved and establish a peaceful protest line, is what they said that they were attempting to do. But right when the decision came down, a few minutes, 10 a.m. Eastern time, there was a group of people who were overjoyed, jumping up and down, celebrating, cheering, and crying tears of joy. One woman telling me that she was overjoyed, and it was this massive feeling of relief for her. I spoke with another young woman who opposed the right to an abortion because she has family members who have had abortions, she told me, and then they regretted it the rest of their lives, and so she wanted to make sure that babies' rights were protected, as she told me. And so we did see the crowd balloon here in the last couple of hours. There was probably about 100 or 150 or so initially this morning, and there are just hundreds, if not 1,000 or more here right now. You can see the people as my photographer Ronnie walks around here. They are largely people that did support the right for an abortion. We did see hundreds of people, younger people in red, the Students for Life group, that actually just left the area and are marching around the Supreme Court now. But I want you to hear directly from Michelle. She is a protester that was just standing here, and I want you to say hello. She has, when I came up and said hello to her, she was wearing a piece of tape over her mouth that said second-class citizen, and I saw a group of you put those on shortly after the decision came down. What does this decision mean to you today, and were you surprised given that the draft had leaked earlier this year?
We are not surprised. We are still concerned and very alarmed about this decision. As a non-Christian, I see this as religious rule, and I see it as nothing more than men and religious organizations attempting to control women's bodies.
And tell me a little bit, I mean, how are you feeling? Do you have hope for progress moving forward? What are you looking to see in the country now?
Yeah, there's always hope. I think our best bet is legislatively, but unfortunately, people are going to die. Women are going to die between now and when we can get legislation passed, which is untenable, and I don't know how we've let it get to this point. It's just very disappointing.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And to Michelle's point there, talking about women dying, that's a repeated thing I've heard from people here who had strongly supported the right to an abortion. I just met this woman, Hannah, who is 66 years old. She said she was in high school when Roe v. Wade initially passed. And prior to that, she had heard stories in her home state of Washington where girls had disappeared looking to get abortions, stories of knitting needles, some very graphic stories. And she expressed such disappointment disappointment in knowing that the country, in her mind, could be going back to that. And she also elaborated saying that she hopes that, if anything, this is what drives people to vote in the midterms come November. Lester.
All right, Maura, thanks. Watching those crowds outside the Supreme Court. Let's go to our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. Peter, we should be hearing from the president very shortly here.
Yeah, that's right. We expect to hear from him about 20 minutes from now at 12:30 in the Cross Hall inside the White House residence. When we're done with this conversation, I'm going to head inside in anticipation that the president may take reporters' questions. But I have to tell you, I've been inside the West Wing at points over the day, and for a lot of members of this White House staff, this was a gut punch in many ways. They anticipated this ruling, though they didn't think it would come as early as today. But in the words of one aide, they described it as a heavy day and a devastating decision. We've yet to hear from President Biden, though we will hear from him shortly. But top Democrats have already described this, in the words of Chuck Schumer, as being one of the darkest days in our country's history. Nancy Pelosi describing this ruling as a slap in the face to women in this country. So just gives you a little bit of a sense of where they are on this. There's been a lot of pressure on the president from abortion rights advocates to announce plans, what he can do through executive actions to help try to expand access to reproductive health care right now. His ability is certainly limited, but we are told by a senior administration official that the president will lay out what, if any, plans the administration has in place right now. Just a short time ago, though we haven't heard from the president, we did hear from his Attorney General, Merrick Garland, who released a statement that said the Justice Department strongly disagrees with the court's decision. Few rights are more central to individual freedom than the right to control one's own body. And he adds, the Justice Department will use every tool at our disposal to protect reproductive freedom. Among the desires of those abortion rights advocates are that the president perhaps would expand access to reproductive health care on federal lands that the federal government controls. And beyond that, that the president may have additional announcements as it relates to increasing access to abortion medication, abortion pills. Right now, a majority of the abortions in this country are done with abortion medication. And there's new reporting that also indicates that nearly 1 in 4 women in this country by the age of 45 will have had an abortion. You've seen the public polling, Lester. Right now, about 60% of Americans, according to the most recent NBC News poll, believe that abortion should be legal or mostly legal. About 37% say that abortion should be illegal, either with exceptions or without exceptions. And one of the biggest concerns for the White House right now is as it relates to those who are most likely to be most impacted by this. That is, people who are poor, low-income individuals, individuals from minority communities. Specifically right now, even before the Roe v. Wade ruling today in parts of the South and the Midwest, access to an abortion was already a struggle for many of those individuals who had limited access to clinics, and due to restrictions that existed in many of those places, including and sometimes from insurance coverage and beyond. So we anticipate that the president will be laying out in some form what, if anything, he plans to do here. He'll be speaking on camera again before he heads overseas to Europe. I'm told that his remarks for today had been pre-prepared, although senior staff, I'm told, was meeting with him in the White House Oval Office just a matter of moments ago to make any last-minute changes, but they certainly did anticipate that this ruling was in the pipeline. Lester.
All right, Peter Alexander, we're about 20 minutes away now from the president's scheduled remarks on all this. In the meantime, let's go to congressional correspondent Ali Vitale, who's on Capitol Hill. Ali, you could argue that the roads now lead through the Capitol as to next steps and what happens in all this. What are you hearing?
Well, the roads would lead through the Capitol on this, Lester. Only Democrats tried and previously failed to pass a bill that would have codified federal protections for abortion access. They did that right after that leaked Supreme Court draft decision. They've known that this was coming. It's why we see Senate Democrats demanding President Biden take several specific executive actions. Peter was laying out some of them, things like shoring up access to the abortion pill, trying to crack down on data brokers who might be selling information of people as they go to abortion clinics, also making sure that there are resources available to women and people who want to access abortion care if they have to travel out of state to do it. But frankly, the federal government piece of this is hamstrung in terms of their ability to act right now. It's why the lawmakers that I've been speaking to all turn their eyes to the states It's something that they're also pushing ahead to the midterm elections. And we've seen this in our polling data. The fact that this was not a priority for American voters because it's been settled precedent for 49 years. We've seen, though, in recent weeks, since that leaked draft opinion, the fact that this is becoming a bigger priority to voters, seeing upwards of 15 and 16-point swings in terms of how important this is going to be in the election coming up. And it's something that every single lawmaker here has said to me. The emotion that Peter is talking about, that he's seeing at the White House right now, I'm seeing that from lawmakers and staffers who are here in the halls of Congress. As I've been texting with lawmakers today on the Democratic side of the aisle, they are angry, they are enraged, and they say that they are ready to fight. And what they mean by fight, again, is not a legislative avenue, because they tried that and it has failed. Instead, they're going to continue trying to galvanize their voters, urging them to get out in the states and vote, because now this issue that had long been theoretical is now real, a completely untested principle on an issue that we have seen energize voters for decades in theory, and now November is the moment that we actually see it in practice. Lester?
It is real indeed. Ali Vitale, thank you. And joining us now, NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson, who's been monitoring reaction. Hallie?
And some of this, Lester, is about looking ahead, but it's also looking at the many decades of this precedent of Roe versus Wade having existed. You look at the dissent, and there is a quote where they write, "After today, young women will come of age with fewer rights than their mothers and grandmothers had." And that speaks to the generational impact of this decision. So today, we think it's important to take a look not just at what's next, but at how we got here.
For 50 years, it's been the flashpoint at the center of American politics.
When you have an abortion, you're murdering your own child. We're not going to be pushed back into a period of back alley abortions.
And the case that loomed over every Supreme Court nomination battle.
Do you expect to overrule the Roe versus Wade Supreme Court decision?
I don't think it would be proper for me to answer that.
Something central to a woman's life.
It's been reaffirmed many times.
All Supreme Court cases are precedential.
In 1970, a pregnant Norma McCorvey, known as Jane Roe to protect her identity, filed a class action suit against the district attorney of Dallas County, Texas, Henry Wade. The suit took aim at the existing abortion ban in Texas that only allowed a pregnancy to be terminated to save a woman's life.
The United States Supreme Court, it handed down a historic decision about abortion.
In 1973, the court ruled in Roe's favor in a 7-2 decision.
The freedom to have an abortion is now legal in every state,
declaring abortion as a constitutional right, citing in part a personal right to privacy. It stopped states from banning the procedure before fetal viability, the point in a pregnancy when a fetus can survive outside the womb. After the ruling, the number of reported abortions rose across the nation, from 14 legal abortions per every 1,000 women in 1973 to a high of 25 legal abortions per every 1,000 women in 1980, according to the CDC. The most recent reporting from 2019 shows more than 629,000 legal abortions that year. Roe v. Wade radically transformed the political landscape. The two opposing sides in the abortion rights debate growing into powerful political movements. As recently as 2020, a Gallup poll found 1 in 4 Americans considered abortion to be a key voting issue. The topic playing a part in every major presidential election of the last 40 years.
What single issue could say more about a society's values?
This difficult and painful decision should be left to the women.
Have a God-given right to life.
I support a woman's right to choose.
Over the years, the Supreme Court approved restrictions that chipped away at Roe versus Wade, including limits on abortion procedures for ultrasound exams and counseling. But the constitutional right to abortion remained for nearly 50 years.
That is, of course, until today. And this landmark decision now by the Supreme Court, as we take a look at the screen at the number of protesters, demonstrators who have gathered outside the court on, frankly, a day that is making history, a day that has already gone down in history. That's how we got here, what you just heard over the last couple of minutes. So when you look at what's next, the immediate impact is going to happen on the state level. 13 states, we've talked about this, they have trigger laws in place that would basically outright ban abortion. Some of the states do have exceptions for example, rape and incest. Some do not. You also have 10 other states that would not outright ban abortion, but would severely restrict it. For example, preventing any abortion procedures from, let's say, 6 weeks to 20 weeks, both of which are below the line of what's considered fetal viability, generally thought to be around 24 weeks, when a fetus could survive outside the womb. That is the immediate landscape that we are looking at here at the end of June. As we then look ahead to the political impact, too, leading up to not just the November midterms, but to 2024 as well. A majority of Americans did not want to see Roe versus Wade overturned. 63% did not. 30% thought that it should be. So roughly a third of America, based on this NBC News polling from just last month, believes that this was the right decision by the court. And frankly, they are celebrating today. For others, particularly Democrats that we've heard from here during this special report, as I've been talking to folks as well, they are feeling, I think, very demoralized. On the political component, too, you know, I was just texting with somebody, a contact of mine in South Carolina, a critical state as we look ahead to 2024, particularly on the Republican side. And they are framing it to me as now, from a politics perspective, this going to catalyze conservative versus even further right. Where are Republican candidates, particularly when you look at the presidential election, on that spectrum of limiting abortion access? How far do some of those candidates go? And I think that's a point we're thinking about as we move forward, Lester.
All right, Hallie, thanks for walking us through all that. Jennifer Mascott is an assistant law professor at George Mason University. She clerked for both Clarence Thomas and Brett Kavanaugh. For Kavanaugh, it was at the circuit level. I want to thank you for joining us. Your insight is extraordinarily valuable right now. Can you talk about how Justice Alito arrived at this decision and the theory that, you know, his guiding force here?
Absolutely. And thanks for having me on. I think it's important to note that for 185 years after the founding of this country, the court had not weighed in on abortion. And so, of course, it did in Roe versus Wade. And I think what Justice Alito's opinion does today is look back at the text and structure of the Constitution, at history, and note that abortion really was not addressed in the text of the Constitution. And what the court did today, the majority of the justices, I think most fundamentally, is acknowledge that it is not going to take a one-size-fits-all approach to deciding this issue for the American people any longer. It's taken itself out of the seat of power and recognizing that this is an issue that people have strong views on both sides. And so it's something that's left up to states, local representatives, the people themselves to reach decisions on. Of course, the Roe versus Wade decision itself and its justification has been changed a number of times by the court over the years and has been criticized for many years. And so I think the court also looked and at the traditional factors that it examines when it looks at precedent and said this was a decision that was sort of suspect from the beginning. And as we can see from the protests today and some of the threats and the leak itself, when the Supreme Court several decades ago took for itself the role of deciding some of these issues for the American people, it's led to a lot of politicization of the body. And so I think today's decision really restores the rule of law and, again, makes the court, again, a neutral body, looking just at the text and structure of the Constitution and properly leaving really tough issues to the American people.
Let me ask you about the door that has been left open, regardless of what Justice Alito said, that door being there are other rights that have been granted that could be reviewed and overturned here. How real do you think that threat is?
Not real. I mean, Justice Kavanaugh addresses this in his separate opinion, which, as commentators have noted already on the network this morning, his was one of 5 votes required for the opinion. But I think it just states the obvious point that, of course, the particular issue before the court today was the question of abortion. The court's opinion, with Justice Alito writing, talks about the very critical aspect of the other right at play here, the right of the fetus, and so the balancing of interest here. Of course, as a practical political matter. People would have to tee up litigation to raise the other issues. But I think also Justice Alito's extensive discussion of stare decisis is something that would need to be contended with in future decisions. So, of course, Justice Thomas notes in his separate opinion that just on the constitutional reasoning alone of text and precedent, of course, there are many other decisions of the court recently that might be questioned under those standards.
And that's the
but
door
as far
I
as the
mentioned.
actual will but as far as the will to challenge it, and then again, Justice Alito's opinion seems to me quite clear that Roe was a particularly egregious case under precedent. And so I find it extremely unlikely that any time in the foreseeable future, some of the other issues would be challenged. And in fact, some of the justices and folks themselves in particular, some of the more far-flung questions about contraception, I think there's no will. And in fact, many of the justices perhaps who join the majority opinion today would actually not come down the same way on some of those other cases.
Right.
So I think
Jennifer,
those things are going to stay in place for now.
Yeah, thank you for being with us and sharing your insight. We appreciate it. Nancy Northup is the president and CEO of the Center for Reproductive Rights. The center argued this case at the Supreme Court on behalf of the Mississippi Abortion Clinic. I thank you for being with us. Obviously, the decision we see today mirrors what we saw in that draft back in May. So clearly you were prepared for this moment.
Well, it's devastating nonetheless. I mean, the court in its decision today turned its back on the rule of law. It turned its back on women. It has set back women's rights for more than 50 years. And it's taken away a personal liberty. And it's the first time the Supreme Court has ever done that. So the consequences of today's decision are going to be swift and devastating. And we're going to see utter chaos in the days and weeks ahead. And there is this sense of mobilization, of not laying down, of fighting going forward. But for the time being, what happens in the fight for abortion rights? Well, I think you're going to see incredible mobilization. I mean, today you're going to see people coming out across the country. I think you're going to continue to see that. For those of us who work on law and policy, this is not the end of the story. There are three branches of government, so we'll be looking both to the Congress, the Women's Health Protection Act. Congress can fix this. We'll be looking to the Biden administration to do what it can within its powers to preserve access to abortion care. And we'll be looking to the states. Every state has its own constitution and its own laws and can protect access. And we have litigation going on right now on state constitutional protections for abortion rights. And we'll also be seeking to not let those trigger laws go into effect, which purport to be able to have Roe versus, with Roe versus Wade's overturning, to have abortion immediately banned. We'll be looking to every single legal lever to stop this horrific situation from going into effect.
Nancy, my colleague Chuck Todd has a question for you.
Nancy, I want to follow up on that. Let's get specific here. There are a couple of actions that some folks are looking to the Biden administration that they think is possible are within his power. One is figuring out a way to the so-called abortion pill, making sure that that's available widely. What kind of administrative, what do you need from the administration to guarantee that? And the other thing was something the Attorney General said in his statement, which is he wants to make sure that First Amendment rights aren't being blocked when it comes to informing people that they can travel out of state to get an abortion and they can do this. What specifically do you need to see from the Biden administration in an executive order or action here that could guarantee that in the short term?
Well, I think that what is going to be a reality, because we're going to see in vast swaths of the South and the Midwest abortion become illegal, is that we're going to have a public health emergency. And I think the Biden administration can look to its powers under a public health emergency to be able to get medication abortion to be prescribed to people in those states. It is known the effects and the health effects and the burdens of when abortion is criminalized. We see that around the world. We see it in history. And so we are going to have a public health crisis, and we're going to need to have medication abortion be able to be delivered to people in those states. So I think that is one of the things to be looking at quite strongly. And as you point out, people are also going to have to travel to other states. And those states are getting ready to be able to have people come to the states, and they want to make sure that, they are supportive of abortion rights as essential health care in their states and are not going to want to see the doctors in their states providing care to be somehow caught up in the attempt by other states to stop people from leaving.
What are the next battle lines in this as far as you're concerned? People are questioning about contraceptives. Where do you think you'll be putting up your defenses?
Well, I think we have to look to, the Supreme Court has protected these fundamental decisions about our personal liberty. This is the realm of the home, contraception, when and whether to have children, who we marry. All of this has been protected as a fundamental personal liberty under the 14th Amendment. The Supreme Court just kicked out a key decision from 50 years ago, which many other decisions have been built upon. And the notion that it can't destroy the constitutional fabric for these decisions is just not correct. And so we're, of course, going to be looking to reestablish what all of us in this country believe, which is that these are intensely personal decisions that in a free society, people want to make for themselves, who they marry, when and whether to have children. These are personal decisions for us to decide in a free country.
All right, Nancy Northup, we appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us. Let me go back to Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, walk me through the mechanics. So the ruling has come down. Does everything change immediately? We talked about these trigger laws in some states. Is this happening right now?
It is happening right now, and in some states it is immediate. And according to either the attorney generals or the governors of 4 states, abortion is now illegal in Missouri, South Dakota, Louisiana, and Kentucky. The 3 of them, South Dakota, Louisiana, and Kentucky, were so-called trigger law states. Missouri recently just changed its law. So now those 4 states, abortion is illegal in those. In some of the other states, this happens in a series of rollouts. So, for example, in 10 days, abortion will become illegal in Mississippi now that Roe has been decided. In another 30 days in Texas, Idaho, and Tennessee. And then in the rest of the 13 trigger law states, it will become illegal. And we think, Lester, that eventually, within the next several months, abortion will be illegal in roughly half the country, in 24 states. It will remain legal in the other states. And as you just mentioned, some of the questions now to be resolved are, will states try to criminalize traveling, going from one state to another? As I read the Supreme Court decision today, Justice Kavanaugh's concurrence, which is controlling, is he says states cannot constitutionally make that a crime. They can't ban people who live in non-abortion states from going to states where the procedure is available. And then the question is, what about getting counseling? What about getting counseling in your state? Is that going to be considered a crime? So there are lots of legal questions yet to be resolved. But you're right, it is happening immediately, and it's going to roll out here over the next several weeks.
All right, Pete, thanks. It's 12:30 in the East right now. This is the time that we are expecting the president to come out and make remarks in front of the camera. 12:30, the scheduled time, obviously not quite there yet, but there's the setup, reporters standing by, hopefully able to ask the president some questions. So we will go back there as soon as he gets underway. Meantime, Blaine Alexander is in Jackson, Mississippi, where the state's only abortion clinic is located. It's the very same clinic that went to court to challenge the Mississippi abortion ban at the heart of today's decision. Blaine, what are you hearing there today?
Yeah. Well, Lester, that clinic is only about a mile or so away from where I'm standing. It's Jackson Women's Health Organization, the very clinic that's at the center of this entire ruling. We expect to hear from them in a press conference later today at about 4 o'clock Eastern time. You know, this is something that if you drive by this clinic, it's something that has women who actually stand outside, who actually kind of protect the women who go in, who go behind this gate to get abortion services at this clinic. They're called the Pink House Defenders. They take their job very seriously. You also see a number of protesters on any given day. So this is a place that really has been at the center of this kind of polarizing debate for quite some time. And even after that leaked draft opinion came out, some people who worked there, Lester, in speaking with them over the past few weeks, were still holding out hope. They said that it wasn't set in stone, that it wasn't a done deal. Of course, all of that changes today. So we're going to hear from them later this afternoon for the first time since this decision came down. But Lester, I've got to say, talking to people on both sides of the issue, it's very clear that really there is almost kind of a weight that comes with the fact that this ruling came from the state of Mississippi. When you speak with people who have been fighting for years to dismantle Roe, to end abortion access, they almost speak with a sense of pride about the fact that it comes from the state of Mississippi. One woman told me that she is absolutely in tears. She feels like it's a surreal moment, and she calls it just the beginning. But if you go to the other side, people who are fighting to protect abortion rights here in the state of Mississippi, this is an angry day. This is a very sad day for some of them. And they point to the specifics of Mississippi. As one woman told me not too long ago, she says that women, specifically black women here in the state, are going to suffer. This is a state, when you kind of just look at the numbers, they're rather stunning, Lester. 38% of the population here are black women, but they account for about 75% of abortions in the state of Mississippi. That's a stunning statistic. That's a stunning number. And they say that black women are going to be the ones who really suffer. The other thing I want to touch on, Lester, is the timing here. You know, there is a 10-day gap between when the Attorney General here in the state of Mississippi says that the law has officially been triggered before abortions become illegal. So when I was speaking with some abortion rights advocates, they say they're going to use that 10-day gap. They're going to be putting out education. They're going to be telling women that, hey, your rights are still intact for the time being, but also letting them know that the landscape is about to change vastly. But overall, Lester, there is a very strong sense of resignation among some of those women who have been fighting to protect abortion rights here in Mississippi. Lester?
Okay, Blaine, thank you for that. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is at the White House, where we expect to hear from the president at any moment now. Josh, do we know what the president will talk about? Obviously, he'll react to this, but what he will perhaps propose going forward in his power?
He will, Lester. Officials tell us that the president will start to lay out what he feels that the Biden administration can do to try to preserve the ability to get an abortion for as many women in the country as possible. Now, that is not going to look like an executive order that suddenly restores the right to an abortion nationwide. That is something that is outside of President Biden's power. Only Congress can do that. And so we expect to hear President Biden once again call on Congress to codify the right to an abortion, as well as for voters to choose lawmakers in the fall and in other elections who will vote to create and preserve the ability for women across the country to get abortions. But we also are told that the president will start to lay out what some of the federal agencies can do around the margins. There's nothing sweeping that he can do, but to try to make sure that as many women have access as possible. Things, for example, like what the Justice Department can do to preserve the ability for women to cross state lines if they live in a state where abortion is going to be prohibited and want to go somewhere else to seek access to abortion. Also making sure that the states cannot pass laws to try to outlaw certain medications for abortion that the FDA has already deemed to be safe and effective, something we heard about in a statement that Attorney General Merrick Garland put out today, saying that he was deeply disappointed by the ruling, but that the Justice Department, working with the White House, FDA, and other agencies, will do everything it can to ensure the ability for women to access reproductive health rights. A significant moment for the president also politically as he tries to convey the sense of frustration and outrage that so many of his supporters are now voicing today in the wake of this ruling. We are also learning just now, Lester, about Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady, how she learned of this decision today. A White House official telling me that the First Lady was with none other than Republican Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida at the moment when she learned of this decision. DeSantis, a Republican who just in April signed a law banning abortion in Florida after 15 weeks of pregnancy. The First Lady was with him preparing to go on stage at a memorial for the Surfside collapse, the one-year anniversary of that tragedy, when she found out from alerts on her phone. A similar way to how many of the White House officials here learned of this decision today, something they had anticipated. They had already prepared some remarks for President Biden to deliver if the ruling came out this way, but still many expecting that it would not have necessarily come as early as today. And now White House officials trying to make sure they have everything lined up for President Biden to be able to communicate to the American people exactly what he feels he can do to try to make sure as many people as possible retain the ability to get reproductive health care, including abortions, Lester.
And Josh, we knew the ruling would come down perhaps today or tomorrow. The White House had no insight here, presumably, but we're prepared for this moment. And I'm assuming he's going to speak now really in forward-looking terms.
That's right, Lester. We expect President Biden to address the fact that this is now the reality. The Supreme Court has now said that there's not this constitutional right. And as we've been discussing, so many of these states will now have these laws triggered into effect. President Biden expected to address not only what his administration is going to do, but also what Americans who disagree with this Supreme Court decision should do going forward to make sure that they work toward preserving and expanding the ability for women to access these rights, as we see President Biden taking to the podium to speak right here.
Today is it's not hyperbole to suggest a very solemn moment. Today, the Supreme Court of the United States expressly took away a constitutional right from the American people that it had already recognized. They didn't limit it, they simply took it away. That's never been done to a right so important to so many Americans. But they did it. It's a sad day for the court and for the country. 50 years ago, Roe v. Wade was decided and has been the law of the land since then. This landmark case protected women's right to choose, her right to make intensely personal decisions with her doctor, free from the interference of politics. It reaffirmed basic principles of equality, that women have the power to control their own destiny, and it reinforced a fundamental right of privacy, a right of each of us to choose how to live our lives. Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk. As chairman and ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, as Vice President and now as President of the United States, I've studied this case carefully. I've overseen more Supreme Court confirmations than anyone today, where this case was always discussed. I believe Roe v. Wade was the correct decision as a matter of constitutional law and application of the fundamental right to privacy and liberty in matters of family and personal autonomy. It was a decision on a complex matter that drew a careful balance between a woman's right to choose earlier in her pregnancy and the state's ability to regulate later in her pregnancy. A decision with broad national consensus that most Americans of faith and backgrounds found acceptable, and that had been the law of the land for most of the lifetime of Americans today. And it was a constitutional principle upheld by justices appointed by Democrat and Republican presidents alike. Roe v. Wade was a 7-2 decision written by a justice appointed by a Republican president, Richard Nixon. In the 5 decades that followed Roe v. Wade, justices appointed by Republican presidents from Eisenhower, Nixon, and Reagan, George W. Bush, were among the justices who voted to uphold the principles set forth in Roe v. Wade. It was 3 justices named by one president, Donald Trump, who were the core of today's decision to upend the scales of justice and eliminate a fundamental right for women in this country. Make no mistake, this decision is a culmination of a deliberate effort over decades to upset the balance of our law. It's a realization of an extreme ideology and a tragic error by the Supreme Court, in my view. The court has done what it has never done before, expressly take away a constitutional right that is so fundamental to so many Americans that had already been recognized. The court's decision to do so will have real and immediate consequences. State laws banning abortion are automatically taking effect today, jeopardizing the health of millions of women, some without exceptions. So extreme that women could be punished for protecting their health. So extreme that women and girls who are forced to bear their rapist's child, with the child a consequence. It just stuns me. So extreme that doctors will be criminalized for fulfilling their duty to care. Imagine having a young woman have to carry the child of incest as a consequence of incest. No option. Too often the case, the poor women are going to be hit the hardest. It's cruel. In fact, the court laid out state laws criminalizing abortion that go back to the 1800s as rationale. The court literally taking America back 150 years. This is a sad day for the country, in my view. But it doesn't mean the fight's over. Let me be very clear and unambiguous. The only way we can secure a woman's right to choose and the balance that existed is for Congress to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade as federal law. No executive action from the president can do that. And if Congress, as it appears, lacks the votes to do that now, voters need to make their voices heard. This fall, we must elect more senators and representatives who will codify women's right to choose into federal law once again. Elect more state leaders to protect this right at the local level. We need to restore the protections of Roe as law of the land. We need to elect officials who will do that. This fall, Roe is on the ballot. Personal freedoms are on the ballot. The right to privacy, liberty, equality, they're all on the ballot. Until then, I will do all of my power to protect a woman's right in states where they will face the consequences of today's decision. While the court's decision cast a dark shadow over a large swath of the land, many states in this country still recognize a woman's right to choose. So, if a woman lives in a state that restricts abortion, the Supreme Court's decision does not prevent her from traveling from her home state to the state that allows it. It does not prevent a doctor in that state from treating her. As the Attorney General has made clear, women must remain free to travel safely to another state to seek care they need. And my administration will defend that bedrock right. If any state or local official, high or low, tries to interfere with a woman's exercising her basic right to travel, I will do everything in my power to fight that deeply un-American attack. My administration will also protect a woman's access to medications that are approved by the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, like contraception, which is essential for preventative health care, mifepristone, which the FDA approved 20 years ago to safely end early pregnancies and is commonly used to treat miscarriages. Some states are saying that they'll try to ban or severely restrict access to these medications. But extremist governors and state legislators are looking to block the mail or search a person's medicine cabinet or control a woman's actions by tracking data on her apps she uses are wrong and extreme and out of touch with the majority of Americans. The American Medical Association, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists wrote to me and Vice President Harris stressing that these laws are not based on evidence and asking us to act to protect access to care. They say by limiting access to these medicines, maternal mortality will climb in America. That's what they say. Today, I'm directing the Department of Health and Human Services to take steps to ensure these critical medications are available to the fullest extent possible. And the politicians cannot interfere in the decisions that should be made between a woman and her doctor. And my administration will remain vigilant as the implications of this decision play out. I've warned about how this decision risks the broader right to privacy for everyone. That's because Roe recognized the fundamental right to privacy that has served as a basis for so many more rights that we've come to take for granted, that are ingrained in the fabric of this country. The right to make the best decisions for your health, The right to use birth control, a married couple in the privacy of their bedroom, for God's sake. The right to marry the person you love. Now, Justice Thomas said as much today. He explicitly called to reconsider the right of marriage equality, the right of couples to make their choices on contraception. This extreme and dangerous path the court is now taking us on. Let me close with 2 points. First, I call on everyone, no matter how deeply they care about this decision, to keep all protests peaceful. Peaceful, peaceful, peaceful. No intimidation. Violence is never acceptable. Threats and intimidation are not speech. We must stand against violence in any form, regardless of your rationale. Second, I know so many of us are frustrated and disillusioned that the court has taken something away that's so fundamental. I know so many women are now going to face incredibly difficult situations. I hear you. I support you. I stand with you. The consequences and the consensus of the American people, core principles of equality, liberty, dignity, and the stability of the rule of law demand that Roe should not have been overturned. With this decision, the conservative majority of the Supreme Court shows how extreme it is, how far removed they are from the majority of this country. They've made the United States an outlier among developed nations in the world. But this decision must not be the final word. My administration will use all of its appropriate lawful powers, but Congress must act. And with your vote, you can act. You can have the final word. This is not over. Thank you very much. I have more to say this in weeks to come. Thank you.
President taking no questions, calling this a solemn day, recognizing he has few levers at his disposal to reverse what we saw take place today, calling on Congress to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade, and at the same time calling on voters, saying Roe is on the ballot, so making a very clear and impassioned case for voters to recognize the consequences of their decision to vote or not. Let's bring in NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, did the president have anything else he could offer that maybe he didn't mention here?
Lester, this was one of the most important speeches that President Biden has made since he came into office. And it is on a topic that is politically very, very complicated for him because he does not have at his disposal anything that he can really do to reverse what the Supreme Court has done today, which is, of course, overturn Roe v. Wade, setting back precedent of nearly 50 years. The president, though, was mixing politics and passion here, of course. He was talking about the fact that this is tragic and cruel, saying that he is going to make sure that this is not over, also calling out the fact that these are people by name that he wanted to talk about. He hardly ever really talks about former President Trump by name, but today you heard him say that name because he wanted to focus the nation's attention to exactly how we got here. Because, of course, this is the culmination of decades of work by the conservative movement to make sure that abortion would be overturned and that there would be bans going into place across the nation. Something else that he said that was really, really important, and you got at it, and it's that personal freedoms he believes are on the ballot, because Democrats are now going to have to make the case that if they get power back and if they can hold on to power, that they will be able to try to give women in this country more access to abortion. But it's not really clear how they're going to do that. Talking to sources in the Democratic Party, they are scrambling and upset and devastated, but they don't actually know what to do at this point to really overturn what the Supreme Court has done here. And I should say I've been talking to the head of the women's clinic in Jackson, Mississippi, that is the center of this. And she told me just a few weeks ago that she has no hope that Congress or the president can help her in this moment, and that she does not believe that they're going to be able to do anything legislatively to hand back these rights to women. So it's really with that in mind that the president is making this pitch to the midterms and to really making sure that Democrats have something to talk about to try to make the case that they should win elections around this country, because conservatives are already making the case that they are celebrating that they can get things done. We already heard former President Trump say that he believes this is God's decision and that the Supreme Court is doing what should have been done a long time ago. So conservatives are already celebrating and thinking about what's next for them, and Democrats are doing the same. But Lester, what we heard from the president today was one of the most impassioned speeches that he's ever given, and it's on a topic that is so complicated and so tough for him amid so many other challenges facing this White House.
Okay, Mish, thank you very much. Joining us now is Alexis McGill-Johnson, Planned Parenthood President and CEO. We appreciate you being with us. I just want to get your immediate reaction if you were able to hear the president. He seems to be acknowledging he doesn't have a lot of options as in his executive power and really turning to Congress. But as we know, that really is a bit of a non-starter. What are your thoughts?
Look, I think first and foremost, he's absolutely right. Roe is on the ballot, and we are clear about how we got here, right? Politicians who believe that they can make better decisions about our bodies than we can, and justices who essentially lied about their respect for precedent, 49 years of precedent to be precise. So I think that the president struck absolutely the right tone. We need a strong response from all levels of government, and centering the patient, centering the people who will be most impacted is critically important. We hope to see additional actions in the days to come, right? I mean, in addition to reaffirming the right to travel, we also need the administration to step in with getting people assistance to travel out of state for care, because we know these are the people who, for whom getting access to abortion care will become out of reach.
As we're speaking, there are states now that are making their decision to their trigger laws are going into effect. And we're seeing cases where some of these laws make exceptions for incest and rape. Others don't. We're hearing talk about whether certain contraceptives would maybe fall under the umbrella of things considered illegal. What are you defending right now? What is your biggest fear at this moment?
My biggest fear is that you're exactly right? That it is not just the criminalization of abortion provision, that there will be a criminalization of contraception, of IUDs, right? Of Plan B, emergency contraception, of IVF in some cases that have been introduced. That's our big worry about what happens. And obviously, we're concerned the patients who are seeking abortion today, right? The patients who are waking up today knowing that they can no longer get access to abortion. They are.
Alexis, thank you for being with us. Let me bring in Carol Tobias. She's the president of the National Right to Life Committee. Carol, we appreciate you joining us. The president, a few moments ago, really talked about this in terms of a loss of right to privacy. How do you respond to that?
What I noticed in the president's speech is that not once did he mention that in every abortion, an unborn child dies, a living, breathing, human being who is not going to be around anymore. The court, I believe, correctly decided or ruled that there is no such right to abortion in the Constitution. I know your previous speaker was talking about precedents, but the precedents is the U.S. Constitution, the laws that were on the books in the states prior to 1973. Roe v. Wade was an aberration. It was a grievous decision, and the court made the correct decision today.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can.
The victory for those forces today, but what is next on the agenda?
We are going to protect as many babies as we can, and we are going to help as many mothers as we can. We've got a lot of states that have come forward with various programs to help a woman take care of her child, support her child, health and wellness checkups, whatever she needs, and I expect to see a lot more of that. We are going to do what we can to make this country a pro-baby, pro-mom, pro-life country.
Well, we appreciate you sharing your thoughts and being on with us today as well. Thank you. Let's get some final thoughts now. Let me go to Hallie first. Hallie, you had laid out in one of our earlier conversations this patchwork now of laws, and that picture is changing even as we're speaking right now.
Lester, it's such an important point because it is extraordinary how fast this is moving already, just since this decision has come down at 10 o'clock Eastern today. I think people often sometimes think, well, the levers of government work slowly. Not today, not after this. You already have multiple states now that in the course of just the last 3 hours have moved now to outright ban abortion. So people in those states who woke up with one right are going to go to bed or eat lunch or have dinner under a different set of rights that they have access to. And I think that the speed at which this has moved is important to note because we don't see this often. We talked about how this day makes history. I think that's one of the reasons why. You're seeing on your screen now some of the places where abortions will not be accessible in states that have trigger laws. Not all of these states is this happening today or right away. In some states, it's, let's say, 30 days, et cetera. But over the course of the next month or so, you will see these laws either outright banning or restricting abortion go into place. The other piece of this as we look ahead to what's next is the political fight that is to come. And I think it is exemplified based on two perspectives that we've gotten in just today. One comes from former Vice President Mike Pence, who said in a statement that we must not rest until, as he says, the sanctity of life is restored to the center of law in every state in the land. Every state in the land. The Democratic National Committee is picking up on that. What specifically Mike Pence has said, and he said this is what's at stake in November. That is the view of Democrats, right? This fight now extends beyond what we've seen so far as it relates to abortion rights access. The people who would like to see anti-abortion law become the law of the land in every state will fight on that front. You will see on the federal and state level the pushback against it. I go back to what the inimitable Pete Williams said about 30 seconds into us getting this decision, which is we are in a divided country now. That feels exceptionally true today, Lester.
So then, Hallie, Yamiche, let me go to you very quickly on this. You know, as we look at the impact of this, we've heard a lot of that conversation, but it's one of those things that doesn't directly impact you until it directly impacts you. This is going to unfold, I would think, over not weeks, but months.
Certainly, and there are, we know, according to the Guttmacher Institute, that there are something like 26 states that are ready to ban or heavily restrict abortion, already having those ideas in place and those actions in place. I also know that in conversations with people who provide access, that it's going to be poor women and women of color who are going to be most impacted by this. They're going to be the women who have to get into their cars and drive 18 hours if you live in the South to get to an abortion clinic that may possibly give you help if you also have to end up on a wait list. I also talked to a group in Louisiana that said that it's not just going to be easy to go and travel. Now waiting lists are already sometimes 300 women, sometimes waiting weeks to get an abortion. So it's going to be a complicated landscape for those women. I also talked to the head of the Mississippi clinic at the center of this, and she said she's moving her clinic to New Mexico. So that tells you that if you are someone who is working with women in Mississippi, now the closest place is New Mexico. And we should also note that 1 in 4 women in this country before the age of 45 say that they've had an abortion. So this is a sweeping impact that we're going to see across the country. And NBC News polling shows that 60% of Americans, they want to see abortion be legal in some way in this country. So as we look at this landscape and this sea change, this generational change in abortion access, we have to really keep in mind who's going to be most impacted and how hard it's going to be in this country. My eye is also on the District of Columbia. While it's a very deeply blue place, there are going to be women in the District of Columbia who think maybe they're protected because they live in a blue city that may possibly face federal changes to their right to abortion. So this is really going to be a long conversation that we're going to have. And you're right to say that it's going to be weeks and months when we think about assessing how this is going to impact people.
All right, Yamiche, thank you very much. Let me bring back Chuck Todd in for some final thoughts. I wanted to get your comments really about some of what the president say. He mentioned Donald Trump's name and his role in three of these justices.
You know, it's interesting. Let's take a step back and just think about the consequential actions of this week. The 2 Supreme Court rulings that that undid. One law was 110 years old. This one is 50 years old. You have what former President Trump attempted to do to the democracy. We learned that in chilling detail all of the last couple of weeks, yesterday in particular. are arguably 2 hours away from a massive constitutional crisis. Throw in what the divisiveness that Donald Trump has created in the immigration debate, and you really can't help but look back at 2016, that election, and the entrance of Donald Trump into our politics, and he really has sort of shattered a lot of the stability we had in American society. He has been the linchpin of shattering our stability on reproductive rights, our stability on immigration, our stability even in some ways, obviously, on the democracy. And we're in a rough place as a country and as a society. We're not just polarized. We're divided in ways that feel so fundamental, and you're not sure how we bring each other back. We are divided in our information silos. So, look, I'm very concerned about the fallout from all of what we've seen just this week. Former president could be put on trial. We're a tinderbox right now, and I think our elected leaders, particularly on the right, have put some blinders on and have not fully appreciated what's been unleashed on our society.
And on that thought, thank you, Chuck. That concludes our coverage of this historic ruling. I'm Lester Holt. I'll have much more, of course, this evening on NBC Nightly News. For now, we'll leave you with some of the reaction from outside the Supreme Court today on both sides of this divisive issue.
I see tears streaming down your face. What does this mean to you today?
It feels like a betrayal. It feels like my country doesn't love me and appreciate my body as a woman. I can't even chant because I can't say anything. It hurts.
So I was in the middle of praying when we found out the decision was made, and I'm overjoyed right now. There's honestly no words that can describe the way that I feel right now. I've been waiting for this for a long time, and I know other people have been waiting for this longer than I have. And I was definitely not expecting it to come this soon, but I'm very grateful it did. And
it's shocking. Like, how can this is something that women should have a right to? Like, I can't.
I'm excited, but we all, as if you can see the celebration, but we all know this is not where the work ends. This is where it begins, because from anyone you can ask, this is what we'll be working for the rest of our lives, to make abortion illegal, unthinkable, and unnecessary.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News headquarters in New York. Let's get right to the breaking news from the Supreme Court today. The justices overturning Roe v. Wade, upending decades of precedent and ending the constitutional right to an abortion. Now, the court voted 6-3 to uphold a Mississippi law banning abortion after 15 weeks. Justice Samuel Alito writing in the majority opinion, quote, "Abortion presents a profound moral question. The Constitution does not prohibit the citizens of each state from regulating or prohibiting abortion. Roe and Casey arrogate that authority. The court overrules those decisions and returns that authority to the people and their elected representatives." Now, just moments ago, President Biden calling this a sad day for the court and the country.
Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk. It's a realization of an extreme ideology and a tragic error by the Supreme Court, in my view. The court has done what it has never done before, expressly take away a constitutional right that is so fundamental to so many Americans.
Now, that ruling has set off a flurry of demonstrations outside the U.S. Supreme Court, the head of Planned Parenthood calling it absolutely devastating.
The court just told us that we are not equal. The court just told us that we don't have a right in the Constitution to control our own bodies. And I can't think of anything more enraging, more absurd, more insane than overturning nearly 50 years of precedent of our ability to control our own bodies. It is absolutely horrifying.
We are covering every angle of this historic ruling with a team of correspondents across the country now. We also have experts here in studio to help us understand the significance of this moment. I want to start with NBC's Ken Delaney in Washington for us today. Ken, this ruling was, 200 plus pages long? Walk us through some of the key points from this ruling.
Well, Andre, the ruling by Justice Alito pretty much tracked, as far as we can tell, the draft opinion that leaked. So in that sense, it wasn't that much of a surprise, and it's sort of reflected a long-held ideology on the right that Roe versus Wade was illegitimately decided. But, you know, I was standing outside the Supreme Court when this decision was announced, and that building opened 87 years ago, and it struck me that for 49 of those years, the right to an abortion was believed to be enshrined in the Constitution. And as you heard there, this is the first time the Supreme Court has taken away a right from the American people. And the political and social repercussions of this decision are incalculable. And it's absolutely manifest that we got here because of politics. It started when Merrick Garland, who's now the Attorney General, who was Barack Obama's appointee to the Supreme Court, was not given a vote by the Senate for 11 months. And then Donald Trump was able to appoint 3 very conservative justices, one of whom was confirmed by the Senate while the 2020 election was underway. And one of whom, Brett Kavanaugh, testified before the Senate that he believed that Roe v. Wade was settled law and precedent on precedent. So you have to really wonder how the American people will view the Supreme Court in the light of this decision, whether it continues to have the legitimacy that it once had. And we're in a situation where 60% of the American public, and according to our latest NBC News polling, believes that abortion to be legal in some or all cases. That is no longer the law of the land, and in many, many states across this country, abortion will be banned, Aaron.
I want to get into some of the nuances of the decision here, Ken, if we can. The majority ruling in favor of upholding this law in Mississippi, but Chief Justice John Roberts in particular didn't agree with that entire group of the conservatives on the court. He wrote in his opinion that he would not have overturned Roe v. Wade. Can you walk us through that? What was his reasoning there?
Yeah, that's right. Well, Roberts is an incrementalist, and we always thought that if there was going to be a surprise, if that leaked opinion wasn't going to hold at the end of the day, it would have been because Roberts found some way to carve some kind of compromise. It appears that he is not a fan of Roe v. Wade, but he thought that this was too soon. It's too dramatic, head-snapping move by the court to just overturn it now. He would have found some way to keep it in place while putting some further restrictions on abortion. But the other conservative justices on the court just were not with him on that. They just have long-held beliefs. It's now very apparent that Roe was illegitimate, and there's a whole movement in this country that's behind them, and they've been going at this for many years, trying to get justices like this on the Supreme Court, and today they have succeeded, Aaron.
Let's talk about the liberal justices, if we can. Stephen Breyer, Elena Kagan, Sonia Sotomayor, they wrote the dissenting opinion on this case. Help us understand what they had to say about the decision.
I got to tell you, to be perfectly honest, I've been standing in front of the Supreme Court for most of the morning, so I haven't had a chance to read their dissent. But knowing what they said during the arguments in this case, they just believe that that the majority is fundamentally wrong in the premise that that there isn't this inherent right in the Constitution, and they find a basis for it. They believe that even if Roe is flawed, leaving aside the actual text of Roe, they believe that this precedent has existed for so long that to overturn it flies in the face of what the Supreme Court is supposed to be all about. But they did not carry the day.
All right, Ken Delaney for us in our Washington Bureau today. Ken, thank you. NBC's Maura Barrett is outside the Supreme Court for us now. She's joining us. Maura, the crowds there have been growing throughout the morning, throughout the day here. I think there we are. There's more for us. She's outside the court. Set the scene for us. What are you seeing out there?
And there are not any Well, Aaron, there was tension bubbling starting this morning in the early hours, and there was maybe 150, 200 people here, but there definitely were 2 distinct groups. Now you can see behind me, the crowd has significantly grown, and I'm going to let my photographer, Ronnie, kind of take a pan away so you can see what we're seeing here. And what's interesting is the immediate aftermath. When the decision came down, we saw a large group of people who opposed abortion rights jumping up and down, ecstatic. One woman telling me she was feeling utter joy, but that group has largely disappeared. scared. They walked away about 30 to 45 minutes ago in a march around the Supreme Court. But what you see remaining now is a group of people who support abortion rights, people who I saw crying in despair immediately after the decision came down. In just moments, actually, before we came on air with you, a large crowd of them putting their middle finger up in the air, for lack of a better description, towards the Supreme Court, cheering as President Biden spoke, and having a general hopeful demeanor, despite the fact that they very much are feeling that sense of loss and defeat. And so while we started out with a smaller crowd this morning, as you can see around me, lots and lots of more people coming to express how they're feeling. And we saw tears on both sides, tears of joy and tears of disappointment. Aaron.
I know you also had a chance, Maura, to speak with a lot of the people who are out there on both sides of the abortion debate here. What are some of the demonstrators who support abortion rights telling you today?
Well, I want to play you some of those conversations because it has been a heavy conversation with each person I've spoken with, whether they support abortion rights or they're against it, because this is something that for both sides they've been waiting on for a while now, right? We got that leaked draft opinion by the court earlier this year. So this was something that was expected, but there was that little bit of hope that people had to see if it would be changed, if there had been compromised or something like that might have happened. And so I want to hear some of the conversation because that didn't happen today. And young women have been here crying to me, as well as older women who have experienced Roe being passed and then taken away from them. So I want to hear directly from some of these people I spoke with.
So, for example, for me personally, I'm adopted. So knowing other mothers out there who can't make a choice, it's pretty hard to see. Like, I was lucky, and I have a wonderful mother. This is insane. And going over to the other side, especially, I wanted to yell at the people there. Just how? It feels like a betrayal. It feels like my country doesn't love me and appreciate my body as a woman. I can't even chant because I can't say anything. It hurts.
You heard from Skye there saying she feels like her country doesn't love her. I asked her if she has hope in Congress, right? We've heard President Biden call on Congress saying that they need to put Roe into law. And she point blank said to me, she's like, I want to have hope in our lawmakers, but seeing what we've seen come down this year and see how the divisiveness of this country just continues, she really didn't express any hope. And then I also want to play some of the conversations that I had from people who opposed abortion rights. Those people that were jumping up and down, crying tears of joy. One girl I spoke with said that she was here today because she has family members who had abortions and has regretted them ever since. And so I want to get a sense of the mood of the people who came here and were celebrating today. Aaron, take a listen.
It's a roller coaster of emotion. It's complete and utter joy that it was finally overturned, but the determination, a steely determination that the battle is not over.
Personally, I've had people in my family have abortions, and they have felt the regret years and years down the line, and they're still dealing and facing with the trauma today. And if Roe v. Wade wouldn't have been legal inside of the United States, I would have family members that I don't have today.
Though we knew and we kind of had an expectation of what this decision would look like, we did not know that it was going to come down today, right? The Supreme Court doesn't release its schedule of when opinions will come. So those people that were celebrated and elated today also expressed that this was still a surprise because they didn't expect it to come down today. And so there still is a lot of activity clearly here at the Supreme Court. The president has warned against violent protests, but that is not what we've seen yet here today. Instead, this hopeful energy that from people who support abortion rights, that this energy will be brought to the ballot box come November. Aaron.
All right, Maura Barrett for us on the ground on Capitol Hill outside the Supreme Court today. Maura, thank you. Now, NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is joining me now from Jackson, Mississippi, where that state's only abortion clinic is located. Kathy, let's start with the leadership there in Mississippi. What are state leaders saying about this decision today?
Hey there, Aaron. Good afternoon to you. So we actually saw a tweet from the Attorney General here in Mississippi, and I should offer a little bit of context because Mississippi is a trigger law state. So essentially now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned, the state of Mississippi has this 10-day window for the AG to chime in and make this official. And she tweeted out earlier today that this was a victory and commended the court on their decision and said that the work to empower women truly begins today. And she said, looking ahead, they will be boosting resources for adoptions as well as foster care. But Aaron, as you mentioned, here in the state of Mississippi, there is only one abortion clinic that has been available for quite some time. And just a few moments ago, we were able to kind of get a sense of what is happening there on the ground. And you have both sides of this debate rallying in front of this abortion clinic, but they are no strangers to this divisiveness, right? But we are told that they have this 10-day window. So there are folks who are pro-choice and want to educate women here in Mississippi that they have this window to still receive abortions legally. But once that happens, I guess that is the big gray area as far as enforcement goes. What will happen to these women who want to seek abortions? And a lot of the folks who are affiliated with the only clinic in Mississippi, they're saying that it doesn't look good because these women will be traveling hours away, the closest state being Illinois, to receive abortions legally and safely. And since this leak happened back in May, they were able to get ready for this moment. And a lot of folks that we spoke with, they're actually not surprised with the announcement today. So they were preparing behind the scenes. They have money that they were raising to help these women travel because it's going to cost a whole lot of money, Aaron, to take a flight or travel hours away to receive these procedures in states where it is accessible. Aaron?
All right, Kathy Park for us in Jackson, Mississippi today. Kathy, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News investigative reporter Chloe Atkins and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos now to sort of talk about it and try to unpack all that we've seen so far today. Danny, I'll start with you. And one of the questions that has been presented as a result of this decision is one around the idea that the Supreme Court for the first time has given a right and now taken a right away. With the original decision 50 years ago, it established as law that there was this right for women to be able to have an abortion. And now it seems as though that right has been taken away.
Yeah, the court has overruled itself many times, and it will do again in the future. But it is exceedingly rare to overrule a right that the court has recognized. But it has done it before. Centuries, literally centuries ago, in a series of cases that began with Lochner, where the court recognized, and the reason Lochner is so important is that's the genesis of the rights that eventually led to Roe v. Wade, the recognition of a right to privacy. In other words, the unenumerated rights that don't appear in the text of the Constitution. We have two kinds. We have those that are enumerated, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. We know those. But the unenumerated rights, well, we have to have a framework for deciding those. And centuries ago, there was a debate over whether there is a constitutional right to contract, to enter into contracts and to earn a living. The court gave the right, then it took it back, and that's kind of where things stand today. So the court has done that before, but it is exceedingly rare. Now it's taking away one of the rights that sort of began with the Warren Court in the postmodern era, as the Warren Court recognized substantive due process rights, these unenumerated rights, relatively regularly, and the Rehnquist Court never really reeled them in.
And Chloe, you've been covering issues around abortion for several years now. As you look at this decision, what does this change in Roe v. Wade mean for America? What does the country look like as a result of this now?
That's right, Aaron. This is a watershed moment in American history. With Roe v. Wade no longer the law of the land, states will now have the freedom to regulate abortion as they please. So what that means is huge parts and swaths of the South and Midwest will highly restrict or ban abortion altogether. And that means liberal-leaning and coastal states will now be dubbed abortion safe haven states, where people, if they can afford to do so, they will be able to travel there to obtain care. But I want to underscore that not everyone has the means to travel out of state for care. You know, typically the procedure costs a couple $100s, and most Americans don't have a couple $100s in emergency funds at their hands. So we're going to see people being forced to carry an unwanted pregnancy to term, or they will self-manage their abortion, likely using medication abortion, Aaron.
And in some cases, you talk about self-managed. Part of the fear has been that that would mean people doing unsafe things to get to have an abortion.
Right, and I want to really highlight that we are in a different place than we were in a pre-Roe v. Wade era. There has been, huge changes in science, medication. Now we have medication abortion, which is highly effective, which is highly safe. And so what we will see, within this self-managed realm is women looking online to buy medication there, either traveling to places like Mexico. I interviewed a woman named Emma who was able to get medication abortion from a friend who traveled to Mexico while SB8, Texas's 6-week ban, was in effect in February and March of this year. And she was able to terminate her own pregnancy successfully and safely within her home.
We're going to talk a little bit more about Mexico in a second. Danny, I do want to ask you something Chloe sort of referenced here. 13 states are going to have what we call trigger laws in place now, meaning that when Roe v. Wade, if and when it was overturned, those trigger laws would go into effect. What's happening in those states right now as the reality now is sinking in? What actions are being taken, if any, or is it automatic in some of these places?
In some of them, it's automatic. I believe Michigan is an example that as of today, those laws are reanimated like zombies. I mean, they've been called zombie laws in some instances. They are now in effect. And what's interesting, though, is that people need to understand that the decision today doesn't actually outlaw abortion anywhere. It just returns that power to the states. And abortion may be protected in some states under the state constitution. Kansas, for example, I believe has recognized a state constitutional right to an abortion, although Iowa just last week, their Supreme Court declined to recognize or turned around and said, no, our state constitution does not recognize a right to abortion. So there may still be constitutional rights to abortion that exist in the states. And just one other thing with Chloe's terrific reporting, the next battleground, the next battlefront in this litigation is going to be states' extraterritorial jurisdiction, the power to prosecute people who leave their state. So if you're a resident of one state and you go to another state to obtain an abortion, can your home state criminalize your conduct? And before, the snap reaction to that might be, well, wait. A state can't criminalize anything outside its jurisdiction. Right. States do that all the time. Conspiracy laws allow states to reach out and criminalize things that happened outside the state. Good example would be in the state of Georgia. Let's just say a president calls in from out of Georgia and bothers the Secretary of State. That could potentially be a crime, and potentially Georgia could reach beyond the state of Georgia and criminalize a phone call made into Georgia. So that is the next front in this battle.
I think we'll have a chance to talk a little bit more about that. I'm going to ask Danny and Chloe to stick with us here as we continue our coverage. I want to bring in Tali Farhadian-Weinstein now. She's an NBC News legal analyst and a former prosecutor here in New York. Tali, first I just want to get your reaction to the decision today. It wasn't an unexpected decision, but what are your thoughts as we look at the reality now of this decision from the Supreme Court?
This decision is absolute and it is aggressive. It knifes Roe v. Wade. It kicks the dead body of Roe v. Wade. It pours gasoline on it and sets it afire. And, importantly, there were two sort of softer, more gentler routes that the court could have taken and chose not to. One was the option that Chief Justice Roberts gave in his concurrence, where he said, we don't have to go this far. We can today uphold the Mississippi 15-week ban and leave some of these other questions for later. The court rejected that. And it also, inside of its opinion, it rejected the idea that when people have been relying on a right that was established by the Supreme Court for so long, that reliance counsels going a little bit slower and thinking about how much instability and chaos this creates in people's lives. This decision, as the dissent says, makes it possible for states and for the federal government, if it wishes to do so, Congress, to ban abortion from the moment of fertilization, no matter how young the pregnant girl or woman, no matter the circumstances of the pregnancy, no matter how wanted or unwanted the pregnancy is, rape, incest, timeline, there is just absolutely nothing to take the edge off what the Supreme Court has decided.
You know, in states where abortion is either now or will be banned, it can be investigated as a crime. What level of policing would you think women could face or abortion providers could face?
It's an excellent and important question. You know, historically in the anti-choice community, there has been some hesitation about going after the pregnant woman who obtains the abortion rather than on the provider. And in lots of the early cases, the focus was really on the doctors, often male doctors, and some of the abortion-specific statutes were written to focus on them and the crime that they are committing. We're in a different place right now. I mean, for one thing, more than half of abortions in this country are now obtained through medication. So there really isn't a provider present and performing the abortion in the way that, you know, we thought when a decision like Roe came down. And this does, as you say, put the focus on what police and prosecutors are going to do. Are they going to use their sort of all-purpose laws on murder, assault, attempt to go after both providers and the women who obtain abortions? And conversely, and, you know, here's I guess a glimmer of hope, if you want to call it that. There are 3,700 elected prosecutors around the country, and I think that an issue now in many of their elections will be, what are you going to do? Are you going to enforce these laws, and are you going to enforce them to the maximum? You know, a prosecutor could say, for example, that even though in her jurisdiction abortion is completely illegal under every circumstance, that she would never bring a prosecution in the case of rape or incest. That can be a campaign pledge. And I do think we're going to start to see some activity there, particularly in the absence of major changes in legislation to protect the right where it is not protected anymore.
In your mind, does this ruling on abortion potentially throw other rights into question? Do you think that this may not end with abortion rights?
Well, you know, the court says that the whole logic of how Roe v. Wade came about by finding a substantive right in the Due Process Clause to privacy just doesn't work. And to answer your question, we have to look at how Justice Thomas and his concurrence and how the dissent react to that reasoning of the decision. Justice Thomas says explicitly, let's keep going. On the same logic, I'd like to look at Griswold, which is about contraception, Obergefell, which is about same-sex marriage. And so his answer to your question is yes. And what the dissent says is pretty much the same thing. It says if you're going to really abide by this logic, then other rights are vulnerable. And if you're going to say, no, they're not, this is just about abortion and abortion is different, then it actually uses the word hypocritical to describe the majority.
All right, Tali Farhadian Weinstein, we appreciate your time and your perspective on this historic day. Thank you. Now, the Supreme Court's decision on Roe v. Wade this morning will end 50 years of federal abortion rights, as we've been saying. So how did we end up here? NBC's Hallie Jackson has this look back.
For 50 years, it's been the flashpoint at the center of American politics.
When you have an abortion, you're murdering your own child. We're not going to be pushed back into a period of back alley abortions.
And the case that loomed over every Supreme Court nomination battle.
Do you expect to overrule the Roe versus Wade Supreme Court decision?
I don't think it would be proper for me to answer that.
Something central to a woman's life.
It's been reaffirmed many times.
All Supreme Court cases are precedential.
In 1970, a pregnant Norma McCorvey, known as Jane Roe to protect her identity, filed a class action suit against the district attorney of Dallas County, Texas, Henry Wade. The suit took aim at the existing abortion ban in Texas that only allowed a pregnancy to be terminated to save a woman's life.
The United States Supreme Court, it handed down a historic decision about abortion.
In 1973, the court ruled in Roe's favor in a 7-2 decision.
The freedom to have an abortion is now legal in every state,
declaring abortion as a constitutional right, citing in part a personal right to privacy. It stopped states from banning the procedure before fetal viability, the point in a pregnancy when a fetus can survive outside the womb. After the ruling, the number of reported abortions rose across the nation. from 14 legal abortions per every 1,000 women in 1973 to a high of 25 legal abortions per every 1,000 women in 1980, according to the CDC. The most recent reporting from 2019 shows more than 629,000 legal abortions that year. Roe v. Wade radically transformed the political landscape. The two opposing sides in the abortion rights debate growing into powerful political movements. As recently as 2020, a Gallup poll found 1 in 4 Americans considered abortion to be a key voting issue. The topic playing a part in every major presidential election of the last 40 years.
What single issue could say more about a society's values?
This difficult and painful decision should be left to the women.
Have a God-given right to life.
I support a woman's right to choose.
Over the years, the Supreme Court approved restrictions that chipped away at Roe v. Wade, including limits on abortion procedures for ultrasound exams and counseling. But the constitutional right to abortion remained for nearly 50 years.
Now, as we cross the bottom of the hour here, we continue to stay on top of breaking news. The Supreme Court's landmark decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. President Biden spoke about that ruling last hour. Let's listen to part of what he said.
It's a sad day for the court and for the country. 50 years ago, Roe v. Wade was decided and has been the law of the land since then. This landmark case protected women's right to choose, her right to make intensely personal decisions with her doctor, free from the interference of politics. It reaffirmed basic principles of equality, that women have the power to control their own destiny, and it reinforced a fundamental right of privacy, a right of each of us to choose how to live our lives. Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us from the White House now. Josh, we just heard a little bit of what the president had to say in his remarks today. What else did he touch on in his comments?
Well, the president tried to use these remarks today, Aaron, to really capture the sense of frustration, outrage, and even dismay that so many people across the country, including so many of his supporters, are feeling today. President Biden calling it a sad day, not only for the court, but also for the country, saying that the life and health of women are now in jeopardy, and nobody more, he said, than women of color, who he said would be disproportionately disadvantaged by this ruling. But the president also used these remarks to try to lay the groundwork for the federal government to take action where it can to try to preserve access to abortion for as many women as possible. And he was very forthright with the fact that there's nothing sweeping. The president can sign an executive order or something that will restore a right that the Supreme Court has just said is not constitutionally protected. He can't undo what the Supreme Court did today. But what the administration can do is try around the edges to strictly enforce some of the existing laws to help facilitate women maintaining access to abortion where they can. So, for example, he talked about the Justice Department making sure that women who want to cross state lines to seek an abortion in a state where it will remain legal have the ability to do that, and they're not infringed upon as they seek that access. And similarly, with access to abortion pills, making sure that states know that they cannot simply throw out the science of the FDA, which has said that those medications are safe and effective. The president, though, acknowledging that ultimately this is something that needs to be codified into law if the fundamental right that had existed until now is to be brought back, Aaron.
You talk about things being codified into law, Josh. The president sort of used part of this speech to kind of rally voters as we go into the midterms, right? What was his message along those lines to voters?
Yeah, a rallying call, or I think it was even a call to action by the president in a political sense, which was fairly unusual to hear the president explicitly talking about elections and who people should vote for while speaking in the cross hall of the White House, a place where the president will often give presidential addresses on weighty topics of peace and war. But the president making very clear that if people want the reality to be different than it is after this decision, they've got to go out in November and elect lawmakers who will support those policies. President Biden saying that this is not over and that you can have the final word here. And so we expect this to be a key part of the message the president will be carrying on to the campaign trail as he starts to campaign for Democrats in the midterm elections. And the key argument the president wants to leave people with is that this is not a done deal, that there is still some hope if people remain engaged in the political process for lawmakers to restore these rights in the future.
All right, Josh Letterman for us outside the White House today. Josh, thank you. I want to go to NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa now on some breaking news, a major story we're following this hour. The House vote on that bipartisan gun legislation. Ali, I understand there's been some movement there in the House. Walk us through it.
Some major movement, Aaron, because as of just a couple minutes ago, we have found out that this has actually passed. This historic deal of gun reform just passed on the House floor with a total of 14 Republicans voting with Democrats, crossing party lines to vote with Democrats in favor of this. We had estimated around a dozen or so of them to do so, and they have, including 2 representatives from Buffalo, New York, and Uvalde, Texas. Those the latest 2 cities that unfortunately had such tragic mass shootings in the last few months. And that's really what got the ball rolling on this effort. We saw just 4 weeks of negotiations, a deal come out of these negotiations after nearly a decade of failed gun reforms, nearly 30 years since we've seen gun reform this large. So this is coming actually exactly 1 month to the day since the Uvalde shooting, Aaron.
I want to turn back to the Roe v. Wade decision that came from the court this morning, Ali, if we can. Speaker Pelosi has said that Republicans in Congress are planning a nationwide ban on abortion. How serious are those discussions, and how much of an appetite does there seem to be for that in the GOP caucus?
Well, this has really struck Capitol Hill very, very hard today. You know, you have Democrats, some of whom we have spoken with have had abortions themselves, really impacted by this, overwhelmed by this news. And then you have Republicans, most of them saying that this is really the first step in making abortions illegal nationwide. So the reaction here on Capitol Hill has really differed today. Obviously, this was something that lawmakers were expecting after we saw that draft opinion leak a few months ago now. And so Democrats were trying to shore up some support, some possible action on this. But we know the votes weren't there. We saw that vote back in May to possibly codify Roe into a federal law. That was a vote that senators knew would fail because they didn't have the votes. But it was really an opportunity to get all lawmakers on the record with where they stood on reproductive rights. And so today we're seeing the same thing with just a swarm of reaction from lawmakers here on Capitol Hill, really impacted by this decision. We heard from Nancy Pelosi this morning in a very emotional speech this morning. Take a listen to a part of that.
This morning, the radical Supreme Court is eviscerating Americans' rights and endangering their health and safety. The Republican-controlled Supreme Court has achieved their dark, extreme goal of ripping away a woman's right to make their own reproductive health decisions. American women today have less freedom than their mothers. What this means to women is such an insult. It's a slap in the face to women about using their own judgment to make their own decisions about their reproductive freedom.
We also saw lawmakers reminisce on Senate judiciary hearings for Supreme Court Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh, really looking back to what they told them. Specifically, Senator Joe Manchin saying he's, quote, disappointed, saying he trusted these 2 justices when they said that Roe was precedent and safe and couldn't be changed. Republican Senator Susan Collins, who voted for both of these Supreme Court justices, saying she's, quote, this decision was, quote, ill-considered and inconsistent with what they told her during those hearings. And so really just an influx of reaction from Capitol Hill. Actually, before this gun vote, we saw over 100 lawmakers march from the House floor over to the Supreme Court. If you're familiar with the layout of Capitol Hill here, it's really just a block away. Going there, making speeches on the steps of the Supreme Court here. Everyone here impacted by this decision, from lawmakers to staffers. We have even heard of some staffers given the permission by their bosses to leave Capitol Hill early. Capitol Police really boosting security here, as well as even tourists here who were on tours today. All tours being stopped for the rest of the day because of this decision, Aaron.
We know D.C. police are on heightened alert, as are some of the surrounding jurisdictions as a result of this decision. Ali Rafa for us on the Hill today. Ali, thank you. I want to turn back to our guests here in studio, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos and Chloe Atkins, one of our investigative reporters here. Chloe, I want to start with you. Looking at some of the data that we've been able to gather on this, there was a recent NBC News poll that showed a combined 60% of Americans say abortion should be either always legal or legal most of the time. How consistent have those numbers been in the recent polling that we've been looking at?
Right. So a majority of Americans do support abortion, while about 40% do not. And so, we have seen this shift in support. And, I also, despite this ruling, there is that support. But I also do want to plug that I got off the phone not too long ago with a source from the American United for Life, who said that this he now feels very euphoric, and this is a monumental moment for the anti-abortion movement. Now, I also talked to an abortion provider who is located in New York, and she said, this was expected, but it was a huge gut punch, and they are now anticipating an influx of patients any day now.
Yeah. Danny, as we look at this reality around some of these numbers, right? 60% of Americans support abortion rights. What does a decision like this do for the authority, the reputation of the court to have made a decision that seemed to be so out of touch with the majority of the citizenry?
Well, if I were to put on my imaginary conservative hat for the conservative bloc of the Supreme Court, I think they might respond to those poll numbers with, well, then great. If the majority of Americans support abortion, then it should be no problem. They go to the polls, and this issue has now been returned to the states. In fact, it's the conservative bloc of the Supreme Court that has long said the problem with recognizing rights, it feels good to say, hey, you have a constitutional right. But at its core, it's 9 humans who are appointed, not elected, who are making these decisions and taking away those same decisions from the people, from the states. And one of the things Alito pointed out is that Mississippi's constituency is majority female. So this is arguably a decision in the legislature that was supported by a majority female constituency. So the thing about poll numbers and the thing about picketing out in front of the Supreme Court is that civics lessons teach you the Supreme Court is the last institution. It's designed to not care about pickets, polls, or anything else. We appoint our justices for life. They sit on, as long as they can, on good behavior unless they get impeached. And so for that reason, we did that for a very specific reason, because our framers hated royalty. But they did this so that the justices would not care about outside pressures. And now, do they anyway? Who knows? There's a lot of talk about Ginny Thomas and Clarence Thomas and maybe a realm of influence there, but that remains to be seen. But the bottom line is, if the poll numbers are what they are, then I think the conservative side of the Supreme Court would say, fantastic. If that's the case, then they should go to the actual polls, and this wouldn't be a problem. Now, the reality is you have population clusters in different states, and a state like Mississippi, maybe that's not possible. But, under principles of federalism, this should create a situation where states that are doing something that is not desirable to the majority of people in this country, well, you vote with your wallet, you leave, you move to a state that does what you like with your tax dollars, in theory. The reality is not everybody has the money to get a covered wagon or a U-Haul and move to a state where abortion is legal.
So we sort of put this question to Tali Farhadi and Weissy a minute ago. Where does this go from here, do you think? Are some of the other things that we look at as rights now at risk? Do we think that this court is going to sort of target some of those things in conservative decisions going forward?
Maybe an hour ago, I would have argued for no, but I saw what I think is the biggest blockbuster line is in Justice Thomas's opinion. Now, that's not the majority, it's a concurring, but he says, essentially, we should revisit Obergefell. We should revisit
same-sex marriage.
Yes, exactly. We should revisit the right to contraception. We should revisit Lawrence v. Texas, which struck down sodomy laws. That is breathtaking, and that is really quietly the biggest blockbuster in this opinion. Almost everything else we knew, almost everything else we had a hint at oral argument was going to go this way, including Roberts' concurrence. But the idea that we would revisit all of the substantive due process cases is particularly unnerving, because Alito goes to such great lengths to say, no, no, no. Abortion is what we call sui generis. That's fancy Latin for unique. You shouldn't just say unique, because it is the only right that involves the taking away of a potential life, which is language from Roe. It is different from all of the other rights. And the other reason being reliance. Some of these others, Obergefell is a great example. If you overrule Obergefell, people have been relying, families are relying on Obergefell. You would undo, I mean, I can't imagine the court doing that, and I can't imagine that Thomas would say that. You can conclude that Obergefell may have been wrongly decided, but that's a case, for example, that has really tremendous reliance interests. That's a classic example of the entire country has relied on that and built families around Obergefell, whether or not you agree that it was right or wrongly decided. The argument with Roe and Casey is that the reliance isn't really there. It's prospective. It looks to the future, unless it happens, you know, it came down today and someone needed an abortion today. Otherwise, it's a future kind of reliance.
All right, Danny Cevallos, Chloe Atkins, I'll ask you guys to stick with us if you can here. We want to turn to... all right, control room, help me out here. This is Dr. Jamila Parrott, who is president and CEO of Physicians for Reproductive Health. She's also an OBGYN and an abortion provider in Washington, D.C. Dr. Parrott, we appreciate you being here today. I want to ask you first, just what went through your mind when that decision came down from the Supreme Court today on Roe v. Wade?
Thank you so much for having me. It's a devastating ruling, and it's going to have long-term generational impacts for individuals, for our families, for our communities. But it wasn't something that was surprising to any of us who have been providing abortion care for any amount of time in this country. Access to abortion has been under attack for decades. This is a devastating blow, and it's one of many that we have seen play out since the passage of Roe in 1973.
So abortion remains legal where you are. How are providers like you preparing to be able to continue to do your work to deliver care in a post-Roe environment?
Let me say, to your first point about abortion being legal where I am, I'm actually a resident of Washington, D.C., and we do not have home rule. So how long abortion will remain legal in the district is up to congressional ruling, because we are not a state. In terms of providers that are living in states where abortion is codified into their constitution, or they have been made legal, or proactive legislation has been passed to ensure access to abortion, we are going to see a huge influx of people who are traveling, seeking this care. The truth is that whether abortion is illegal or not where you live, abortions continue. And so people who can travel will travel, but many people who are going to be most disproportionately impacted by this legislation will not be able to do so.
And so what are your concerns then about how this ruling is going to impact the physical health of women?
We have very clear evidence that when folks are seeking abortion care and it is denied, that there are long-term health and emotional and economic impacts for individuals and also for our families. We know that maternal mortality rates increase. And for Black women who are 3 to 4 more times likely to die during pregnancy and in the postpartum period than white women, this will have a clear detrimental effect on our maternal mortality. We know that it has long-reaching economic impacts. Folks who are denied abortion care are more likely to either be thrust into or remain in poverty, more likely to be tied to an abusive partner. So the implications for years to come and generations to come, in fact, are going to be far-reaching.
All right, Dr. Jamila Parrott, we appreciate your time and your perspective today, helping us to understand from the medical side of this how this decision is going to impact people in this country. Thank you, Dr. Parrott.
Thank you.
Now, 13 states have trigger laws in place, as we've noted today. You see those states on your screen here. That means abortions will be banned in these places now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is live in one of those states. He's in Missouri for us today in St. Louis. Cal, the Attorney General there in Missouri made that state's abortion ban official a little while ago. Walk us through that. What more do we know about it?
Yeah, so we think that Missouri then became officially the first state in the United States to make abortion legal. I'm going to get out of the way and let Rich show you the scene here. We've had people showing up here this morning on both sides of the issue. We have pro-choice individuals and pro-life individuals. And at times, they are facing off. It is calm at this moment. But back to sort of what happened here this morning. So the Attorney General in this state basically codifying that Supreme Court decision. The state of Missouri passed in 2019 what is called that trigger law that you mentioned, which is to say as soon as the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, all that needed to happen was either the Attorney General for the state of Missouri or the governor in the state of Missouri had to make that proclamation, and then abortion become illegal. And again, that happened this morning. And so our viewers know it is now a Class B felony here in the state. So it can come with a penalty of 5 to 15 years in prison. Now, local representatives want women, especially who were looking for this care or maybe had an appointment here this weekend. And we should say the reason the crowd is here is that this Planned Parenthood is the only location in Missouri where women could receive an abortion. And that was true before this ruling. So local officials, Congressman Bush, for example, who represents this district, wants women to know in this state they can still go to Illinois. If they had an appointment this weekend, they can go to Illinois. But it is instructive of what has happened today, the historic nature of this decision, and how things are going to immediately change around this country, certainly in those 13 states where you have that trigger law. Like Missouri, abortion is now officially illegal there.
I do want to ask you, too, Cal, about the scene that's developed around you there. What's been the reaction from people there in Missouri since this ruling came down?
Well, look, the pro-life movement, and you see here in Missouri, it's a powerful movement. The Right to Life movement in Missouri is a powerful movement. The Public Action Committee, Right to Life, has a lot of sway in this state. And certainly for pro-life people, today is a big day, and it's an important day, and they're saying that they are celebrating it. We've heard people honking and yelling sort of support here to the pro-life crowd. Now, just sort of down the sidewalk, and Rich could come, and I don't mean to turn my back, but we can try to make our way through the crowd. You have pro-choice individuals who came out here this morning. They actually saw us on TV and came out here. It's a smaller group. They're laying here, sort of sitting here against the fence, and we've been talking to them, and they're incredibly depressed about what has happened. There is a shock here, I think, amongst a lot of people. And when you talk to women across this country, it is worth reporting that there's a great deal of fear as well in that community. And certainly when I spoke to Representative Cori Bush, she spoke to that. She spoke to the fear that is amongst women. Because here in a state like Missouri, which is a very conservative state, has a conservative state government here, there's a concern amongst groups like Planned Parenthood that birth control could be next. Birth control is still legal in the state of Missouri. We need to be clear about that. But there is a concern that there are other laws, other freedoms, as Planned Parenthood would say it, that could be coming under threat, Aaron.
All right, Cal Perry for us in Missouri today. Cal, thank you. We appreciate your reporting there. I want to bring in NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin now for more on this landmark Supreme Court ruling on abortion rights. She is at the Capitol for us as well today. Julie, I know you recently spoke to a mother and daughter who both have had abortions decades apart, one before Roe, the other during Roe. What did they tell you about their experiences?
Yeah, Aaron, Sammy Detzer and her mother, Patty, had abortions 47 years apart. And I spoke to Sammy, who had the unique experience of being able to openly speak with her mother about their abortion experiences. Take a listen.
I was 19 or 20 when I had an abortion.
And I was 25 when I had an abortion.
Patty Detzer had an abortion 5 years before the Supreme Court's landmark ruling, legally protecting a woman's right to choose.
They told me to get an abortion, I had to have a legal abortion, I had to see 3 shrinks. I do remember by the time I was finished with that, I felt like I really am crazy.
Her daughter, Sammy, found out she was pregnant in 2015. A year later, the two of them interviewed each other on a local radio show.
So I went and I bought a pregnancy test before work one morning, and this one came out positive.
The two women's experiences could not have been any more different, 47 years apart.
It took them a really long time, so by the time they got to me, I was 5 months pregnant.
I called my best friend, and after I hung up the phone with her, I called Planned Parenthood and immediately made an appointment for an abortion.
How fast was that whole process for you?
like 5 minutes. It was so fast.
Patty was dealing with substance abuse. It was her first time away from home. She could barely take care of herself. She wondered, how could she raise a child?
She would have had to make a lot of sacrifices. At that point, she hadn't finished school.
After the abortion, Patty got her life on track, receiving a master's degree in ceramics, becoming an artist, and going on to have 3 beautiful children.
It took her 5 months and it took me 5 minutes. And both of us knew from the moment we found out we were pregnant that what we needed, what we wanted to do. And I was just born in a much luckier time.
Having access to a safe and effective abortion process didn't make it emotionally easier for Sammy.
We've created this shroud of shame, this perception that it is unacceptable.
Patty's openness with her daughter about her own abortion helped Sammy feel confident about her decision. She quickly started sharing her abortion story with others.
I didn't believe that 1 in 3, 1 in 4 people has an abortion. That seemed like a way too high to me because I felt like my mom was the only person I knew.
Right. But at first, Sammy thought about keeping it a secret.
I just didn't feel ready to tell you. I remember I had a thought in my mind, like, maybe I'll just never tell her. Maybe I'll never tell anyone.
I never told my parents. They were already having a hard enough time with me.
Patty tragically passed away in 2018.
What do you think your mom would say if she was here today and Roe was being overturned? She would be so angry. She would be so frustrated and so defeated. I know for a fact that she too would have, as I did, think about my 2-year-old niece and how devastating it is that she is growing up in a world where rights are actively being taken away from people.
And Aaron, this concept that women who fought for Roe to be put in place in the first place are now had more rights than women are now going to have is one that rings true on Capitol Hill. Speaker Pelosi earlier today said, as a woman, as a mother, as a grandmother, to see young girls now have fewer rights than their moms or even their grandmothers is something very sad for our country.
Julie Sirkin for us on the Hill today. Julie, thank you. Now, the overturning of Roe v. Wade means that many women will now be forced to travel for access to an abortion. It's a journey that's not new because of restrictions that several states already had in place. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian flew with a group of women from Texas to New Mexico. Here's a look at their journey across state lines.
It's early in the morning, and 20 young women meet at a church in Texas for one reason. They will travel to New Mexico and get an abortion.
I can't do this. I can't put another kid through what the 2 that I already have are going through.
It's just not an option right now. Not for me, not for him. There's no support system right now.
Today, what happens is you get to make a choice about your life.
The New Mexico Religious Coalition for Reproductive Choice and the First Unitarian Church of Dallas
Adios, amigos.
are helping these young women leave Texas, a state with one of the most restrictive abortion laws in the nation.
We're arriving at the airport here in Dallas. This is just the first leg of a very long day for so many of these women.
We're about to make it law.
Texas has banned the medical procedure after 6 weeks. And now, with federal protection for abortion rights gone, traveling across state lines will be the reality for so many women.
You want to get it done, but it's just also I have to go to Albuquerque to get this done.
Advocates of this ban seeing this as a major victory, hoping to institute similar laws with the overturn of Roe. On this trip, all of the women are below the poverty line and 6 to 11 weeks pregnant, and without help, would not be able to make this journey. Only Memory and Sally wanted to be filmed using first names, and Sally asked not to use her real name to protect their privacy.
How do you guys feel like one leg down? You're now here.
It's almost over. It's just still a little bizarre that you gotta come all the way out here.
Dr. Curtis Boyd started this clinic in New Mexico and another in Dallas. He's one of the oldest abortion doctors in the country and says he's determined to make sure these women have a way out.
And you may just swallow that with some water. Now, what I must tell you is that's it.
Make it your choice, but make it reasonable and wise.
This is a decision that these women are making according to their own faith and values. It's our duty as a faith-rooted organization to trust what they've heard from God and support it.
Half of the women on this trip came across state lines to take a pill. The other half for a 10-minute surgical procedure.
You have women out there that have been raped. You have women out there that they don't have anybody, or they did it with the wrong person, or they're just not ready. You can't make women be ready for taking care of kids, because that's like a huge step.
The church where these women began their journey fought for abortion rights before Roe, helped Roe v. Wade to the Supreme Court, and is now fighting the Texas law.
We are going to see a public health crisis in this country, but a lot of people don't even want to think about it because they don't think it affects them. But what affects one affects the other, and this is where our faith also comes back into play. What I see is human life in front of me, and that's what's important.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News headquarters here in New York, just after 2 p.m. Eastern now, and we continue this hour with that breaking news impacting millions of women across this country. The United States Supreme Court has overturned Roe v. Wade, ending the constitutional right to an abortion and upending half a century of legal precedent. The justices' ruling was 5-4 on that issue. The conservative wing, Justice Thomas, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett deciding to uphold the Mississippi law at the center of this case. Chief Justice John Roberts wrote in his own separate concurrent opinion, but stated the court should not have overturned Roe. Justice Breyer, Sotomayor, and Kagan dissented. Now, this is what it looks like outside the U.S. Supreme Court right now. A large crowd of demonstrators there reacting to the court's decision now being made official. You might recall that draft of the opinion written by Justice Samuel Alito. It was leaked a little more than a month ago now. Today, on the steps of the nation's highest court, there is outrage from some and jubilation from others.
It feels like a betrayal. It feels like my country doesn't love me and appreciate my body as a woman.
It's complete and utter joy that it was finally overturned, that the battle is not over. The abortion industrial complex is strong in blue states, and we got to go after them as well.
For me personally, I'm adopted. So knowing other mothers out there who can't make a choice, it's pretty hard to see. Like, I was lucky and I have a wonderful mother. This is insane.
Now, this decision is setting off a cascade of repercussions. Half of the 50 states are certain or likely to ban abortion within their borders. I want to bring in NBC's Ken Delaney now in Washington, who's been covering this issue for us. So, Ken, this decision obviously was not one that was unexpected after that draft opinion was leaked last month. Walk us through the final decision from the court here.
Yeah, as far as we can tell, the decision by Justice Samuel Alito tracks pretty closely with the one that was leaked, makes the same reasoning, which is it's kind of an argument that's been made by conservatives for as long as the Roe v. Wade decision was on the books, 49 years, which is that it was wrongly decided because it found a right to an abortion in the Constitution, in the 14th Amendment, that the conservatives believe does not exist. And so that's what the majority here held, that there is no right to abortion in the Constitution, that it goes back to the states. And as you mentioned, many states are poised or have already outlawed abortion right from the beginning. Now, Justice Roberts tried to strike a middle ground, and if it was up to him, he would not have overturned Roe v. Wade, although he would have allowed greater restrictions on the point at which states can start banning abortions. But Roberts didn't hold sway. The conservatives had the votes, and they won the day. And so a right that had been enshrined in the Constitution for 49 years is no longer there, Aaron.
I want to ask you about Justice Clarence Thomas in particular, if I can, Ken. He wants the court to look at other decisions, and a lot of people have heard that to mean look at same-sex marriage, look at contraception. What did Justice Thomas have to say?
Yeah, he was actually pretty explicit about it, Aaron. You know, Alito, in his decision, said, look, this is only about abortion. This should not be construed to affect, our reasoning here should not be construed to affect these other decisions about that go to sort of rights. And Thomas said the opposite. He said that these decisions about same-sex marriage and other kinds of personal issues were wrongly decided, and the court should take another look at them, which is alarming a lot of people across the country right now, the notion that this isn't the end of where the Supreme Court could start repealing rights. But as far as we can tell, that's only a view that Thomas holds, or at least is expressing right now.
We also know that Attorney General Merrick Garland released a statement about this ruling today as well. What is he saying about the Justice Department's role in protecting abortion going forward, as the president indicated an hour or so ago?
Yeah, I mean, well, look, Garland is saying the Justice Department profoundly disagrees with the ruling, and it's a setback for reproductive rights. And he's also saying that the Justice Department will do what it can to keep fighting for women's reproductive rights, but there's only so much the Justice Department can do in the face of this very stark decision, and so we'll have to see how that plays out going forward, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delanian for us in our Washington bureau today. Ken, thank you. We appreciate it. I want to go to NBC's Maura Barrett now. She has been outside the U.S. Supreme Court as the crowds have been growing there throughout the day. Maura, I know you've been talking to demonstrators there all day long. What are some of the opponents of abortion rights telling you today?
Well, it was an immediate celebration for that group of demonstrators, Aaron, as the decision came down. People jumping up and down, elated and celebrating the decision that put forward what they say that they had been working towards. They said, one woman I spoke to said it was sheer determination and that she was feeling utter joy and relief seeing this decision come down. I spoke with another younger woman who explained this is something that she's been waiting for her entire life. I would hear some of that conversation.
It's about the woman and the child, making sure that she has all the support that she needs. Women need support and resources. They do not need abortion. Every child deserves life. Human rights start at conception and end at natural death. And that is what I'm going to fight for until the day that I die.
And so we had a lot of very emotional conversations on both sides, but we saw a lot of tears of relief and joy and smiles coming from this group. And then what's interesting, though, is you look behind me, there clearly is a very large crowd. My photographer, Ronnie's going to walk around here for a minute so you can take a look. But you'll notice that the signs that remain in the hours since the decision came down are all from demonstrators who support abortion rights. We saw a very large group of people that opposed abortion rights that were here celebrating for a very long time, cheering, praying, singing, and then about 2 hours ago they decided to march around the Supreme Court, and largely the group that remains is the ones that have been dejected and disappointed by this decision, Aaron.
So let's talk about the other side of this, as you referenced there, Maura. What are you hearing from abortion rights supporters?
Well, it's interesting because this group, as I look around me, and it still stands this way, is a group of largely younger people for the most part. And that's kind of what we saw here throughout the day. And it's younger women who think that younger people in general, that have seen rights taken away, that they, as they put it, in the country. They're concerned about the divisiveness of the country, they tell me. But I want you to hear from Hannah. She's a 66-year-old woman who I met here, and she was kind of standing further away from the crowd out of concerns for COVID. But she noted that this is something she's seen, a right seen that she granted in her lifetime and now taken away. And I want you to hear about what she experienced before Roe was passed almost 50 years ago. Here's some of our conversation.
I was in high school in 1973, and I can say that the stories were out there, what happened to women if they needed an abortion. We lost a high school classmate to, she was taken, we were told, out of country to get an abortion, and then we never saw her again because she was moved to a family outside of our town and outside of the state because of the embarrassment. That was scary to know that that could happen to someone. To see us going back to knitting needles and the whole thing, I'm stunned. I don't understand.
And Aaron, you see the imagery of knitting needles and clothes hangers, very graphic images that people are thinking about now. And that's something that time and time again, talking to people this morning, it wasn't the concern necessarily, it was concern about their rights being taken away, but it was the acknowledgement that abortions are still going to happen. It's a matter of the fact that there will not be safe abortions, that women could die from seeking an abortion. And that is the main concern that we've seen from this group here today as to why they're so upset that this decision was overturned.
Yeah, really painting a picture of what it means to go backwards on this particular issue. Maura, I do want to ask you about the crowd behind you. I know D.C. police have said that they are going to increase their presence really across the city throughout the day today. It seems as though the demonstrations behind you have been fairly peaceful. Talk to us about what you've seen among the people there as you've been there over several hours now.
We saw a lot of verbal tension, verbal arguments between both sides of the protesters, but I do want you to take a look at the fence that surrounds the Supreme Court here, and you see the police lining the front as well. The fence was put into place when the draft opinion was released, and we saw those massive protests in D.C. and around the country after that. And we did see an increased police presence this morning, police showing up with motorcycles and bikes to kind of divide the two groups of protesters. But interestingly, they peeled off actually right before the decision was ruled. And we have seen the police take different shifts. We heard that a bridge coming into the city had been shut down to deter certain protesters. But like you said, it's been largely peaceful, very collaborative, considering this is one main group that's left. But it's definitely something that D.C. police are keeping an eye on, Aaron.
All right, Maura Barrett for us on the ground outside the Supreme Court today. Maura, thank you. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is joining us now from the White House. Josh, as we just noted with Maura, police in D.C. are on high alert now after this decision from the Supreme Court. There's a full departmental activation, is the term that we understand, is in place until Tuesday of next week. What are authorities there saying about the need for more security?
Well, they're saying that law enforcement agencies really across this whole region, Aaron, are going to be on a heightened state of alert, not only because of the protests that we're seeing that Maura Barrett is at and others that could be cropping up elsewhere, but also, frankly, because this is the home of the Supreme Court, which means that it's the home of the Supreme Court justices who also reside in the area, who already had their security stepped up in anticipation of this decision. So here in the District of Columbia, we know that the Metropolitan Police Department, who played a large role responding to the January 6th attacks, they are coordinating with the district's Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency. We are told to expect a heightened visibility of police presence on the streets, more policemen that we will be able to see in the coming days and weeks in this region. And then just over the border into Maryland, into Montgomery County, which is a suburb of Washington, D.C., where 3 justices live. Justices Roberts, Gorsuch, and Kavanaugh all live there. The Montgomery County authorities have said that they are very aware of the situation, that they are directing resources appropriately, and that district commanders within their police department know exactly where the sensitive sites are, such as the homes of the Supreme Court justices. Now, none of this is to say that people are expecting violence, and certainly we heard from President Biden today saying peaceful, 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 urging people to demonstrate peacefully. And in fact, the D.C. police, they are saying that they support people's First Amendment rights. Nobody is discouraging people from going out and speaking their mind about this issue. People just want it to be peaceful, and that is why law enforcement is making sure they are ready for anything that could happen, Aaron.
All right, Josh Letterman for us at the White House today, keeping an eye on security efforts around D.C. Josh, thank you. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is joining us live now from Jackson, Mississippi. Kathy, the abortion clinic at the center of this particular decision is expected to hold a news conference this afternoon about 4 o'clock Eastern time. What do we expect to hear from them today?
Aaron, that is a very good question. We actually heard from the director shortly after the leak back in May, and she is obviously disappointed. She was actually disappointed ever since the Supreme Court took this case. So that is probably the same rhetoric that will be repeated later on this afternoon. But it is likely that she will offer some guidance to women who are still trying to seek abortions beyond the state of Mississippi safely and legally. And since they knew that this was likely to come. Any day now, they were mobilizing folks here in this community, gathering resources and also funds to help those who may not be able to afford traveling to different states, Illinois being the closest one, they said. But the clinic will have this 10-day period, essentially, because this is a trigger law state. So this is a protocol here in the state of Mississippi where the Attorney General will be weighing in and making it official. And we heard from Lynn Fitch, the Attorney General, put out a statement via Twitter, and she called this day a victory. So based on her statement, it's likely that this will be official in a matter of days. So once that's the case, this last remaining abortion clinic in Mississippi will be relocating, and it sounds like they'll be going to New Mexico. So a lot of things were happening behind the scenes. They were mobilizing behind the scenes to make abortions accessible even beyond the state of Mississippi, Aaron.
Kathy, I know Mississippi is one of these states with that abortion trigger law. Can you help us understand the process of how that's going to go into effect now that we have this ruling?
Yeah, so just like it sounds, here in the state of Mississippi and 12 other states in the South, it will be a matter of days, almost immediately, for an abortion ban. Only exceptions for if the pregnancy could impact the mother's health or in a case of rape. So once again, they have this 10-day window where the Attorney General will make this official, and then the last abortion clinic here in the state will have to close. So that's kind of what we're looking at this point, Aaron. But some folks here have told us that they have been preparing for this day. There have been a lot of restrictions already here in the state of Mississippi, but now they'll be looking ahead to see what other options are out there beyond the state of Mississippi.
Well, that was going to be my next question to you, actually. What options will women have in Mississippi who want to be able to have an abortion at this point? Do we have an understanding of where they are likely to go?
Yeah, so that is the big concern, right? Because if they do want to do it legally and safely, they will have to travel anywhere between 7 hours to 22 hours in some places. Once again, that clinic might be opening up in New Mexico, so that is an option there. But that costs money for airfare, whether you have to take off work. I mean, there are all these things that people have to consider. And pro-choice advocates are saying, look, this will disproportionately impact women of color. They don't necessarily have the resources, the money, and the time off from work to do this. So that is a concern. And we heard from a doctor who works at this abortion clinic in Mississippi, and her biggest concern is just the rate of miscarriages possibly going up, Aaron.
All right, Kathy Park for us in Mississippi today. Kathy, thank you. With me in studio now are NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos and NBC News reporter Chloe Atkins as well. And you've been helping us to sort of understand both the ruling and some of what's been happening in the country leading up to this. So, Danny, I'll start with you. Just your reading of the justice's decision today and sort of the legal argument that they're making in it.
Basically, it's that Roe and Casey were wrong. But just because they're wrong, that doesn't end the inquiry. If they're wrong, it's now what do we do with it now that it's wrong? Do we allow it to exist because it's been around a long time? Well, they apply their test for stare decisis. And they ask, Alito asks, well, is this a workable rule that we have in Roe and Casey? And they conclude it's not. It's led to all kinds of division and the applicability of a test that nobody really knows how to apply, the undue burden test. What is an undue burden? I mean, arguably, if you were to poll the Supreme Court justices today, even the liberal justices might disagree on what exactly is an undue burden. So that workability is a significant factor in deciding whether or not to keep a case, even if it is wrongly decided. It has to be not only wrong, but egregiously wrong, as Justice Kavanaugh might put it, and unworkable. And so that's why Alito delves into the history of what are called substantive due process rights. Like I said earlier, you have two kinds of rights. Those that we know that are explicit in the Constitution, but those that the court has recognized over the years that are not in the Constitution, but implicit in the concept of ordered liberty. They are deeply rooted in our history and traditions. The challenge is nobody really knows anymore exactly what they are. And after this decision, this may be arguably the beginning of the end of substantive due process. In other words, unless it is specifically enumerated in the Constitution, it's not in there, at least according to Alito. And certainly, it seems, according to Justice Thomas, who, again, I just keep coming back to the most blockbuster line in the opinion, I should say concurring opinion, is the idea that you should revisit, that we all should revisit these other opinions, these decisions that were based on that kind of penumbra, the glowing of rights within the Constitution that don't appear explicitly in there, but to challenge those now would really be surprising, especially because Alito went to such efforts to say, hold on, you have nothing to worry about. All these other rights, we're not going after them. It's only abortion. Abortion's unique, and here are the reasons why. You know, a lot of folks wonder, why does Alito go into all of this history? Especially, why do they go into a history involving people from a time who arguably had very retrograde opinions about how the world should be? You know, why do we trust them? Well, that's part of the deeply rooted in history and traditions analysis. And if that analysis had yielded the answer that, oh, abortion has always been 100% approved of, it's never been illegal, it's never been outlawed, then Alito might have concluded differently. But that's why he goes into such lengths to discuss America's history with abortion.
Chloe, I want to ask you, you've been covering abortion issues for a long time now. Help us to understand the impact that this decision is going to have and who is going to be primarily, largely impacted by this decision that overturns Roe v. Wade.
Low income and poor women are going to be impacted the most. Women with means will always be able to fly to a liberal-leaning coastal state to get care. I spoke to an abortion provider who's based out of New York who has treated a handful of Texas patients since they enacted SB 8, which bans abortion at 6 weeks. And she said that the women who are traveling from Texas to New York to get that care are largely white, are largely, they have means or a connection to the state of New York. And she is most worried, I touched base with her again this morning, she is most worried about these low income, poor, and women of color, because those women will be denied care. And when women who are living around the poverty line and they're denied care, they're pushed even further into poverty. So they're going to face higher tax liens, larger amounts of debts, higher evictions, and are also more likely to, experience negative health outcomes. So we're talking about anxiety, depression, chronic pain, and they're also more likely to stay in touch with a violent domestic partner. So, this impact we're talking about has a huge impact on their livelihoods.
Yeah. And Danny, I can't help but to think, as Chloe just sort of ticks through that list of other issues, you can't help but wonder how it is that the court doesn't necessarily look at those things too. We looked at some numbers. There were more than 900,000 abortions in this country, according to the Guttmacher Institute. Why doesn't the Supreme Court recognize the reality of how Roe impacted the people who live in this country today?
Yeah, the Guttmacher Institute does appear actually in the overall opinion, but so the question is, why not consider the fact that many women are having abortions in the United States? And I think maybe the answer to that, if you were asking one of the conservative justices, would be that just because people do it doesn't necessarily make it a constitutional right. There are many things that are permitted, but that are not constitutional rights and can be taken away. And the fact that 900,000 women, by the way, I think that's a compelling argument that it is, even if it's not deeply rooted in the great past history and traditions, but it may be deeply rooted today. But then again, the conservative side of the court might say, yes, you have a lot of people getting abortions. That doesn't make it a constitutional right. And yet, just as you did back in at the time of the 14th Amendment a century ago, people were of different minds about abortion. Most states, or a majority of states, outlawed it, or at least somewhat criminalized it. And even today, many states are trying to criminalize it. So when you're looking, as the court does, when they're applying that Washington v. Glucksberg test, that deeply rooted in history and traditions, you need something that's pretty much consistent throughout time. So I would suspect that Alito would look at those numbers. The conservative justices would say, sure, a lot of people are doing it. It's allowed. That doesn't make it a fundamental constitutional right, that we as a court will step in and override the will of the people in the several states. That's just my guess at how they would respond.
All right. I'm going to ask Danny and Chloe to stick with us here as we continue our coverage today. I want to bring in NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez. Isa, abortion restrictions, we know, vary from state to state at this point. Colorado is one of just a few states that does not restrict late-term abortions. How have clinics there been getting ready? How have they been preparing for today's decision?
Yeah, Aaron, they have been frantically trying to expand, trying to hire, trying to get as much staff as they can to bring in more patients, because they say that even in the last year, their patient load has doubled, even tripled in some cases, again, because these services are only allowed to be performed in just a few states. So I went to a clinic in Colorado that explained to me another thing that they've been doing also is ramping up their security systems. They have bulletproof windows now. They have security cameras everywhere because they are very concerned, even more today moving forward, about the safety of their staff and, more importantly, of their patients. They have protesters lining up outside as the patients walk in every day that they have procedures going on. And they're concerned. They say that they know as fact that this decision is going to increase the number of women looking for late-term abortions. Why? Because they're going to have to wait to be able to gather, like you've been hearing, the means to be able to go out of state and access this. Historically, late-term abortions make up a very small percentage of the total abortions in the country. In 2019, the CDC said that there were only about a few thousand, nearly 5,000. But we've already seen the demand go up, these clinics say, and they're expecting many more patients to be coming knocking on their doors because they need these services.
Issa, I understand that you also spoke to a doctor there who performs late-term abortions. What did he tell you about the impact of Roe being overturned?
He and others very simply said to me that this decision is going to cause women to die. Many times these late-term abortions are performed on women who have learned, in their third trimesters that this pregnancy is going to be terminal either to them or to the child that they are carrying. These are high-risk abortions. And again, he says that this is going to impact those women who cannot go out of state, who cannot go to a clinic like his to get these abortions safely, and that they will turn to unsafe measures in some cases, and that their lives will be at risk. Take a listen.
Now we have a situation where a woman's life and health is at the mercy of the next election, and also at the mercy of her zip code. This is preposterous.
These procedures later in pregnancy that he believes are going to be in higher demand and already have been in the last year with bans in states like Texas and Oklahoma, they're very costly on top of being high risk, right? We're talking about procedures that cost over $1,000, well over $1,000, not to mention the costs of airfare and whatnot to get to these places. But he's concerned right now that they're not going to be able to treat all of the patients who are coming to him. Aaron?
Issa, you've made the point here. We're talking about real people, real women's real lives here. What about some of the patients there in Colorado? What are you hearing from them about this ruling?
Aaron, they're terrified, they're sad, but most of all, Aaron, they are angry. I spoke with one of his former patients, Erica Christensen, who went out of state herself to get an abortion with Dr. Hearn in Colorado. She found out in her third trimester that there were medical complications that could put her life at risk. Take a listen.
I remain angry, and it is sort of what gets me up in the morning when things are feeling so terrible. I'm much more angry than I am sad because, again, sadness, I could work through. It made sense to me. Grief is an emotion that I could work through because it's something that I knew. Rage at politicians creating unjust laws that punished me in my deepest moments of pain and grief, that is something I still cannot wrap my brain around.
Erica said to me that she feels extremely lucky, that she's aware of the privilege that she had to be able to get to Colorado to have this procedure done. And she says she knows that there are many who do not have that opportunity. And Aaron, we have our full story coming up on Hallie Jackson Now at 5 p.m.
All right, we'll be looking forward to that here on NBC News Now. Issa Gutierrez, thank you. I want to bring in Dr. Cheryl Hamlin now, an OBGYN from Massachusetts. Dr. Hamlin, we appreciate you joining us. I understand that you've been traveling from Massachusetts to Jackson, Mississippi once a month to perform abortions at the only abortion clinic in that state. Can you talk to us a little bit about your work and how this came to be and what you do when you're in Mississippi?
Yeah, so, it started out
really after the Trump election that I realized that, this right we can't take for granted. So I really wanted to do more than just practice in Massachusetts. And so with the mutual connection, I started going to Mississippi in 2017. And it's, and I initially thought it was just no more than to improve access in Mississippi, that, we'll work to kind of change laws so that local doctors might feel more comfortable working there. And then I can go back home to Massachusetts. I never imagined that, 5 years later, this would be happening.
Given that fact, what are your concerns now? What are your concerns about the void that will be left in several states, we know, when clinics are forced to close?
I mean, much of what people have said before me, it is going to affect, and this, we have, the template for this. This all happened pre-Roe, where women who could afford to, flew to New York, they even flew to England when, England liberalized their laws before we did. And so that's going to happen again, that women who can afford to buy a plane ticket or take a week off of work, they'll do that and they'll come to Massachusetts. And I have seen people from Texas, here in Massachusetts. But there's this whole swath of people that, for any of those reasons, that the cost of the transportation, the cost of the procedure, and again, taking more time off work is a huge factor because, they're working paycheck to paycheck and, and especially as the stigma goes up, they can't always tell their employer why they're taking time off. And I just think a lot of those women are not going to make it out of the state, which would lead to, self-induced abortions that, can be safe in the proper setting, but obviously we're creating an environment where they're going to be less safe, as well as, women can, as was said before, as women will be continuing pregnancies that probably aren't safe for them to be continuing. They're going to be, so there's going to be women who die from really high-risk pregnancies because they really shouldn't have continued the pregnancy to begin with. And you can't say, oh, well, it was life-threatening at 8 weeks, but it will be later on.
I think you sort of touched on it a bit here. I want to ask you about mental health. This is a conversation that we've been having more and more often in this country. Can you talk a little bit about what kind of toll a lack of abortion access could have on mental health for women in this country?
Yeah, there's the obvious, postpartum blues, postpartum psychosis. It happens. But there's also, a lot of the women I see just want to provide for the children that they do have. And they recognize that, having another pregnancy is going to just increase their poverty, is going to increase the time that they have to spend with their other kids. Maybe they have to stop working and rely on one income. And, these are people that are just trying to keep their head above water to begin with. And so now you throw in another child and, God forbid, another potentially sick child or, a child that has, increased needs, and they're just not going to be able to do it. And it's going to just lead them further into poverty.
Dr. Cheryl Hamlin, we appreciate your time today and your perspective on this. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
And we have crossed over the bottom of the hour now. I do want to reset a bit if we can. Julia Ainsley is joining us from outside the Supreme Court, where she's been watching activities there and following this decision in particular through some of the details of it. Julia, the ruling was more than 200 pages long. Can you walk us through some of the key points as you've been able to assess them?
Yeah, we've been speaking to a lot of people out here, a lot of them really angry. Honestly, this crowd has been growing denser and angrier by the hour now. And you'll see behind me that we have Capitol Police. A lot of these people came out here when members of the Democratic Party from the House side came to speak. They're really here to protect the members of Congress who are on their way to speak, less so the crowd. So far, it has stayed peaceful, although verbally pretty intense. And we've seen people conflict with each other out here from both sides. And we've spoken to some people who are very impassioned about today's opinion. Let's take a listen to what they've told me.
Julia,
okay.
Go ahead. It seems like we don't have that sound ready.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, some of these people have been talking about how they are overjoyed by today's decision. This is something that they've been following since Roe versus Wade was actually enacted, and then again in the 90s when it was upheld. Now they're overjoyed today. They say that there are people in their families who had abortions who have regretted it. We've also spoken to a number of people, a lot of women and men, who say that a basic right that they thought that they had protected has now been overturned, and that they feel that their country has turned their back on them. We've seen a lot of people with just incredibly intense emotions today, a lot of people yelling in each other's faces, a lot of bullhorns, a lot of people, frankly, just, at a point where you could see emotions and possibly, a threat over spilling here. But we do have Capitol Police here now on standby. You can see people behind me here. We've got bullhorns, we've got protesters. You can barely even see through this crowd here behind me. A number of them have really been facing off. That would be the best way to describe it. Some people have been pulled away. We see more people come through. And another thing I have to point out just about the security situation is that Capitol Police have barricaded this in such a way that it's really like a pinhole to get in and out of this crowd where I am right now. There's about a single file path to get in and out. So it definitely has, raises some security concerns about what Capitol Police and Supreme Court Police will be doing to protect the crowd rather than just the members of Congress in this situation.
All right, Julia Ainsley Forrest, and since it's so obvious, I'll just point out there's a very large man off to your over your shoulder there, and I'm assuming the guy in the red shirt is the security that we've provided, as we typically do when we send reporters into large crowds like this. So no alarm for anybody watching.
And he's amazing, and we're thankful for him.
We definitely are. Julia, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Jacob Ward now. He's in San Francisco as we continue our coverage of this Supreme Court decision. Jake, what are you hearing there? What are people telling you? How are they reacting to today's decision?
Well, Northern California, as you know, Aaron, is in many ways the future of the post-Roe versus Wade world. You have enormous access to reproductive choice and reproductive health services here. And yet when we spoke to people this morning, approaching them to say, would you like to give us your reaction to today's decision? It was just very hard. People very, very emotional, very, very gutted, feeling dislocated from what they say is an increasingly politically charged Supreme Court. Here's how one person described her reaction to this decision.
I'm outraged. I am outraged. And I feel like I got punched in the stomach this morning. They took away a constitutional right for half of the people in this country. And this court is a political machine, and it is not acting in the will of the people, and its decisions are overturning hundreds of years of law, hundreds of years for gun control, over 50 years versus Roe versus Wade, and it is not following the will of the people. It is not following the Constitution, and I'm outraged.
The Bay Area, as you know, Aaron, is a center of all sorts of academic study, and it is, in fact, in many ways, the national capital on the study of what happens to people after they are denied an abortion that they've sought out. A big study out of University of California, San Francisco, called the Turnout study, followed 1,000 women over 5 years and discovered that by nearly every measure of well-being, financial, spiritual, mental health, all of it, they did far worse when they were denied an abortion that they sought, and in many cases predicted exactly the outcomes that they were worried about when they described why they were seeking those abortions. So here, just the feeling very, very dark from people in San Francisco today, Aaron.
Yeah, Jake, I do think it's worth noting, though, that abortion access in California doesn't change with today's ruling. What are people in California telling you about that reality for them?
Well, that's absolutely correct. In many ways, people here that we've spoken to who are in favor of reproductive choice say that they're deeply relieved to be in California, but they worry, of course, about the rest of the country and the fact that so many people are going to have to come to California and states with laws like it in order to get the services they may need. Here's how one person we spoke with described her feelings about it.
I feel like fortunate to be in California in many respects, but I feel worried about people who aren't in California and may not have the same benefit of, their state's rights. So just concerned about the direction of the country and the courts, because I always looked up to the Supreme Court and thought that they were objective.
The extraordinary flurry of activity we've seen in recent weeks and even years in anticipation of this is now coming together. Also, Aaron, we've seen 13 separate state bills being moved through the state capitol here, some of them enshrining the right to receive an abortion as a constitutional right under California state constitution, others setting aside, in one case, $20 million as a fund for people who need to travel from out of state to get help here. And we've seen, of course, abortion providers in California preparing for a massive influx of out-of-state patients. Planned Parenthood of Northern California says that just in this part of the state alone, they have 5 new facilities under construction. They've been under construction since November of 2016. When Trump took office, that was their first indication that they should get going. Now the fundraising and the construction has deepened. They say they're going to be able to take in 500 more patients a week once those facilities are constructed, and that's just up here in Northern California. And so a big, intense, emotional, but also preparatory reaction when it comes to the big decision we're all seeing here.
All right, Jake Ward for us in San Francisco today. Jake, thank you. I want to go back to Capitol Hill now. Correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us from her post there. Obviously, Ali, juggling a lot of different topics on the Hill this week and today in particular. But let's stay on this issue of the Supreme Court decision. What are we hearing from Democrats in particular on the Hill today?
Rage. This is a moment that all of them knew was coming because of that leaked draft opinion. Nevertheless, the rage that I'm seeing in my text messages, in my in-person exchanges with House members who have been walking by, is still so palpable. Chuck Schumer, many of them out of town. Chuck Schumer, the majority leader in Manhattan today, talking about it. Listen to him.
Today is one of the darkest days our country has ever seen. Millions upon millions upon millions of American women are having their rights ripped away from them by 5 unelected justices on the extremist MAGA Supreme Court. These justices, appointed by Republicans, presiding without any accountability, have stolen a fundamental right.
There are so many layers to what Schumer was saying there, both in terms of how these justices were confirmed. We know that many of them are from the Trump years when he was able to appoint multiple justices to the Supreme Court through multiple fraught hearing processes for each of them. Schumer referencing that. And then, of course, Democrats here on the Hill also just pushing ahead to November, because as I've been covering this issue both over the course of the last few weeks and, frankly, for the last few years, this is a moment that Democrats and reproductive rights activists have been coming for a very long time. They knew that the states were legislating around this in a way that they hoped to get it to the Supreme Court just to tee up a moment like this. And nevertheless, they squandered their opportunity to actually codify the protections that were offered by Roe versus Wade back in May, when 51 lawmakers in the Senate, including one Democrat, Joe Manchin, voted against the Women's Health Protection Act. And since then, lawmakers here are angry, but they're frankly hamstrung in terms of what they can do.
What about on the other side of this? Obviously, this is something that Republicans have been pushing for on the Hill, and obviously they knew the decision was coming, so expecting this. What's been the response, the reaction today from Republican lawmakers?
Look, by and large, it has been positive in that many Republicans feel affirmed in their anti-abortion values being seen by the Supreme Court today. But it's not necessarily uniform. Senator Susan Collins of Maine, for example, releasing a statement today, and I'll read from you in part. She says the Supreme Court has abandoned a 50-year precedent at a time that the country is desperate for stability. This ill-considered action will further divide the country at a moment when, more than ever in modern times, we need the court to show both consistency and restraint. It makes sense when you hear this coming from Collins. This is a precedent that she repeatedly talked about during Supreme Court nominating contests, but at the same time, it's one that she said, for example, during the Justice Kavanaugh confirmation hearings in 2018, that she believed him when he said privately to her that he would continue to uphold the super precedent of Roe and the other precedent of Casey, which is also baked into this decision. Now we're hearing from others like Joe Manchin, who also voted to confirm some of those justices who have now voted to overturn Roe, where they're saying that they are disappointed and that they were misled by some of these judges. And it sort of speaks to the entire theater that is the Supreme Court nominating process. There was a discussion about this after the Ketanji Brown Jackson confirmation hearings, how or if this process should change, because really the unspoken thing about it is that every judge who lands there, especially on the conservative side, the people nominating them know where they stand on this issue, but when they go before the Senate for confirmations, they can't explicitly talk about it. They find ways to go around it. And it lands us in moments like this one, where senators confirm them, believing that they'll uphold these precedents, and then you end up here.
I do want to ask you about the other breaking story we're following today, Ali, an extremely consequential one, I think. The House has passed this landmark gun legislation that was approved in the Senate yesterday. Do we know sort of where that goes from here, when the president might sign it into law?
I mean, what a day of juxtaposing emotions if you're a Democrat, especially in the House and the Senate right now, because on the one hand, you have the fall of Roe, which is, again, an issue that has them enraged and upset. And then on the other side of this, you have the most significant gun legislation that's been passed in 30 years, the result of weeks of bipartisan negotiations in the Senate. And you'll see why. I mean, on the other side of your screen, you can see what's in this bill. It's things that Republicans have wanted, like investments in mental health and school safety. It's things that Democrats have wanted, which is making some changes to the background check system, closing the so-called boyfriend loophole. No one is perfectly happy, but everyone got some of what they wanted in these negotiations. That's how compromise goes. The House passing that today in bipartisan fashion as well, sending it to the president's desk. And again, that's a moment of jubilation on one issue, while at the same time, they're dealing with devastation on another.
All right, Ali Vitale for us on Capitol Hill today, covering both of these important topics. Ali, thank you. I do want to turn back to legal analyst Danny Savalos now and NBC News reporter Chloe Atkins, who've been with us sort of picking apart the decision today and some of the ramifications of it. Chloe, I'll start with you. What sort of reaction are you hearing? You've been covering this topic for several years now. What are you hearing from your sources and people that you've spoken to over time?
Yeah, I've spoken to people across the country this week and also this morning, and it's safe to say that emotions are running very high. Planned Parenthood President Alexis McGill Johnson released a statement this morning right after we heard about the SCOTUS ruling, and she said it, I have it right here. Knowing this moment would come does not make it less devastating. The Supreme Court has now given politicians permission to control our bodies. Now, anti-abortion rights groups are naturally striking a very different tone. This is something that they have been doing for nearly 50 years. They have been attempting to chip away at abortion access at the state ledge and push through a law that is now Mississippi that was the vehicle to overturn Roe v. Wade. And we heard from Susan B. Anthony List's president, and they said an entirely new pro-life movement begins today. Over the next few years, we will save hundreds of lives. So, Aaron, we are seeing strong reaction from people on both sides of this issue, and I'm sure they will continue to weigh in on the coming days.
All right, Chloe, appreciate that. Danny, I do want to talk to you a little bit more about sort of the consequences beyond Roe, if we can. You've noted that Justice Thomas indicated that the court needs to take another look at cases like Oberfeld, the same-sex marriage case that went before the court. Does putting that language in a decision like this start to signal to lawyers and legislatures around the country, all right, now it's time to come up with a case to challenge these things, and the laws might change, the decisions from the court might change in terms of striking down the right to same-sex marriage?
Yeah, Justice Thomas often gets discounted. He's thought of as writing these more extreme concurring or dissenting opinions. But consider this, for a leader to have written the opinion, presumably Justice Thomas, who is the senior most justice, on the bench who would have concurred with that opinion, he would have assigned Alito the opinion. So Justice Thomas arguably has some power in this area. And if he ends up with the majority, some of his positions on reevaluating cases like Obergefell or any of the others that he mentioned could be a real possibility. And it just is so striking because Alito, again, I'm repeating myself, goes to such pains to say this is the only thing that we're dealing with today. But if you are going to look at some of those other entrenched rights, Griswold, which has to do with, Griswold is the case that that arguably was poorly reasoned, but it goes to contraception, to the right of married couples in their home to use contraception. And an interesting fact, even at the time of Griswold, the Connecticut legislature was actually pushing to do away with that law because it was a silly law. It didn't make a lot of sense. But yet, because the Supreme Court grafted this right from the Constitution onto the populace, it became controversial. And by the way, even Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg recognized that Roe was problematic because it created a right, it took that power away from the state legislatures and created a controversy when, at the time, state legislatures were kind of moving towards liberalizing abortion. You didn't have the evangelical push then that you do today. Now, obviously, I wasn't there. I can't take the pulse of what was going on in America at the time. But Justice Ginsburg, other liberal thinkers, Mark Tushnet, have all criticized Roe. So in a sense, we knew this was coming. Does it mean that substantive due process, the idea that unenumerated rights in the Constitution are dead going forward? I don't know. That could go either way. Maybe they are dead, and the only thing keeping them alive is reliance interests, that we've relied on them for a while. But then again, a lot of people relied on Roe for a long time.
Yeah. All right. You posed some interesting thoughts there, and obviously it's going to be something to watch over time. Danny, Chloe, you're going to stick with us here as we continue our coverage this afternoon. Joining me now is Kristen Day, Executive Director of Democrats for Life of America. Ms. Day, we appreciate you making some time for us. You tweeted earlier today, and we'll put it up on the screen for our viewers, that, quote, abortion activists are responsible for Roe being overturned. They overstepped by celebrating abortion and advocating for it for up to 9 months. The Democratic Party embraced these extremists, leading to the Republican majorities all over the country. There's some Pew research that shows 6 in 10 Americans say abortion should be legal in all or most cases. What do you see as extremist?
Right. So a lot of the states, such as Colorado and New Jersey and New York and even Virginia, have been pushing the limits to abortion up to 9 months and celebrating abortion, where a majority of Americans, as you said, would support reasonable limitations and reasonable health and safety regulations of abortion. By the Democratic Party embracing this extreme agenda, they have pushed people out of the party, and they have silenced people within the party from speaking out on reasonable regulation of abortion. And so we've seen that's what led to the Senate going into the Republican hands. Because people wanted Roe v. Wade to be overturned. They wanted the abortion decision to go back to the states. And even though there are 21 million pro-life Democrats out there, they are celebrating today that Roe is overturned.
So what should be done? I mean, how does your group plan to support pregnant women who no longer have access to abortion who might want it?
Right, we have been advocating for that for decades. We supported the Affordable Care Act and advocated to eliminate pregnancy as a pre-existing condition. We also had the Pregnancy Assistance Fund, which was included in the ACA, to provide grants to states to provide support, again, to pregnant women. We advocate for paid leave. We advocate for child support for families through the child care tax credit. And I think this overturning Roe opens up a huge opportunity for our nation to really refocus our efforts, not on whether abortion should be legal or illegal, but what more can we do to provide women with a real choice to have the baby instead of abortion? Because we have this really, in California and New Jersey, the abortion rates are really high, and other states they're lower. Every state's going to have a challenge, but the unified thing that every state has to do is support pregnant women, giving them the opportunity to carry that child to term and the support to care for their families. We need to refocus our country.
Well, and when you look at conservative states, though, maybe perhaps places where these trigger laws exist, is it your expectation that there will be the sort of support for women who will no longer have access?
That is something that we are really pushing for. We were happy when Texas passed their law that they also increased the funding for the Alternatives to Abortion program. We are also working, Arkansas passed the Every Mother Matters Act, which makes sure that every pregnant woman is put in touch with the resources available to them to carry their child to term. So we are advocating in states, both blue and red states, for the challenges that lie ahead. And we just strongly believe that women should have the real choice to carry that children to term, because according to the Guttmacher Institute's own numbers, most women choose abortion because of financial reasons or pressure from someone. And with these new, with Roe being overturned, we face these new challenges to make sure that every woman has the support necessary.
All right, Kristen Day from the Democrats for Life of America. We appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Yep, thank you so much.
I want to bring in C.K. Hoffler now, chair of the Rainbow Push Coalition. She's also a veteran trial lawyer. C.K., how's your organization responding to the ruling today? What are your members telling you?
Well, we're devastated. We just came off of a conference where we addressed this very issue. Of course, we knew this opinion was coming, but there's nothing like this opinion actually getting here. The overturning of Roe versus Wade is going to impact legions of Black and brown women and poor women. Because if you don't have the ability to get on a plane and you want to have an abortion, you need to have an abortion. There are many reasons why women need to have abortions. And if you can't get to another jurisdiction that would allow you to do it legally, then you're going to be trapped. You're going to feel that your rights have been infringed upon. You're going to feel you don't have options. And you might turn to something that is devastating. The reality of the overturning of Roe versus Wade is that women today have less rights than their mothers had. That's devastating. And Black and brown women in particular are going to be really impacted.
All right, C.K. Hoffler, we appreciate your time today. Thank you for joining us. Now, millions of women across the country are reeling, as we've been talking about, from the Supreme Court's decision that overturns Roe v. Wade. Some women in states that have already enacted stricter abortion laws are traveling to Mexico to obtain the procedure. Abortion providers there say they've seen a measurable increase in Americans coming in. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford visited one of the few remaining abortion clinics on the border.
For many women, Dr. Franz Theard is their last chance. His New Mexico practice is one of just a few remaining abortion clinics along the U.S.-Mexico border, just 1 mile west of the Texas state line.
We've increased by 100, so we do about 250 a month now.
Abortions per month?
Per month.
That jump since last September, when a Texas law banned abortions as early as 6 weeks into pregnancy. Before that, the state allowed them up to 20 weeks.
Not doing an abortion because you're 6 weeks or 5 weeks is almost like not doing abortions at all.
But some of those who can't find the help they're looking for across state lines are leaving the country entirely. Many American women are coming here to Mexico to buy abortion pills. The most commonly used does not require a prescription and costs about 1/10 of the price. We're about to meet 2 women who provide abortion services out of their home here in Mexico. Just outside of Monterrey, activists Vanessa Jimenez and Sandra Cardona founded La Aborteria, where they provide the abortion-inducing drug misoprostol and guide women on how to take it. They say they've seen a dramatic surge of American clients since the Texas law went into effect.
Con 2 o 3 chicas de Estados Unidos al año.
5 por semana.
Sí.
So before you were seeing 2 to 3 American women a year. Now you're seeing 5 American women a week.
A veces más.
And sometimes more.
Sí.
¿Y de dónde vienen específicamente? And where are they coming from specifically?
Que han venido aquí a México de Texas. O sea, es el estado más cercano.
So the majority of women you're seeing are coming from Texas, but you're saying you'll also meet women who are coming to Mexico on vacation from Ohio. Sometimes you see women coming from Oklahoma, various states. And they're not alone. Another Mexican organization, which opened its doors in January, says Americans now make up 25% of its customers. ¿Qué hacen ustedes acá? What do you all do here?
Pues realmente somos acompañantes, ¿no?
So the bottom line is you all are companions, you're helpers. You basically shepherd women through the abortion process. And so you're here to tell them you're not going to die and you will not be penalized. ¿Me pueden dar un ejemplo? Por ejemplo, ¿qué les dicen? Can you give me an example? What do the women coming from Texas tell you?
Sí, eso, no era una situación de una chica de Texas.
What you notice from the women coming from Texas is that they are so scared. They're so scared to even ask for information back home that when they come here, they can't even say the word abortion.
La mayoría viene con mucho miedo.
It's fear, not only of going to jail, but the economic penalties.
A fear that's driving many women even further from home.
How are people contacting you? How do they find out about your services?
Pues así, por las redes sociales. O sea, Sandra un día abrió una página de Facebook que se llamaba así, Necesito Abortar.
You're saying you all started, it started from social media. People found out when you put up a Facebook page, and so they're finding you through social media. And so you're saying this is also spreading by word of mouth. People trust each other, and they're sharing this information.
Noon on the West Coast, 3 p.m. here at NBC News headquarters in New York. I'm Aaron Gilchrist, and the breaking news this hour, we're covering one of the most consequential legal decisions in recent memory. The Supreme Court has overturned Roe v. Wade. For the first time in half a century, American women no longer have a constitutional right to an abortion. Justices Thomas, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett upholding the Mississippi law at the center of this case brought before the court. Chief Justice John Roberts, however, wrote his own separate concurring opinion saying that the court should not have overturned Roe in its decision. Justices Breyer, Sotomayor, and Kagan dissented, and a short time ago, we did hear from President Biden.
Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk. It's a realization of an extreme ideology and a tragic error by the Supreme Court, in my view. The court has done what it has never done before, expressly take away a constitutional right that is so fundamental to so many Americans.
Now, the street and sidewalk outside the Supreme Court, now the epicenter for demonstrators on both sides of this issue. This is what it looks like right now. 3 p.m. now on the East Coast outside the court. A lot of people there are outraged, and some of them are overjoyed.
How'd you feel the second you found out about the overturn? How do you think I felt, man? This is amazing. This is probably the best day of American history in my lifetime.
At the end of the day, human rights begin at conception, they end at natural death, and that's what we're fighting for.
I honestly don't think the young people who are elated at this moment understand what they've done or what has been done to them.
The pro-life people who are out here contradict themselves in everything that they do. They are not pro-life. They're pro-hypocrisy, pro-birth, and pro-control.
Now, with Roe now overturned, half of the 50 states are certain or likely to ban abortions within their borders. Leading us off this hour, NBC's Ken Delaney in Washington today. Ken, it's been about 5 hours now since we got this decision from the court. What are some of your big takeaways from the opinion we received today?
Hey, Aaron. Well, look, as a layperson, a non-lawyer reading this opinion and the dissent, what strikes me really is how profoundly different these two groups of mostly Ivy League educated scholars, these justices, view the Constitution. The majority rightly says that the right to abortion is nowhere mentioned in the Constitution. And they say that the ruling in Roe, that the due process clause of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution provides a fundamental right to privacy, which protects a pregnant woman's right to abortion. They say that was fundamentally wrong because the people who wrote the 14th Amendment in 1868 didn't see it that way. And the liberal justices in their dissent retort, yeah, that's right. It's also worth remembering that all of those people were men. It goes back to this long debate that we've had in this country over whether the Constitution is a living document or whether it only means what the people who wrote it thought it meant. And right now, the latter view holds sway on the Supreme Court.
Ken, there's also some important context about this ruling from Chief Justice John Roberts. Can you explain what he said in his concurrent opinion?
Yeah, Roberts tried to strike a middle ground here unsuccessfully. And he's an institutionalist, and he's clearly worried about the effect that this decision will have on the perceived legitimacy of the court. He wrote in his separate opinion that The court's decision to overrule Roe and Casey is a serious jolt to the legal system, regardless of how you view those cases. He added a narrower decision rejecting the misguided viability line, that's about when a fetus is viable, would be markedly less unsettling, and nothing more is needed to decide this case. In other words, he said we didn't have to do this, but his view did not hold sway among the majority.
So, Ken, as we've been discussing, this ruling returns power over regulating abortions to the states, right? What options does the federal government have to sort of help women who want to be able to obtain an abortion?
Aaron, Attorney General Merrick Garland laid out some of that in a detailed statement today. He said the Justice Department will continue to protect healthcare providers and individuals seeking reproductive health services in states where those services remain legal. He noted that federal law prohibits anyone from obstructing access to reproductive health services through violence, threats of violence, or property damage. And he also noted that the FDA has approved the use of a medical abortion drug called mifepristone, and he said that states may not ban that drug. It's simply if they disagree with the FDA's expert judgment about its safety and efficacy. So the Justice Department does plan to get involved in these issues, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delanian for us in Washington today. Ken, we appreciate your reporting on this. Thank you. Now, the impact of this decision obviously is being felt across the country today. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in Kent County, Michigan for us today. Dasha, I know you spoke to some women who are just learning of today's news. What sort of reaction are you hearing there?
Well, Aaron, abortion rights are in a precarious place right now here in the state of Michigan, because while Michigan doesn't have the sort of trigger laws that we've been talking about in some of the red states in the South, this state does have a kind of zombie law, this 1931 law that's been on the books but lay dormant after Roe went into effect. Now that Roe has been overturned, this law could once again come into effect. Right now, there's been a court injunction that has prevented it from taking effect right this moment. But this law criminalizes abortion with no exceptions. So the folks here, the women in this state, the people in this state who are for abortion rights, they are extremely concerned about what could happen in the coming weeks here as the state's Republican-held legislature is fighting to defend that law, to keep that anti-abortion law in place. And I want you to hear from one of the women I spoke with today. Her name is Katie Morse. She actually was a lifelong Republican until 2020 when she cast her vote for a Democrat for the very first time. And she told me that she is surprised and concerned about what all of this means. Take a listen.
I'm concerned that we're starting to see the downfall of America at this point, and we're taking
strong words.
Taking rights away from people is a really big deal. And how do we get those rights back?
I feel and anger because this has nothing to do with the Constitution. This has to do with a cabal of people that think they can, I'm sorry, how do they have the right to tell me or any woman what she can do with her body?
And Aaron, that woman you just heard from last there, Virginia DeHaan, we didn't find her. She actually found us. She was walking around downtown Grand Rapids looking for something to do, someone to talk to about this. She came up to us in tears. This historic day, clearly deeply personal, deeply emotional for people, Aaron.
Yeah, this is sort of mind-blowing, the decision for so many people trying to think through it and understand it better. Dasha, there was a recent court order in Michigan that delays the banning of abortions there. So can you sort of square today's Supreme Court decision with that order? What happens for women in Michigan now?
Well, we're waiting for the Michigan Supreme Court to rule on this. They placed an injunction on that law. I mentioned that 1931 law banning abortion. So right now, abortion providers can continue to do what they're doing. But we're waiting on that final ruling over whether or not that 1931 law is invalid. Governor Gretchen Whitmer has asked, as of today, at 1 o'clock today, asked the Michigan Supreme Court to expedite that process and that decision. But in this conversation, in this press briefing that Attorney General Dana Nessel held today, she talked about how we've seen, what we've learned today is that court rulings, they can be overturned. They are not necessarily permanent, even for certain cases, certain rulings that we thought would last would have lasting power. Take a listen to just some of what she said today.
What I have pledged is this. I am not going to seek to discipline, to suspend, to revoke the license of any medical professional who is properly trained in performing abortions or prescribing abortion medication, and then who proceeds to do that. I will not involve my office in that. And as I've indicated before, of course, neither will I enforce this draconian 1931 law that I think will hurt so many people in our state.
And while the Attorney General and the Governor are hopeful that the Supreme Court will rule in their favor here, the Attorney General said that the best way that voters who are for abortion rights can sort of enshrine those rights is by pushing through a ballot proposal that would be on the November ballot and coming out to vote for that, which would help put those rights into the Michigan Constitution, something that takes it out of the hands of the courts and into the power of the people, Aaron.
And Dasha, you and I have been talking about this issue in Michigan in particular for a couple of days this week. Michigan, we know, has one of the highest number of abortion procedures in the country. Could that state, is that state prepared to see an influx of women seeking abortion, given the comments that we heard from the Attorney General today?
Right. Well, this is where it's interesting, right, where we're talking about this as now an issue that has come down to state by state making this decision. But it's not only a single state issue, because we've already seen this happening in the South, where you've seen some of these stricter abortion laws put in place in Texas and other states. And people are crossing state lines to seek care in other states. And Michigan has already been seeing that from Ohio, from Indiana. And absolutely, they are expecting that will increase so long as abortion rights here in Michigan are available. So it's not a single state issue. This is an intra state issue and then a federal issue, as we've been talking about as well, Aaron.
All right, Dasha Burns for us in Michigan today. Dasha, thank you. We appreciate it. Here with me in studio now is NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Also with us, NBC News reporter Chloe Atkins, who's been covering the issue of abortion closely for some time now. And Danny, I want to start with you on some of the legal questions here, right? Can you help us to understand the legal argument that the justices are making in this decision that's overturning Roe?
Let's start with an easy, quick one. Justice Roberts. He signaled this throughout oral argument. And essentially what Justice Roberts says is he's concurring, he's going along with the majority, but he really only wanted to discuss the viability test. That line that he says was this arbitrary line in the sand that the Roe and Casey court kind of plucked out of the air, created out of whole cloth. Mm-hmm. Indeed, he says the litigants in those cases weren't really even asking for a line at viability. It's the court that came up with it. And it came up with it in a way that really isn't in the spirit. It's like a regulation, the kind of thing that the executive branch or the legislature should make, not the court. Okay. So to Justice Roberts, it was about maybe doing away with viability. But since the closest in agreement with him was the majority, he's essentially concurring with the majority. The actual majority opinion, pretty much the same as it was several months ago when it was leaked. And it basically concludes that Roe and Casey were wrongly decided. They were wrongly decided, and they should not stand under the idea of stare decisis. Stare decisis is the idea that we follow precedent. We respect what prior courts have decided and use those to guide us forward and follow them and consider them binding. Well, the Supreme Court doesn't have to always consider things binding. It can overrule its own precedent. It has in the past. Plessy v. Ferguson. Cases that were egregiously wrong were revisited and overturned. The court has to be able to overturn precedent. And when it comes to constitutional issues, the principles of stare decisis are at their weakest. In other words, when it's the Constitution, that's the time to revisit it. And it does. And it says that this was wrong, egregiously wrong when it was decided. It's unworkable. And even though people have known about it for decades, there isn't enough reliance, there isn't enough in the history and traditions to keep this constitutional right. And so they are striking it down. Remarkable because the Supreme Court overrules itself. The Supreme Court undoes precedent. It doesn't often undo a constitutional right. In other words, the Supreme Court doesn't often giveth a constitutional right and then taketh it away.
Okay. I do want to actually come back to that with you, this idea of precedent. But Chloe, first, I want to talk a little bit more about the practical application of this issue, right? I think we have some numbers we can put up on the screen. We know that 26 states are either certain or likely to ban abortion because of the Supreme Court's decision today. Half of those already have trigger laws in place. What does life for millions of women in this country look like now without Roe, based on the reporting that you've been able to do over time?
That's right, Aaron. Life for millions of women across this country looks very different today than it did yesterday. So with Roe v. Wade being overturned, regulation of abortion goes back to the states, like you just mentioned. 26 states are poised to ban abortion entirely or in some way, shape, or form in a very strict form, excuse me. And so what we will see is an emergence of a tale of two countries. Huge swaths of the South and Midwest no one will have access there. And then in liberal-leaning coastal states, that is where people will be able to travel to get care, or will be able to have a lot of accessible abortion access in that state. So we are seeing a huge, stark difference in what reality looks like. And it truly is dependent on your zip code and being able to access that care.
Danny, I want to go back to this, to precedent, right? I think for those of us who are not legal minds, lay folks, we hear that term and we know what how you define it in the dictionary. But as you've suggested, in practice, we can't help but to wonder, does it not really mean anything? If after 50 years, precedent that's been sort of president on top of president on top of president over such a long period of time, how is it that it just goes away? Is it that there's a conversation that happens among the judges and it ends with, oh, well, the precedent that's been in place for so long in this case doesn't matter?
Couple reasons, and this is according to the majority. It's that constitutional issues are worthy of revisiting. In other words, if they weren't, then the first court would have the first and final say on all constitutional issues, and that can't be the case according to the court. And in addition, the majority argues, and again, I'm describing what the majority argues here, that this is precedent that has become unworkable. In the 50 years since Roe v. Wade was decided, we still don't know what an undue burden is. We still don't know what viability is. By the way, viability is also a moving target, arguably, because of the way that modern medicine advances. Viability is defined by a fetus's ability to live outside the womb. If that's the case, well, viability is something that has changed dramatically since the 1800s. Right. Versus today. And then, strangely enough, we talk about evolving ideas about abortion. Some of the majority, and even Robert's opinion, goes into the idea that, look, these evolving ideas have changed the original foundations that Roe was based on. I mean, the bottom line here is, yes, people have been doing it now for decades, but the majority observes that because Roe and Casey were so flawed in their decision, that they were always a precarious, by the way, this was always on the chopping block. Not because people, like abortion or don't like abortion, but because Roe was based on shaky reasoning from the beginning. Again, that's not my opinion. That's the late Justice Ginsburg's opinion. That's great leading liberal thinkers like Lawrence Tribe. It's their opinion that this was something that was flawed from the outset. So it was always ripe to be attacked. The thing that really should concern folks is that, notwithstanding Justice Alito's cautions or assurances, I should say, that maybe all of these rights that are not enumerated are on the chopping block. It could be the case that other of these rights that have been recognized mostly by the Warren Court in the 60s that exist. I mean, could you say that same-sex marriage is a possibility of being overturned? My goodness, according to Justice Thomas, maybe. I still don't think so for a couple reasons. The reliance interests are huge. Right. They're huge. You would undo families, right? And you could argue there's no real push. Ever since Oberge fell, there aren't marches, every year against same-sex marriage. There's certainly people who don't like it that are out there, but you don't have this movement. You don't have a president who's promising to put, anti-same-sex marriage justices on the court. The last president, President Trump, made that promise, and it looks like he delivered on it.
Yeah. It seems that it wouldn't be unreasonable to think that with the language that Justice Thomas included in his writings on this, that some of those other issues, same-sex marriage and others, could suddenly be Oh, a target. Oh, wait, there's a line that says maybe we should start having marches and trying to push for I won't ask you to weigh in on that.
Yeah.
Unless you're inclined to. If there's a legal argument there.
Well, again, I'll put on my hat using the reasoning of the conservative majority here, and here's how I think the reasoning would go. Because you could make the same argument about Obergefell. By the way, you could make the exact same argument about Griswold. Griswold, the case that recognized private couples' right to have contraceptive devices, was something that was really poorly decided. That's where we get that language of, well, maybe it's in, the 14th Amendment, but it kind of glows. It's part of the penumbra of the rights in the Bill of Rights. And that's the stuff that originalist justices seized on and conservative thinkers have seized on because it's kind of flim-flammy. It's kind of language that isn't concrete. And it's from those cases, Griswold, that we get the problems that led to Roe in the reasoning, which is, you can't deny that those words are not in the Constitution. Now, does it mean that we should interpret the Constitution to just evolve? Yes, I do. I think even conservative justices recognize that just because something didn't exist in 1878 or 1776, we adapt with technology. But if something wasn't a right, and believe it or not, back when the 14th Amendment was enacted, there were abortions. Right. There were rules on abortions. So that's the reasoning of the conservative bloc of the court, that if it wasn't firmly rooted in our history and traditions, then at the time, that's not what it protected the 14th Amendment. So again, always on shaky ground. In a way, maybe we knew this was coming. Yeah. Yes.
Chloe, I'll give you the last word on this. I know you're in touch with stakeholders that you've talked to over time about this. What's been the reaction you've heard to this decision?
There has been strong reaction from folks on both sides of this issue. We actually heard from, and I'm going to read it right here, we heard from the ACLU in a statement. They said, today, the Supreme Court, in line with modern science, overwhelming recognize the truth in every mother's heart. Excuse me, that is SBA's. So I'm going to read to you SBA's Pro-Life America president. They said, today, the Supreme Court, in line with modern science and overwhelming public consensus, recognize the truth in every mother's heart, and that pro-life advocates have argued all along. Unborn children are human beings deserving of protection. Now, I'm going to read you the ACLU. Now, they are, striking very different tones. The pro-life movement has been waiting for this moment in history for over 50 years. Right. Like we've talked about, they have taken this incremental approach at slowly passing restrictions at different points in pregnancy, enacting waiting periods to anything really underneath the sun that may stick. Now, the ACLU, who has been, involved in many of these lawsuits, they said this decision is an unprecedented attack on women's rights and reproductive freedom, and the effects will be immediate and far-reaching. And like I've said before, this isn't the last time we were going to hear from folks on both sides of this issue, and I'll be following it closely.
All right, Chloe Atkins, Danny Savalas, we appreciate you both. Thank you. Let's turn now to NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman. He's live outside the White House for us at this hour. Josh, we heard President Biden speak a few hours ago on this. Let's take a listen to some of his response today.
They didn't limit it. They simply took it away. That's never been done to a right so important to so many Americans. But they did it. It's a sad day for the court and for the country. 50 years ago, Roe v. Wade was decided and has been the law of the land since then. This landmark case protected women's right to choose, her right to make intensely personal decisions with her doctor, free from the interference of politics. It reaffirmed basic principles of equality, that women have the power to control their own destiny, and it reinforced a fundamental right of privacy, a right of each of us to choose how to live our lives. Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk.
So, Josh, what's been the reaction to the president's comments on this issue so far?
Well, Aaron, we are hearing Democrats and abortion rights advocates echoing the president's call to action as the president essentially tells Americans and voters that if they want the right to an abortion restored, they're going to have to vote for more lawmakers who are going to support that. That there is nothing the president can do in and of himself with this, sweep of a pen or an executive order to restore a right that the Supreme Court today took away. And so you heard President Biden.
Josh, sorry to interrupt you here. Vice President Harris is speaking right now. Let's listen in.
I had the privilege of serving with him, as he mentioned, on the Senate Judiciary Committee. And I can tell you, Illinois, you are very, very well represented by Senator Dick Durbin. He is an extraordinary leader, a great fighter for all of America, and in particular for the people of Illinois. So thank you, Dick Durbin, and congratulations to your grandchild for her honor today as well. And I want to thank all the leaders for joining us today. And a special thank you, of course, to Lauren Underwood. Where are you? Lauren, I have seen you when the cameras are on and when the cameras are off. She is always fighting for the people of her district, and all that you have done for our government, for the people of our country, and for Plainfield. I thank you for that. I thank you for your partnership and your leadership. So as Senator Durbin mentioned, we traveled here today. In fact, they both joined me along with the Secretary on Air Force Two. And we traveled here from D.C. today to talk with you about maternal health, which should be one of our highest priorities as a nation. And I had planned to speak about our strategy for improving care for pregnant women and mothers across our country. And as you know, on the way here, however, we learned that the United States Supreme Court had rendered its decision in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization. Here's what that decision means. For nearly 50 years, we have talked about what Roe v. Wade protects. Today, as of right now, as of this minute, we can only talk about what Roe v. Wade protected. Past tense. This is a healthcare crisis. Because understand, millions of women in America will go to bed tonight without access to the health care and reproductive care that they had this morning, without access to the same health care or reproductive health care that their mothers and grandmothers had for 50 years. This is the first time in the history of our nation that a constitutional right has been taken from the people of America. And what is that right? Some might ask. It's the right to privacy. Think about it as the right for each person to make intimate decisions about heart and home. Decisions about the right to start a family, including contraception, such as IUDs, the morning after pill. Decisions about whether to have a child, including, as Senator Durbin mentioned, through in vitro fertilization. Decisions to marry the person you love. Obergefell v. Hodges. Loving versus Virginia. This opinion also says, when you read it, that abortion is not deeply rooted in our nation's history. They offer that in the opinion as a foundation for the decision they rendered today. In holding that it is not deeply rooted in our history, Today's decision on that theory, then, calls into question other rights that we thought were settled, such as the right to use birth control, the right to same-sex marriage, the right to interracial marriage. The great aspiration of our nation has been to expand freedom. But the expansion of freedom clearly is not inevitable. It is not something that just happens. Not unless we defend our most fundamental principles. Not unless we elect leaders who stand up for those principles. The strength of our nation has always been that we move forward. Today, I invite all people to stand together in defense of one of the most fundamental ideals and principles that for generations, for centuries, I believe we had held dear, which is that fundamental principle about the importance of liberty. To stand for liberty, to stand for freedom, to stand for self-determination, and for the right to privacy. You have the power to elect leaders who will defend and protect your rights. And as the president said earlier today, with your vote, you can act, and you have the final word. So this is not over. God bless you, and God bless America.
Vice President Kamala Harris speaking there about the Supreme Court ruling today in strong words, talking about the expansion of freedom not being inevitable, as she says that it is now incumbent upon the citizenry to take action to change some of the rules, some of the laws in different parts of this country. I do want to go to NBC's Julia Ainsley. She is outside the Supreme Court for us today, where crowds have been gathering for hours now. Julia, I know you've been hearing from people on both sides of this debate on abortion here. Talk to us about some of the conversations you've had today and about some of what you're seeing on the ground right now.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Aaron, if you want to know how divided our country is, particularly on this issue, look no further than the crowd I'm standing in right now. We have some people here who are celebrating today. They say they're overjoyed. This is something that they've wanted to see for decades. Then you have people who are emotionally devastated, trying to come here to fight for what they thought was their constitutionally protected right. So from both the abortion rights advocates and those who are against abortion, we are hearing some really emotional opinions and testimony today. We've also increased security here. Capitol Police now standing in front of the barricade right in front of the Supreme Court. You're hearing speeches on the right of me, music on the left of me. All around here today, we've seen bullhorns. It's really just been growing more tense, louder, and a thicker crowd by the hour. I spoke to some people today, some who we said were devastated to tears. Others who were celebrating this as a victory, particularly those who saw this as a religious victory. Here's what one of those people had to tell me.
I think for the Christian community, this is something that we should all believe in pro-life, because God has made us with a purpose, everybody from when they're conceived. So I do believe it's a victory for Christians around the world.
So you can see for some people, this is something that cuts across religion. They might see it as a religious victory. You have people behind me saying that this is undermining the separation of church and state that was set in motion by our founding fathers. You have other people who see this as a race issue, saying that people who could be shut out of abortion access now are disproportionately people of color, people living in rural areas of the country, particularly in red states. It also cuts across economic economic lines, people saying that people who now have means can travel to another state where abortion is legal, but people without means won't be able to. It really cuts across every facet of American identity, and we're seeing that on display here today as the crowd gets more tense, and we've seen a lot of conflicts of both sides have faced off against one another, Aaron.
All right, Julia Ainsley for us outside the Supreme Court there on Capitol Hill in Washington. Julia, thank you. Joining me now is Melissa Fowler. She is the Chief Program Officer of the National Abortion Federation, which is the professional association of abortion providers. What's happening inside your offices today? I'm wondering, what kind of activities have you all been undertaking? What kind of calls have you been getting?
Sure. So we're absolutely devastated. This is a heartbreaking day, not just for abortion providers and advocates, but for everyone in this country who has or will ever need to access abortion care. And even though we've been preparing for this, it's still incredibly sad and hard to deal with. We've been reaching out to members across the country who are facing a lot of different things. Some people are dealing with the reality that they have to start turning patients away and think about closing. Some people are trying to think about scaling up services, and they're expecting to see more patients. We run a national toll-free hotline, and we're hearing from people who are concerned about how they will access care, how they will afford care, how they will make the trip to another state. And, you know, it's important for people to realize that despite this ruling, abortion is still available. It's still legal in many states, and there are resources for people who want to access that care, and people like the National Abortion Federation who can help them do so.
And I would imagine that messaging is part of the preparation that your organization has been doing, knowing that this ruling was coming. Can you walk us through a little bit of that, the preparations that you've undertaken so far?
Sure. So, you know, in some ways, we got sort of dress rehearsal for this with the Texas ban last year.
Mm-hmm.
At that time, we saw a dramatic increase in callers from Texas who needed more assistance, who needed to travel out of state. And we've been able to help them either access care quickly or book their travel and fund their expenses to be able to go to another state. So we saw what that looks like with just one state. And so we've been preparing, we've been increasing our staffing. We've been trying to raise more funding for patient assistance because we know the need is going to be so much greater because swaths of the country are going to lose access. And sadly, it is going to depend on where you live and how much money you have, whether you can access the health care you need. So we've been preparing for this. We've been trying to make sure that we're supporting our members, those who are going to stay open, those who are going to pivot and provide other services, and unfortunately, those who will have to close or think about other options.
All right, Melissa Fowler, we appreciate you making some time for us today and being on with us. Thank you. Now, as we mentioned earlier, about half of U.S. states are certain or likely to ban abortions within their borders. One state that just did is Arkansas. The state's attorney general just certified the trigger law there, outlawing abortion in Arkansas.
This decision essentially puts our pro-life laws in place and allows Arkansas to ban abortion, with the only exception being to save the life of a mother.
Now, many people in other states are celebrating today's Supreme Court ruling as well. I want to bring in Rebecca Parma now. She is a senior legislative associate for Texas Right to Life. Rebecca, we appreciate you being here today. How are members of your organization reacting to today's decision?
Yeah, thanks for having me. And we're celebrating. You know, this is something that the pro-life movement and Texas Right to Life have been working toward for nearly 50 years. And it's a historic day and one that we're certainly celebrating, even as we acknowledge there's still more work to do.
The ruling today virtually eliminates abortion access in Texas for women in that state who would have sought an abortion and now can't have one there. What resources are there available to help them outside of getting an abortion?
Yeah, absolutely. We have the Alternatives to Abortion program here in Texas. It's been around for about 20 years. The legislature funds this program at $100 million for the next 2 years. And this program comes alongside women who are pregnant and are unsure about if they can keep their pregnancy because of financial concerns or educational concerns, anything like that, and encourages them to choose life, and also walks alongside them for up to 3 years after the birth of their child, providing them with social services like diapers and formula, and then counseling and parenting classes and job skills training so that they choose life and continue to thrive even after the birth of their child.
All right, Rebecca Parma, we appreciate you being on with us today and explaining that for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong is joining us now from Capitol Hill. Scott, new reaction from lawmakers coming in there by the minute, I understand. The House Speaker Nancy Pelosi made some additional comments as she walked off the House floor today. Walk us through that. What does she have to say?
Hey, thanks for having me. Yeah, Speaker Pelosi taking aim at Justice Clarence Thomas, who essentially not only joined the majority opinion overturning Roe v. Wade, but said he sees this now as a new precedent that would allow the courts to re-examine very significant landmark cases that have already been decided. Things looking at the legality of contraception, of gay rights, things like that. That has shocked a number of Democrats up on Capitol Hill and across the country, including Speaker Pelosi. Garrett Haake, our colleague, caught up with Speaker Pelosi as she was coming off the floor. Let's hear exactly what she had to say.
Given the comments from Justice Thomas's dissent, especially about other steps the court might take, are there things you think the House can do to get ahead of any of those possibilities?
For 30 years or more, I have been telling people that the termination of pregnancy is just the front game for this. They're after the whole reproductive health issue. They're against contraception, family planning, in vitro fertilization, all of it. And they make no bones about it. They'll say, going to ask them for a vote, they'll say, we're against all of that. So this is nothing new to us. What he said was an admission of fact. And in fact, beware of what they would do if they ever won the Congress. They would try to criminalize all of it. All of it. So this is brutal, what they're doing. But you have to give Clarence Thomas, okay? He told the truth, which the others are trying to hide.
And so you heard from Speaker Pelosi there. I caught up with her in her press conference earlier today and asked her specifically for millions of Americans who woke up today now feeling helpless, that they don't know what to do after this Supreme Court decision that they vehemently disagree with. What should folks be doing? Speaker Pelosi talked about the day after Donald Trump was sworn in as president. She said millions of Americans, of women specifically, took to the streets in peaceful protests. She thought, something like that should happen again. 150 Democrats did just that, walking across the street to the Supreme Court and let their voices be heard, in protest against this Supreme Court decision.
At the same time, Scott, we did hear from two senators in some pretty strong words who are now saying that they felt like they were misled by members of the Supreme Court. Can you explain some of what we heard today from them?
Yeah, absolutely. Senators, as you know, conduct the confirmation hearings for Supreme Court justices. And if you'll recall, in some of these hearings for Brett Kavanaugh and Neil Gorsuch, the questions were asked specifically and repeatedly, is Roe v. Wade, do you believe it is precedent? And the answer, time and again, was yes. That is the precedent. That is the law. It was upheld in subsequent cases. Those justices were under oath at that time during those confirmation hearings. And so this has really upset and frustrated a number of the senators who were some of those who met with those justices during those confirmation hearings, who were some of the individuals who specifically asked those questions of those justices. They feel they have been misled. Let's hear a little bit more from some of those senators, including Senator Manchin and Senator Susan Collins, the Republican from Maine.
I think we actually have a graphic we can put up on the screen that's showing some of what we heard from Senator Manchin here, Scott.
Okay, let's hear from Manchin. Manchin says, I trusted Justice Gorsuch and Justice Kavanaugh when they testified under oath that they also believed Roe v. Wade was settled legal precedent, and I am alarmed they chose to reject the stability the ruling has provided for 2 generations of Americans. Susan Collins says this decision is inconsistent with what Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh said in their testimony and their meetings with me, where they both were insistent on the importance of supporting long-standing precedents that the country has relied upon. And so you're hearing just a little bit of frustration from those two senators. There are a number of others who feel exactly the same way. We will probably be hearing from a wider group of senators in the days to come.
And Scott, I do want to ask while I have you about this other breaking story today, the House passing that landmark gun legislation that was approved by the Senate yesterday. Speaker Pelosi a few moments ago held a ceremony for the passage of that bill. Walk us through this. What happens next here?
Well, as you know, this passed the United States Senate last night. Lawmakers were in a hurry to get that passed in the House of Representatives today because lawmakers are now departing on a 2-week recess for the July 4th holiday. And so what happens now is it goes to President Biden's desk for his signature. The president has vowed to sign it. This is the most significant gun legislation in about 3 decades, in a generation. Some of the highlights very quickly: it expands child and family mental health services, strengthens background checks for buyers under age 21, and closes the boyfriend loophole, among a number of other things. Now, Chris Murphy, one of the chief negotiators, the Democratic negotiator, told reporters that, look, this is just the first step in what he hopes will be additional gun measures to prevent, events like Uvalde, Texas, and the mass shootings in Buffalo, New York. But, the big question remains, will Republicans continue to stay at the table with Democrats in negotiating additional gun measures, or do they feel like this is enough, especially since they're feeling pressure from their right flanks and gun rights groups like the NRA?
All right, Scott Wong for us on Capitol Hill today. Scott, we appreciate you reporting on this. Thank you. I want to turn to NBC News correspondent Cal Perry now. He's in St. Louis, Missouri for us today. Cal, we know that Missouri is one of those 13 states with a trigger law in place. I think we have a map we can put up on the screen so folks can see all of those states now. Abortion is going to be banned in these places now that Roe is overturned. The Attorney General there in Missouri made that state's abortion ban official a little while ago. Help us understand that. What is he saying?
So, yeah, abortion became illegal here in the state of Missouri about 10 minutes after that Supreme Court ruling today. It was made possible because the state passed a law in 2019, as you put it, this trigger law, which basically says once the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade, if it should overturn Roe v. Wade, that trigger law would immediately come into effect. The only thing that would prevent it from going into effect is if the governor or the attorney general or the state legislator didn't make a proclamation. But as you sort of put out, the attorney general made that proclamation. He signed it, making abortion officially illegal in this state. It is now a Class B felony to provide somebody with an abortion. That is, it is the medical provider who is really targeted by the law. 5 to 15 years in prison. Now, the location where I am is an important one because it is the only location in the entire state of Missouri where it was possible to get an abortion before this ruling. It is the Planned Parenthood here in St. Louis, and this Planned Parenthood sent a letter just shortly after the Attorney General signed that proclamation, letting the state health department know that they were ceasing providing this procedure. It is the first time in 50 years that they have had to do so. So for women who are in this state who want to get an abortion, they're going to have to go out of state. Illinois, you can still do that. The governor there saying that that right will be protected. Overhanging all of this, Aaron, is a very conservative state legislature, a conservative governor, a conservative attorney general. So you have, I think, a real fear amongst women and amongst groups like Planned Parenthood that this is just the first step in many that will curtail freedoms for women, as they would put it. Okay. Things like birth control, they worry, could be next on the docket, Aaron.
So, Cal, is that it then for Planned Parenthood in Missouri? Is there a next step for them to try to help women in Missouri?
So it's not it for Planned Parenthood in Missouri. Certainly Planned Parenthood would say they're going to continue to provide health care and reproductive health care to women in this state. But it is increasingly difficult, they would say, to do so because you continue to have restrictions put on the work that they can do by the state's legislature. And again, I'm saying it the way I'm saying it because it's nothing new here in the state of Missouri, right? The trigger law was in place 3 years before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. So Planned Parenthood is constantly, they would say, battling the state to provide reproductive health care for women. And again, that is what this is about, they would say nationally, and they did so. In their sort of national statement, they said, well, they're not surprised. It is still very much shocking, and I think that's true for Planned Parenthood across the country, and certainly it's true for women here in the state of Missouri.
Cal Perry for us in St. Louis today. Cal, thank you. We appreciate it. Now, as we focus on the U.S. right now, we also want to turn some attention overseas. An American couple vacationing in Malta is now facing the unthinkable. Andrea Prudente, seen here in a hospital in Malta, is suffering a miscarriage. Doctors say there is no way to save her baby, but she cannot get an abortion because abortions are illegal in Malta. Continuing the pregnancy could kill her. Today's Show reporter Danielle Campo Amor is following this story for us and joining us now. Danielle, this woman was 16 weeks pregnant, had a healthy pregnancy up until she suffered a miscarriage. What are you hearing from her? What did she say happened?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. So, as you said, she was 16 weeks pregnant. This was a very wanted pregnancy. Her and her partner, Jay, were so thrilled to learn that they were actually going to have a baby girl. They took a baby moon to Malta to just spend some quality time together before their daughter was going to come into the world. And then in the middle of the night this Sunday, she woke up to intense pain and in a pool of blood and realized that there was some type of medical emergency happening. They rushed to the nearest hospital. After 2 days of various treatments and observations, they were told that there was no way that the pregnancy was viable, that their baby girl was not going to make it, that she was slowly dying, and she was in the middle of miscarrying, but her body hadn't been able to actually expel the pregnancy. Her placenta had detached, that she had no amniotic fluid whatsoever. This is not a viable pregnancy, but as you mentioned, because the laws in Malta are some of the most extreme in the world, abortion is outlawed entirely for any reason. You have to be actively dying for a doctor there to help you and assist you in that way. They were denied care, and they were told basically you can either stay here, hope that the pregnancy will pass, although they were told that was very unlikely, and they would have to risk either her dying from sepsis, a very severe infection, or bleeding out to death, or they could find a way to leave the country, which is what they did last night. I spoke to them again this morning. They are finally safe in Spain after taking an ambulatory flight from Malta to there, and she's awaiting care there. But this is one OBGYN in Malta told me that this is what Americans should expect to happen now that Roe has fallen.
All right, Danielle Campo Amor, we appreciate you bringing that story to light. Obviously, a very difficult situation for that couple to have to deal with and to have to go through. And as you indicated, something that we could see happening more as time goes by here in the U.S. We appreciate your reporting on that, Danielle. Thank you. Joining me now is Bernarda Villalona. She is a criminal defense attorney and a former prosecutor. Bernarda, Louisiana's governor signed a bill this week that could send abortion providers to jail for up to 10 years, even if prosecutors fail to prove that an abortion took place. What are the consequences for people who are simply investigated?
So this is going to be a huge problem for Louisiana as well as the other states that have banned abortion, because now we're talking about prosecutions that can lead to searching of your phone, searching of your health records, searching of doctors. We're talking about so many things that can happen, impinging on the right to privacy, which is exactly what Roe versus Wade stood for.
You know, the dissenting justices wrote that individual biases, not the rule of law, have taken over the court. What's your take on that assessment?
So if we're talking about individual biases that have taken over the court, but that is exactly what this decision was, individual biases, because they chose to completely deny the precedent that was set forth in Roe versus Wade, a case that I was born into with having that right. So the judges have now become politicized with this type of decision that they rendered today that dealt a huge blow to women's reproductive rights and the right to choose.
You know, there's an attorney for the Center for Reproductive Rights who predicts that legal chaos is going to happen in the aftermath of this decision. What's your take on that? What sort of challenges do you think states face now?
I call it's going to be a legal civil war amongst the states, because all the states, every state is going to have a different way of how they look at abortions, how they prosecute abortions, what they allow in terms of abortions. So you're talking about people jumping from state to state, depending on what the desire is going to be. The question would be, can one state tell me I can't do something in another state and then come back to my state where I actually live? So I think all of this is going to be litigated in the courts, and we're going to see all of this play out right before our eyes.
Today is not the last day, it seems, on this topic at all. Bernardo Villalona, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin now for more on today's Supreme Court ruling on abortion rights. She's at the Capitol for us. Julie, I know you spoke to a mother and daughter who both had abortions, decades apart, obviously, one before Roe, the other during Roe. What did they tell you about their experiences?
Yeah, Aaron, I sat down with Sammy Detzer, who had the unique experience of getting to talk openly with her mom about their abortion experiences. But Sammy told me that if her mom were alive today, she could have never imagined a future without Roe.
I was 19 or 20 when I had an abortion.
And I was 25 when I had an abortion. Patty Detzer had an abortion 5 years before the Supreme Court's landmark ruling, legally protecting a woman's right to choose.
They told me to get an abortion, I had to have a legal abortion, I had to see 3 shrinks. I do remember by the time I was finished with that, I felt like I really am crazy.
Her daughter, Sammy, found out she was pregnant in 2015. A year later, the two of them interviewed each other on a local radio show.
So I went and I bought a pregnancy test before work one morning, and this one came out positive.
The two women's experiences could not have been any more different, 47 years apart.
It took them a really long time. So by the time they got to me, I was 5 months pregnant.
I called my best friend, and after I hung up the phone with her, I called Planned Parenthood and immediately made an appointment for an abortion.
How fast was that whole process for you? like 5 minutes. It was so fast.
Patty was dealing with substance abuse. It was her first time away from home. She could barely take care of herself. She wondered, how could she raise a child?
She would have had to make a lot of sacrifices. At that point, she hadn't finished school.
After the abortion, Patty got her life on track, receiving a master's degree in ceramics, becoming an artist, and going on to have 3 beautiful children.
It took her 5 months and it took me 5 minutes. And both of us knew from the moment we found out we were pregnant that what we needed, what we wanted to do. And I was just born in a much luckier time.
Having access to a safe and effective abortion process didn't make it emotionally easier for Sammy.
We've created this shroud of shame, this perception that it is unacceptable.
Patty's openness with her daughter about her own abortion helped Sammy feel confident about her decision. She quickly started sharing her abortion story with others.
I didn't believe that 1 in 3, 1 in 4 people has an abortion. That seemed like a way too high to me because I felt like my mom was the only person I knew.
Right. But at first, Sammy thought about keeping it a secret.
I just didn't feel ready to tell you. I remember I had a thought in my mind like, maybe I'll just never tell her. Maybe I'll never tell anyone.
I never told my parents. They were already having a hard enough time with me.
Patty tragically passed away in 2018.
What do you think your mom would say if she was here today and Roe was being overturned? She would be so angry. She would be so frustrated and so defeated. I know for a fact that she too would have, as I did, think about my 2-year-old niece and how devastating it is that she is growing up in a world where rights are actively being taken away from people.
Aaron, this idea that women today in America will have less rights than their mothers did is one we've heard echoed throughout these halls of Congress all day today, from Speaker Pelosi to Senator Sherrod Brown, who told me that he can imagine a reality in which his daughter and granddaughter have less rights than his wife did.
All right, Julie Sirkin for us on Capitol Hill today. Julie, thank you. Here with me in the studio, NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos and news reporter Chloe Atkins. And I want to give you guys a final thought here as we wrap up this hour of coverage. Chloe, I'll start with you. The big takeaway, what you want folks who are listening to this story to really sort of zero in on as we head into the weekend.
That's right, Aaron. I really want viewers to take away that abortion is now largely inaccessible in half of this country. And that means that low-income women of color located in large swaths of the South and Midwest will have a very difficult time accessing abortion out of state. So that will leave them with one of two options. They will be forced to carry unwanted pregnancy to term, which will put them in very precarious situations as it relates to their health, their financial stability, that will not only affect them, but the child that is born out of that unwanted pregnancy, the children that they already have, their family, and their community. The other option, too, is to self-manage their own abortion. And like we talked about at the top of this hour, self-managing one's abortion looks very different than it did in a pre-Roe v. Wade world. We have seen an advancement in science and in medication. Women, we are seeing them now, not just since Texas banned abortion at 6 weeks with SB 8 back in September 2021, but just, over the years, self-managing their own abortion using medication by buying it online or getting it through trusted community members.
Danny, where does this go legally from here? One would think that once the Supreme Court has said what it's said, that's the end of the road. But I would imagine there are lawyers right now who are looking at what comes next.
The next two fronts are essentially state laws, state constitutions. To what degree do state constitutions protect a right to an abortion in each of the several states? And to what degree can states outlaw extraterritorial abortions, where residents travel out of state in order to obtain an abortion? Those are the next places this goes.
All right, we'll be watching that. Danny Cevallos, Chloe Atkins, we appreciate you both being a part of our coverage these last 3 hours. And of course, thank you for being with us here on NBC News Now. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Breaking news coverage continues with Chuck Todd on Meet the Press Now.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd in Washington on what is an historic day and a perilous moment in American politics. This is the scene right now. This is the steps of the U.S. Supreme Court as both pro-choice demonstrators and pro-life demonstrators continue to gather after the court's expected, but still no less dramatic ruling, overturning 50 years of precedent, eliminating the constitutional right to an abortion. We heard the president this afternoon urge demonstrations across the country to remain peaceful. The ruling is one for the history books, and it sets in motion an avalanche of legal, medical, political, and cultural fallout at a time when you have to ask yourself if this country can handle yet another divisive issue. 13 states with trigger laws on the books are going to be banning abortions immediately or within a very short period of time. Oklahoma's Attorney General, for example, announced this afternoon that his state will now prohibit abortions on demand. In the coming weeks, it's expected that roughly half of the states in this country will make the procedure illegal, even in instances of rape or incest. Not in every one of those cases, but in some of them. This is the first time ever that a Supreme Court has granted a widely recognized right and then taken it away. What that means for other court precedents, upholding the right to same-sex marriage, contraception use, and beyond, boy, is that a major question mark. Anything that was tied to the so-called right to privacy. Then there's the political fallout. We're just months away from the midterms. Clearly, that's on the president's mind as he looks to energize his base and avoid losing control of Congress in November. Here was some of his reaction this afternoon.
This fall, we must elect more senators and representatives who will codify women's right to choose into federal law once again. Elect more state leaders to protect this right at the local level. This fall, Roe is on the ballot. Personal freedoms are on the ballot. The right to privacy, liberty, equality, they're all on the ballot.
And moments ago, Vice President Harris addressed the ruling while traveling in Chicago, echoing the president's comments and urging supporters to use the ballot box as a tool to combat the court's ruling. The bottom line, actually, though, is the Supreme Court said that abortion rights now have to be decided at the ballot box. They didn't say it that explicitly, but when you do what you did, it now means it is an election issue all the time, not just this one. I'm joined now by my NBC News colleagues for reaction here at the Supreme Court and from states around the country facing new restrictions. Justice correspondent Pete Williams is here to give us the legal breakdown. Julia Ainsley's outside of the Supreme Court. Kathy Park in Jackson, Mississippi, right near the clinic that brought this case. Dasha Burns is in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and Josh Letterman is at the White House. Pete, let me start with you, and let's break down the rulings here, because you have Alito's ruling, you have the Thomas concurring, and Kavanaugh concurring. You have Roberts' own version of this. And I guess what is operational and what isn't? I know what Alito wrote is operational, but then Kavanaugh wrote something about what this does and how operational is that. So just, I'd like to break down each one of these concurring opinions, not just Alito, but start with Alito.
Okay, remember how this case came to the Supreme Court. It was a challenge based on Mississippi's law that would ban abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. So the court granted the case limited to one question: can states ban abortion before the age of fetal viability? That was the question before the court, and the court today said the answer to that is yes. That vote was 6-3, with Chief Justice Roberts joining with the other conservatives. On the question of overturning Roe versus Wade, the vote was 5-4. Roberts said we don't need to go that far to answer that question about viability. Now, of course, once you take away the viability benchmark, say the courts can ban abortion before the age of viability, then you're on a sliding scale that eventually gets rid of Roe v. Wade anyway. But he said the court went too fast in overturning Roe now. So those are the two holdings. The Mississippi law is upheld. Roe and all the follow-on cases over 50 years sustaining the abortion right are now overturned. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, in a concurring opinion. Now, normally speaking, a concurrence would be just his own opinion. But because the Roe case is 5-4, if he had peeled away, that would only be 4, it wouldn't be a majority. So what he says in his concurrence is controlling. He says, in his view, a state cannot ban someone in a state where abortion becomes illegal, can't ban that person or make it a crime for them to go to a state where abortion is legal in order to get the procedure. So that is also a holding of the Supreme Court today. Now, the other question that you got to gets to what the court said about why it's ruling this way. Justice Alito wrote the draft opinion that leaked in February. This opinion today tracks it very closely. He says you can't find the right to abortion in the Constitution. And so to find out whether it's a substantive due process right from the 14th Amendment, the test is it something that is deeply rooted in the nation's history and traditions and is essential to a concept of ordered liberty? And that by that test, he says Roe flunks the test, because abortion was illegal at the time of the founding and at the time the 14th Amendment was adopted in most of the states. So he says abortion is different. Abortion is the reason that the ruling, he says twice, the ruling is only about the abortion right and not about other precedents like interracial marriage, same-sex marriage, the right to refuse medical treatment, the right to choose how your children get educated, and so forth. He said none of those are at risk here. This decision, he says, doesn't involve them at all, because abortion is different. There's a moral aspect to it because there's a potential life involved, and that's why abortion is different. Justice Clarence Thomas says, well, maybe we should look at those other decisions that derive from that 14th Amendment analysis and that so-called right to privacy, including contraceptives, same-sex marriage, intimate sexual relations, and so forth. I would point out that it certainly does, the logic of Alito's ruling and what he says about it are to some extent in tension. And this is what the dissent says. It says this is hypocritical to say, well, here's the test. Is it deeply rooted in the history? But on the other hand, don't worry about these because we promise we won't touch them. The dissenters say, you can't have it both ways. I will say about same-sex marriage, there is one difference in that ruling, because you can also read the same-sex marriage ruling as saying that it's based on equal protection, that a man can marry, until the decision was made, a man could marry a woman but not a man, and the Supreme Court said that's part of the problem with the laws against same-sex marriage.
All right, I got one quick follow-up, and I know we have a lot of folks, but which is this, Pete. You said Brett Kavanaugh's concurring opinion was controlling. It has to do with going out of state to get an abortion procedure. Does that protection apply to the medical personnel that give that advice to that person that decides to cross state lines if they're practicing medicine in a state that bans abortion?
Yeah, unclear, I think. And, of course, this is what Attorney General Merrick Garland said today in his statement, that not only should the right to travel be recognized, but this right to give advice and advise patients should also be recognized.
Joy Ainsley, I guess now the question is, what you're outside there, you're hearing this. What are you hearing left and right on this? How celebratory on the right? Is this the end or the end of the beginning for the pro-life movement? And what kind of actions are folks on the abortion rights side of the aisle asking for going forward?
Chuck, it's a little hard to hear you out here, but I'm going to tell you what I'm hearing from the people on the ground here. I mean, if you need to see how divisive this issue and this decision is in this country, look no farther than the crowd I'm standing in. We just saw a pro-life demonstrator, an anti-abortion demonstrator, jump the fence here. He was escorted out by police and booed by the crowd. You have people to my left with pictures of babies saying, "Don't tread on me." You have people here obviously leading pro-abortion access rallies, very upset about the decision today. We've seen people square off in each other's faces. We've seen more security come. The crowd gets thicker, and it's expected to continue like this overnight because of this opinion as more and more people get the news of it and come into this rally here. We've got people coming through. It's quite busy here. I do want you to listen to some of the things that people told me today. And we first heard from people who were very upset about this decision. Let's first hear from those people who are pro-abortion access. Here's what they had to say.
I was in the middle of praying when we found out the decision was made, and I'm overjoyed right now. There's honestly no words that can describe the way that I feel right now. I've been waiting for this for a long time, and I know other people have been waiting for this longer than I have.
I'm excited, but we all, as if you can see the celebration, but we all know this is not where the work ends. This is where it begins, because from anyone you can ask, this is what we'll be working for the rest of our lives, to make abortion illegal, unthinkable, and unnecessary.
So, for example, for me personally, I'm adopted. So knowing other mothers out there who can't make a choice, it's pretty hard to see. Like, I was lucky, and I have a wonderful mother. This is insane. It feels like a betrayal. It feels like my country doesn't love me and appreciate my body as a woman.
To see us going back to knitting needles and the whole thing, I'm stunned. I don't understand.
So, and actually, Chuck, I should add that the leader of this rally over here just now said that she wants to lead the pro-abortion access group to Justice Thomas's house. They also started chanting right now about Ginny Thomas, the wife of Justice Thomas, calling her an insurrectionist, obviously, because of some of the details that have recently come out during the January 6th hearings about her role in the election. Now she wants to lead a crowd to the justice's house. This, of course, is the very reason why there is increased security not only here but at justices' residences. Of course, following what we know to be someone who wanted to threaten Brett Kavanaugh, Justice Kavanaugh, just a few days ago. So the mood here is high. We'll see if these people do leave here now and, in fact, go to Justice Thomas's house. But it's not unthinkable to think that a lot of people here would have the addresses of justices and want to bring this issue directly to their doorsteps, hopefully in a peaceful protest. But, you know, it's something we have to watch, especially as this crowd grows more tense with so much emotion on the line.
It's a terrible look for the Supreme Court that they refuse to go in person to present these cases here. I think it only adds to the frustration, adds to the idea that nobody knows quite what's going on. Julia Ainsley in front of the Supreme Court. I want to go to a couple of states with some immediate fallout before we get to the White House. Let's go down to Mississippi. That's where we have Kathy Park standing by. It was this clinic that brought this case. What's the future of this clinic? And where do women who need access to abortion go now?
So, Chuck, we are actually just a few miles from that clinic. And as you mentioned, this is the last remaining clinic here in the state of Mississippi. And leading up to this point, the state has been very restrictive when it comes to abortion rights. So because this is a trigger law state here in the state of Mississippi, there is a 10-day window. Essentially, the attorney general will need to certify this decision that came down by the Supreme Court. And Lynn Finn, she tweeted out earlier today, shortly after that decision came out, and she called this a victory. So following that rhetoric, it's likely that it will be official any day now. But going back to that clinic, right now we should be hearing momentarily from organizers with that clinic. And we spoke with them shortly after that leak came out in May. And they said they were disappointed that the Supreme Court even took this case. So we can understandably hear the disappointment, the anger. But they also said that they're not surprised that this announcement would be handed down today. But looking ahead, what happens next? Because I mentioned this is a trigger law state, and after that 10-day window comes to an end, that clinic will ultimately close. And they have working behind the scenes to open up another clinic, this one in New Mexico. But also they've been trying to get supporters, raise money to help these women receive abortions legally and safely. But Chuck, it's going to be hours away, the closest clinic being in Illinois. So the drive time will be anywhere between 7 hours to 22 hours. And of course, you know, you've been hearing the headlines that this will disproportionately impact women of color, poor women who don't necessarily have the resources and the time to take off from work to access these services. So that is a big question looking ahead beyond that 10-day window. I also asked folks here on the ground, how will they enforce this? And that also is a big question. How will they prosecute this if people do happen to get these abortions kind of underground? Chuck?
Kathy Park in Mississippi, and as she pointed out, we're about to hear a little more detail on what's the future of that clinic in Mississippi, and we may get back to you on that, Kathy. Let's go to Michigan. Michigan is another place where politically this could become ground zero. They have a law on the books that bans abortion immediately, total ban on abortion that goes back to 1931. There is an injunction against it, so it is unclear what happens next. Dasha, you've been there all day talking with folks. Do you have a better idea of what is next in Michigan and what it, you know, in 3 weeks, if someone's needs access to abortion, what's going to happen?
So, Chuck, there are still a lot of questions. The governor has filed a lawsuit to invalidate that 1931 law that bans abortion with no exceptions. The state's Republican legislature, though, has filed to defend that law. So they are for this anti-abortion 1931 law. What happens next? We don't know exactly the timeline for how long this injunction will last. Right now, abortion is still legal. Providers can continue to do what they've been doing. How long can they do that? That's the question mark. The governor just today did ask the court to expedite this case, so hopefully we will get an answer soon. But as I was speaking with Attorney General Dana Nessel today, she held a press briefing. She was talking about how we saw today that court rulings that people expect to last don't necessarily last. They can be overturned. So what folks are looking towards now is this ballot proposal for November. Abortion rights groups are working to get enough signatures. They need over just about 425,000 signatures by July 11th to get that ballot proposal in place for November. That would enshrine abortion rights in Michigan's state constitution. So leadership right now that is working to protect abortion rights say that's actually probably the best and most powerful avenue to make sure that abortion rights are protected beyond this administration, because of course we've got an election coming up in November. This is absolutely going to be front and center, but then there's an election after that, an election after that, and who knows who will be in power then. So the goal for this administration right now, for the governor, for the AG, is to put protections in place that will outlast their tenure, Chuck.
And then there's this, what can you tell me about this referendum that's on the ballot. Is that definitely going to be on the ballot in November or not?
Well, that's what we're waiting to find out, Chuck. This is the next few weeks are going to be critical for people sort of battling on both sides of this issue. This is what's complicated, right? This happens in Washington, and then there's a trickle effect for states and voters in these states who are really unsure what's going to happen next. I had a woman walk up to me, Virginia DeHaan. She came up to me in tears. She was 18 years old when Roe fell, and she's trying to grapple with the decision in D.C. and what it's going to mean for her in this state, which is really still unclear. The leadership here, both the governor and the attorney general, say the situation is dire, but still hopeful. But that's not a clear-cut answer here, Chuck.
Dasha Burns in Michigan, where I promise you folks, abortion, the issue of abortion will be front and center in that governor's race because of all of this uncertainty of the state law. Dasha Burns, thank you. Now let's go to the White House. Josh Letterman, President Biden came out. He made in many ways try to use this as a little bit of a rallying cry for the midterms, basically saying, look, there's limitations on what can get done. You're going to need to elect more senators, more members of Congress who support a right to abortion access. So there's been some talk of declaring a public health emergency. That's about the one, it seems, concrete thing this administration could do. Can you explain what the thinking is and whether they're going to pursue this?
Well, that is an idea, Chuck, that has mostly come from progressive groups and some Democratic lawmakers, not one that we have heard at all being floated by members of the administration. But the basic idea would be that you're going to have a handful of states that obviously are going to become safe havens for abortion, where if you're someone in a state that is not going to have legal abortion anymore, you're going to have all of those people flocking and potentially overwhelming the healthcare systems and the limited abortion clinics that exist in states where abortion will continue to remain legal. So the idea is that one of the things that declaring a national public health emergency could do would allow the federal government to direct more resources to places that are going to bear the brunt of all of those people seeking abortions going to those specific states. But really the ideas that we have heard the White House talking about and saying are the most fruitful ways for them to move forward on this issue have to do more with protecting and enforcing existing laws, making sure that the Justice Department, for example, is not allowing people to infringe on the ability for someone to go from one state to another of their own free will to seek an abortion. Likewise, making sure that states cannot simply decide to throw out the science of the FDA, which has determined that certain medical abortion pills are both safe and effective. And so the president trying to focus attention in his remarks today on what his administration can and will do, while acknowledging that it is very limited, just like we've talked on gun control and everything else about how there's so little the president can do without Congress. That is the case here as well. President Biden being very open about the fact that he cannot sign some executive order and simply restore a right that the Supreme Court took away today. And that is why the president making this explicit political call to action, telling people if you want this to change, today does not have to be the final decision, but you have to go and vote for lawmakers who are going to vote themselves to restore rights for abortion across the country.
Yeah, no, I think we are headed for what's been a growing, sort of in some ways, new tradition here. The more divided we are, the higher election turnout can get. And we may be headed for something like that with these midterms. Josh Letterman at the White House, thank you. Before that, Pete Williams, Joy Ainsley, Kathy Park, and Dasha Burns helping us get all aspects of this story. Coming up, some Democratic-led states prepare for a post-Roe reality. The governor of Illinois is surrounded by a lot of states that are going to be banning abortion. How are they preparing for that? And then I'll be speaking with Michigan's Attorney General as we go deeper into the discussion I had with Dasha Burns about what is the future of abortion access in the state of Michigan, where right now it could end up being a total and complete ban. We'll have much more on the fallout from today's groundbreaking Supreme Court decision. What happens next? Where are we headed as a country? You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News is happening now. Are you ready? look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Do you think it's the duty of you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester. Who's this?
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. Today's Supreme Court ruling overturning Roe v. Wade gives state leaders the power to determine whether abortion will be allowed in their states, with what kinds of restrictions, and whether to enforce laws on the books. Ruling could shake up races for governor, attorneys general, and other statewide and local offices this November. And while some states are expected to enact more restrictions, there are states that currently protect abortion rights, and they are now preparing for an influx of out-of-state residents seeking abortions. Joined now by two Democratic officials that are trying to protect abortion rights in their states. One is the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, who has already announced a plan to call a special legislative session in order to strengthen the state's abortion protections. And I'll be speaking with, after the governor, Michigan's Attorney General Dana Nessel, who says she will not enforce the 1931 Michigan ban. The question is, what happens if others decide to do it? We'll get a lot more, hopefully, answers to those questions as well. But let me start with you, Governor Pritzker. Let's start with what it is that you believe the state of Illinois needs to do to add protections. Is this about enshrining it in the state constitution? What is it that you're seeking the legislature to do?
So the first thing I can tell you is that we got rid of our trigger laws a few years ago. We have terrific women legislators in Illinois who led the fight, and I've been their ally in that. We also passed the Reproductive Health Act back in 2019 when I first became governor. We have more that we need to do. First of all, we have enshrined into law in Illinois that women have their reproductive rights guaranteed, but we're seeing tens of thousands potentially of women coming from states all around us. Nearly everyone has a trigger law, and today it's illegal in their states. So we expect that more than the 10,000 we saw last year coming from states around us and all the way to Texas, we will see 20,000 or potentially 30,000 because people do need to exercise those rights. So we're going to need to expand capacity in our state. We're going to need to make sure that we have the healthcare personnel that are necessary to perform these procedures and to guarantee that medical abortion is available.
Yeah, I want to put up you talked about the different out of states. You guys have tracked this by state. And this is in 2020. It was Missouri where you had the most people going across state lines. And you only had a trickle from Wisconsin and Michigan. Obviously, those are two places where we could have trigger laws. So you're at 20,000 now. What's your expectation? Double or triple that you have to prepare for?
Well, we're going to prepare for as many as we need to. And again, capacity means personnel and it means space. We have more than 90 clinics across the state. Some are right on the borders and prepared to take the influx. Some need more capacity. Chicago, of course, butts up against Indiana, where they're about to pass laws to make abortion illegal entirely. So we have a lot to do here to make sure that we're protecting the women in our state, but we've done a lot in that regard. But now it's about making sure that we're protecting rights for people all over the country.
There may be some people that come into the state that need access to abortion but can't afford it. Can you afford to pay for this as a state?
There are private organizations and foundations that have helped people do that. We've been supporting the logistics operations for people coming from out of state so they can find a place to stay, they can get a meal if they need one, and get the support that they need to get the procedure that they want. But we're not looking to pay for out-of-state people coming to Illinois to exercise those rights, but we are looking to support the organizations that are providing those, supports, and that includes especially the providers themselves.
Take a step back. Look, you're somebody you're running for re-election. You're a state leader, pretty large state. Who knows? Maybe you decide to run for something higher than that. And I ask the question this way: this country, we're pretty divided right now. We've been divided for a while, but if it's possible to somehow get more divided, get more polarized, and I fear more pugilistic, how do you turn down the temperature when it looks like there's no end to this divisiveness, particularly when you have a very activist, aggressive, conservative movement these days that feels very empowered?
Well, it seems reasonable to me to continue doing what we've always been doing in Illinois, protecting women. There isn't a lot of change that will occur in Illinois for people who live in Illinois because we've protected a woman's right to choose. The change will be that there are people who need to, exercise their rights who are going to come to Illinois and try to do that. So is that an attack on some other state? No. That is simply standing up for what I think are fundamental rights that, that are reasonable for us to fight for.
I guess address, though, what kind of concern do you have about where the country is right now?
I am very concerned that we now have an extremist Supreme Court that seems on the verge of doing much worse than what they've done, which seems awful already. So going after the broad set of rights that are protected by a right to privacy. Imagine if we went back to a day when, in order to get birth control, a woman would have to ask her husband for permission. Or imagine if a young woman who's got a career would like to get birth control but can't because it's outlawed in her state. So these are, I cannot imagine. I'm 57 years old. I could not imagine that we would see rights contracting in our country and not expanding. So I'm deeply concerned. And I do think that, as you point out, I like the word pugilistic. I do think that we're going to start to see an even greater agitation between states, especially when states like Missouri are trying to pass a law that would make it literally a criminal offense to assist somebody from Missouri who might want to come to Illinois to exercise her rights.
Governor J.B. Pritzker, I appreciate you coming on, sharing your views on this highly charged day. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
All right, and let me go to somebody who's got quite a hornet's nest on her hands, the Attorney General of Michigan. You've said, we've talked about this before, you said, look, you are not going to enforce this 1931 ban, but you've also made clear that prosecutors below you could. So what happens next, and in that respect, and what can you do to protect the ability of women to get access to abortion in Michigan?
Well, thanks for having me. Firstly, right now, our very draconian 1931 law that does not allow for exceptions for rape, no exceptions for incest, no exceptions for emergency medical procedures, no exception for the health of the mother. The only very vague exception is to save the life of the mother. And, I think for a lot of doctors, they're not going to be entirely certain what that means, because there's a lot of times where this procedure is required, and there might not be 100% chance that a woman will die, but maybe there's a 50% chance or a 70% chance. Is that enough to not get prosecuted? There's really no way to know. So for me personally, I've said that, as the top law enforcement official in this state, I will not enforce the law. In addition to that, I represent our licensing and regulatory agency with the state. And we're the ones who are in charge of bringing complaints and, defending and representing the Board of Medicine, nursing boards, all the medical providers. And I said, I will not allow the staff from my office to participate in measures to discipline healthcare providers from a licensing perspective, because they are performing what yesterday were totally legal procedures in our state. So that's what I can do. I am really, I filed an amicus brief on behalf of the governor before the Michigan Supreme Court in support of her argument. And, I'm encouraging people to vote in November, and to make sure that not only are they supporting pro-choice candidates all the way up and down the ballot, but that they are supporting the Reproductive Freedom for All ballot proposal that would codify what were fundamental rights for us under the U.S. Constitution into the Michigan Constitution.
But let me ask you, if a prosecutor below you, a local prosecutor, chooses to enforce the 1931 law, what can you do about that?
I don't feel as though I have the authority to tell a duly elected prosecutor from any county in the state what they can and cannot charge. Only a court can do that. And again, right now we have a preliminary injunction that I believe applies not just to me and my office, but to all prosecutors in this state. But later, in the event that, for instance, the governor's case fails or the Planned Parenthood case fails, I mean, the only thing I can say is that at least in the counties where we have Democrats who are prosecutors who have pledged also not to enforce the law, and then, of course, I won't be enforcing the law, that at least that's some measure of security. But since there's a 6-year statute of limitations and we have term limits in our state, I can't say that that is going to present the kind of protection that I would want if I was either a physician or a medical provider, or if I was a woman seeking an abortion.
Tell me more about the referendum. Is it definitely going to be on the ballot, and this would enshrine it in the Constitution? And I guess could a Republican governor and Republican legislature somehow overturn that?
Yeah, it would be total reproductive rights that would be enshrined in the Constitution, not just abortion, but also birth control, and also things like in vitro fertilization, which now would also be outlawed in Michigan, because, essentially you have an egg and a sperm, you have fertilization, right? Even though it occurs outside the womb, if a fertility clinic was to discard that, I believe that would fit under this 4-year felony in our state. So it would also enshrine that into the Constitution. And the answer to your second question is no legislature or governor could come along later and somehow supersede what would be a provision of our Constitution. It would be a constitutional right in the state of Michigan. It'd be very, very difficult to remove later.
So when you enshrine the right into the Constitution, What specifics are in that right, or does a legislature then have the ability to change, to deal with the specifics, in, for instance, viability and things like that?
So there's a little bit of wiggle room the way that the ballot proposal reads for later term pregnancy, although it does protect, the health of the mother. It also, accounts for cases where you have fetal abnormalities, which, are usually the cause of, late-term abortions. It'd be in that type of situation. But, for the most part, it would provide all the protections that most people in this state would like to see. And it would not allow for the legislature to intervene at that point.
Is it essentially Roe, enshrining Roe, or is it a little, or is it? Do you feel is this amendment actually a little better than Roe?
I'd say it's a little better than Roe.
Okay. Dana Nessel, the Attorney General of Michigan. Like I said, this is something I'm sure you didn't think you were going to be dealing with this even when you ran before. Always was a possibility, but I don't think a lot of us thought this day was going to come.
Chuck, I actually ran a commercial on this when I ran for office in 2018. So I had an entire commercial predicting this and saying that I thought it would happen in my first term if I was to be elected, and that this was my position. So the voters elected me with this information in mind. So I'm just keeping my campaign promise.
You're a bit more prescient, and something we should be well aware of. Dana Nessel, thanks very much.
Thanks for having me.
Meanwhile, for folks on the other side of this issue, pro-life activists, today's Supreme Court ruling is a long-awaited moment of victory following a decades-long effort to overturn Roe. Joining me now is the president of the National Right to Life Committee. It's Carol Tobias. Carol, I really appreciate you coming on. And let me just start with the 50-year campaign, if you will. Is this the end? Is this success, or is this the end of the beginning as far as you're concerned?
Like Winston Churchill said, this is the end of the beginning. It's been a 50-year battle to protect unborn children, but we now have those battles in every state. So we are going to be doing what we can to affect those laws, but we know it's going to be a long, long battle to get where we really want to be, is to protect all unborn children.
Do you want to see this continue to be a state issue, which was a rallying cry for years? Or would you eventually like to see the federal, sort of a federal codification against abortion, a federal ban on abortion?
At this point, step by step, we're going to do what we can in the states. I think everybody is realistic enough to know that doing a federal law is going to be overwhelming. And at that point, it's not going to happen until we get large and general consensus among the population. And, that's obviously not going to happen anytime soon.
Does Natural Right to Life have do you have what you believe should be, should women have access to an abortion at some point during their pregnancy, or are you advocating for a ban at conception?
What is missing from this entire debate and the guests that you had on before me is the fact that there is an unborn child whose life is hanging in the balance with every abortion that is performed, that life ends. So no, we believe that unborn child is a human being that should be protected. If the mother's life is in danger, obviously we are not going to ask her to sacrifice her own life for that of her child. And I know some women who really agonize as they go through that. But we see the unborn child as a human being that is deserving of protection.
So it sounds like, I guess it goes to when does the constitutional rights of the fetus trump the constitutional rights of the woman?
I don't think it has to be a competing right. There are pregnancy centers that are going to help a woman who is going through a difficult time. Many states have come forward with programs to encourage and promote childbirth to help a woman with various needs, whether it is housing or some kind of health checkup from a local nurse. I think the states are realizing that we are going to have to promote childbirth and support the women in a variety of ways. The pro-life movement has been doing that for 50 years, and that's not going to end. We're going to step up those activities because we realize there are more women who are going to be wanting and needing support and care.
Is the next step personhood, so-called personhood, which means, we've seen some of those. I think Mississippi was one where there was a high-profile constitutional amendment attempt. Is that something that you expect National Right to Life to be working on, and places where you can make that a ballot initiative?
Well, National Right to Life actually issued what we would call model legislation last week. And that would be that abortion is not allowed unless the mother's life is in danger. But we do realize that in several states, that's not going to be practical at this time. So there are other exceptions like rape and incest that could be written into the bill. It's a model, and states could look at it and say, we like this part of it, we don't like this part. I really think we're going to see a lot of different bills coming up from the states with a lot of different interests and, I don't want to say exceptions, but some changes.
Do you expect this to be back in the Supreme Court? So, for instance, if a state does pass a law that grants rights to the unborn, that sounds like something that would go back to the Supreme Court. Is that something you expect to happen at some point?
Oh, I think there is going to be several court battles over the next few years. Some of the states that support abortion are going to try to push the Supreme Court to see if they're really going to stand with what they did today. Pro-life states will pass legislation, and I'm sure groups like Planned Parenthood will come in and try to challenge it. And then we'll just see where the federal courts go. I don't know how many of them will reach the Supreme Court, but I expect court battles for a few more years.
And let me ask you about contraception. And the thing is that there's some things are seen as contraception, and some people see, for instance, an IUD, view that as an abortion. Does National Right to Life have a position on contraception? Do they want to see more limitations on it, or are you an organization that doesn't want to see it touched?
We have no position on contraception, and I know I believe it's being brought up. That is a scare tactic. I do not know of any state that is going to or is even going to try to get rid of contraceptives. I mean, that's a red herring that's being pulled across.
I think Idaho, I do think there's a couple legislatures, some very conservative ones. I think there's already
they're not going after contraceptives.
In Idaho that was certainly I think in being voted on, at least in one or two states. What you're saying is that is not something your organization is campaigning on.
Not at all. Right. The legislation that we promote specifically requires that the process start with a woman who is known to be pregnant, which pretty much rules out a lot of questions about contraception. But we have no interest in going after that.
Carol Tobias from the National Right to Life. I know this is a pretty big day in the pro-life movement. I appreciate you sharing a few minutes with me.
Sure. Thank you.
You got it. Well, I don't know if there's been a bigger week in American politics here in Washington, D.C. in quite some time. The abortion ruling. Don't forget yesterday, all the news on guns, both from the court and from the Senate. And then there's the January 6 hearings. Where do we even begin to unpack this conversation? I'll have a really smart panel with me to dig into as much of it as we can. You're watching Meet the President.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate
limit. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop. Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As I said, this is some week, a day that will go down in history, and it was a pretty big week, the day the Supreme Court ended a constitutional right to abortion. But it's also a week that will go down in history for a number of reasons. For the first time in 30 years, Senate passed a bipartisan bill related to guns. It is now headed to the president's desk because the House also passed it. The same day that a Supreme Court ruling made it easier to carry a gun in public in certain states. And we also heard some stunning testimony in yesterday's January 6th hearing. Former President Trump's Justice Department officials described just how truly close the country came to a constitutional crisis. Individually, each one of these are major moments in politics. Each one has the ability to influence voters on both sides of the aisle. And as we head into the midterms, it's increasingly clear that the 2016 election was one of the most consequential in the history of this country. I know I've got a bunch of history buffs on here, and I'll be curious of where you guys land on that declaration. But we've got Leanne Caldwell, who's, of course, the host of Washington Post Live, anchor and early 202 co-author. Nice to see you. Brad Todd, Republican strategist. Xochitl Hinojosa, former director of communications for the Democratic National Committee. And Katie Brenner, who covers the Department of Justice for the New York Times. We'll get to the historical debate. I'm going 2016, 1876, but some want to put in 1932 as well. But we'll go from there. Where are we going next, Leanne? And I say this more big picture. We are piling a lot of stuff on the American public to sort of digest and deal with.
Yeah, it's been a lot for me to digest and deal with in the last 24, 48 hours. You know, especially as a reporter who covers Congress, the entire past few weeks was focused on the gun issue. And shockingly and surprisingly, the Congress was able to do something. They passed significant gun legislation today through the House of Representatives. It's going to the president's desk. And that is completely overshadowed by another whiplash of something that is dramatically going to have a major impact on the American people. And Senator Collins said in her statement that this really helps to undermine the Supreme Court decision today on Roe, undermines people's faith in the institutions. People are not looking for big swings, big changes. They are looking for maybe things that are incremental. And she says that this is doing damage. And she might be right.
Look, it is a concern. I mean, you know, we sometimes punish anybody that tries to go too far one way or the other as an electorate. Katie, you covering justice. I was, you know, you don't always hear this attorney general get as sort of involved in a hot issue like this. He got very involved. What does he think? How much is he planning on getting involved in how states are going to try to decide how to interpret this law?
Sure. So first, taking a step back, this is an issue that Attorney General Garland has thought is a key civil rights issue. He thinks civil rights is going to be, for him, he hopes that it's part of his legacy as Attorney General. And as part of that legacy, he feels that helping to protect the right to an abortion is a top priority. He was heavily involved in the department's argument before the Supreme Court on the Texas abortion law. He's been heavily involved in this. So he has said today that he wants to use every tool that the department has in order to help protect the right to an abortion. Now, as we all know, those tools are very narrow. He's already called on Congress and said the only real way to codify this right is through Congress. So he's asking for that. He's asking for a bipartisan deal, or any deal, but it would have to be bipartisan. For the department, it's protecting states' rights, the states that have already passed laws that codify and protect abortion, and it's being on the lookout for things like curbs on travel across state lines. The department would fight that. Looking at legislation around the use of medication for abortion. Is there a way in which those states' laws bump up against things that the FDA has already approved? You know, that's where the Justice Department would intervene as well.
All right, the political fallout, my initial reaction, level the I hate the word, use the word enthusiasm, but that is essentially the election intensity issue. Clearly, Republicans are a lot more interested in this election. Do you think it ends up balancing this out a little bit?
So I do think that turnout will be up in this election. I think Democrats across the board are worried about turnout. They're worried about they're the party in power. When you're in the party in power, you actually have to turn out your base, and your base won't necessarily turn out unless they have something that they're excited about or they're angry about. Well, now people are really angry. People are really scared. People are really worried, and I think that they will turn out. What worries me the most, though, is young people who said, I voted in 2020, I voted for Democrats, I voted for Joe Biden, and this still happened. So what are you telling me to do? You're telling me to fix this by going out to vote again? You just told me that 2 years ago, and I turned out. What we need to tell them, and to your point about 2016, Chuck, is that elections not only have consequences, but we are feeling the consequences of the 2016 election now. And we will continue to feel those consequences unless we add more governors in red states, Democratic governors in red states, flip those seats, add more senators, and keep the majority. That's the only way that we get through this. And so my worry is those young voters, and the Democratic Party has to be spending money to talk to them directly and tell them, this is a result of 2016. You did not necessarily, all of you, turn out, right? We weren't motivated to turn out. You turned out in 2020. Let's continue that. That's the only way that we reverse this.
Brad, the agitated are sometimes motivated, and those that are satisfied, you know, okay, I don't have to worry about this anymore. This has been a great get out the vote issue. Does this at all sort of caught the car?
You have the country at a 70% wrong track rating for this administration. Inflation's through the roof. Gas is over $5 a gallon. People are going to show up to vote. But, you know, it's really a good day for the democratic process. For 50 years, abortion's divided our country. We've been divided for every day since 1973. And today the issue goes back to the electorate. The electorate gets to pick through its elected officials which way it wants this abortion policy in its states to go. So we've heard a lot of talk in the last year and a lot of reflection, I think, about what our democracy means. If you are serious that you think that democracy should be controlled by the people through elections, you should be happy today regardless of which side you're on the issue.
I want you guys to dig into something, a thesis that potentially, I think that in a Roe world, abortion was used as a wedge with Democrats. Democrats would debate each other about, all right, what about late-term abortions? And the Republicans would usually be successful on that. In this world, isn't it the Republicans that might be having internal fights about, okay, where do we draw the lines on exceptions? And are you concerned that this is going to sort of divide the party in ways that maybe we haven't thought about right now?
Well, I think, you know, as you won't be surprised at this, but I have a lot of polling in Senate battleground states this year. And we asked them, do you think that states should be able to regulate abortion? In Senate battleground states this year, a strong majority of them, well over 50%, say yes, they should be able to regulate.
How do they want it regulated?
Well, that's going to be debated in state capitals for years, for 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 years. I mean, in many states who have laws in the books are going to go back and revisit them. That's going to happen in red states. It's going to happen in blue states. But, you know, we also asked people in Senate battleground states, how about the Senate Democrat position, which is abortion on demand, anytime, all the way up to birth. And only 30%, that's in the bill they voted on. That's the bill. Only 30% of people in Senate battleground states agree with that. That's going to be on the ballot, too. Not just what happened at the court today, but what Senate Democrats would like to do if they keep control.
But, Chuck, what I would tell you is that Republicans said, and, you know, that some of them ran on overturning Roe people didn't necessarily believe them, but like, where does it stop? And I do think that there will be a wedge in the Republican Party. And you heard your guest right before saying, we're not going to go after contraception. Well, people said that they were going to go after Roe for a period of time, too. They will go after contraception. And I think what's interesting about the Republican Party right now is they've always been the party about...
There's no state doing that. There's no state, no Republican in Congress doing that.
There are talks about it. And what I will say is the Republican Party has always been about less government involved in people's lives. And this decision and what they're pushing now is more government. They're controlling what women do with their bodies, and you're going to continue to see that. We've seen that from the Republican Party recently during many policies.
More proof that abortion is overshadowing everything. I did want to sort of touch very quickly on January 6th, and especially, Katie, I have you here with Merrick Garland and with it does feel as if as members of Congress are getting agitated that the Justice Department was being aggressive, all of a sudden we get a lot of public Justice Department subpoenas and showing up at people's houses. What's happening there, and what's more likely, that he will charge the president or he's going to do a special counsel?
Well, I would say that some of it is a little bit coincidental because the Democrats were going to be mad from the first day he took office. So the idea that the Justice Department would take action while the Democrats were angry was definitely going to happen if the Justice Department took action at all. In terms of whether or not he would charge Donald Trump, I don't like to predict those things because being wrong has real consequences. But I would say two things to look at closely. When you look at what's happened with with the House committee's own presentation, they have presented both new evidence about links between possibly illegal, unconstitutional behavior in the mouths of Republicans. It's Republicans saying this to the committee. This was unconstitutional. This was illegal. So if nothing else, I do think that it's helping to turn public sentiment toward the idea that what happened was seriously wrong and there could be something illegal about it. And that is helpful, I think, in any kind of prosecution, especially one that would be as touchy and as controversial as prosecuting somebody close to the president's inner circle, much less the president himself. The second thing to remember is that this is going to take a long time. Merrick Garland is going to move slowly and deliberately. If you look at the Oklahoma City bombing, from the day of the bombing until the day that the guilty verdict was handed in, it was almost 2 years. That was one crime, one charge. They apprehended the suspect almost immediately. It was still 2 years. This is much more complicated.
Leanne, the fallout of the pardon asks there. Is this, I had somebody ask me this, all these Republican congressmen that asked for pardons, does it politically hurt them at all?
Look at the districts that they are from.
Yeah, that's what.
No, it doesn't hurt them politically at all.
Although Matt Gaetz has a serious primary challenger, that is actually using some of this.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot, the pardon thing I don't think is much. However, there is the issue of January 6th and how Republicans responded to this process is an issue in the primaries. Did you vote for the creation of an independent commission? Did you support, how are you responding to January 6th now? Take the primary on Tuesday, Rodney Davis versus an incumbent.
This coming Tuesday, yeah.
Mary Miller. Rodney Davis voted, he was appointed
to the committee. He may lead
the
next January 6th committee if he's in Congress.
Right, exactly. He has lots of backing, but Trump backed Mary Miller because of his position on January 6th.
Unfortunately, I have hit the time limit. Leanne, Katie, Brad, and Sochi, thank you all. Thank you all for being with us this hour. We'll be back Monday with more Meet the Press Now. I will see you Sunday on Meet the Press on your local NBC News station. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air tonight with a big deal. A moment that is making history, a moment that matters for so many people across this country. A decision from the Supreme Court that has people in some states waking up with the constitutional right to an abortion. And now dinner time on Friday night no longer have that right. We're getting into this decision by the Supreme Court to overturn Roe versus Wade. The reaction from people who support and oppose abortion rights, the reaction from White House, from Capitol Hill, part of my conversation with two Democratic lawmakers who are now strategizing to think up any way to try to codify abortion right protection federally. And President Biden, he's slamming the court and saying it's now up to voters. We're also live on the ground in states where abortion just today has become illegal, essentially, or may soon be banned, with reaction from Michigan, Mississippi, Florida, and Missouri. More on what comes next. We're also live in California, which is looking to expand abortion protections, with new concerns about what this means for the economy, this court decision, and the impact on millions of Americans. We'll get into what the research shows about how some may now end up in poverty. We'll also take you to a clinic in one of the few states that allows late-term abortions to see if it'll change their practices. That's coming up in the original later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and this morning in at least 6 states, people woke up with the right to abortion access. Tonight, that right is gone. More states will follow, because right now you've got a country trying to process this new era after the Supreme Court's historic landmark decision to overturn Roe versus Wade. The decision, led by the conservative majority, ends the constitutional federal right to have an abortion. It's a right that people in this country have had for the past 49 years, and the first time ever that the court has granted a right to Americans and then taken it away. You can see the makeup of those on the decision on your screen, and this now here, this is a live look as we speak outside the Supreme Court. These crowds, these demonstrators, they have been there all day long since before 10 o'clock in the morning. You have some in tears, devastated. You have some in tears of joy, cheering after decades of organizing. Listen to just some of what we've heard in the last couple hours.
To see us going back to knitting needles and the whole thing, I'm stunned.
I am excited to raise my kids and to have grandchildren inside of a post-Roe America. Knowing other mothers out there who can't make a choice, it's pretty hard. Human rights start at conception and end at natural death, and that is what I'm going to fight for until the day that I die.
This decision is only backed by justices appointed by Republican presidents, 3 from former President Trump, who you're going to hear about more in just a bit. The decision, written by Justice Samuel Alito, an opinion that's pretty much in line with that leaked draft we learned about in May, one that was written back in February. Justice Alito writes, quote, "The Constitution makes no reference to abortion, and no such right is implicitly protected by any constitutional provision." He says it is time to heed the Constitution and return the issue of abortion to people's elected representatives. Okay, so what does that mean? It means that we are now becoming a divided country on the issue of abortion access. Look at this map, okay? You know the states in red? These are states that are already doing something about it. They have so-called trigger laws that were in place for this exact scenario. If the court did exactly what the court did today, that would basically flip a switch and move to ban abortion altogether. Some are total bans, no exceptions. Some have some exceptions for rape, incest, or the health of the mother. In 6 of those states, as we said, those bans are in effect right now. That is the lightning speed at which this has unfolded in just the past 7 hours in this country. We've got another 14 states that haven't outright banned abortion, but they have restricted abortion access significantly to viability, right? Less than the 24-week standard that Roe set. They're all candidates to go even further in their abortion bans. So that leaves 23 states, the states in blue you see on your screen, where abortion is right now still legal. Some of those states are trying to strengthen their laws, trying to boost protection, basically, bracing for more women coming in, possibly from states nearby, where abortion is going to become illegal. We should note here, too, the political backdrop to this. Most Americans, based on polling, don't support what the Supreme Court has done. Our most recent numbers here at NBC find 63% of Americans didn't think that the court should overturn Roe. Just 30% do. And in just the last couple hours, we heard from President Biden slamming the court and saying restoring this right is now up to voters.
With this decision, the conservative majority of the Supreme Court shows how extreme it is, how far removed they are from the majority of this country. My administration will use all of its appropriate lawful powers, but Congress must act. And with your vote, you can act. You can have the final word.
So here it is again, live right now outside the Supreme Court, where protesters both for and against abortion rights are coming out. They are showing up. They are using their voices. That's one of a ton of angles we're going to be covering over the next 90 minutes, including the political reaction and live reports from states where abortion is now illegal. But let's start here in Washington with the man who covers this court, Pete Williams. And Pete, let me start with what is happening now as we speak. Just several hours ago, we saw Arkansas, I believe, become the latest state with one of these trigger laws to formally say, yes, abortion is now banned in our state, bringing the total, I think, to 6. Where does that stand right now?
You're right, 6 and more to come. Some of these trigger laws say that the states could act immediately. Those are the ones we've seen so far. Some say they would act after 10 days, some after 30. So within a month, you'll see all the 13 trigger laws fall into line. And then the rest of those states that you had on the map earlier will probably ban abortion within the next several weeks after that.
Let me go back to this decision by Justice Alito, who says abortion is not deeply rooted, as he put it, in this nation's history and tradition. Explain what the ruling means and what else we should take away from it.
Well, the reason he said that is this. He said you can't find a right to abortion in the Constitution. So the right that it derives from, according to the Supreme Court, is partly the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Amendment that everybody knows about, but also guarantees due process. And what he says is you can only get to abortion rights through that if a right, based on an earlier Supreme Court decision that actually had to do with whether there's a right to assisted suicide, he said the test is the right deeply rooted in history and tradition and essential to a concept of ordered liberty? And he says if you look back at the founding and at the time of the 14th Amendment, most states made abortion a crime. Now, there are scholars who say he's wrong about that, but that's the basis on which he bases his decision. And so he says same-sex marriage, abortion flunks that test. But as others have pointed out, so does contraception, same-sex marriage, interracial marriage, the right to decide where your children are going to school, lots of other rights as well.
Both the President and the Department of Justice are pointing out one of the concurring opinions from Justice Brett Kavanaugh, which says that states cannot restrict travel for women who live in, let's say, Arkansas or one of these other states where trigger laws have either just gone into effect or will go into effect. So help us understand this, right? Give us the gut check here. This means then that women who live in states where abortion will now be outlawed can travel to states if they have the means, the money, and the ability to do so where abortion is legal to obtain the procedure. Yes, there's no restrictions on that?
So let's explain why we say that that is the case. This was a 5-4 ruling on whether to uphold Roe, 6-3 on whether to uphold the Mississippi law, which is how this got started in the first place. Because it was 5-4, if Kavanaugh didn't join it, it would only be 4. That wouldn't be a majority. So his concurrence is controlling. And that's why he says, in his opinion, states should not be able to ban people to travel from other states. But it has, I think, the force of law because he is the controlling concurrence. So I think you could easily read this decision to say that states can't make it a crime for someone in a banned state to travel to a state where abortion is legal in order to obtain the abortion. Now, there are other questions. Can medical professionals help them do that? Can they give them that advice? I'm not sure about that, and it'll depend a lot on these trigger laws.
We talked about Justice Alito's opinion. I want to read from the dissent written by Justice Breyer, signed by the 3 liberals on the court, saying that, quote, after today, young women will come of age with fewer rights than their mothers and grandmothers had. And I find that significant, Pete, because I think it speaks to the arc and the scope of this moment and how generational it is, right? A right that has been in place for nearly 50 years. You have covered the court a long time. You are not at all prone to hyperbole, which I appreciate, Pete. So help us understand the significance of this moment.
Well, what you have here is now the Supreme Court's supermajority has the votes to do what many of the members of the court have wanted to do for a long time. Certainly, Alito and Thomas have wanted the court to strike down Roe for years and years, but they've never had enough votes to do it. Now, with the 3 choices by President Trump, the 3 nominees from Trump, they do now have the votes. It was a 5-4 decision on that. Chief Justice Roberts didn't join them. So that's really what's changed here. I think you can't underestimate the force of President Trump's nominees. And remember that while, they would tell you that they've made this decision based on their view of the facts and the law, remember that President Trump said he would put justices on the court who would, quote, be pro-life. And so it would appear that his prediction came true.
Pete Williams, thank you. You've done yeoman's work today. I appreciate it. We look forward to seeing more of you on Nightly News. I want to go to Julia Ainsley, who is outside of the court. And Julia, at the top of the show, we saw some of the action there. Give us a sense of what you're hearing from protesters today.
Well, the crowd has just grown thicker and thicker every hour I've been out here, Hallie. You hear people behind me right now on bullhorns calling for people to stay, calling for action, calling for Congress to take action to codify Roe so that even with this opinion today, that the federal government could have a say in restricting states from banning abortions. Now, I've talked to people on both sides of this issue. You want to see how divided our country is, especially on this issue? Look no further than where I'm standing right now. I spoke to one woman woman who is Jewish and reminded me that in the Jewish faith, they say that life begins at the first breath. And she had a pretty bold way to show how she felt about the opinion today. Let's take a look at what she had to say and how she showed her feelings.
Because everyone is talking about murder, and it's just, it's me. It's not somebody else yet. I have a child. This is a person with will. This is a person who has decision-making power, and this is me.
So, Hallie, you can see there she's walking through with a 9-month pregnant belly. She said she's actually due tomorrow and was already in the early stages of labor. She was there with her 1.5-year-old, and she said, now this is a child, this is a human who has a right to life, but she said that she did not think it was murder because she wrote on her pregnant belly, not yet a human. A very stark way to show how she feels about this. And of course, she did expect some people in this crowd to be upset with what she chose to say on her very pregnant belly.
An incredibly active scene behind you there at the court. Julie Ainsley, thank you so much for that. When you talk about where does this fight go from here, right? That is the key question. I've talked with activists and advocates on both sides of this issue, and unanimously the fight goes to the states. They say it goes to Congress, right? Two of those sort of branches or areas. You just saw a live shot of Ali Vitale, who was on Capitol Hill. So spoiler alert, yes, we're going to talk about the Congress piece of this, Ali, because that is where, in many ways, people are looking to for guidance. Because we'll get to the White House. We'll talk about President Biden. There's only so much that he can do unilaterally, right? You need the force of the legislative branch in many ways, or the force of state houses on the local level. We've seen the direction that is headed. I want to start here by playing a little bit. I had a chance to talk to two members of Congress who have both spoken in personal terms, very personal terms, about what abortion access means to them. Representative Congresswoman Jackie Speer, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley. I want to play a little bit of our conversation. How much do you believe this Supreme Court, as it is currently made up, could roll back where we are?
I think it's a very real threat.
That's right. This is not a drill. This sets a dangerous precedent that would allow the court to undermine other fundamental human rights. There's no low that these people won't go.
Help us with the reality check, Ali, of what Democrats realistically can do with the current makeup of Congress as it stands today.
Not much. And I think that's the wall that Democratic lawmakers that I've been talking to have been running up against over the course of the last few weeks. There was the moment where they saw that leaked draft opinion of what ultimately ended up happening today officially. And over the last few weeks, they have been brainstorming what they can do at the federal level. But honestly, short of legislation, and they tried that route and it failed in the Senate, they are not able to really do anything that shores up or codifies abortion access in the way that Democrats believe is necessary now that Roe is officially no longer the law of the land. It's why we've seen senators ask the White House to do things like executive orders around the abortion pill, around ensuring that women can travel between states and have the resources to do that. One group of senators even suggested at one point putting a point person at Health and Human Services to sort of head up a reproductive rights piece of that agency. These are things the Biden administration hasn't done. They are things that they say they are open to or thinking about, but they've been pretty non-committal about this, and it leaves lawmakers with a lot of anger, but not a lot that they can actually do.
You look at one of the things that I've heard a lot about is the question that gets asked, right? How is this going to mobilize voters? Ali, we'll talk in a little bit with Chuck and some others about the repercussions of what happened now 6 years ago in 2016 and that campaign and that election and the way that that has set us up for this moment now. I was on the campaign trail then, as you know, as you were too. And I covered all the Republican candidates, and I would go into these rooms in Iowa and in South Carolina, small events, not big Donald Trump rallies, right? This is stuff with like Carly Fiorina and Ben Carson and Ted Cruz. And people would talk about how important the Supreme Court was to them. It was anecdotally a mobilizing issue for many people that I talked with, right? You look at the numbers now, okay? You flash forward to 2022. Before the leaked Supreme Court draft opinion came out in May, very few people thought abortion was the biggest issue facing this country, just 3%. That number more than tripled in May when we went back and asked that same question to 10% of people. You look at that line, you look at the trajectory of that line, Ali, and I wonder what that says to lawmakers, particularly on the Democratic side, who are hoping that this does mobilize voters ahead of the midterms?
What that line says to me is at the beginning, you have 49 years of precedent where women and voters have not had to think about this issue as something that was a tangible threat to them. And as you see it go up, it's the general cognizance of the country realizing that now this right that they had for nearly 5 decades is actually no longer there. And that's what Democrats are banking on. The people who I'm talking to, both on the advocacy side, on the campaign side, here in Congress, they're banking on the fact that as people become aware that they have lost something, that a right was taken away from them, that they will then be energized to vote. Because I think the key issue, when I look at polling, I like to look at enthusiasm. I think that that gauge is one of the most important things. Republicans were winning on enthusiasm. Now we see Democrats having many things, but this key issue to be energized around. And that's what Democrats are really hoping for. Because as much as people in Congress are saying, hey, we got to look to the states on what's next on this, you got to look to the states so that those states then can elect people to this body and they won't run up against these margins that they have right now, a 50-50 Senate where they cannot get anything done, just Democrats alone, a very tight margin for Nancy Pelosi running the House. That's Democrats' hope here. We know what history tells us typically about midterms for a first-term president and how the shellacking tends to go there, but they are trying to use this to turn that tide.
There's also some discussion now from some Democratic senators, including one that I spoke with, about whether Justices Brett Kavanaugh, Neil Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett misled them during their confirmation hearings because they testified about Roe versus Wade being precedent. That's a line to watch, I think, as this unfolds, too. Ali Vitale, thank you for being with us and for being so on top of your beat. Appreciate it. On the White House beat, you've got President Biden today, emotional. He was angry, right? He was passionate about this, calling the Supreme Court decision a very solemn moment. Watch.
Today, the Supreme Court of the United States expressly took away a constitutional right from the American people that it had already recognized. That's never been done to a right so important to so many Americans. But they did it. It's a sad day for the court and for the country.
Vice President Kamala Harris was also in Illinois speaking about this very intensely, saying this is not over.
You have the power to elect leaders who will defend and protect your rights. And as the president said earlier today, with your vote, you can act, and you have the final word.
But the administration seems to recognize that the president's power to protect access to abortion via executive action, right, the unilateral thing that the president can do on his own, it's pretty limited. So he's looking at Congress, right? He's looking at the building that Ali Vitale was just in to say, hey, restore those protections of Roe as a federal law. And then you heard the vice president say, yeah, voters, you've got to put more lawmakers, the Democrats say, into that building that you see on your screen so that they can help put in place federal protections of Roe into law. The President Biden is laying out some of what his own administration and federal agencies can do to try to help a woman get access in some ways, like defending women who now have to travel to another state for care and protecting access to contraception and abortion pills. Joining me now is Josh Letterman. Josh, this issue of abortion medication is particularly interesting, right? Because this is an area where the Biden administration can work through federal agencies to help maintain access to some abortion services, no?
That's exactly right, and that is exactly what the White House says that they are doing today. President Biden saying that he is directing the Health and Human Services Department to figure out whatever they can do to maximize access to abortion medications for people to be able to use that as an option if getting a surgical abortion is no longer a possibility, including, according to the White House, access to telehealth and to prescriptions by mail. So that is one pillar of what the White House is doing in response to the ruling today. The other major pillar has to do with travel, particularly for women who are going from one state where it's no longer legal to another state. President Biden saying the Justice Department is going to fight any state or local officials who try to interfere in someone's ability to go to another state, which is not something that today's decision precludes. But the reality is that's about all that this White House can do, Hallie. President Biden openly acknowledging today that it's not like he can whip out an executive order and with the stroke of a pen restore a right that the Supreme Court today said doesn't exist.
we're also hearing from former President Trump today, Josh, who says this decision was only made possible because he says he delivered everything as promised, including nominating and getting 3 highly respected and strong constitutionalists confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court. That is something that President Biden went after in his speech. He went after the 3 justices that Donald Trump appointed. Justices, we've talked about it, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, talking about why 2016 is so important as part of his pitch to get people out to vote in the next election. It feels like this is another flashpoint, Josh, as we look ahead not just to the midterms, but potentially to 2024.
It is, and it was so interesting to see the president in the cross hall of the White House, this kind of very stately atmosphere, bringing up former President Trump, someone he doesn't like to talk about very much, talking in explicitly political terms about voters need to go elect politicians who will do X, Y, and Z, given that really the only way forward on this for people who support abortion rights is to try to get some type of codification through federal law. But the reality is, even if this were to seriously play in Democrats' favor and you have this enormous enthusiasm and Democrats end up doing much better in the midterms than a lot of people predict that they will based on historical trends, nobody's talking about the possibility of Democrats emerging with a Senate, a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate or anything close to that. The numbers that Democrats at this point would have to accumulate to be able to pass what they're talking about today into law is far more than they're likely to be able to get realistically in the short term. And that's one reason that this political message is very difficult for the president to make to supporters. It's very hard to promise them that there will be action on this in the short term, even as Democrats try to use this for maximum advantage to draw a contest with Republicans in the midterms.
Josh Letterman, live outside the White House. Josh, thank you. Appreciate it. I want to bring in now our political director and host of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, who is joining us now. Chuck, there's a lot to get to, and let me stay on this thread because you and I were on the air with Lester Holt during the special report when this first broke. And you made a point that I think is really worth repeating here, which was, as we talk about Donald Trump and as Josh has laid out that backdrop here, that it was 3 Trump-appointed justices that led to this decision. You said something like we might be looking back on the 2016 presidential election as the most consequential of not just our lifetime, but of our grandparents' lifetimes and their grandparents' lifetimes.
Yeah, no, I think you could make an argument. And look, I'm not going to sit here and debate which is 1, 2, or 3, but you could make an argument that 2016 and the long tail of it and all of the fallout that has happened from it. And it's sort of like a bunch of threads sort of pulled on the fabric of the democracy, the fabric of our society. Really, not since the 1876 election could I go back and say we had a presidential election that the fallout from it had such far-reaching consequences for decades. And that one took nearly 100 years to recover from that one. When you think about that one got us Jim Crow laws and all of that. So, look, this long tail, it is not, we use the phrase a lot, elections have consequences. Some elections have more consequences than others. And it's pretty clear the 2016 election is one that had enormous consequences. Look, 3 Supreme Court justices in one term is something that's just shocking that it happened.
Yeah.
But it's also, of course, how it happened, which is why, my greater fear here, Hallie, is that we've already had a former president essentially stoke fear in the legal system, right? Attack the Justice Department, attack institutions. And now you have a Supreme Court where I think many progressives, many Democrats feel as it was a rigged court, right? That 2 of the nominees shouldn't have really been nominated when they were and how it was done. My point is this, Hallie, doesn't matter how we get there. We could have a majority of this country has questions about our rule of law for different reasons, and that is not how a constitutional republic stays healthy.
Pull on that thread a little, Chuck, and I'm going to bring it back to the Supreme Court because what you heard, and I know you saw what Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said today, questioning is exactly to your point here, the makeup of the court, the justices on the court. There's this Gallup tracking poll showing that Americans they're at an all-time low as far as confidence in the court, right? At 25%. I mean, that's really stark. That is a stark number, Chuck. How I ask you this, and I know that you can't really answer it, but for the sake of this discussion, how does this change, right? When you take what we saw in the January 6 hearings, for example, when you look at when you take it holistically where we are at this moment in the country, how does it change?
Honestly, I think it would take an outside threat to the entire country to get us to sort of figure out how to overlook some of our divisions. I think we're at a really low point. We're questioning institutions. Let me just put that 25% in perspective. We used to say when Congress was that low, it's even lower now, confidence in approval of that institution. But that was a given, and what has happened, the Supreme Court now is being looked at the way we look at Congress, and that is the real fear here, is that all the black robes are no longer black, they're red and blue in the eyes of everybody these days, and right now it appears very bright red among the red robes in that Supreme Court. But look, I just think it's that. You ask what, I know this is going to sound silly, aliens attacking. The point is that I think that we are our own worst enemy right now, and I don't know when it ends. We're years from getting to a place for this. Look, I do think that if you were to attack our problem is that we do have extremes deciding mainstream decisions, and I think the way we've chosen nominees and the way we've elected our politicians favor those on the far ends of the political spectrum, particularly more so on the right these days than ever before. I think we have to think about how we nominate people, top four, things like this, what we're seeing in Alaska. That's would be one place to sort of, if people that sit between the 30-yard lines, Hallie, if you will, right, of sort of feel as if they're in the large middle, they're not represented by today's elected officials, and certainly not by the Supreme Court. So I think you got to tackle it at that source of sort of how we nominate our candidates. Which is, systemic, Chuck, right? You're talking about foundational types of change. Yeah. Yes, this is systemic, and that's my point. We've pulled some threads. We had some uncomfortable stability here, and Donald Trump came in and in one way or another essentially was a political wrecking ball, both directly and indirectly, and here we are.
Chuck Todd, thank you for being with us. Thanks for staying. I appreciate it. Right, I know you're going to have a big show coming up on Sunday. I think folks are looking forward to that. Appreciate it. Coming up, Michigan has a nearly century-old law dating back to 1931 that bans most abortions in the state, but a temporary hold is stopping it from going into effect. We're live on the ground in Grand Rapids with more on that and what the governor of that state told me coming up in just a minute.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've talked about how in just the course of the last 7 hours or so, we've seen at least 6 states pull the so-called trigger on trigger bans as it relates to abortion after the Supreme Court ruling overturning Roe versus Wade. And one state on the brink here hasn't done it yet. It's Michigan. This issue is now front and center in November for them. And that's because of this really interesting history here. You are looking at a piece of a statute from 1931, way back in the old days, okay? And this old law says that Michigan cannot be allowed to have abortions. It would criminalize abortions, calls them a felony. There are no exceptions for rape or incest. There's only one exception to preserve the life of the mother. Now, right now, that law is not in effect because it's been temporarily blocked. It's been temporarily put on hold because of this lawsuit that the Planned Parenthood group in Michigan filed back in April that would stop the state from enforcing the law. Okay, a state judge ruled in favor of Planned Parenthood last month. So that means this 1931 law, the pause is pressed on that. It is on hold. I talked with Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer today, who filed a motion just a few hours ago in the state's Supreme Court to basically keep that pause in place, to protect abortion access. And by the way, the political backdrop here, she's up for re-election in November. Here's what the governor told me. Do you believe that this could be a galvanizing moment for Democrats in November in these midterm elections?
Well, I got to tell you, 70% of the people of this state support a woman's right to make her own health care decision. The most important economic decision a woman will make over the course of her whole lifetime is whether and when to have a child. I do think you're going to see a whole new level of engagement. And I want every pro-choice person, whether you're Democrat, Independent, or Republican, to know you've got a space at my table. You need to join this fight.
I want to bring in now in Michigan, Dasha Burns. And Dasha, we talked about this injunction, this restrictive law that is temporarily blocked. How, you heard from Governor Whitmer there. She is trying what she thinks she can do at this moment, but it's not clear how long this injunction can stand.
That's right. That's exactly right. The timing here is unclear, and you've got this legal battle happening, and you mentioned it, the political battle. This is absolutely going to be key in November for both the governor and for state lawmakers that are running right now as well. Look, it's so critical to look at states like Michigan right now, because you have red states where they have those trigger laws. You've got blue states where governors have worked to shore up abortion rights. But then you have purple states like Michigan, where you have a Democratic governor fighting to protect abortion rights and a Republican state legislature that is looking to roll back abortion rights. And in fact, the governor has filed a lawsuit with the Supreme Court asking to invalidate that 1931 law. We don't know when they're going to come out with a ruling on that, but the governor did today ask for the court to expedite that case. The Republican state legislature, though, has intervened in that Planned Parenthood case you're talking about to defend the 1931 law. And some lawmakers, Hallie, have even proposed a bill that would punish abortion providers with up to 10 years in prison. So you've got a major battle within Michigan's government right now. And meanwhile, you have a lot of voters today who are waking up in shock. And I've talked to Democrats, Independents, and Republicans about this today. A lot of people still really having a hard time wrapping their mind around having this right that has been in place for most of their lifetimes taken away here, Hallie.
Governor Whitmer, as we mentioned, is up for re-election. We all know Michigan is a key swing state, okay? It is fascinating when you look at it at the broader political landscape in this country, blue versus red. She has concerns about what happens to abortion access for women in her state if she loses her re-election campaign.
Yeah, I asked both Whitmer about this when we sat down earlier this week, and I asked the Attorney General, Dana Nessel, about this today during her press briefing as well. What are they going to do as they're trying to protect abortion rights, not just in this election cycle, but what happens in, even if Governor Whitmer does win in November, what happens 2, 3, 4 election cycles from now? What I heard from Nessel today is that they believe still that the best avenue is on the ballot. There's a proposed ballot initiative that would enshrine abortion rights in Michigan's constitution. That is something that abortion rights activists are trying to still get on the ballot in November. And they believe that this is better than with the courts, because what we saw today is that the Supreme Court, those rulings can be overturned, Hallie.
You've been talking to people there, Dasha. You've been trying to see how people are feeling today in the wake of that Supreme Court decision. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, there are just shockwaves through voters right now. Like I said, across the political spectrum, in Washington, when you look at the political conversation, it does seem black and white or red or blue, rather. But when I talk to women here across the political spectrum, there's a lot more nuance, a lot more gray area. And I want you to hear just a little bit of my conversations today.
How do they have the right to tell me or any woman what she can do with her body? I'm concerned that we're starting to see the downfall of America at this point, and we're taking
strong words.
Taking rights away from people is a really big deal, and how do we get those rights back?
Hallie, obviously a day with deeply personal, deeply emotional processes for people to navigate what they've just heard. I also want to tell you, Pennsylvania, another state which is going to very much have abortion front and center as there is a critical Senate seat up for grabs and governorship there. And I just talked to a woman who voted for Trump twice, voted for Oz in the primary, and even she tells me that she thinks the government shouldn't have a say, no matter federal or state, in personal medical decisions. So it's not as red or blue as some people may think from the conversations I've been having today, Hallie.
Dasha Burns, live for us in Grand Rapids. Dasha, thank you. Thank you for being on the ground for us. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, and it's big news also, the House passing a bipartisan bill designed to try to prevent gun violence. It has already passed the Senate, and that means it is now headed to President Biden's desk for his signature. The legislation would do things like incentivize states to pass red flag laws and expand background checks for younger gun buyers, ages 18 to 21. It is the most significant gun bill to come out of Congress in nearly 3 decades. Number 2, a UN panel has found Israeli security forces fired the bullets that killed a Palestinian-American journalist last month. Al Jazeera reporter Shireen Abu Akleh was shot and killed while covering an Israeli raid in the occupied West Bank. Israel has denied that any Israeli soldier, quote, targeted a journalist. Number 3, today marks 1 year since that Surfside condo collapse in Florida, that horrific collapse. Family members of the victims honored their loved ones at a remembrance today. You can see First Lady Jill Biden was there. 98 people were killed when that building fell. Number 4, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband has been charged with DUI after a crash in California last month. A county district attorney's office says Paul Pelosi had a blood alcohol content above the legal limit in the state. He could face up to 5 years of probation, 5 days in jail, even fines. Number 5, officials in Phoenix say a group of women hiking on a canyon trail had to be rescued, taken to a hospital because of heat. The 8 women were reportedly there for a religious reality TV series called Bad Girls Gone God. Fire officials say they went on their hike in the morning but didn't have enough, apparently, water or supplies. When we come back, one Colorado clinic says it's been seeing double the number of women coming from out of state looking for abortions, even before today's decision on Roe. Now they're expecting even more patients. That's our original coming up in just a minute.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky, To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mississippi's only abortion clinic, the clinic at the center of the Supreme Court decision today, it is still open even after the ruling. You are looking live at that clinic now. We had seen some protests earlier there, where people were trying to keep folks from going into the clinic. It's going to stay open until Mississippi's trigger law goes into effect sometime in early July, even as people there worry about the future.
Today, across this country, half the population were stripped of their human rights. It's hard to say this, but that's just the beginning.
Mississippi's governor was traveling today with his daughter, but took time to praise today's decision in a quick video on Twitter.
I've never been prouder to be a Mississippian. Our elected officials were able to bring this case because of the conviction of our constituents. You see, Mississippi is a God-fearing place, and we fight this battle, a battle we've been fighting for almost 50 years, and we stand on the shoulders of so many who have come before us. But we fight this battle because we believe in our hearts that it's God's will to do so.
Kathy Park is in Jackson, Mississippi for us. She's joining us now. Kathy, this is the clinic, right, that challenged the Mississippi abortion ban that said you can't have abortions after roughly 15 weeks. I thought it was interesting that at one point earlier this afternoon, you said it's not like there were a ton of demonstrators. It's not like there were a ton of protesters outside that clinic today. Tell me what you're seeing now.
Hallie, yeah, I was actually going to start off with that point because despite what you're seeing in Washington, D.C. right now, this mobilization on both sides of this debate, we're right in front of the Capitol here in Mississippi, and it's been relatively quiet all day. And just a few miles away from where we are standing is that last standing abortion clinic here in the state of Mississippi, and it's been relatively calm. Earlier today, shortly after that decision came out, yes, there were a handful of protesters, but I think there's now more media than anything else. But you know what? This is a very restrictive state. We're here in the Bible Belt, and a lot of people that we spoke with on the ground tell me, look, after that leak in May, they kind of didn't, they actually said that this decision was not a surprise to them. They were kind of anticipating this because the state is so conservative. There are so many abortion restrictions already in place. Obviously, this has been a divisive issue all across the board. We had a chance to speak with the owner of the clinic, and she said this is very disappointing. It's a reversal of women's rights. However, their work will continue. In fact, they're actually planning to open up another clinic in the state of New Mexico, and they're kind of working on that. But ever since this leak back in May, they've been mobilizing other resources, getting other organizations involved, raising funds to help women who want to still gain access to abortion safely and legally beyond the state of Mississippi after that 10-day window, Hallie.
That was my question to you, Kathy, is what they plan to do next. Kathy Park, live for us in Jackson. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So tonight's Original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on, which, because of this Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe, centers on that news, specifically on late-term abortions. A doctor who runs a clinic in Colorado, which offers those types of procedures, says he expects to see a lot more new patients with today's ruling. Our own Isa Gutierrez was recently at that clinic and also talked with a former patient who turned to the practice when she needed to have a late-term abortion herself.
This layer here is bulletproof, okay?
Nearly half a century ago, Dr. Warren Hearn worked at Colorado's very first abortion clinic. A controversial practice then, and now, with the Supreme Court overturning their landmark 1973 decision, Roe versus Wade.
All the windows around here are bulletproof.
2 years later, he founded this place, the Boulder Abortion Clinic, in 1975.
We specialize in taking care of women who have very high-risk situations that can't be seen in other clinics.
He's one of a handful of doctors in the U.S. who perform late-term abortions. Colorado, one of only a few states that does not restrict them. According to CDC data, abortions at or after 21 weeks represent less than 1% of all abortions in the U.S. In 2019, they say more than 4,800 were performed. Last year, a jump in abortion restrictions enacted in 19 states, with conservative legislators arguing life begins at conception. These days, Dr. Hearn says abortion bans like the ones in Texas and Oklahoma restricting abortion after cardiac activity at 6 weeks are making his practice exceptionally busy.
The number of patients we've seen has basically doubled since a year ago. We can't possibly see all the women who want to come here for help. And I need to expand my service.
He says the Supreme Court's decision will push more women to have late-term abortions.
That increases the cost, it increases the complexity, it makes it more difficult, it takes more time, it's more emotional anguish.
Erica Christensen, a former patient of Dr. Hearn, was in her 3rd trimester when she says her doctor explained her baby wasn't swallowing.
There was a genetic muscular condition that would not be conducive to living outside my body.
She says they decided to terminate the pregnancy.
That's when we learned that we couldn't in our state because we had crossed an imaginary line that we didn't even know existed until that point. We were sort of shocked by that because we were living in New York.
It was 2016, and at the time, state law banned abortions after 24 weeks. She was referred to Dr. Hearn's clinic in Colorado.
It took 2 weeks for us, under the best possible circumstances, to figure out my course of care.
Ultimately, she says she was lucky.
It's poor people, it's young people, it is disabled people, medically complex people like myself, it is people of color. These are the people who are going to be most impacted by these bans. Most people are just not as lucky as I was.
Less than a year after visiting Dr. Hearn, Erica gave birth to a daughter.
My 5-year-old little girl literally would not be here had I not been able to have my abortion. She's everything to us, like she's our whole lives.
Do you think about these laws changing and how they'll impact her potentially one day?
Every day. I think about what life is going to be like for my 5-year-old little girl every day. I hope that by the time she's even thinking about becoming pregnant, I hope things are better. But certainly, I mean, it's really scary times. Like, I'm absolutely terrified for her.
Do you already have plans for the new building?
I'm working on it, yeah. I'm sketching out plans. I'm working with the architects. I want us to be able to see more patients.
Dr. Hearn is turning 84 this month. You're not going to retire?
No, I don't have time for that. I'm bringing other young physicians to help me, and they're very dedicated and very skilled.
Isa Gutierrez is joining us now. Isa, it is such timely reporting, particularly with what we're seeing in Washington today. What stood out most to you as you were talking with people for and against late-term abortions, talking with patients, clinic staff, et cetera?
Sure. Well, Hallie, when we talk about late-term abortions, again, these are patients who are high risk, patients who late in their pregnancies found out from their doctors that they were experiencing medical complications that could put their life or their baby's life at risk. So, Hallie, they are not happy to be in this situation. They're also exhausted, and they're angry that they had to go to these lengths to leave their state, to find the means to leave their states, to come to a place like Dr. Hearn's clinic to get the safe care that they needed. Hallie?
The doctor you interviewed was showing you the security setup that they have there. I was interested in that because abortion has always been, obviously, it's incredibly controversial. It is deeply personal for so many people in this country. Are they anticipating the potential for needing to shore up, for example, that security apparatus, Isa?
Yeah, well, Hallie, Dr. Hearn and the staff explained to me that this has been building for them really since they opened in the last 50 years, right? Those bulletproof windows have been installed now for years. They've increased the number of cameras that they have. Dr. Hearn tells me he no longer goes out his front door. They're, of course, concerned today more than ever about their patients and about their staff. It makes it harder for them to hire staff because working there is so controversial. But I spoke to Dr. Hearn just a little bit ago on the phone, and he told me that who he's most scared for are the patients who will not make it to his clinic. He's confident that they will be able to protect the patients who get there, but those who don't make it to him on time, those are the patients that he is most concerned about right now.
Isa Gutierrez, thank you so much for bringing us that story. I appreciate it. Coming up, the economic costs of ending abortion access. We're getting into those numbers and what some big companies are doing about it next.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester. What is this?
So we've talked about the personal and the political impact of this decision by the Supreme Court today to overturn the landmark abortion rights ruling Roe versus Wade. But there is an economic impact, too. The American Journal of Public Health says research shows some women who were denied abortions and then gave birth had a better chance of being in poverty just 6 months later. And according to the Guttmacher Institute, an abortion rights advocacy group, the 24 states that plan to ban abortions are more likely to have a combination of higher imprisonment rates, lower wages, fewer worker rights, and less access to quality health care. I want to bring in our Jake Ward now. And there's a lot of different directions we could go in talking about the financial impact of restricting abortion access. Talk about some of the research that shows what this ruling would do as it relates to education for women, employment, and how much money they could end up earning.
Well, Hallie, if the decision that we're handed down today were based not on this question of state rights versus federal authority, it would draw on evidence like the evidence that's been collected here in Northern California, a center of public health research. At UCSF, the University of California in San Francisco, a research group led by Diana Green Foster did an enormous, unique study in the United States that looked at the effect on more than 1,000 women of either being able to get the abortion they sought or being denied denied the abortion they sought, and they found enormous repercussions for those women in almost every measure of their lives. In fact, Diana Green Foster told me that when you looked at the results, you could see that the women who'd been denied an abortion were in effect predicting the outcome in terms of the concerns they had for themselves. Here's how she described those findings.
We find that women who are denied abortions are more likely to be poor. People say it's not the right time, and we find that they're unable to achieve other life aspirations when they're denied an abortion. They say, I want to take care of the children I already have, and we see that the existing children do worse when their mom is denied an abortion.
By, again, every conceivable measure of well-being, Hallie, we're looking at women who are denied abortions in their place of residence or place of work. They are absolutely wind up with worse outcomes in life in category after category, Hallie.
There is the business impact here, too, Jake. You are obviously a part of our business and technology team here covering this. When you talk about the economy, you look at what companies are doing. You've got Dick's Sporting Goods, for example. Dick's stock soared after the company said that they would pay up to $4,000 for people who need to travel for legal abortions. We have seen this now unfold at company after company. Talk us through this and what that means.
Well, not only are companies, as of today, issuing statement after statement saying that they will pay for out-of-pocket travel expenses for any employees who need to travel out of state for abortion services. Meta, for instance, issued a statement to that effect earlier. You mentioned Dick's Sporting Goods. But also, if you look at it, you find that it is, in fact, a big part of being able to recruit women into a company. More than 50% of CFOs, chief financial officers, surveyed by CNBC said that it would have a big impact on whether they chose to relocate somewhere based on what the laws would be in that state. And you also have to look at the broader economic impact. The research shows that women who do not have access to abortion or are subject to state regulations that restrict their access wind up unable to take higher paying jobs. They don't have the flexibility in their lives. So we're going to see the ripple effects of this go on in the states that choose to restrict abortion choice. Hallie?
Jake Ward, live for us in San Francisco. Jake, thank you. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, a deadly standoff in Texas. Police say it started, look at the fire, when deputies went to somebody's home, this man's home, to arrest him on a warrant. They say the man started firing at them and that he allegedly put explosives on his front porch. That is what caused the fire, the thick smoke you see there. Officials think the man was killed, but they did not find a body. Also from our Southeast Bureau, check this out, a humongo snake found in Florida. In the Everglades, a team of biologists found it, a Burmese python. Officials say it's the heaviest one ever captured in Florida. It weighed 215 pounds, was almost 18 feet long. And from our West Coast Bureau, an update on that shark attack story in California we told you about yesterday. The victim sharing more about what happened, saying getting bitten by a shark was not lucky, but that everything else about that day sure was lucky. He said the water was calm, there were no waves, so people nearby could hear him yelling for help. Good news is he's expected to make a full recovery. Still to come today, the House passed the biggest legislation to prevent gun violence in decades. It now goes to President Biden's desk. We'll take you live to the Hill. Plus, how other countries are reacting to the Supreme Court striking down Roe versus Wade. We'll be right back.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
In a key moment today on Capitol Hill. And honestly, frankly, what would have otherwise, if the Supreme Court hadn't happened, be the biggest story of the day? The new gun bill, the most significant federal gun legislation in decades, is now just one signature away from becoming law. That's because today, you see it on your screen, the House of Representatives passed that bill that already passed the Senate with bipartisan support. You had 14 House Republicans voting yes with all House Democrats. Remember, 15 Republicans supported this in the Senate. So now this bill is on its way, figuratively, to President Biden's desk. He's expected to sign it fast. I want to bring in now Julie Sirkin. And Julie, you know, this is a huge day, I think, in Washington, mostly for what we saw from the Supreme Court and this generational change to Roe versus Wade, the abortion decision that has been overturned that we have been talking about now for the last 60 minutes. If that hadn't happened, we'd probably, for this hour, have been talking about what you are covering today, Julie, which is this significant piece of legislation related to gun reform in this country. 15 Republican senators voting yes, and a handful of Republicans in the House voting yes.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hallie. When I went to sleep yesterday after covering the Senate vote on the gun legislation, I can't tell you the emotion that I felt in the chamber from gun control advocates, from shooting victims, and from senators themselves on both sides of the aisle. And today, one of my colleagues, Ali Rafa, spoke to Madeline Dean, a Democrat from Pennsylvania, who said that she came to the Capitol today ready to vote on this historic legislation and got the notification on her phone that this ruling came down from the Supreme Court. Pennsylvania, of course, one of the states in the country poised to restrict abortions more than other states, perhaps, really riding on the November election, something we've heard Democrats say over and over again today. But that gun vote, man, it's so historic, passing the House today, and it just can't be overshadowed, even though the decision by Roe, of course, derailed some of that excitement with Democrats.
So talk about what happens next. They've already sent it to the president's desk, right? And I say figuratively because it's not like there's some, you know, assembly line of people passing papers over to the president. I mean, there is something physical that goes to President Biden, who's getting ready to head on an overseas trip, but we expect him to sign it fast.
Well, we don't know, Hallie, because, while Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, with a stroke of the pen, sent that legislation over to the White House, President Biden could go on his trip and come back next week and sign it then. But the bottom line here is this isn't everything he wanted. It's not everything Democratic leaders wanted. They'll be the first to say that. It doesn't raise the minimum age to 21. It doesn't ban automatic weapons, and it doesn't enlist all universal background checks either. But it does a lot of things that Democrats have been pushing for over the last 3 decades. And with this compromise, this is something that gun control advocates and shooting survivors could be proud of. As one woman told me last night, she said she thought she'd be fighting for this for decades to come. She was a survivor of a mass shooting herself in 2018, and she was just speechless. She never thought that this would happen.
Julie Sirkin live on the Hill for us. Julie, thank you. As we talked about the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade, could have an impact for people who are looking for abortions in Florida. The Republican-led state there has a ban on abortions after 15 weeks that would go into effect later this week, I think July 1st, next week, I should say, end of next week. But that's being challenged. And right now, the state has one of the nation's highest rates of abortion in the country. Zincle Asamoah is with demonstrators in St. Petersburg in Florida for us. And as you walk with these protesters, Zincle, and I'm glad to see you out there, Florida's an interesting place because it typically has been a place where people, let's say from Georgia or Alabama, have come seeking abortion access.
Hallie, that's 100% right. In some ways, people actually view Florida as a safe haven. Is that because they don't have restrictive abortion rights? No. But when you compare it to Georgia, to Louisiana, they have more access. And so people are really concerned. We're here, we're marching, cars are honking, people are saying, my body, my choice. But it's also the tale of two Americas. I was here earlier today, and there was a smaller protest in favor of this SCOTUS ruling. Let's take a listen to what they had to say.
It's painful today. It really hurts. I can't believe our country has gone backwards.
The issue with abortion has always been very simple for pro-lifers, and that is one sentence. It's not just your body, there's another person involved. And so that person is a...
So, Hallie, a lot of different perspectives, but at the end of the day, a lot of heated emotion. And the thread here, whether people are for or against abortion, was shock. Even though they had seen that draft opinion, both sides were very surprised to see the SCOTUS decision today, Hallie.
Tell me more about what you're hearing from people there, because this does, as you talk about, has some specific impacts on not just Floridians, but those who have come into the state to try to seek access to abortion.
Yeah, Hallie, it has wide-reaching impact. So Republican Governor Ron DeSantis did pass a 15-week abortion ban bill. That goes into effect July 1st. It has been contended right here in Florida, but now a lot of the people who are marching right now are concerned that that will go into law without much contest because of this SCOTUS ruling. And so overall, the sentiment is concern, but also tension. We witnessed a clash between pro-abortion and anti-abortion advocates. Let's take a listen at how that went.
Our choice. Our bodies, 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 our choice.
So, Hallie, tensions are high, online, offline. Folks are marching, and this is the first of what will be many protests today. But the other thread, whether people were for abortion or against today, was that the fight continues. The fight continues for both sides of this issue. So this is something we're going to have to watch. Hallie?
Zincle Esmawa, right in the thick of it there in St. Petersburg. Zincle, thank you. I want to bring in Yamiche Alcindor, our NBC News Washington correspondent, moderator of Washington Week on PBS. Okay, so Yamiche, we've been doing this since 10 o'clock this morning, you and I, since the Supreme Court decision came down, because it's been a day of a lot of fast-moving developments, right? Not just the decision, but what we saw in some of those states that have trigger laws, what we're looking at live right now in New York City. I believe this is Washington Square Park. Don't quote me on that. We'll try to find out. As you are seeing people around the country mobilize and activate, and Yamiche, on both sides of this, right? Because you have abortion rights advocates who are, I think, demoralized is fair to say, devastated is fair to say. You have anti-abortion advocates who are celebrating, who are now saying, like what we heard from former Vice President Mike Pence, that the fight now is to try to get every state to have similar restrictions on abortion access.
Certainly. And what you see from conservatives really is a celebration, because this is a culmination of conservatism and activism. They've been pushing for this for generations, to have Roe v. Wade be overturned. And Democrats, frankly, now they are trying to strategize how they are going to respond to this. President Biden, as well as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, they both said that reproductive rights are on the ballot in November, making a pitch to voters that Democrats need to keep and then grow their majorities in the House and the Senate. We also hear already from some senators that there's going to be a hearing in the Senate Health Committee. That's a committee that focuses on health, education, and labor. They're going to be talking about what the impact of this decision will be. But we should note that those senators, including Senator Patty Murray, she wrote a letter, among 20 senators who wrote a letter to President Biden asking for executive action to protect abortion rights in this country. But the White House has not really come up with a strategy of how to really impact abortion rights and maybe even make it easier for a woman to get an abortion in this country because of what the Supreme Court has done. And of course, this issue is now so much in the states' hands. And as we've been noting all day, more than half of the states in this country are likely to or will ban abortion immediately. And we're already seeing women turned away from clinics. So this is a direct impact. And politics and politicians are trying to catch up with women who are now having to find other ways to get abortions.
We're taking a look now at some of these aerial pictures from New York City. It was Washington Square Park we were looking at just a moment ago, but you can see, I think, the scale and the scope of some of these demonstrations that we're seeing. It's not just here in Washington, Yamiche, where we are outside the Supreme Court. It's also in cities around the country. And the issue has come up, and I know that when you've talked with folks about this issue, one of the things you hear about is how this will disproportionately affect those in marginalized communities, lower income women, women of color, people who would potentially need to travel hundreds of miles to obtain access to abortion. If they have the money to do so, they can get the time off work to do so, they have the ability to do so, and they have the support to do so. That's a lot of caveats.
Well, it's very clear that the people in this country who are accessing abortion are women who are low income, disproportionately women of color. 1 in 4 women in this country under the age of 45 have had an abortion. But when I talk to advocates, they tell me that it is really the women of color and women of low income who are going to be suffering the most. In some states across the South in particular, women are going to have to drive upwards of 18 hours if they want to get an abortion. And I should also tell you, I've been interviewing abortion women who are running abortion clinics, and they tell me that once they get to those abortion clinics, let's say you go from Louisiana and you drive the distance to get to a place where you can get an abortion, sometimes the waiting list, Hallie, are 300 women. So it's not just sort of getting yourself to another state, it's also, can you afford the hotel? Can you afford to take off work to wait for that time? So this is really going to be expensive for a lot of women who simply cannot afford it. The other thing to note here is that there are already women, especially Shannon Brewer, who is the director of the Jackson Women's Health Organization. That, of course, is the clinic that was at the center of this Supreme Court decision. She told me last month that she was already ready to move to New Mexico because she thinks that women are going to need this, and that she is very, very worried that this is going to be devastating, especially to her clients who, again, are very low income. So this is really, you're already seeing a lot of clinic directors making decisions to try to make immediate impact because they're really worried for the safety of women.
Yamiche Alcindor, it's so good to have you with us. Thank you very much for that analysis. I appreciate it. I want to leave some of those pictures up that we're seeing live from New York here as we bring in our next guest, Carol Lamb, because you had Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas really raising eyebrows in Democratic circles today as they looked at the impact beyond simply abortion access in this Supreme Court ruling. Carol is joining us now. And Carol, you have the justice saying that gay rights and contraceptions rulings should be considered now by this court, that other rights based on substantive due process need to be considered. Griswold, the right to birth control, to contraception. Lawrence, which threw out anti-sodomy laws. Obergefell, which, of course, legalized same-sex marriage. Now, Justice Alito came out. You see Justice Thomas's opinions here that we should reconsider all of this, right? You had Justice Alito in his decision saying, well, listen, and I'm paraphrasing here, the dissent will say that we're going to try to overturn other stuff. We're trying to be clear this is just about abortion. Help us understand this, right? Because what Justice Thomas has written has created, I think, some real ripple effects politically here in Washington and beyond.
Sure, Hallie. What Justice Thomas wrote was way out on the edge here because, as you said, Justice Alito took great pains to say this decision is limited to the abortion context. Now, you can question how much weight that actually carries because that was not a statement that is necessary to the outcome in this case. And when that happens, when a justice makes some comment that is not essential to the holding of the case, it doesn't have any binding precedential value. But the justice, for all it's worth, and he did write the majority opinion, he said this is limited to the abortion context. Justice Thomas, in his concurring opinion, which means that he agrees with the outcome in this case, but he has something else to say. And the something else he had to say was on the reasoning of this opinion, which he thinks is the right reasoning, absolutely, all of these other rights, what today stand as fundamental rights, should be revisited. And there's no question the way he would come out on those cases. Now, you can speculate about what happened here. Justice Alito's initial draft opinion came out, and you can speculate that Justice Thomas tried to get his view into the majority opinion. That did not happen, so he's left on his own writing this concurring opinion. But there is no question that he is inviting another look at these fundamental rights that you just laid out.
So this was my question, Carol, this invitation, right, not just to his fellow justices, but to conservative lawmakers in individual states too, no?
Absolutely. That is the way that this Dobbs abortion opinion ended up coming out in this case. It was very clear what the abortion law was in terms of constitutional protection for a woman to make a decision in at least the early stages of pregnancy. States passed laws that they knew were not consistent with the Supreme Court's holding in Roe versus Wade and Casey versus Planned Parenthood, and they did it intentionally to get this case in front of the Supreme Court with a conservative majority, and today was the result of that. And that is what Justice Thomas, it's hard to see it any other way. That is what he is suggesting happen with these other fundamental rights.
Carol Lamb, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for that analysis.
Thank you.
Let's take a look now. It's not just the reverberations of the Supreme Court decision having an impact here in the United States. There is international reaction to this, too. And for that, I want to go to Megan Fitzgerald, who is live for us in London, with more on how other countries are looking at this ruling. Megan, what are we seeing from the international community? I know that the UK Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, is calling this a big step backwards. How is this being seen around the world?
Yeah, Hallie, I can tell you, those comments that you just mentioned from Prime Minister Johnson certainly being echoed throughout Europe and across the world. I mean, keep in mind, we're talking just within the last couple of years, 3 years really, that we've seen several nations that are predominantly Catholic, majority Christian nations voting to legalize abortion. We're talking about Ireland, along with Argentina and Mexico. So certainly, as you mentioned, across the stage here, we are seeing that this is viewed as a step backwards for the United States. And so these global leaders are sounding off. We're hearing from the Prime Minister of Belgium, along with Spain, saying that women should have the right to choose. The President of France, Emmanuel Macron, saying that it is a fundamental right for women to have an abortion and one that should be protected. The Prime Minister of Canada saying that this is a horrific decision and that his heart and prayers are with the women and girls in the United States. And then lastly, I want to mention the First Minister of Scotland saying that this is the darkest day for women in her lifetime, Hallie.
What about the example that the U.S. sets for other countries? Because that is something that we hear presidents, past and present, tout often, that the U.S. is an example to others in the world. When you talk to experts, right, some of them suggest that places that are looking to crack down on abortion could use the U.S. as an example in that way. What are the ripple effects here?
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the concern, that there could potentially be this ripple effect. We're hearing from the leader of Amnesty International, the Secretary General, who is saying that there is a big concern that this is going to damage the global perception of the United States. And then even worse, this could potentially influence governments and anti-rights organizations to then further deny rights of women across the world. Because as you mentioned, the United States is seen as a role model for so many nations across the world. And so as the United States does, a lot of times we see that reverberated across the world. And so there is real concern that this could just be the start of rights for women being denied across the world, Hallie.
Megan Fitzgerald, live for us in London. Megan, thank you for that. When we come back, we'll take you to Missouri, which has already banned abortion just today. Stay with us.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
With today's decision by the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade, the state of Missouri became the first in the country immediately after to effectively end abortion because of its trigger law that went into effect. You saw it almost right away. The state attorney general's office there announcing that he had signed the legal opinion implementing that abortion ban.
I am humbled to be a part of this and the first attorney general in the country to effectively end abortion. As a long champion for the rights of the unborn and Missouri families, I pledge to continue to fight for our most fundamental right, the right to life.
Democratic Missouri Congresswoman Cori Bush stood outside the clinic where she says she got an abortion after she was raped, saying she cannot believe today's ruling.
It broke my heart because I'm thinking about the people who today found out that they were pregnant, who found out they were pregnant a few weeks ago, and we're trying to figure out what to do.
Cal Perry is in St. Louis. He is joining me now. Okay, Cal, so you are in the state that immediately, right, we talk about a trigger ban, immediately pulled the trigger on it. And you heard Eric Schmidt, the attorney general in the state, touting that in that video. Talk to me about what you've seen out there and where this goes.
Yeah, look, it was like a political race to do that. The Republican
Sure
governor,
was, yeah.
Republican attorney general, and a Republican state house. It needed to be codified. They had to actually sign a proclamation in order for that trigger law to take effect. And so it was the attorney general who did it first. Minutes later, the governor did it. So again, it was like the two were trying to beat each other. So immediately you have this ban. It's now illegal to provide anyone, a woman, with an abortion in this state, and that can carry 5 to 15 years in prison for the medical provider. That went into immediate effect. Here, this location of Planned Parenthood, as you said, this is the only location in the state where women could get an abortion before this morning. A number of women had appointments today, had appointments this weekend. They're going to have to go out of state from now. They're going to have to go to Illinois. It's the closest place they can go. Governor Pritzker of that state has said he is going to protect a woman's right to have this procedure. But here in Missouri, you know, Hallie, we talk about this a lot, right? Planned Parenthood has said this is about so much more. It's, of course, about abortion rights, but it's about more than that. It's about access to reproductive health care for women. And reproductive health care, they will tell you, is health care. And in a place like Missouri, these centers are vitally important because you have a large population here that is under the poverty level, that needs the protection of Title X, for example, to receive that health care. And Planned Parenthood and the groups here worry, including the protesters behind me, worry that the ruling today is going to have a massive chilling effect that reaches far beyond just abortion, Hallie.
When you talk to people, what do you hear, right? Because you're in St. Louis, which is, you know, one of the obviously urban centers. It leans more Democratic than the rest of the state.
Yeah, look, I think people here are shocked, even though they weren't surprised that it was coming. I know that sounds weird.
That's right.
That's sort of what Planned Parenthood said as well, right? They were expecting it, but they're totally speechless. Yeah, look, there's also a depression that has set in here in a place like Missouri where people feel helpless. They feel like the state is run by conservatives. They feel like that is not going to change, and they feel like conservatives are more aggressive than liberals are, than Democrats are. We're hearing that a lot here, right? The way that the Supreme Court shook out, the way that this ruling happened. People here are upset about it, but the people we've talked to, Hallie, feel like there's nothing they can really do about it. And when you look at this regionally, this is a regional story as well. You look at Kansas, for example. Well, in 2020, Kansas did about 3,000 abortions, and more than half of them were women from Missouri. So it was hard enough to get an abortion here in Missouri to begin with. Now it's impossible, and women here just, they don't know what it is they're going to do.
And I see behind you, Cal, yelling, honking, all of that. Has it been this active all day, or has it built as the day has gone on?
This is picking up because Representative Cori Bush, who you heard from there, is having an event in about 35 minutes. We're kind of just step back because there's a lot of media there, but they're getting ready for an event. And look, there's going to be something here this weekend, too. On Sunday, there's a Pride March in St. Louis, so you can expect security to be high, and you can expect these marches are going to kick up again because this is a trigger law state, Hallie.
You travel the country for us, Cal. I mean, you've been all over the country, especially in some of these states out west and in the Midwest. Tell me, what do you think is the storyline that we haven't talked enough about as it relates to this decision today, based on, you know, your long experience covering politics and being in the heartland?
So I was telling this anecdote about being in Kentucky recently and watching women walk to an abortion clinic while getting harassed and harangued by crowds of people who were telling them they were doing something against God's will and being needed to be escorted into those centers. And we see this across the country. And I think today what we're seeing is a continuation of that. And look, this is where we are. Hallie, I know I'm telling you this, okay? So the irony is not lost on you. This is where we are politically in America. I mean, these midterms are going to be something. Biden today said that this is now on the ballot. Well, guess what's on the ballot 2 years from now? And people here and across the country, and this is something I'm hearing, and I know you're hearing it too, they're talking about Donald Trump. Right? Donald Trump got it done.
That's right.
When it comes to this issue, conservatives and the right to life movement here in Missouri, and the right to life movement is powerful in Missouri. They are influential in who wins in state politics. They say Donald Trump got it done.
Cal Perry, live for us in St. Louis. Cal, thank you. Look, today has been, it is not an overstatement to say it has been a seismic moment. It is. You said it at the very top of the show. This is a big deal day. For some, it is a devastating loss of health care, of human rights for women in this country. For others, it is the culmination of a decades-long fight to end what they see as the immoral taking of lives. Both sides, in full display, in tears, both sides at the Supreme Court, the place where this decision originated. Hundreds of people gathering to protest the loss of their constitutional right to abortion, or on the other side of the issue, saying the opposite. Women talking about how they feel about the ruling, angry, scared, betrayed. We saw tears of disappointment, but we also saw tears of joy. People celebrating, cheering on this decision, some calling today the best day of their lives. Watch.
like a betrayal. It feels like my country doesn't love me and appreciate my body as a woman. I can't even chant because I can't say anything.
I was crying tears of joy when I found out. This has been by far the best week of my life.
Legal abortion on demand!
What we need to do as women, organize, don't organize, organize. We are the majority. 6 people do not dictate our lives based on their religion.
For the older generation of pro-lifers to see this today, I'm so grateful for them and their perseverance.
What are they going to come for next? Gay marriage? Will I be able to marry a woman in 4 years? The next election cycle is going to be brutal. Like, it's terrifying.
How do you think I felt, man? This is amazing.
I've had people in my family have abortions, and they have felt the regret years and years down the line, and they're still dealing and facing with the trauma today. And if Roe v. Wade wouldn't have been legal inside of the United States, I would have family members that I don't have today.
Legal abortion on demand!
These people don't care about them. Those people over there don't care about them. They're not pro-life. They're pro-birth, pro-hypocrisy, and pro-controlling and subjugating women to their demands.
It has been a big day, a busy one, and I appreciate you joining us today on NBC News Now. Top story picks up right now.
Good evening, I'm Gabe Gutierrez. This is a special expanded edition of Top Story as we continue our coverage of that historic Supreme Court decision ending constitutional protections for abortions. The High Court's conservative majority overturning Roe v. Wade after nearly half a century, and in a 6-3 decision, the justices upholding a Mississippi law that bans almost all abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Tonight, celebratory marches and growing protests in Washington as abortion rights go into the hands of states, with some bans on the procedure already taking effect. Maura Barrett joins us now live from the Supreme Court. And Maura, you have been there out there all day. What have you been hearing?
Well, Gabe, when I arrived at the Supreme Court this morning around 9 a.m., tensions were already bubbling between two groups of protesters, those who support abortion rights and those who oppose them. And then at the time when we were expecting to see the Supreme Court decision come down, there was a brief hush among the crowd before we learned that the Supreme Court had overturned Roe v. Wade. And that group that opposed the right to an abortion absolutely erupted, physically jumping up and down, cheering. Several people I spoke with telling me that this is something that they waited so long for. I spent the morning talking with protesters across the board, and I want you to hear some of the conversation from people who were very excited that this decision came down, saying it was everything that they worked for, saying they wanted to make abortion unthinkable, illegal, and unnecessary.
It's complete and utter joy that it was finally overturned. Personally, I've had people in my family have abortions, and they have felt the regret years and years down the line, and they're still dealing and facing with the trauma today.
All I know is that every child deserves life. Human rights start at conception and end at natural death, and that is what I'm going to fight for until the day that I die.
Now, we saw tears of joy from that end of the protesters, but then demonstrators who were here supporting the right to an abortion were crying tears of absolute despair. I saw many women walking around absolutely crying, and I spoke to several of them who said that they feel an absolute loss and despair. Here's some of our conversations.
It feels like my country doesn't love me and appreciate my body as a woman.
But unfortunately, people are going to die. Women are going to die between now and when we can get legislation passed, which is untenable.
I was in high school in 1973, and I can say that the stories were out there, what happened to women if they needed an abortion.
66-year-old Hannah there detailing how frustrating it is for her to have seen Roe be passed and then taken away, that right taken away in her lifetime. She told stories hearing of women when she was in high school with knitting needles and clothes hangers. Several of those graphic images we saw depicted here on signs today. And it's that message that I've heard for months covering this fight for abortion rights from people across the country, that they're saying that this doesn't eliminate the right to an abortion. It eliminates the right to a safe abortion. Gabe.
So Maura is so passionate on both sides of this issue. Now, I'm looking at those peaceful demonstrators behind you, but we've also been hearing that security has been beefed up, not just at the Supreme Court, but also at the Capitol today. What can you tell us about that as the sun starts to go down there?
Right, there definitely was an increased police presence ahead of the decision coming down and a rotating group of officers here throughout the day. I'm actually going to ask my photographer, Rudy, here to give you an elevated view of this crowd because it has grown significantly. And like you said, it is largely peaceful. There has been some verbal arguments, but also level conversations between people on both sides. You can see just beyond the protesters here that fence surrounding the steps of the Supreme Court to prevent people from getting any closer. And so there were security precautions in place. D.C. Ramping up their police presence throughout the weekend, we've been told. And all of this, though, as this group of thousands has escalated throughout the day here, it's important to note that we sit in the shadow of Capitol Hill. President Biden calling on Congress today after this decision was overturned for Congress to take action to turn Roe into federal law. Gabe.
Maura Barrett out in front of the Supreme Court live for us on Top Story. Maura, thanks so much. Now, as we mentioned previously, the Supreme Court issuing the decision upholding a Mississippi law that bans abortion after 15 weeks. The case involving the Jackson Women's Health Organization, the state's only abortion clinic, which will now be forced to shutter. NBC's Kathy Park joins us now live from outside the state capitol in Jackson. And Kathy, what's been the response to this decision in Mississippi?
So, Gabe, when this decision came down earlier today, we were speaking with an abortion rights advocate, and she was angered and disappointed and said this was essentially a reversal of women's rights. Meanwhile, over at the abortion clinic, you had pro-life advocates outside pretty much all week long waiting for this decision, and they said this was a good day for them. However, the work isn't over. They are trying to eliminate abortions all across the board throughout the nation. So on both sides, though, what was interesting, Gabe, is that because of this leak in May, they kind of anticipated this decision would go this way. So we're right in front of the state capitol. We didn't really see a lot of activity or demonstrations like you were seeing in front of the Supreme Court in D.C. And over at the abortion clinic, yes, there were a few protesters in front of the clinic when this announcement came out. However, throughout the day today, and we just checked in with our colleagues over there right now, they said it's relatively calm and quiet. Gabe?
So, Kathy, now the Supreme Court made its decision based on a 2018 law passed by Mississippi's Republican-controlled legislature, but it's actually a 2007 trigger law that's going to end abortion in almost all cases there within the next few weeks. So how exactly is that going to work?
Yeah, so Mississippi is one of 13 trigger law states. And here in Mississippi specifically, essentially there is a 10-day window for the Attorney General to certify this decision from the Supreme Court. And Lynn Finch put out a statement earlier today via Twitter, and she said that this was a victory for women and a moment of women empowerment. And they plan on bolstering adoption and foster care resources. So based on that rhetoric, she is a staunch conservative. It seems like this will be official in a matter of days. So after that 10-day window, the last remaining abortion clinic, which is just a few miles away from here, will essentially have to close its doors, Gabe.
Kathy Park, live for us in Mississippi. Kathy, thank you. Just hours after the Supreme Court's decision, President Biden called out conservative members of the court and said abortion rights are on the ballot this fall.
Make no mistake, this decision is a culmination of a deliberate effort over decades to upset balance of our law. It's a realization of an extreme ideology and a tragic error by the Supreme Court, in my view. The court has done what it has never done before, expressly take away a constitutional right that is so fundamental to so many Americans that had already been recognized.
NBC News White House correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now. Josh, we'd known this decision was coming for weeks now, but what was the scene like inside the White House today?
Well, Gabe, the White House officials that I spoke with were somber but not surprised. As you pointed out, people expected widely that this was going to be the ruling after that leaked decision seemed to suggest this was the way the court was ready to go. And so White House officials, you can see some of them, a group of all-female White House aides who watched President Biden give those remarks from the cross hall of the White House today. Many of them have spent the last many weeks preparing for this very possibility and trying to figure out what the administration would be able to do in response to try to ensure access to abortion for as many women as possible. The White House did say today that they are focusing on ensuring the ability of women to travel to other states if they need to get abortions, as well as on wide access to abortion medications. But the reality is this is something that the president said he cannot simply sign an executive order to restore a right that the Constitution, the Supreme Court said today is not part of the Constitution. And that is one of the reasons that so many White House officials really felt like today was a major step backwards.
For more on the congressional response to this decision, I want to bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. So, Ali, what are you hearing from both sides of the aisle right now?
Look, it's as we expected. Democrats, of course, furious. Republicans, jubilant. In one case, Senator Lindsey Graham tweeting that former Vice President Mike Pence called him today to thank him, in his words, for his efforts in fighting for conservative judges through the years, because, of course, that's how we got here. The fact that multiple of these justices who voted to overturn Roe versus Wade within this decision were appointed by the Trump administration and Donald Trump himself. Republican senators seeing the fruits of that labor there. And then, of course, Democrats on their side knowing this decision was coming. But many of them have told me today it didn't make it any easier.
So, Ali, what is the Democrats' game plan here? Will they actually force Republicans to vote on this issue, or are they looking towards the midterms as to where they might try and move the needle here?
Gabe, I don't anticipate votes, because the thing that they risk, and this is something that I've talked with many sources about, is they don't want to take piecemeal votes here that allow certain Republicans to be on different sides of this reproductive rights issue. Instead, they want to keep all of the focus on November. In the Senate, that's going to mean doing things like hearings, like roundtables, and of course, out in the rest of the country, this is going to be a key campaign trail issue. States like Michigan, where Gretchen Whitmer, the governor there, is up for re-election, she is staking a big claim to this issue, trying to be proactive in the courts in her state before an old trigger law goes into place there. But again, this is something where the federal government is pretty hamstrung. So while Senate Democrats and House Democrats here are angry, they don't really have a lot of ways that they can channel that anger except to tell voters to vote.
And you can't talk about this decision without talking about the court itself, the way these justices are confirmed. So some senators are talking about that now, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We've heard from senators like Susan Collins and Joe Manchin, who were key votes for some of these now confirmed Supreme Court justices, saying in effect that they feel duped by what they were told by these judges in real time during their confirmation hearings. You'll remember that people like Gorsuch and Kavanaugh promised that Roe versus Wade was super precedent, or the law of the land, something that if they were confirmed to the court, they would agree not to touch. Obviously, we see now in the decision today that's not true. It has some senators saying again that they feel duped, and others just questioning the entire hearing process now.
Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill. Ali, thank you. So what does this mean for the future of the Republican Party? Let's bring in former Republican Congressman and NBC News political analyst Carlos Curbelo. Carlos, we heard Ali that, we heard what she's hearing from her sources on the Hill. But as a former Republican Congressman, what do you think this means for the party and for the midterms?
So, Gabe, Republicans are going to use this issue to try to motivate their voters. They know Democrats are going to capitalize on some anger among the liberal base. Well, Republicans are going to go back to their voters and say, this is why it's important for you to come out and support conservatives all across the ballot. For years, we promised we would be working on overturning Roe v. Wade, and that day has finally come. So even though you can expect a lot of energy from the Democratic base, Republicans are going to try to match that energy and keep the momentum they feel they have going into the midterms.
And President Trump has already claimed this as a victory in a statement saying that, quote, today's decision, which is the biggest win, he says, for life in a generation, along with other decisions that have been announced recently, were only made possible because I delivered everything as promised. So Carlos, how do you think this decision impacts Trump's legacy and his political future?
Well, this is probably part of Donald Trump's early campaign to return to the presidency. A lot of Republicans, most still assume that Donald Trump is going to run for president. And of course, on a day like this, on an issue he knows is so dear to the Republican base, he's out there taking credit. And to be fair, he did appoint 3 justices who all voted for this decision. So this could be the beginning of Donald Trump's campaign for the presidency.
Yeah, he promised those 3 conservative justices, and he did deliver. Moving forward, and you touched on this a little bit in your first answer, but do you think this decision will impact how Republicans campaign when it comes to the issue of abortion, specifically, though, in the states where abortion will essentially be illegal?
Well, where this is really going to challenge Republicans, Gabe, is in suburban America. Republicans lost suburban America in 2018. That's what ended their House majority and ultimately defeated Donald Trump in 2020. Republicans right now are gaining ground with that suburban base. They're recovering some of those voters. But in those districts, it can be tricky for some Republicans because there are a lot of suburban women who, although they support some abortion restrictions, also do support Roe v. Wade, or the constitutional right to an abortion. So the Republicans in the swing districts, I think, are the ones that are going to have the most trouble, face the most headwinds as a result of this decision.
Former Congressman Carlos Curbelo and NBC News political analyst, thank you so much for joining us. Now, we want to show you some live pictures right now of demonstrators outside Washington Square Park here in New York City. You see a growing crowd there gathering as the sun begins to come down on the East Coast. Certainly part of the growing passions that we're seeing on both sides of this issue here across the country. And we want to turn now to Michigan, though, one of the states teetering on the edge of a near total ban on abortion. 1931 law that criminalizes abortion with no exceptions for rape or incest has been temporarily blocked, but that could change at any moment. NBC's Dasha Burns is on the ground for us in Grand Rapids. And Dasha, that highly restrictive abortion law is not currently in effect because of a lawsuit filed by Planned Parenthood. But where does that case stand now, and how likely is it to last?
Yeah, those are all important questions, and questions that are frankly still up in the air here. It's not clear how long that injunction will remain in place. And look, Gabe, this is a law that was dormant, that was largely irrelevant after Roe took effect, and is now going to become central in a battle over abortion here. And that battle is going to be fought on multiple fronts, by the way, in the courts and also at the ballot box in November. We've got a critical election coming up here. Now, Governor Whitmer has filed a lawsuit to try to invalidate that 1931 law that bans abortion, tried to get the Supreme Court to say that it's unconstitutional. But she's got a Republican state legislature here that is pushing to defend that law. So it's going to be so important to watch these purple states, Gabe, where you're going to see a real push and pull between both parties here. It's going to be a really tense process over the next few months leading up to those November midterms.
And Dasha, you've been talking to women in Grand Rapids all day. What's the mood like there on the ground?
Shock for women, by the way, across the political spectrum. Kent County is a purple county in a purple state. This is sort of a bastion of moderate Republicanism, and several of the moderate Republican women I've spoken with say they feel like this is the GOP heading in a direction that they did not expect, they did not see coming over their years voting for candidates in the party, and they think this is going to affect the midterms. But overall, there's just been so much emotion today as people are processing this historic moment on a very deep personal level. Take a listen to just some of what we heard today.
I was 18 when Roe versus Wade went into effect, and it was like, it was a gift. I felt like my government understood that I was a human being that could make up my own mind. How do they have the right to tell me or any woman what she can do with her body?
And I do have a problem with them now coming out and saying that women no longer have choice in their healthcare matters. And that's concerning to me, not just, for people, my age, but also for there's, kids coming up, the next generation, my nieces, my sons and their future spouses. What does this mean for future generations?
Now, the governor has asked the Michigan Supreme Court to expedite this case, so hopefully we'll have some sort of answers soon. But the timeline and what those answers will look like and what that will mean for other cases going forward, still unclear, Gabe.
Dasha Burns, live for us in Michigan. Dasha, thank you. Now to another state in the Midwest, Missouri. Today, one of more than a dozen states activating its so-called trigger law after the Supreme Court's decision. NBC's Cal Perry joins us now live from outside Planned Parenthood in St. Louis. And Cal, I've been watching your reporting all day, and you're standing outside of what was the last clinic in Missouri to be performing abortions. How is the state's trigger law playing out there?
No, that's right, Gabe. The last and the only place that women could receive an abortion in this state. And of course, now that is illegal. It was only about 10 minutes after the Dobbs ruling came out of Washington, D.C., when we heard the Attorney General here codify that ruling. He signed a proclamation. It was the only thing that he had to do to activate that trigger law. That trigger law was passed by the state legislature in 2019, and simply put, all that it said was once Roe v. Wade is overturned, if Roe v. Wade is overturned, that abortion would immediately become illegal in the state of Missouri. No exceptions for incest or for rape here in the state. The bottom line is, for women in this state and for the healthcare providers who want to provide an abortion, it could cost them 5 to 15 years in prison right now. Local officials here want to make it clear that if you had an appointment, for example, at this location today or this weekend, you can still go to Illinois. Governor Pritchard in Illinois has said he'll make it a priority to protect women's rights to have an abortion in that state. But here in Missouri, it is now illegal. And look, this is also a regional issue, Gabe. If you look at Kansas, Kansas is going to have a vote in August. Why is that important here in Missouri? Well, about half the abortions that take place in Kansas are for women from Missouri. So it is a regional issue as well, Gabe.
So I hear those demonstrators in the background there. Cal, would you say the crowd is growing at this point? Has it been diminishing throughout the day?
Yeah, it is growing. This is going to be an event held by Representative Bush, who has a very personal story about this location. I spoke to her earlier. Take a listen.
I'm standing at the place where I had my own abortion care services at 18 years old. I got raped when I was 17. It broke my heart because I'm thinking about the people who today found out that they were pregnant, who found out they were pregnant a few weeks ago, and we're trying to figure out what to do. People, it takes more than a minute to make a decision about what you're going to do that will affect your life for years to come and affect the life of another human being. It's not something that people can automatically just make a decision in a matter of weeks or a matter of a couple days or a few hours. Sometimes it takes time, and we're stripping that from people.
And so Representative Bush has organized this rally that you see forming behind me, Gabe, and there will be events, we understand, throughout the weekend here in St. Louis.
Cal Perry, live for us in Missouri. Cal, thanks so much. Now, coming up after the break, we'll have an interview with an abortion provider. We'll be right back.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got
got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with our special coverage of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The clinic at the center of that case, Jackson Women's Health Organization in Mississippi, will be forced to stop providing abortions in 10 days. Before today's ruling, that facility was supported almost entirely by doctors from out of state, with few local doctors willing to brave the stigma surrounding abortion. One of those out-of-state providers is Dr. Cheryl Hamlin, who's a Massachusetts-based physician. And Dr. Hamlin, thanks so much for joining us here on Top Story tonight. So for the last 5 years, you've made monthly trips to Jackson Women's Health to provide abortion care to the patients there. What is your reaction tonight to the Supreme Court's decision, knowing you're not going to be able to make that trip next month?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise, certainly, but nonetheless, it's pretty devastating. Yeah, I guess I was holding out hope till the very end, but here we are.
So have you had a chance to speak with patients in Mississippi? How are they reacting to this, and where will they turn now?
I have not had a chance to speak with any women in Mississippi, but yeah, they don't have a lot of options because, as I think was said before, that all the surrounding states are going to be, banning abortions as well. So we're going to be talking about, Illinois and Massachusetts and New Mexico and Colorado. I mean, those are going to be their options going forward.
Yeah, so picking up on that point, if women are forced to go out of state to places like Massachusetts where abortions remain legal, are those states equipped to deal with an influx of new patients?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the states that will be hardest hit might be like Illinois, and I'm not sure what they're doing. We are kind of gearing up in New Mexico and Massachusetts. I can speak for that, but it's going to be a lot. I mean, I don't think we know how many, and that's unfortunately for those women who can actually make the trip and make it, make it to those states, which is not everybody.
As a doctor, are you worried that this decision might force women to make unsafe choices about their reproductive health?
Absolutely. And either from self-induced abortions, and maybe, people say, well, it's a little safer now because, of the pills, but at the same time, states are going to make it really hard to do that safely. So, I'm sure there will be that. I'm also concerned that, the women who do make it out of the state but go back are going to be afraid to seek medical care if they have any issues, which did happen pre-Roe. We know that. They just didn't get care until they were very sick.
Dr. Hamlin, thanks so much. Thank you for joining us here on Top Story. And our coverage of today's landmark decision continues with more after the break.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, the end of Roe versus Wade, the Supreme Court overturning the once landmark ruling after nearly half a century. The scenes of celebration and heartbreak in Washington today after the Supreme Court's conservative majority ruled abortion is not a constitutional right. The decision ending federal protection and handing the choice to states. Abortion now already illegal in parts of the country, with nearly half of all states preparing to ban or restrict the procedure. Will other Supreme Court decisions, including those on contraception, be overturned? Pete Williams and Chuck Todd are here. A nation divided. President Biden calling it, quote, a sad day for this country, while urging Congress to take action to protect abortion rights. Other Democrats, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senator Joe Manchin, also slamming the decision and suggesting Justices Kavanaugh and Gorsuch lied during their confirmation hearings. Meanwhile, on the Republican side, former President Trump celebrating the ruling as a, quote, win for life and taking credit for it, while former Vice President Pence called for a national abortion ban. Tonight, people on both sides of this debate, including an abortion provider, join Top Story live. Also breaking tonight, the House passing the most sweeping gun control legislation in 3 decades. The landmark bill now heads to the president's desk. How soon will the changes take effect? And the one-on-one interview with Ukrainian President Zelensky, what he told our Richard Engel about the American soldiers captured by Russia. Top Story starts right now. Good evening. I'm Gabe Gutierrez in for Tom. Tonight, that landmark Supreme Court decision. Some abortion providers already forced to turn patients away after the High Court overturned Roe v. Wade after nearly 50 years. The 5-4 decision ending federal protections for abortion and leaving the decision to states. 3 of the affirming justices appointed by former President Trump. Roughly half of the states are expected to ban abortion, several already activating trigger laws, immediately making the procedure illegal, with some exceptions. Following the ruling, abortion rights opponents cheering and celebrating outside. But tonight, a live look at the Supreme Court, where demonstrators have been gathering all day. The reaction from lawmakers also split. President Biden slamming the decision, but saying, quote, Roe is on the ballot, urging Americans to vote in the midterms and also calling on Congress to act. We have a lot to get to tonight, so let's get right to Pete Williams, who leads us off from Washington.
Outside the court, now ringed with a security fence, opponents of abortion rights cheered.
Complete and utter joy that it was finally overturned, but the determination, a steely determination, that the battle is not over.
Legal abortion on demand! Legal abortion on demand!
For others, it was what they were dreading ever since the court signaled in December it was likely to overturn Roe.
It feels like a betrayal. It feels like my country doesn't love me and appreciate my body as a woman.
The court overturned nearly 50 years of abortion precedents in a ruling that was a first. Never before has the court granted and then taken away a widely recognized constitutional right. The court voted 5-4 to overturn Roe. Chief Justice John Roberts said going that far wasn't necessary to uphold Mississippi's law banning abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. The court voted 6-3 to uphold that law. The majority opinion overturning Roe tracked closely with the version that leaked in May, touching off nationwide protest, including at the homes of some of the court's conservatives. Justice Samuel Alito's majority opinion said no right to abortion is protected by any constitutional provision. The Roe decision, he said, was egregiously wrong and deeply damaging.
Like Winston Churchill said, this is the end of the beginning. It's been a 50-year battle to protect unborn children. But we now have those battles in every state.
Unlike other court rulings based on a right to privacy, Alito said abortion is different because it involves a potential life. So he said the ruling does not undermine the rights to same-sex marriage or contraception, though Justice Clarence Thomas said the court should take another look at them too. The ruling does not make abortion illegal, but it's no longer a constitutional right, so that leaves the issue up to each state. It's likely to become illegal soon in about half the nation. Some states have already banned it as of tonight. The rest of the banned states are likely to follow in the coming weeks. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, in a controlling concurrence, said states that ban abortion cannot make it a crime for their residents to travel to a state where abortion is legal to get the procedure. In a joint dissent, Justices Stephen Breyer, Sonia Sotomayor, and Elena Kagan said the court ruling means that from the very moment of fertilization, a woman has no rights to speak of. They say a state can force her to bring a pregnancy to term, even at the steepest personal and family cost.
People are going to be heading to the streets, both in the wake of this decision immediately and in the days and months to come, and making clear that the majority of people in the United States support abortion rights.
And Pete Williams joins us now live from Washington. Pete, I want to pick up on something in your report. You mentioned that Justice Kavanaugh seemed to indicate that he supports the constitutional right to travel to other states to get an abortion. Can you talk to me more about that? How different was that from his other conservative colleagues?
Well, he's the only one who said that, and normally you would say that was just a passing comment, but this is a 5-4 ruling to uphold Roe. So his vote was critical. That makes it the controlling decision. So when he says he believes there's a constitutional right to travel, I think that's as good as saying the Supreme Court has said that as well.
Now, Pete, you have been standing outside that Supreme Court building for decades, and you see the demonstrators behind you. When you heard this decision come down this morning, just put it in perspective for me. How seismic was this decision in the history of the court?
Well, as expected, it was seismic because of the historical nature of it, overturning a 50-year precedent. The first time the court has ever given a right and then taken away that's widely accepted. You know, in a way, we knew this day was coming. It was pretty clear when the case was argued back in December, the court was going to overturn Roe. Then we had that leaked version of the decision that came out in February. But still, it's still stunning when it actually happens. And this is the biggest crowd I've ever seen outside the Supreme Court after a decision, people celebrating and mourning the decision. And one other note here, Gabe, this now does return the issue to the states. But one thing the dissenters say today is that there's nothing in this ruling that would prevent Congress from banning abortion nationwide if it ever chose to do that.
Pete Williams, live for us at the Supreme Court. Pete, thanks so much. Reaction is pouring in from across the country as the Supreme Court's decision was handed down. Tears of elation and frustration from protesters on either side of this issue. And as crowds took to the streets, trigger laws immediately took effect in several states. Some women suddenly unable to get abortions they had scheduled for today. NBC's Blaine Alexander is in Mississippi.
Outside the Mississippi clinic at the heart of today's Supreme Court decision.
We do abortion, and we're proud to do abortion.
Even though the days for that are now numbered, at the Jackson Women's Health Organization, the requests are only growing. In 10 days, because of the state's trigger law, Mississippi's only abortion clinic will shut down for good.
I will tell you that any patient who contacts us, we'll see them. We'll make sure we see them during that 10 days.
But in some states, change is already happening. Of the 13 trigger law states, abortion is now illegal, with a few exceptions in at least 5 of them following today's ruling, including Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas, where, through tears, the Attorney General signed the certification late today.
Restoring to the state of Arkansas the authority to prohibit abortion.
In Wisconsin, Planned Parenthood immediately stopped abortions following today's ruling. The medical director had to break the news to patients already in the waiting room.
Today, I had to look people in the eye and turn them away when they were seeking abortions.
Across the country, emotional reaction on both sides.
My first reaction was rage.
This is an amazing victory.
And while some lawmakers celebrate the decision,
this is a profound change in the law in our country, and it will save millions of lives of unborn children.
Others?
My wife's in tears. My kids are incredibly distraught. My sister says, I thought the courts were there to protect our freedoms, not roll them back.
Back in Mississippi, today's ruling is a victory for Terry Herring.
My eyes just filled with tears. This is a day to rejoice.
She has spent nearly 30 years fighting to end abortion and says she's proud Mississippi played a role.
What does today mean for you? You know, personally, we didn't know if this would happen in our lifetime, right? We've been advocating for a long time. So seeing this happen in my lifetime and knowing that we had the opportunity to be a part of that is, it means us being a part of changing history.
But for Tyler Hardin, who runs Planned Parenthood in the state,
you've gotten dozens of calls since this decision came down. Are women scared?
Yes, and to be honest, I'm scared as well.
The closest clinic, she says, will be in Florida, a 7-hour drive.
That means that people will have to find funds to travel. People will have to find funds to get hotel rooms, buy food.
Is that a feasible option for them?
It's not.
Blaine Alexander joins us now live from Jackson, Mississippi. And Blaine, you touched on this at the end of your report, but travel is particularly difficult for many women in Mississippi. How huge of a hurdle is that going to be with this statewide abortion ban already taking effect?
You know, Gabe, for many people, it will be an insurmountable hurdle. Consider this: Mississippi has the highest poverty rate of any state in the nation. It's a number that's especially high among Black women, a group that many fear will be most impacted by today's decision. Now, in talking with activists on both sides of this, one place where they do agree, they say that the focus should be on getting women the resources that they need for a safe pregnancy and beyond. Gabe.
Blaine Alexander live for us in Mississippi. Blaine, thank you. President Biden condemned today's decision, declaring that Roe will be on the ballot in this fall's midterm elections, while conservative Republicans applauded the ruling. Peter Alexander has more from the White House.
A somber President Biden tonight declaring this a low moment for the nation's highest court.
It's a sad day for the court and for the country. Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk.
The White House mindful of how personal this ruling is, inviting more than a dozen senior aides, all women, to witness the president calling the decision the result of an extreme ideology.
It was 3 justices named by one president, Donald Trump. Make no mistake, this decision is a culmination of a deliberate effort over decades to upset the balance of our law.
Top Republicans touting the ruling as a hard-won victory.
The right to life has been vindicated. The voiceless will finally have a voice.
It will save countless innocent children.
2 prominent senators now suggest they were misled by assurances made during recent confirmation hearings.
Roe v. Wade's an important precedent of the Supreme Court.
A good judge will consider it as precedent of the United States Supreme Court.
Republican Susan Collins slamming today's decision as inconsistent with those justices' testimony. So what comes next? With his authority limited tonight, President Biden's calling on Congress to guarantee the right to an abortion. But Senate Democrats currently do not have the votes for that. The president vowing his administration will protect women's access to FDA-approved medications like abortion pills and contraception, and promising to defend a woman's ability to travel to other states where abortion remains legal. 63% of Americans do not believe Roe should be overturned. Democrats, including the nation's first woman vice president, hoping to redirect that outrage to this fall's midterm elections.
You have the final word. So this is not over.
This fall, Roe is on the ballot.
A defining cultural clash in a country now even more deeply divided.
And Peter Alexander joins us now live from the White House. Peter, President Biden is also warning that the court's ruling could lead to other personal freedoms being rolled back.
Yeah, Gabe, that's right. President Biden cited Justice Thomas's majority opinion that the right to contraception, same-sex relationships, same-sex marriage should all be reconsidered. President Biden, in his remarks today, argued the court is taking the country down what he called an extreme and dangerous path. Gabe?
Peter Alexander live for us at the White House. And for more on the political fallout of this decision, let's bring in NBC's political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. So, Chuck, what does this decision mean for November for both Democrats and Republicans?
Well, I think it does sort of give the Democratic sort of campaign apparatus a focus and some structure and an issue to start motivating the base. I mean, all of our polling had been indicating for months it was the Republicans that were more enthusiastic about voting in November than the Democrats were. There's been a lot of reasons why there's Democratic demoralization. The economy is certainly one of them. There's disappointment that the Democrats haven't been able to get their agenda passed. There's this sense of, hey, you control all the levers of power. I think what we've seen here, this will supercharge, I think, turnout on the left. But don't underestimate the impact on both sides on this one. Gabe, I think what we're seeing is we're going to see another extraordinarily close and contentious national election. And that's the other thing is this is going to be a super nationalized election. It may feel like more like a presidential than a typical midterm.
You know, Chuck, I was watching your analysis earlier on an NBC News special report, and you highlighted that you thought that the election of Donald Trump in 2016 really led to the shattering of stability in this country. Don't you think that the forces had been building before that, and you know he simply harnessed it? Talk to me about that.
Well, look, I think we can always sit here and go back, and you can go, but when you look at sort of that's a fork in the road moment for the country, and so I was putting it under also. I mean, this is, you don't always know in the election that you have how consequential it's going to be. You don't always know what kind of impact where literally one different decision would have put you on a different path. We've had very few presidential elections that have done that. 1876 is one, literally. They got, Reconstruction ended. It extended, essentially brought on the era of Jim Crow. It's one of those elections that had gone a different way. We may have been in a different place on civil rights in this country a lot earlier in our nation's history. You just look at everything we're dealing with right now and all the fallout and his decisions, whether it's direct or indirect, and I throw what we're learning in the January 6 hearings into this, we're just real. I mean, Donald Trump's election has had a sort of an impact on the direction of this nation in ways that I don't think any of us thought was coming, and it's been absolutely consequential.
And Chuck, picking up on that, you've covered a lot of politics over the years. Obviously, how do you think this decision will impact Washington the way we know it, the institutions of Washington?
Well, boy, I think the Supreme Court is the one that's taken the biggest hit. We've already had the rest of our institutions had already been battered pretty badly, right? Congress has an approval rating that is in the single digits a lot of times, anywhere from between 9 and 12%. We see, we now are our second straight president that we don't like, essentially, as a country, under 40%. We've already, the distrust of those institutions has been there, but the Supreme Court, Gabe, that was sort of like it was keeping us together. It was the thread that was keeping us together. They'd sit there, and it almost looked like the Roberts Court for a while really did zigzag a little bit, a little more liberal on social issues, a little more conservative on economic issues, and they seemed to strike the balance, right? It was the Roberts Court that kept health care. It was the Roberts Court that gave you same-sex marriage, and then we've just now we're in a direction that I think the Supreme Court's going to be seen as very politicized. I think because 2 of the last 3 were appointed under unusual circumstances that many people will say was unethical. It wasn't illegal, but holding open the seat that Gorsuch got and then jamming the quick seat that Amy Coney Barrett got, it's going to erode that trust. And Gabe, here's the worst part of all of this. You have a lot of Trump supporters who don't trust many institutions that he tells them not to trust. Now you got a lot of people on the left that don't trust this Supreme Court. It doesn't matter how we get there, but collectively, a majority of this country not trusting many aspects of the rule of law, that's not healthy for this republic.
History unfolding before our eyes. Chuck Todd, moderator of Meet the Press. Chuck, thanks so much for joining us on Top Story. And while Some all around the country are protesting this decision. Anti-abortion groups are celebrating tonight. Mallory Carroll joins us now, and she's the Vice President of Communications at the Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life America. Mallory, what was your reaction to the decision today?
Well, thank you so much for having me on this evening. And I would say, we were overwhelmed with joy this morning to get this decision. It's a win for democracy. First off, in 1973, in one day, 7 unelected men said that they were going to settle this issue in the hearts and minds of the American people and in the law. And they struck down every single pro-life law that existed at that point at the state level. And they did the exact opposite of settle this in the hearts and minds of the American people, as we've seen from the culture wars that have raged for these last 5 decades. And so today we see this as for what it is. It's the court taking its thumb off the scale and allowing the American people through their elected representatives to pass laws that reflect their values. And this is what we're going to do is we use the tools of democracy to debate and to find consensus at the state level and in Washington. And it's going to look different from state to state, but we have the opportunity now to modernize our laws. Roe, the status quo under Roe for these last 49 years has been abortion on demand up into the moment of birth. The Washington Post fact-checked our research arm a few years ago. The United States is one of 7 countries because of our because of our jurisprudence on this, alongside China and North Korea, one of 7 countries in the world that allows abortion after the point the baby can feel pain all the way up to the moment of birth. So we're very encouraged and recognizing that our work is really just beginning.
And Mallory, you mentioned finding consensus at the state level. How do you think that's possible at this point? This is such a divisive issue.
I think it is possible. I mean, over the last 10 years, state legislatures have been passing protections for babies who have Down syndrome, protections for babies after 20 and 15 weeks. Those laws have been passed by duly elected state legislators that are responsible to the people who elected them, and they've been put under injunction by the courts because of Roe. So I think what we're about to see, the actions that we're about to see lawmakers take, people who are, again, elected by the people to the legislative branch of government, which is charged with setting law. That is what consensus is going to look like. And if there's an overreach, if there's a law that goes too far, there's going to be a quick correction in the next election cycle. So I was very interested to hear the conversation with Chuck. We see this is going to be obviously a huge issue in the midterm elections, but the Democratic position is to not just codify Roe versus Wade, but go beyond it. We're talking abortions performed by non-doctors, paid for by taxpayers throughout all 9 months of pregnancy, and preventing, again, lawmakers, future legislators in Congress and at the state level from passing pro-life legislation, regardless of whether or not it's the will of the people. That is an extreme position. And we go door to door talking to voters in battleground states. We've been doing this for the last 4 election cycles, and we've been working towards the 2022 election cycle since last summer. And what we hear from voters, women in the suburbs, Hispanic voters, other minority voters, people who consider themselves Democrat, they're oftentimes going to vote based on their support for another issue, whether it's climate change or something else that they care about. When we talk to them about the contrast that exists between the two sides on this issue, they are swayed to vote for the pro-life candidate in that election. And with all that our country is going through right now, with pocketbook issues being at the top of the list of what voters are caring about, I think we're going to see some disappointment from Democrats who are running, who are thinking that this is going to be the saving, the Hail Mary pass. Terry McAuliffe tried to do this in the Virginia gubernatorial race, make it all about abortion. He lost voters who considered abortion their top issue by more than 20 points to the pro-life candidate and now our current governor, Glenn Youngkin. So this is a big issue, and the historically pro-life candidates benefit on the winning, have a winning margin.
Mallory Carroll, thanks so much for joining us here on Top Story. Mallory is the Vice President of Communications at the Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life America organization. Thanks so much for joining us. But we want to turn to some breaking news now, and we want to go to New York, where protests are starting to grow. Jesse Kirch joins us live from Washington Square Park. We see the live aerials of the park right now. Jesse, what are you seeing there right now?
Hey, Gabe. So we're marching up from Washington Square Park. We were in New York's East Village, and we are making our way uptown. There are thousands of people out here. You can hear this is several groups that have converged here, multiple organizations. You can see people have all kinds of different signs out here, chanting different things. I think one of the things that's notable, there were some people that started to be gathering in Washington Square Park as early as late morning, early afternoon, drawing in chalk, people coming by, adding their message in chalk. And the crowd has just grown throughout the day, and multiple groups converged at Washington Square Park and are now making their way uptown. I don't know if you can see it, but off in the distance is the World Trade Center, just to give people context. And we are heading for Union Square, so further uptown in Manhattan. I've asked people multiple questions, but one of the things I was asking about is, do you think this makes a difference in the fall? Obviously, in the context of where we are, this is New York City, in a state, in a city that is very much supporting abortion rights. So this is not the place where those rights, in theory, are directly under threat right now. So there are a couple things that have motivated people to be out here tonight. Some people tell me they're here to express their support for women across this country. One woman was here with her young daughter who was up on her shoulders and looked at this as a symbolism for rights for her daughter being taken away more broadly. And there's also a message from some people here to be sending a message across the country to women in other states where they do not now have access to abortion rights, that they are supporting them even from here in New York City, Gabe.
And Jesse, I see some kids there in the crowd, some entire families there, obviously very passionate on this issue. Again, they're heading uptown, you said now. Do you have any idea how long they plan to be out on the streets throughout the night?
Yeah, well, frankly, this appears to be multiple organizations that have come together. There was a rally that was growing in Washington Square Park. We knew there was simultaneously another rally that was going on uptown, and a group appeared to make their way downtown and converged on Washington Square Park, which is, of course, where that iconic arch is in Lower Manhattan. So this, frankly, I don't know how long this is going to go on. We believe the endpoint might be Union Square Park, which we're just a couple blocks away from. And there are people who have been lining the streets, holding up signs, even if they're not marching with this group, people taking photos. But it was hard to get a full grip on the scale of the number of people in Washington Square Park by the end. They were pouring out of the north end of the park, and probably much of it, we'd made our way through the park. And you can tell, I'm looking back, Gabe, and this goes at least 2, 3, 4 city blocks, and it's really hard to see how far down it might go. So a lot of people out here.
Jesse Kirch, live for us in New York City. Jesse, thank you. For a closer look at today's decision and the future of the Supreme Court, I want to bring in Tom Goldstein. He's an NBC News contributor and the founder of the popular SCOTUS blog. He's a Supreme Court expert, of course. And Tom, surely we should adhere closely to the principles of judicial restraint here. But where the broader path of the court chooses, it's entailing repudiating, I should say, a constitutional right we have not only previously recognized, but it also expressly reaffirmed applying the doctrine of stare decisis. So putting that in layman's terms, the Chief Justice is essentially saying the court went too far here, right, back in 1973?
Well, what the Chief Justice is saying today is that he would have upheld Missouri's abortion restriction, would have allowed the state to say that you cannot have an abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy, but he would have not overruled Roe versus Wade, that he would have tried to chart a middle ground, narrowing Roe versus Wade further because it wasn't necessary to decide in this case whether to overturn that decision. And he criticized his 5 more conservative colleagues for going that much more dramatic step, overturning one of the foundational precedents that all Americans know. And it's just a choice between 2 different strands of conservatism of how aggressive they want to be. But make no mistake about it, there are 6 votes on the Supreme Court who think that Roe is wrongly decided, but only 5 to actually overturn it.
And Tom, we've known about this 6-3 ideological balance of the court since Justice Coney Barrett was confirmed. But do you think this will reignite conversations about expanding the court?
It probably will. It's very interesting that all of us generally assume that because there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court, there have to be under the Constitution. That's not true. There have been more, there have been less at different times. Congress decides how many justices there are. And theoretically, a Democratic Congress with a Democratic president could decide to make it 11, 13, 15 different members on the Supreme Court. But centrist Democrats inside the Senate are extremely unlikely to approve that kind of measure, and that's been the barrier that they haven't been able to overcome. Now, today may change that calculus a little bit. They'd have to get rid of the filibuster and vote to increase the size of the Supreme Court. But in theory, they could go ahead and do it and reinstate Roe versus Wade.
So in his concurring opinion, Justice Thomas named several other court opinions which upheld the right to contraception and legalized gay marriage. So is he essentially forecasting future targets here and opinions that the court may hand down in the future?
Well, he's definitely saying today, I want us to revisit those cases, the cases that say that you have a constitutional right to contraception, that you cannot criminalize sodomy, that there is a constitutional right to gay marriage. The majority responds, his other colleagues respond, no, we're not calling any of that into question. But it's, as the dissent says, it's a little hard to see how the decision overruling Roe gets rid of a very, very foundational, long accepted precedent in the law. It does so on the ground that the right to abortion isn't long settled in the nation's history. Well, neither is a right to contraception, neither is a right to engage in homosexual conduct, and neither is a right to same-sex marriage. So it's going to be quite the needle that has to be thread in order for the conservatives to overturn this decision and not the others. But we're going to see those cases for the next 10 years, I'm sure.
Tom Goldstein, thanks so much. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, abortion restrictions are likely to take effect in more than half the country. Some states where it will remain legal are anticipating an influx of patients who will travel to get the procedure. And some abortion providers are even relocating. Here's Stephanie Gosk with more.
With the stroke of a pen, the Supreme Court has likely triggered a massive abortion migration in this country. More than 300,000 abortions were performed last year in the 26 states where the procedure could soon be illegal or highly restricted. Now those people may choose to cross state lines. In Tennessee, the Attorney General wants the state's 6-week ban to start right now.
The people of Tennessee, for the first time in 50 years, will have a chance to weigh in on this issue.
So this is where we do our abortion procedures back here.
These are your abortion procedure rooms. You have 2 rooms.
Yep.
We recently visited the Choices Healthcare Clinic in Memphis. Soon, the doors to these rooms will be closed for good.
Our patients are predominantly Black. The majority of them are uninsured or underinsured.
They have been bracing for this court decision for months.
We just kind of all thought this is going to be really bad for us. And so I said to my executive team, there's this place called Carbondale.
Carbondale is in southern Illinois, 3 hours by car from Memphis. It's where they plan to open a new clinic in August, but were reluctant to show us pictures because of security concerns. Clinician Nakia Grayson will be driving back and forth.
Will it be big enough to handle what is really going to be potentially a flood of patients, right?
Now, that's a good question. I don't know. I think that we will be the only clinic right now in the southern part of Illinois. We will handle as many patients as we can.
In some states where abortion will still be legal, access is being expanded. Connecticut passed a law allowing non-physicians to provide abortions. But anti-abortion activists hope increasing support systems during pregnancy will change people's minds.
I don't know of anybody that is, or any state that is thinking that they can stop people from traveling to another state. We are going to have to just push even harder than we have been to encourage women to let their baby live and to seek out the resources that are available.
But for many of those who choose not to, getting an abortion just got a whole lot harder. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, Memphis, Tennessee.
And we thank Stephanie for that report. In states like North Dakota, those, quote, trigger laws are expected to go into effect and completely ban abortion in 30 days. Now, the only abortion clinic in that state, from Red River Women's Clinic, is continuing to provide abortions until it is illegal. Then it's set to move to Minnesota. The head nurse of that clinic, Sarah Hayter, joins Top Story again. And Sarah, first I have to ask, how are you doing?
Not well. Trying to hold it together.
When you heard of this decision this morning, and you had to have been expecting it for weeks after that draft was leaked, what went through your head?
That our patients anyone who can be pregnant in any of the states surrounding us, but Minnesota, are going to have even more obstacles in front of them.
So we know the clinic will be moving. What do you think that will mean for the women in North Dakota, and what will it mean for abortion providers in surrounding states?
Sure. Well, we were inundated with calls from patients today just saying that they were wondering if abortion was still legal, if their appointment was still valid in North Dakota, were they going to be able to receive an abortion? So the stigma and all of the politics are definitely adding to our patients' stress. But what it means is that women of low income will not be able to access abortion care, safe and legal abortion care.
And what have you been telling people who have been calling you?
We've been telling them that abortion is still legal and that we are going to be providing safe and legal abortion care until the state of North Dakota tells us that we cannot.
You know, a few minutes ago, we spoke with an anti-abortion organization that, is celebrating this decision that, abortion will now be left up to the states. I'm curious, what's your response to what she had to say?
Well, they keep on saying that they are fighting for the fetus's life. We are going to continue to fight for women's lives. We will do whatever we can to make sure that women can still access safe and legal abortion. If we have to help them with travel and childcare and whatever they need to make it happen, we will. But government mandated pregnancy are three words I never thought would be in the same sentence.
I got the sense, just listening to you, it's obviously a very emotional day. And is this just about reproductive rights, or is it about much more?
It's so much more. When a woman is told that we cannot determine our own destiny, that we have to practice someone else's moral beliefs, we wonder, what country are we in? The United States was founded on the principle of separation of church and state. And these justices are practicing their religion in their judgments and in their opinions. And this should just not be allowed. That's the reason this country was founded. I should be able to practice no religion, and you should be able to practice whatever religion you would like. But I certainly should not have to continue a pregnancy just because you think that that is the morally sound choice.
Sarah Hayter, head nurse, thank you so much for joining us here on Top Story. And still ahead tonight, the other major headline from Washington, the House passing the most significant gun reform bill in decades. What happens next? And when can Americans start to see change? Plus, the exclusive interview with Ukrainian President Zelensky, what he told our Richard Engel about efforts to find and save 2 Americans captured by Russia. Stay with us.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Back now with another major story tonight, the biggest changes to our nation's gun laws in nearly 30 years. Congress passing a bipartisan bill a little more than a month after the Uvalde school shooting. Garrett Hake joins us now from Capitol Hill. And Garrett, this breaks decades of congressional gridlock on guns. Walk us through what's in the bill and what happens next.
Yeah, Gabe, I mean, it's the biggest bill in 30 years, but it's really about a decade in the making. After the Sandy Hook shooting, you had Chris Murphy, the Connecticut senator, really start to dig in and work on this issue. And it frankly took the massacre in Uvalde a little more than a month ago for him to have a proper negotiating partner on the other side, John Cornyn. The two of them form the core of the group that's been working on this bill for a little over a month. At its centerpiece is something that, would hopefully address the unique circumstances around the Uvalde shooting and the Buffalo shooting before that, these enhanced background checks for gun buyers between the ages of 18 and 21. The idea here is that those gun buyers don't just pop into existence in terms of background checks on the day they turn 18. That's a big piece of this. The other big piece of these incentives to set up red flag laws around the country. There are 19 states that have extreme risk protection orders of some kind where a judge could intervene and take guns out of the hands of dangerous individuals. They would like to increase that number. They can't force states to do it, and so they've tried to incentivize it. And then there's really the carrot for Republican votes in particular. That's about a $7 billion investment in mental health services. Republicans who haven't wanted to look at this as a guns issue, wanted to talk about it as a mental health issue, got what they wanted in this bill. That was critical to lining up Mitch McConnell's support, the minority leader, and with him came a host of other Republicans. So what we saw late last night, 15 Republican senators joining with all 50 Democrats to pass this bill in what was an emotional vote with gun violence victims and advocates in the gallery watching. And then today, the House following suit with only 14 House Republicans joining all congressional Democrats to vote in favor of this bill. Though, Gabe, it was interesting to note you had the Republican members who represent both Buffalo and Uvalde among that number voting to send this bill to the president's desk.
And Garrett, let's take a step back here. This guns bill was expected to be the big headline of the day. And then, of course, the Supreme Court decision came down. How much has the focus shifted on the Hill, and how remarkable was that?
Almost entirely. I mean, lawmakers finished up, particularly in the Senate last night. A lot of these folks went home thinking they would be going back to their district and starting to campaign on this legislation. But in a moment, when that Supreme Court decision came out today, this issue shifted to the back burner. It made for some awkward moments today with House Democrats passing the bill this morning, or this afternoon rather, and then trying to still hold some events around taking credit for it. For example, we don't see the White House having a major signing ceremony today. It just doesn't fit in the moment. But, for lawmakers who have been stuck on nothing on this issue for so long, I do expect to see, the bells and whistles of a proper signing ceremony at some point, and lawmakers going out and trying to campaign on this. Democratic activists in particular have demanded this legislation, and in a rare moment, Congress broke the gridlock to deliver it. These are not folks who like to undersell their accomplishments, Gabe, so I suspect those days will come soon enough.
Garrett Hake on Capitol Hill. Garrett, thank you. Turning now to an NBC News exclusive. Ukrainian President Zelensky speaking publicly about those two captured Americans and his worries about the ongoing war in his country. Our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, sat down with him.
We met President Volodymyr Zelensky in his office.
Good to see you again.
While he makes many appearances, he does few interviews.
2 Americans answered your call, as many did, to come here and fight for Ukraine's democracy. They were captured. The Kremlin won't rule out that they could face the death penalty. Is there something you would like to say directly to the families of those 2 Americans?
They are heroes. And for me, they are the same like Ukrainians, because they give, and they gave the main things they had, their lives. But I'm sure that we'll fight for them and we'll get them back. And of course, they will come back to your families, to their children.
We spoke just moments after Ukrainian troops, under heavy Russian fire for weeks, were forced to withdraw from the city of Severodonetsk in the east, giving Russia a new strategic foothold.
It seems like there's small advances from each side every day and huge numbers of casualties. Can you continue in this? How do you change the stalemate?
Their military outnumbers ours by 10 to 1. No matter how strong we are, they outnumber us by 10 to 1. It is very difficult.
Are you worried that the West will lose interest in Ukraine, become exhausted from this war, focus on other things, and that you'll be increasingly isolated over time?
I am worried about this thing indeed. The war has no boundaries. The war is currently happening in Ukraine, but that means that the war is happening everywhere in the world. I'm sure about that.
Gabe, President Zelensky thanked the United States and President Biden directly for the weapons he's received so far, but said he needs a lot more. And he said his intelligence services are working to free those 2 Americans and others held by Russia. Gabe?
Richard Engel in Ukraine. Richard, thanks so much. When we come back, the courtroom attack. The father lunging at the man accused of murdering his young son. What happened next? Stay with us.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Back now with Top Stories news feed, starting with the attack inside a courtroom in Columbus, Ohio. New video shows the moment a father lunges at a suspect accused of killing his son. The father punching a man a few times before he's restrained by officers. The suspect is accused of stabbing a 29-year-old woman to death and then throwing her young son into the Ohio River. He's facing the death penalty. Now to the manhunt for an escaped inmate in Alabama. Authorities say Philip Bradford escaped police custody Wednesday at a Birmingham hospital after overpowering a deputy and stealing an ambulance. Police say he was last spotted stealing a silver 2004 GMC Envoy at a Walmart along with an unidentified woman. He's facing several charges, including first-degree robbery. Anyone who sees him is asked to call police immediately. Turning now to the Americas, where turmoil continues in Ecuador. For more than a week, protests in the nation have turned deadly as demonstrators protest soaring inflation. The country's capital virtually paralyzed as clashes with police intensify. NBC's George Solis has the latest.
Panic has replaced peace on the streets of Ecuador's capital. Quito, a city of 2 million, now virtually at a standstill as violent clashes between protesters, police, and soldiers continue into their second week. Today, demonstrators have set fire to tires, creating a haze in the midst of the chaos. Thousands of protesters supporting indigenous groups are demanding gasoline prices be cut by 45 cents to $2.10 a gallon, similar price controls on food products, and a larger budget for education.
Y hay que decir también a las autoridades del Cantón Quito, aquí nosotros no entramos a hacer vandalismo. Con la figura y con la estrategia de los últimos años han instalado el miedo en la ciudad de Quito.
So far, attempts at negotiation have failed, and with each passing day, tension grows. No to the violence could be heard in one video shared online as riot police fired tear gas at demonstrators. The country's president, Guillermo Lasso, spoke days before contracting COVID-19, further complicating negotiation efforts. He's attacked the indigenous groups leading the demonstrations. Late today, the country's president called the violence an attempted coup.
Está comprobado que la intención verdadera de los violentos es generar un golpe de Estado. Y por eso hacemos un llamado a la comunidad internacional para advertir de este intento de desestabilizar la democracia en el Ecuador.
The indigenous groups have distanced themselves from the looting and destruction of property. Since the protests began, 3 people have died and hundreds have been injured.
Nosotros seguimos haciendo el llamado al diálogo, a la sensatez, a la racionalidad, y sabemos que hay algunos grupos que están organizados tratando de generar caos en la ciudad.
Demonstrators have said they refuse to negotiate until the show of force by the government stops. The UN and EU have urged both sides to come to an agreement, as the U.S. State Department urges visitors to reconsider travel as violent clashes continue.
And police tonight are saying protesters broke into the Egyptian embassy in Quito. There, they do say they have the situation under control. In a tweet, authorities saying they do have computer servers in that building. And tonight, some lawmakers are also calling for the removal of President Guillermo Lasso, though other legislators say they will not go along with that plan. Gabe?
George Solis, thanks so much. Coming up, the dire warning from the UN. Officials saying multiple famines could begin this year. What's driving the global food crisis? Next.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now to Top Stories Global Watch, and the UN accusing Israel of killing an Al Jazeera reporter in the West Bank. The world body saying Israeli forces shot and killed Shireen Abu Akleh on May 11th while she was reporting near a firefight between Israelis and Palestinians. Israel maintains it's still too early to determine who was at fault. And the UN is also warning of a catastrophic global food shortage following the ongoing war in Ukraine. Secretary General Antonio Guterres warning multiple famines could occur this year. The ongoing war added to food disruptions already fueled by several other factors, including climate change and the pandemic. When we come back, a historic day in America and a reaction across the nation.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Finally tonight, outrage alongside celebration. The deep divide in America on this historic day.
I am pissed off and I am angry.
Abortion is not a constitutional right. Abortion is wrong.
Deep sadness. That baby's a human life, and there are families out there that need those children.
This decision does not end abortions, but it makes them far more dangerous. This decision must not stand!
Every child, no matter how far along the mother is, deserves a chance.
It sets healthcare back 50 years.
God has fearfully and wonderfully made us with a purpose for everybody's life.
I'm heartbroken for this country, and I'm so embarrassed.
It will save millions of lives of unborn children.
They took away a constitutional right for half of the people in this country.
We are thrilled that the Supreme Court has struck down Roe versus Wade.
Reproductive health care is a human right.
Life. That's what it's all about.
And that is what I'm going to fight for until the day that I die.
We did it!
What on earth have we come to? What on earth are they thinking?
We cannot leave our children with fewer rights than their mothers and their grandmothers.
Strong passions on both sides. For Tom Llamas, I'm Gabe Gutierrez in New York. Stay right there. More news now is on the way.
Hey there, Joshua Johnson speaking. Good to be with you on this Friday, June 24th. And tonight, of course, we are talking about abortion and the end of Roe v. Wade. Today's Supreme Court ruling is drawing a range of strong reactions.
It feels like a betrayal. It feels like my country doesn't love me.
This is the first step in building a culture of life.
We'll hear what folks are saying across America, including in states where new abortion bans just took effect. But this ruling did not ban abortion outright. That's not what it says. We'll break down the majority's rationale for overturning Roe and the dissenters' warning about the future of the court. And we'll consider the impact of all this, from the changes to women's reproductive health care to the next phase of this political fight. Both sides say this ruling is not the end of it. From your state house to the White House, what happens now? So we knew today would come, right? A day we were sure would get emotions running high. Well, tonight Americans have plenty of reactions and almost as many questions. Supporters and opponents of abortion rights have been gathering across America. They're reacting to the Supreme Court overturning two key precedents, Roe versus Wade and a companion decision, Planned Parenthood versus Casey. Today, President Biden was clear in his opposition to the ruling, and he asked Americans to remain peaceful as they take to the streets.
Today is it's not hyperbole to suggest a very solemn moment. Today, the Supreme Court of the United States expressly took away a constitutional right from the American people that it had already recognized. I call on everyone, no matter how deeply they care about this decision, to keep all protests peaceful. Peaceful, peaceful, peaceful. No intimidation. Violence is never acceptable. But this decision must not be the final word. My administration will use all of its appropriate lawful powers. But Congress must act. And with your vote, you can act. You can have the final word. This is not over.
This case involved a 2018 abortion ban from Mississippi. The court issued a kind of split ruling. It ruled 6-3 to uphold Mississippi's ban, and it ruled 5-4 to overturn Roe and Casey. We'll explain why that split matters in just a bit. Justice Samuel Alito wrote the opinion of the court, joined by Justices Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett. The opinion looked extremely similar to the draft that leaked last month. It reads in part, quote, "The Constitution makes no reference to abortion. It is time to heed the Constitution and return the issue of abortion to the people's elected representatives," unquote. Justices Stephen Breyer, Elena Kagan, and Sonia Sotomayor dissented. Their dissent ends this way, quote, "With sorrow for this court, but more for the many millions of American women who today lost a fundamental constitutional protection, we dissent," unquote. After the ruling came out this morning, 13 states took action on so-called trigger laws. These laws were designed to take effect if Roe were struck down. Each state's attorney general must certify these triggers to activate them. Arkansas's Attorney General Leslie Rutledge did so today.
I am proud to announce, as Chief Legal Officer for the state of Arkansas, that the United States Supreme Court has in fact overruled Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey, thereby restoring the state of Arkansas the authority to prohibit abortions.
If you're like us, you've spent all day either watching TV, getting alerts on your phone, or very deep in social media. Well, this hour is your chance to catch your breath, make sense of what happened, share your thoughts with us, and get some answers about what comes next. Our team's following what's happening tonight, including in Mississippi, the state where this case started, and in Florida, where abortion will remain legal, at least for now. But let's begin at the U.S. Supreme Court in Washington, where NBC's Maura Barrett is standing by live. Hey, Maura, tell us what you see and what's going on where you are.
Well, Joshua, I'm going to apologize in advance because it is very loud here and you might hear some explicit language because there's very high energy here right in front of the Supreme Court. We've seen a mix of emotions throughout the day. I want to show you a little bit of what's going on right here. But basically, right when the decision came down, there was a pretty large group for the middle of the day on a Friday of opposing viewpoints. And then after a few initial decision came down, the people that opposed the right to an abortion were celebrating, jumping up and down, and then after a few hours, they left. And now you're left with an escalated crowd of at least 1,000 people from the vantage point I can see that are all supporters of abortion rights, despite the fact that this decision came down, overturning Roe versus Wade. There's still a lot of energy and hope that Congress will do something, states will do something. But first, before I show you more about what's going on the ground here, I want you to hear some of the conversations that I heard today as we saw tears of joy and tears of despair as I spoke with people who expressed varying opinions. Take a listen.
It's a roller coaster of emotion. It's complete and utter joy that it was finally overturned.
Anger, deep sadness, and a desire to turn this around is going through my mind. I'm worried for the young women who are on opposition, who don't understand how at risk their lives may be.
Personally, I've had people in my family have abortions, and they have felt the regret years and years down the line, and they're still dealing and facing with the trauma today. And if Roe v. Wade wouldn't have been legal inside of the United States, I would have family members that I don't have today.
I think our best bet is legislatively, but unfortunately people are going to die. Women are going to die between now and when we can get legislation passed, which is untenable.
So obviously there is a lot of energy here on the ground, but I do want to note that it has been largely peaceful. We've seen some interactions, some verbal arguments between both sides of the groups, but I've also seen leveled out arguments where two people are just talking and having a conversation and trying to understand both sides. But here, as the day has moved on, there's a frustration with the justices for both today's decision and the decision we saw yesterday when it comes to guns. We've heard from D.C. police that they've ramped up police presence here and throughout the city in preparation for anything that might transpire. But as of now, what we're seeing on the ground is not as much of that celebration that we saw initially, but that leveled frustration and the hope that despite the country being in a divisive state, as people told me today, that Congress will actually pass Roe into federal law, or that we might see a different decision from the states to make sure that the right to a safe abortion, that's what people kept emphasizing to me, was that the safe abortion part is key, because as they see it, women will just get hurt or die from the fact that this is no longer a protected right. Joshua.
Thank you, Maura. That's NBC's Maura Barrett starting us off from just west of the U.S. Supreme Court in Washington. Let's turn now to NBC's Kathy Park, who is in Mississippi for us. And Kathy, the clinic at the center of all of this, Jackson Women's Health, held a news conference a few hours ago. What did they say, and what are they anticipating for the future?
Well, Joshua, good evening to you. As you know, we are in a trigger law state, and because of this law, essentially the days are numbered for this clinic. So organizers acknowledge that fact. They noticed they have received an influx of calls with questions and concerns ahead of this decision today, and they say they will continue opening their doors for women who are accessing their services up until that 10-day period. Obviously, they're saying that this was a disappointing day. They're angry and frustrated, but they're not surprised because of that leak back in May. But they essentially doubled down, saying that their work isn't over. Take a listen.
Today, across this country, half the population were stripped of their human rights. It's hard to say this, but that's just the beginning.
I tell you today, we're not laying down. We're not giving up. Women have always had abortions, no matter what it took, even if it was their life. And we're going to make sure that that's not on the line here.
And Joshua, you can hear in their voices just the emotion. It certainly was a difficult day for them. But once again, they said, look, the doors might be closing the next couple of days, but behind the scenes, they have been getting ready for this day. So they have another clinic that they're working on. They plan on opening that location soon, but that will be in New Mexico. But obviously, that is a big concern moving forward once this ban is officially in place here in the state of Mississippi because of this trigger law. Essentially, it will be a challenge for women accessing abortion services. They will have to travel to places like Illinois, Massachusetts, and New Mexico. Joshua?
Thank you, Kathy. NBC's Kathy Park continuing in Jackson, Mississippi for us tonight. Now let's make our way to Central Florida, St. Petersburg to be exact, where NBC's Zincle Asamoah is standing by. And Zincle, Florida is one of the only states south of Virginia, I believe, according to experts, where abortion remains legal at least for now.
Yeah, Joshua, good evening. So this is really interesting. Florida actually has a privacy clause in its constitution that many consider stricter than the U.S. Constitution. What does that mean for abortion? Well, it's meant that restrictions on abortion in this state have been very difficult and have made people consider Florida a safe haven. Now, of course, that term is relative, and what it's meant is, compared to other southern states we've seen, like Alabama, like Georgia, many have flocked to Florida for abortions. Now, is the state perfect on this front? No, they have 24-hour wait periods before an abortion can take place. And starting July 1st, there will be a 15-week abortion ban. That's by Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. But many are now afraid, Joshua, that this SCOTUS decision will further back up that 15-week ban, even though it's been facing a lot of contest in the courts. So a lot of dynamics at play, especially right here in Florida today. And people have been speaking up.
I'm thrilled. This is a great celebration. It's a wonderful day for all of our children across America.
This is a war on women, pure and simple. And it's outrageous that this is happening in our country. I mean, this is 2022 and it feels like 1952.
It's painful today. It really hurts. I can't believe our country has gone backwards.
Do you have hope for the future?
Only if people vote.
So really, Joshua, today here in Florida has been the tale of two Americas, some celebrating, some mourning. Right behind me, there were 1,000 people gathered, protesting, marching around this block, saying our bodies, our choice. At the same time, there were anti-abortion advocates saying this is what we've been waiting for. So a lot to unpack. Joshua.
Before I let you go, Clay, the gentleman in the shirt and tie that we saw, that's Congressman Charlie Crist, the Democrat who represents that area, formerly the governor of the state of Florida, who governed as a Republican. I remember covering him many years ago. Did you get the sense that people are expecting this to become a political battle in the state of Florida? I imagine the politics feel very different between North Florida, Central, and South Florida, but did people give you a sense of where they expect this to go, whether this becomes a ballot box issue?
I'm glad you pointed that out, Joshua, because he is a gubernatorial candidate. He served 3 decades and in multiple parties, and I think in many ways reflects this interesting point the country is in right now, right? There are many heated debates and heated opinions, but the reality is Roe has been overturned. And so what I heard from people, I talked to a 70-year-old and an 80-year-old woman who expressed that they marched for abortion rights in the 70s. They said people need to vote. I spoke with younger women who expressed just frustration that they didn't feel like their lawmakers were representing them well. So a lot of range, but overall the sentiment, regardless of view, has been the work continues for anti-abortion advocates. They say now we need to go to the states and make sure no states are allowing abortions. And for those in favor, they're saying we need to keep fighting. We need to support these clinics and make sure women's rights are protected. So a lot to watch out for, Joshua.
Thank you, Clay. That's NBC's Clay Esamwa joining us from St. Petersburg, Florida. Now, a lot of you have been sharing your thoughts and stories with us way before this ruling, and we got quite a few more today. We'll share some of those questions and comments throughout this hour, but before we move on, we should acknowledge the other big story out of Washington tonight. And today, the House passed that bipartisan gun violence prevention bill. It's been 41 days since a deadly supermarket shooting in Buffalo, New York, and exactly 1 month since the mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas. Now, 14 House Republicans voted for the measure. It's called the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Among other things, it would enhance background checks for younger gun buyers, fund school safety and mental health programs, and it would address gun violence in intimate relationships, something known as the boyfriend loophole. The House has officially sent the bill to President Biden's desk. It is unclear exactly when he will sign it into law. He's got some international travel coming up, so the timing is a bit of a question mark, but we'll keep an eye on that. For now, though, we are focusing this hour on today's landmark Supreme Court ruling. Still to come, we'll get some legal analysis of the ruling itself, the rationale for the opinion, the scathing warnings in the dissent, and the legal impact of it all. Plus, we'll hear from an abortion provider on what this could mean for her patients. We're glad you're with us on this busy Friday night for Now Tonight from NBC News.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross.
The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The other major story today, aside from the death of Lyndon Johnson, the tragic death, and the hopes for peace in Vietnam, is the decision of the United States Supreme Court. It handed down a historic decision about abortion. The court said in a 7-2 decision that in the first 3 months of pregnancy, only the woman and her physician may decide whether she may have an abortion. In the second 3 months, all the state may do is regulate abortion procedures. And only in the final 3 months of pregnancy can the state forbid abortion. The court ruled in cases from Texas and Georgia, but all 50 states are effective, whatever their laws.
That was NBC's Garrick Utley from January 22nd, 1973, when the Supreme Court decided Roe v. Wade 7-2. Today marks the first time the High Court has taken away a legal protection that it conferred. Justices decided 6-3 to uphold a Mississippi abortion restriction, a law that clearly violated Roe. But as for that precedent, the court overturned it by a vote of 5-4. The reason for those two different votes reveals a lot about the justices' views of the proper role of the court. It also speaks to their expectations and concerns for the future. Let's get into that with NBC News legal analyst Barbara McQuaid. She's a former U.S. attorney and a law professor at the University of Michigan Law School. Professor, welcome.
Thanks very much, Joshua.
Let's get into some of the concepts behind this. The opinion had a lot to do, really everything to do, with this idea of stare decisis. What is stare decisis, and why is it relevant here?
Well, it's the doctrine, Joshua, that says that the court ordinarily should follow things decided. That is precedent. If a court has made a decision on a case and the identical issue comes before the case, it should decide the case the same way. It's what gives clarity to our law and allows people to make decisions in their lives knowing that this law is settled. And so to change the law, to change a precedent, can happen, but it should only happen if certain factors are present. And the court looks at things like whether the facts in the law have changed, whether people have relied on the decision, whether it has become inconsistent with other law, and whether the rule is proven unworkable. As the dissent points out, using those factors, there's nothing about Roe versus Wade that required it to be changed today. The only thing that has changed is the makeup of the court. And for that reason, its decision really flies in the face of this doctrine of stare decisis.
We're looking on our left at some live pictures of a protest outside the Colorado State Capitol in Denver on one end of Civic Center Park from the Denver City Council. It's one of the cities where protests are taking place in one of the states where some abortion protections have been increased recently. Colorado's Governor Jared Polis spoke today about his concerns over Roe versus Wade and how the state would do what it could to protect abortion rights there. We're keeping an eye on protests around the country, but Professor, while we do that, another issue in this ruling was the concept of ordered liberty. What does ordered liberty mean, and how did that factor into the opinion?
Well, this notion of ordered liberty comes from this idea called substantive due process. And that is that there are certain fundamental rights that are so important to us that they cannot be taken away. And among those has been this right to privacy, from which the right to an abortion emanates. And the concern is that if this fundamental right goes away, this idea of substantive due process, the foundation on which abortion rights were built, then it could also eliminate the foundation for other rights, such as the right to contraception, the right to same-sex marriage, the right to intimate relations in one's own bedroom. None of those things are spelled out or enumerated in the Constitution. They're all built on that same concept of ordered liberty and substantive due process. So the fear is that if the court is willing to end the right to an abortion with the stroke of a pen, it may similarly be willing to end those other rights.
Now, let's get into that before we get back to the split decisions, because in a concurring opinion, Justice Clarence Thomas said clearly that this ruling was not meant to deal with any of those other cases. Griswold, Eisenstadt, which deal with contraception, Lawrence v. Texas, which is about sexual privacy and sexual acts, consensual sex, Obergefell v. Hodges, which deals with same-sex marriage. And because this case does not deal with them, he said that's a reason for the court to deal with them. He wrote in part, let me bring up the quote. He wrote in part, quote, "We have a duty to correct the error established in those precedents," unquote. Now, perhaps in response to that, one of our viewers, Jill, asked very simply, will Clarence Thomas give up his right to interracial marriage, referring to Loving versus Virginia in 1967. So this issue in terms of whether or not we end up going back and whether everything is on the table because Roe was on the table, I'm not sure how to view that legally in terms of whether or not that would actually occur, but how do you see it?
I think it's a real risk after today's opinion. You know, certainly this case is about abortion, and so the majority did not need to answer any of these other questions about other issues. And because those things aren't on the table, they didn't have to decide them. But now I think a state could be emboldened, just as Mississippi was in this case, to pass a law that says we are going to eliminate, say, same-sex marriage. We don't want it in our state, and it is going to be a crime for people to get married if they are of the same sex. Someone would challenge that legally, immediately file a lawsuit saying this violates the Supreme Court precedent in Obergefell. And it would work its way up the courts to the Supreme Court, just as Dobbs did. And based on today's decision, where they found that there is not this substantive due process right of privacy in the abortion context, it seems like this same 6-3 majority would likely come out the same way in that case. So it would take states actually making these laws and then lawsuits to be filed. But I think that we can't have any confidence that those rights are any longer secure.
Before I have to let you go very briefly, that was something that the Chief Justice expressed in his concurring opinion. He did say that this broader move was, in his words, a serious jolt to the legal system. He kind of said that the court has a responsibility of judicial restraint, of ruling on just what it needs to rule on for just this matter. Let's be clear, Mississippi broke the law to change the law. They passed a law that they knew violated Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey, and then threw a Hail Mary and said, you know what, let's take the whole thing down, and they succeeded. And the Chief Justice, as well as the dissenting justices, said that's very dangerous for the court to do.
Yeah, and you point out correctly that at the time that they argued this case, all they were arguing for is that a 15-week abortion ban was constitutional. It wasn't until Amy Coney Barrett joined the court that they thought, hey, you know what, we might be able to go for the home run ball here. And they asked for the whole thing to overturn Roe versus Wade. What Chief Justice Roberts is saying is you can uphold this Dobbs the law in Mississippi, 15-week, without overturning Roe versus Wade, just simply deciding that after 15 weeks there can be a ban. Instead, the court goes the whole hog. And I think it is what prompts the dissenting justices to say things like power, not reason, has now become the currency for the court in making its decisions.
NBC News legal analyst Barbara McQuaid. Professor, it's always good to see you. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Joshua.
Now, choosing whether or not to have an abortion is clearly a deeply personal decision. For some folks, it's a moral issue or a religious matter. It's also, of course, a medical one. And today's ruling could make it significantly more complicated in that regard. Let's continue now with Dr. Jamila Parrott. She's an OBGYN, an abortion provider in Washington, D.C., and the president and CEO of Physicians for Reproductive Health. That's an organization that advocates abortion access. Dr. Parrott, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Take us inside some of the conversations you've been having today. What's been the mood? What's been the tenor of them? How are people that you're connected to feeling and doing tonight?
We're all devastated. You know, as physicians, as healthcare providers, those who care for our communities, we certainly were not surprised by this ruling. The leaked opinion gave us insight into what the justices intended to do in terms of eviscerating our constitutional and our human right to make decisions about our bodies. So this was not a surprise, but certainly it is no less devastating for those that we care for. We know that the right to access abortion care actually improves the health and well-being of our communities. And so this ruling is going to have really long-term effects for those that we care for.
Give me a sense of how you see, and granted, this is different from different places in terms of what women will have access to, what families will have access to. There was a report from Pew Charitable Trust that said that at least 20 states have proposed legislation to ban access to FDA-approved abortion pills. We'll talk more about that a little bit later on. But tell us a little bit more about this, about these various options for abortion services and how this ruling might affect them.
You're absolutely right. This is justice by geography. Depending on where you live, the zip code you live in, the state you live in, you may or may not be able to get this care. As a provider of abortion care myself, I practice in Washington, D.C., in Maryland, and Virginia, and the impacts are going to be very different depending on where I'm working that day. When we think about what it means to access abortion care in this country, even prior to this ruling, it is exceedingly difficult for many people, especially those that have been historically marginalized from care, those living on low incomes, communities of color, young people, immigrants, folks who are unable to travel are really going to be disproportionately impacted by restricting access to this care at the state level.
NBC's Dasha Burns talked to a woman in Michigan about her experience with getting abortion services and the kinds of conversations she had with her doctors. Listen.
And so my pregnancy was technically classified as an ectopic pregnancy, but the fetus was implanted on the C-section scar from my previous delivery from my son. They talked through the fact that some women choose to carry these pregnancies, and typically those pregnancies end in massive blood loss and hysterectomy. But if I wanted to go forward with that decision, it was absolutely my decision. They were clear with me about the viability of the fetus, that I felt like this tragedy that my family and I went through was disrespected by the choice of the government and the choice of someone in Washington to think that they could insert themselves into that room with me, into those decisions with my doctor, and generally into the grief and pain that I was going through.
Dr. Parrott, talk about the conversations that you have with patients when thinking through what their options are. I know there are some doctors who are not advocates of abortion services, who would try to counsel a mother, maybe not necessarily in the case of an ectopic pregnancy where the egg implants outside the uterus, but generally speaking would try to counsel the mother toward prenatal care, neonatal care, and guiding her towards having the baby after all. Talk about the conversations that you have with patients.
Before I do that, I just want to say very clearly that in graduating from medical school, that we've all taken the same oath to first do no harm. And allowing your personal or ideological decisions, how you feel to enter into these conversations, is against our medical ethics. Organizations like the American College of OBGYNs and the American Medical Association have said very clearly that it is our responsibility as healthcare providers to give unbiased counseling for folks that are seeking care. So when you ask, what are the conversations that I have? It is just that. What is it does this individual, this pregnant person want? And how can I support them with those outcomes? If they are seeking to carry this pregnancy to term, then that is the support that I provide. And if they are seeking termination of this pregnancy, then that is the support I provide. The important thing to really understand is that this is a personal decision, and it is exhausting that we are legislating and litigating medicine when I have practiced for more than 15 years in training to be able to provide this care. And we have folks with no medical background making unilateral decisions about the health and well-being of our communities. So these decisions, they can be complicated for many people. They're straightforward for others. There is no single story. The reasons why people seek abortion care are as varied as those that are seeking the services, but all want the same thing. They want to be able to make the decision with dignity, with autonomy, to have their agency supported, and to have the resources that they need to access this care in a way that is humane.
Dr. Jamila Parrott, I appreciate you making time for us tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Up next, we will hear from advocacy groups on either side of this issue. First, how is Planned Parenthood preparing for a post-Roe America? We'll also get more of your reactions to this morning's ruling when we come back.
I am shocked and appalled at the decision of the Supreme Court to reverse Roe versus Wade and totally take away a woman's right to choose and make decisions about her own body. This sets women's rights back over 50 years.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time.
When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester. Who's this?
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It feels like a betrayal. It feels like my country doesn't love me and appreciate my body as a woman. I can't even chant because I can't say anything. It hurts.
This is the only protection we have, and this must be turned around. We have dangerous times ahead for health for women.
We cannot organize over it. We have to get organized and just vote these people out.
That is just some of the reaction to today's Supreme Court decision. Advocates of abortion rights knew this day could come, but that, of course, does not make it any easier. Clearly, it has been a hard day for many of you, too. Wendy writes, I am 51 years old and have no need for an abortion. However, this decision has devastated me. This is the SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States, and Republicans telling women we don't matter. The range of my emotions today has been outrage, sadness and grief, determination, motivation, outright pain. This country is on fire, and there seems to be no one able to stop the insanity. In a moment, we will speak to an opponent of abortion rights about where that movement goes from here. But let's begin with Jody Hicks, the president and CEO of Planned Parenthood Affiliates of California. Ms. Hicks, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
What has the conversation been like today among Planned Parenthood affiliates around the country? Clearly, this was a day that your organization must have known could come.
Absolutely. I mean, unfortunately, it's a day that we've been planning for really since September when SB 8 went into effect in Texas, and Texas started banning abortions that were at that time also unconstitutional, but the Supreme Court's inaction really was an action in allowing that to happen. And so we created the Future of Abortion Council here in California and created a blueprint for what the state needs to do to prepare for this very day. Having said that, we've been preparing in terms of policy. We have legislation, we have budget investments, but on a personal level, and certainly for my colleagues that have been working on this, there's nothing that can prepare you for a day when the highest court decides to take away rights that our many generations have enjoyed, that future generations will have less rights than we do, and that decidedly say that at the point of fertilization, you just don't have the same equal rights as others. It's impossible to prepare for.
I wonder how you're galvanizing for the next phase of this in terms of the support you'll need. There was a tweet that went out tonight about an hour ago from Lizzo, the pop star, who tweeted, "I'm pledging $500,000 for my upcoming tour to Planned Parenthood and abortion rights. Live Nation agreed to match to make it $1 million. So you've got Lizzo's support tonight. That's not the only star who has agreed to put some money behind abortion rights and abortion access. But how much do you think that you will need, whether it's economically or just boots on the ground or political support, to be able to do the work that your organization needs done?
Sure. I mean, I think it's about everyone, and Planned Parenthood and independent providers and abortion funds across the country are rolling up their sleeves today. But I think it's important to really understand the impact of what today means. Over half the country, 13 states by the end of the day will institute a ban on abortion. 26 states within the next 3 months. We're talking about over 30 million women that are affected of reproductive age. We know 1 in 4 women need or will seek an abortion in their reproductive lifetime. And so now we have half the country that will have to travel outside of the state they live in order to get care that affects the trajectory of their future. This decision today really says that if you live in one of those states, you don't have control over autonomy over your body. You don't have agency over decisions that affect your future and your opportunities. And so it's truly devastating. And I think how we wrap our mind around what that means and what we need to do to ensure that patients are getting care when they have to travel outside of the zip code that they live in, it is daunting, but it's also the work that, again, we've been doing here in California since September, right. And I know other states as well. Even today, our governor joined forces with Western states to really decidedly look at what we need to do to ensure that we're a reproductive freedom West Coast coalition.
And for those advocates who have been working for this day for a long time, who say that America is better off with less access to abortions and there are other options for women that people should come together on and try to put those front and center for the sake of healthy families, healthy children, for those who say that this might be a step in the right direction for the country, what would you say to them? What do you want them to know?
I would say the data and science speaks for itself. For one, our maternal mortality rates in this country are unconscionable because we don't invest in pregnant people. We don't invest in communities to ensure that people can make decisions about their families, whether or not to have families in a real way. We advocate for things like family leave and childcare and clean water and all of the things that make it the right community to make a safe family, but also that you have decisions that affect the outcome of your very future. And we know that taking away abortion care as a part of health service, a part of decision making that's between you and a provider, that's decision making that's rooted in science, will just increase maternal mortality. It will just increase people that have less decisions and less choices. And we know that people that don't have access to those decisions are much more likely to end up in poverty, much more likely to not have economic and educational opportunities or decisions that affect the outcome of their future. And so we're really doing everything we can to ensure that people can get the care that they need for any types of care that they need right now. And we need to trust women.
Jody Hicks of Planned Parenthood of California, appreciate you making time tonight for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
As we've been reading your comments tonight, it's worth noting that the vast majority of them have expressed very strong opposition to this ruling, and they've not all been from women. Art writes, as a man, I'm saddened. It is a woman's choice as this physically takes over her body for 9 months. Men just contribute a couple of minutes and a few ounces. Women now have no choice at all. Men can choose to walk away. Miss B tweeted, terrified, heartbroken, worried for my 3 teen children's lives. What does tomorrow bring? How did I become less than a citizen? And Luis wrote, it's an outrage. This country operates more like a company that adds and removes rights from its employees rather than a nation. It opens up the risk of other rights, like mine to be married to my husband, being taken. I'm hurt for women and couples out there. Now, today's decision does not stop the anti-abortion rights movement. It may well intensify it. Today, former Vice President Mike Pence said now is not the time to rest. He's effectively calling for a national abortion ban. Some people who demonstrated at the Supreme Court today seem to agree.
I think it would be great if they just went out and straight up banned abortion, but it's not the case for every single state. So I think we are going to start seeing a lot more things going through.
All I know is that every child deserves life. Human rights start at conception and end at natural death, and that is what I'm going to fight for until the day that I die.
Let's continue now with Brooke Paz. She is the Government Affairs Coordinator for Students for Life Action, a group that trains young people in anti-abortion advocacy. Ms. Paz, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Thanks so much for having me.
So I'm sure that your organization did not plan to disband after this ruling came. What is the next move for you and for your group?
Absolutely. This is really the beginning for us. We are, of course, celebrating today. We're so excited about this ruling. This is a day that we hoped would come, but I think it came sooner than we expected. And from here on out, we are going to continue working on both the federal level and in the states to pass as many pieces of legislation as possible to protect all human life from conception to natural death, and also to support women so that they can confidently choose life, whether that is through parenting or adoption.
There are a lot of heartbroken people tonight who are very worried about what this might mean, including some who have some rather visceral personal stories to share. One of our viewers wrote, I was the product of parents who desperately did not want another child. I was made very well aware throughout my life that I was unwanted. It's a miserable way to live. I wonder, Ms. Paz, how much empathy you have for people who feel like they've had their hearts stepped on today and like they've had their rights abridged today.
I'm very sad for women who have been told by the abortion industry and pro-abortion legislators that they need abortion to succeed in life. They need abortion to be equal. They need to kill their child in order to achieve their dreams and goals. That's simply not true. That's anti-women, and it's the opposite of progressive. We know that women don't need abortion to do the things that they hope to do in their lives, and really, these women have nothing to fear. The pro-life community has been here for years, decades really, providing free resources, support, and compassionate care to women who need it. And we're going to continue to do that. Like I said, this is just the beginning for us. That's why pregnancy resource centers and pro-life organizations across the country exist. We're here not only to help save babies, but to help women as well, because they deserve better care than abortion. Abortion is harmful to them. They deserve to know that. So many women that we come across and who now work in the pro-life movement or volunteer in the pro-life movement have gone through with abortions, even men too, and have suffered from physical and emotional repercussions, sometimes for decades before they find healing. And they really deserve better than that. I myself am the product of an adoption. And if my grandmother, my biological grandmother, had not chosen life, I would not have the wonderful family I have today. My dad was adopted by a man from Mexico and a woman from Poland who went through the Holocaust. And if my biological grandmother hadn't chosen life, they wouldn't have had a wonderful son who is now my wonderful father, and I wouldn't have my sisters.
Yeah.
So we all have stories, and they're all important.
Well, as we look at these pictures from New York City, I believe these are protesters making their way north from Washington Square to Union Square, but here in Manhattan. I hear you in terms of your personal story and about how this has affected you directly. When you talk about compassionate care, I have to say I didn't really hear any compassion. And I think it's worth noting that most abortion services, when provided under the care of a doctor, are really quite safe and have very few complications. Pregnancies can cause dramatic complications. And in this country, depending on who you are and what color you are, the risk of dying in pregnancy or during childbirth is really quite high. Is there nowhere to go in terms of your organization finding a meeting of the minds with what appear to be majorities of Americans who don't see things your way?
I would argue that the majority of Americans do see it our way. In fact, polling shows that
No, I'm sorry. The latest polls, including our NBC News polls, show that about 61% of Americans do not support what the Supreme Court did today. So I hate to differ with you, but I don't think you're correct about that.
Polling from this year shows that the majority of Americans want significant limits on abortion, and even the majority of millennials and Gen Z, who we specifically polled, when they learn what Roe v. Wade allows, abortion through all 9 months of pregnancy for any reason, they oppose that. In fact,
I'm sorry, Ms. Paz, but our polling is from this month, and I trust our pollsters at NBC, and that's not the point of the question. Let's bear in mind. Excuse me. That is not the point. No, because you're getting off track, and my time is limited, and I want to hear you out. But the point of my question is, there's got to be a way forward on this. There's got to be a way for people who say very strongly, the people who are in the streets right now in New York and LA and Denver and at the Supreme Court and everywhere else in this country, to find some kind of way forward with organizations like yours, because abortions aren't going to stop just because states may ban them. I'm wondering if you've contemplated a path forward, particularly for people who are determined to seek abortion services. That's what I'm wondering. And I know our time is short, but that's what I'm wondering about.
The root of the issue is that what we're talking about is a human life that is created at the moment of conception, unique DNA. That is a human life that is worthy of protection equal to any other human being. And like I said, I do have compassion for these women. That's why we're here. We're here to help women and children. And the majority of people recognize that life begins in the womb and that is deserving of protection. Going forward, we need to be encouraging women that they do not need abortion to succeed, because that is a lie. And abortion not only ends the life of a human child, but also harms a woman physically, emotionally, mentally, and she deserves better than that. That is true compassion. That's the truth, and science backs that up.
I'm sorry, Ms. Paz, you're saying some things about abortion in terms of its medical impacts that are questionable, and I think the Wall Street Journal North poll that we just showed shows that there are very different views on this than the one you're espousing, but you are entitled to your view, and for today, the Supreme Court has seen it your way. I do appreciate you making time to talk to us about this. Brooke Paz of Students for Life Action, thank you very much for making time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Clearly, America's fight over abortion access is not over. So where does it go politically? We'll have analysis from two former lawmakers before we go.
Congress will continue to act to overcome this extremism and protect the American people.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Some of the senators who voted to confirm President Trump's nominees for the Supreme Court say they feel blindsided by today's decision. Democratic Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia says he trusted Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh when they testified that Roe v. Wade was settled law. He says that this ruling, the ruling that came out today, rejects stability enjoyed by the past 2 generations of Americans. Similarly, Republican Senator Susan Collins of Maine said the decision comes when the country is desperate for stability. Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska said, quote, "In the wake of this ruling, it is up to Congress to respond." Joining us now to talk through what that response might be are former Democratic Secretary of Housing and Urban Development Julian Castro and former Republican Congressman Carlos Curbelo. Both are MSNBC political analysts. Good to have you both with us. And I wonder, first of all, Carlos Curbelo, let me start with you. The shock from some members of the Senate, I think, is reading some abortion rights advocates as naivete, if not foolishness, that they would be so credulous that they would not go for this ruling. I think you've got a lot of angry people who are saying this is what we knew was going to happen tonight. So where does this go from here politically?
Well, I think that's right, Joshua. The conservative movement in America has been dreaming and promising this day to its supporters for decades, and it's finally here. And I don't think it should surprise any of the senators who voted for any of the justices that made this decision possible that they went ahead and did this when Republican senators and others involved in choosing and confirming nominees have always said that this was one of the big goals of the movement. And sure enough, here we are. It really shouldn't be a surprise after Donald Trump was able to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg with Amy Coney Barrett, a conservative justice.
Secretary Castro, I wonder what your sense is as we're continuing to look at live pictures at protests from across the country of where this goes from here. We mentioned the Republican senators who expressed dissatisfaction. Congresswoman Liz Cheney made it clear that she has always been pro-life, so clearly there has been movement for this for some time. What do you think we might see either in Congress, in state houses? What's the next step here, particularly for people who are upset about the way that this ruling went?
Well, I think that 2 things have to happen in the long run, which is that we need to codify Roe and also need to look at restructuring the Supreme Court. I mean, this Supreme Court, several appointees of whom were appointed by presidents that did not win the popular vote. Democrats have won 7 of the last 8 presidential popular votes, and where Senator McConnell has played games with the ability of a Democratic president to make an appointment that could have changed an outcome like this. And so we need to fundamentally look at reform. But in the shorter term, there's November. And I believe that this is going to mobilize, wake up, galvanize a whole bunch of people who may have been sitting on the sidelines for November because midterms are, infamously more difficult to get the base out for. I think the base is going to get out more in the Democratic Party, and especially in suburban communities in some of these swing congressional districts and swing Senate seats. Overall for states, you're going to see a lot more mobilization there against Republicans.
I wonder about that, Congressman, because I feel like there's going to be mobilization potentially in both directions. I mean, we heard today from Lucy, who tweeted, "I am a conservative Republican woman who supports a woman's right to choose. One should not lump all Republicans into one group any more than to say all Democrats are radical socialists. This is a women's issue, not a red or blue one. There are many Republican women like me." I wonder how you see the future of this. It feels like this could be galvanizing on both sides of the aisle. And we know how much midterm elections are about bringing out the base with those kind of red meat issues that people are very impassioned about.
Well, Joshua, I agree with Secretary Castro, and I think we're going to see the greatest political impact of this ruling is in swing states and swing districts. A lot of people are worried about the states where abortion might be completely outlawed. Those are fairly conservative states. I don't know that politicians there will face any peril or risk, but in swing districts and swing states, particularly in suburban America, where Republicans have been making a lot of gains after getting beat there pretty badly in 2018 and even in 2020, that's where this could be difficult for some Republican candidates that represent these suburban districts where there are a lot of women who perhaps on fiscal issues are more conservative, but on some of these social issues like abortion are more centrist or liberal. Republicans risk losing some of those voters that have been gravitating towards them in advance of the 2022 elections in according to many polls.
Secretary Castro, I should note that we had this bill, this comprehensive bipartisan Safer Communities Act for gun violence prevention that passed the House today. We just learned from the White House that the president will sign this bill into law tomorrow morning. He's planning to sign it around 8:30 a.m. Eastern time before he leaves for Schloss Elmau, Germany, which is where the G7 summit will be. So we'll have coverage of that tomorrow here and on your NBC station and on the app. It seems like we just had a moment where Democrats and Republicans got something done together that we have been waiting for a really long time. And now, almost on cue, we have something that instantly polarizes us. We got a lot of things we got to do right now between the economy, gun violence prevention, the earth being on fire, etc. Before I let you go, very briefly, what does this mean for our ability to get stuff done right now?
Well, look, I think for especially a lot of progressives, the legislation that was passed by the Senate and the House and will be signed by the president is a good first step. I think it is something, it doesn't meet the expectations, I don't think, completely of what folks want it to be done, but it shows that there can be progress. This is the most significant legislation on common sense gun reform that we had in a very long time. So hopefully that muscle of bipartisanship will be exercised a little bit and get a little bit stronger, and there can be more that gets done along these lines and other important issues. But you're right, Joshua. I mean, it kind of gets overshadowed by what happened. It does get overshadowed by what happened today with Roe and what this is going to mean to the livelihood, the quality of life, the risks that women face across the country because of this Supreme Court's retrograde decision on abortion. And it also leaves a lot of people feeling like, what in the world? We went to go vote. Democrats won. Right. Have the presidency and both houses of Congress, but we still get this kind of result.
We shall see where we go from here. Julian Castro and Carlos Curbelo, good to see you both. Thank you both very much. Thank you for making time for us. Please keep sending us your thoughts and questions. But until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson. Stay safe this weekend. I'll see you Monday. Good night.